common university student, unjustly framed by his girlfriend, finds himself expelled from school, just when his life appears to be engulfed in darkness. He unexpectedly binds with a super-rich system, altering his fate and initiating an urban legend. Believe it or not, all the campus beauties are pursuing the same man. Is that true? Who is he? His name is Wei Chuan, a man so exceptional that he drives his rivals to despair and leaves women utterly infatuated. Chapter 1. The enormous gift package of 9 trillion. At 8 in the morning, within the confines of a hotel's grand bed, Wei Chuan is roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. His roommate has sent him a message. Bro, you're in big trouble. Check out this video. With no time to ponder why he has awakened in a hotel, Wei Chuan hastily clicks on the video shared by his friend. The video's title reads, "Shocking. A male student from a certain university obsessively harasses his ex-girlfriend, forcing her to kneel and plead for mercy." The view count has surpassed 10 million, with hundreds of thousands of comments and over 100,000 shares. It's trending at the top of search lists. After a mere glance, Wei Chuan feels utterly devastated. Damn it, I only wanted to reclaim my 60,000. How did it turn into obsessive harassment? Wang Lia, could you be any more shameless? You even fabricated a fake video to slander me. In the video, a man and a woman are seen. The man appears agitated, fervently speaking to the woman, who wears a pained expression, tears streaming down her face. She seems desperate to leave, only to be thwarted by the man. Ultimately, she kneels down, sobbing uncontrollably and even bowing her head repeatedly. Although the video lacks sound, the uploader has added a voiceover of a woman's lament, seemingly from the very girl in question. I've told him countless times that we're simply not compatible, yet Wei Chuan continues to cling to me, even threatening suicide to manipulate me. I'm on the brink of madness. Boo-hoo, the woman cries with such heart-wrenching sorrow, as if she has suffered the gravest injustice. The comment section is filled with outrage, each one condemning the man, brimming with various insults. Men who cling desperately are the most repugnant, 1,000 times worse than scumbags. I sympathize with this young lady. Such individuals, under the guise of love, only manage to deceive themselves while disgusting others. This is a sickness that needs curing. How could such a person exist? When they can't have what they want, they threaten others, bringing shame upon all men. Overwhelmed by these comments, Wei Chuan decisively shuts off the video, fearing that continued viewing may incite a furious breakdown. Indeed, the man in the video is none other than Wei Chuan himself, and the woman is his ex-girlfriend, Wang Lia. This is a conspiracy, a despicable frame-up. Suppressing his rage, Wei Chuan dials Wang Lia's number. As soon as the call connects, he erupts. You shameless wretch. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Not only did you deceive me out of my money, but you also concocted a fake video to defame me. What grudge do I hold against you? Yet, on the other end, Wang Lia remains silent, and Wei Chuan can only hear strange noises, as if two individuals are engaged in a fierce battle. Stunned, Wei Chuan realizes that this woman, who broke up with him just yesterday, is now involved with someone else, and no wonder she abruptly ended things. She must have found a new partner already. Just as he prepares to unleash more vitriol, he hears Wang Lia say, in a stuttered tone, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm with young Master Yin now. I even gave him my first time, so please don't bother me anymore. Wei Chuan is left speechless. What nonsense? First time? You had already lost that before we got together, all right. Suddenly, he comprehends that Wang Lia's words are intended for the man beside her. Are these bizarre surgeries becoming so commonplace now? As he readies a scathing retort, she abruptly hangs up, just as he is about to hurl his phone in frustration. Another call comes in. It's his advisor, Qinbo Wei Chuan. Your actions have caused significant negative repercussions for the school. After discussions among the administration, it has been decided that you will be expelled. Beep, beep, beep. The call ends abruptly, leaving Wei Chuan in a state of shock. Is this the end for him? He begins to reflect on everything that has transpired within these short hours. Just yesterday afternoon, Wang Lia had initiated the breakup over the phone. Breakups happen. He is someone who can easily let go, and in fact, breakups during graduation season are a common occurrence. However, Wang Lia still holds his 60,000. That is the hard-earned money saved by his parents over a lifetime, intended as a down payment for a marital home. He must retrieve it. Upon meeting Wang Lia at the agreed location, Wei Chuan immediately demands repayment. Having been together for 3 years, they had originally planned to each contribute 60,000 for a down payment on a house in the suburbs of Shanghai after graduation, followed by marriage. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they find themselves in such a predicament. leaving Wei Chuan filled with deep sentiment. He even feels a tinge of reluctance toward Wang Lia. However, her subsequent behavior extinguishes any lingering affection he had. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's demand for repayment, Wang Lia displays a bewildered expression, completely denying having received any money. How could Wei Chuan tolerate this? He erupted with anger. Thus, the scene depicted in the video unfolded. Wei Chuan repeatedly insisted that Wang Lia return the money, while she stubbornly claimed she had never received it, desperately feigning innocence. In the end, she even knelt before Wei Chuan, pleading with him not to cause a scene. I could see that moment. Wei Chuan found it peculiar there were no witnesses present, and both were well aware of the money's existence. Why was Wang Lia acting like a fool? Why not simply refuse? Who was she performing for? In hindsight, it was obvious that she had secretly recorded the encounter without his knowledge. Wang Lia adamantly denied ever receiving the money, leaving Wei Chuan at a loss for how to proceed. At her insistence, Wei Chuan had handed over the cash directly, leaving him with no transaction records. Reflecting on his unwavering trust in Wang Lia, Wei Chuan feels a deep sense of sorrow. Fortunately, he is a highly rational individual. Since she refuses to acknowledge the truth, he cannot afford to act impulsively, as that would only put him in a more precarious position. He must find a way to gather evidence and pursue legal avenues to recover his money. As for the video, it seems Wang Lia seized the opportunity to edit the footage after he left, stripping it of sound and adding her own voiceover before posting it online. Her actions have transformed Wei Chuan, the victim, into a deranged stalker obsessively pursuing his ex-girlfriend, becoming the target of public outrage. Ultimately, this led to his expulsion from the university. This woman not only swindled his money, but also aimed to ruin his life. Truly, her heart is deserving of condemnation. With this realization, Wei Chuan's fury reaches its zenith. He feels a surge of heat in his chest, a sweetness rising in his throat, and in a fit of rage, he spits out a mouthful of blood. However, at that moment, a mechanical electronic voice abruptly resonates within his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is experiencing a low point in life. System activation in progress. Current progress, 10. Current progress, 50. Current progress, 99. The system has been activated and will soon conduct a comprehensive assessment of the host while bestowing a beginner's gift package. Weakness detected in the host's physique reward, 29 to constitution. Lethargy detected in the host's spirit reward, 29 to mental fortitude. Host detected to be financially destitute reward, an astronomical sum of 9 trillion as startup capital. Betrayal detected against the host reward, 5 opportunities for a fortunate draw to soothe the wounded soul. Host, Wei Chuan. Physique, 38. Spirit, 38. Average for adult males, 10. Remaining enhancement points, 0. Remaining lucky draw chances, 5. Skills, none. As the incessant chimes of notifications echoed in his mind, Wei Chuan, nearly overwhelmed with exasperation, felt a sudden surge of vitality. An exhilarating sensation coursed from the crown of his head down to the tips of his toes. With the substantial augmentation of his physique and spirit, his previously foggy mind became remarkably clear. His somewhat frail body now brimmed with newfound strength. Awestruck by the transformation within himself, Wei Chuan could not help but exclaim, "What the hell? I've actually bound to a system?" Chapter 2. The Supreme Goddess Lin Xuan. As Wei Chuan pondered this, the mechanical electronic voice resonated once more. Ding. Indeed, the host has successfully linked with this system. This system is the Invincible Tycoon System, aimed at transforming the host into an unparalleled and omnipotent tycoon. Omnipotent tycoon, Wei Chuan murmured to himself. System, yes, as a tycoon. The host need only spend lavishly and complete system tasks to continuously grow stronger, acquiring various skills along the way. It's absolutely effortless and delightful. I seem to have some initial capital. How much is it? Wei Chuan inquired. The system replied. The startup funds are universally applicable and support all payment methods. Regardless of the amount, if you can deplete it, I concede defeat. Just tell me the amount. What if I actually spend it all? Wei Chuan pressed on, having not clearly heard the earlier announcement. System, the startup capital is 900 trillion yuan. Should the host truly possess the capability to exhaust it, this system will grant an additional tenfold. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan was momentarily struck dumb. After a while, he excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, 900 trillion is incredible. 666. 900 trillion. What kind of concept is that? Even the world's richest would struggle to account for just 1 zero of it. Even if he spent 100 billion a day, he wouldn't be able to exhaust it. This invincible tycoon system is indeed formidable. System, basic operation. Do not flaunt. Ignoring the system's pretentious remarks, Wei Chuan picked up his phone and opened a shopping website. He needed to verify the authenticity of the system. Although the changes in his body had already proven its legitimacy, he decided to further confirm. He casually clicked on a product, a laptop worth several tens of thousands. Wei Chuan directly clicked to purchase, followed by a fingerprint verification. And then, payment successful. It's real, amazing. Though he had anticipated it, Wei Chuan was still overjoyed, dancing with excitement. All the prior setbacks paled in comparison to this immense surprise. The oppressive feelings that had weighed on him vanished entirely. All negativity erased. The storm had cleared, bringing forth a sunny day. What a relief. After finally calming his emotions, Wei Chuan took a deep breath and reclined on the grand bed in the hotel. Now, he finally had the time to ponder why he found himself in this situation. After parting ways with Wang Lia the previous day, he had been contemplating how to reclaim the 600,000 he had given her. The money had been handed over in cash, with no transfer records, and despite thinking all night, he had failed to devise a feasible plan. This left him immensely troubled. Ultimately, he had ventured alone to a roadside barbecue stall to drown his sorrows, using the last 100 yuan he had to get drunk. On his way back to the school, he encountered two thugs teasing a girl. Fueled by alcohol, he confronted them, venting all his pent-up anger on the duo. After that, he lost consciousness. Wei Chuan was lost in thought. At that moment, a few strands of black hair beside him caught his attention. He picked up one, long, black, and straight. This was evidently a woman's hair. How could there be a woman's hair? He recalled the girl he had saved last night, who indeed had long black hair. Could it be that the beauty had spent the night with him in gratitude for saving her? She had actually offered herself? The thought surged uncontrollably in Wei Chuan's mind. He vaguely remembered that the girl was stunningly beautiful, truly exceptionally beautiful. In this day and age, such grateful girls were indeed rare. Wei Chuan mused. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. He hadn't felt anything. The girl clearly lacked consideration. Couldn't she have woken him up to express her gratitude in person? Just as he lamented this missed opportunity, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Could it be her? Wei Chuan immediately leapt from the bed to open the door. Upon opening it, a graceful and stunning young woman appeared before him. Instantly, Wei Chuan activated every man's innate skill, scanning her from head to toe with his gaze. The girl appeared to be in her late teens, with bright eyes and white teeth, her features exquisitely delicate, as if she had stepped out of a dream. Dressed in a white short dress, she resembled a fairy from a fairy tale. If Wei Chuan were to describe this beauty with a single term, it would be peerless beauty. In simpler terms, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, this enchanting maiden before him was the very girl he had rescued the previous night. After silently awarding her a score of 95 in his mind, his attention shifted to the beauty's hair. It was dark, long, and straight. It seemed undeniable. This super goddess had likely engaged in some indescribable escapades with him last night. With this thought, a devilish smile unconsciously crept across Wei Chuan's face. Beauty, why have you returned? Are you here to express your gratitude in person? Noticing his expression, the girl was not angered. Instead, a faint blush graced her cheeks. She extended a bag towards him and said, "Could you please put on some clothes first?" Only then did Wei Chuan realize he was clad in nothing but his underwear. He shrugged off the girl's shy demeanor, thinking to himself, "Isn't this you're doing?" Yet he replied, "Oh, my apologies." Taking the bag, he returned to the room only to discover that the contents were not his clothes from yesterday, but seemed to be newly purchased. The room was small, and after a quick glance around, he didn't see his own attire. As he donned the new clothing the girl had bought, he pondered where his own clothes could have gone. Had she torn them apart? Looking at her innocent demeanor, she didn't seem like the kind of woman to be so reckless. "I'm ready. You can come in now," Wei Chuan called out after dressing. The girl pushed open the slightly ajar door and stepped into the room. At that moment, a gentle smile adorned her face as she gracefully approached him. "Hello. My name is Lin Chuan. Thank you for last night." Chapter 3. The Truth Makes the Tough Guy Weep. Upon hearing this name, Wei Chuan felt a sense of familiarity. Soon, he recalled that the first beauty at Modo University, where he studied, was named Lin Chuan. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Kind-hearted girls deserve tenderness. Detecting Lin Chuan's purity level above 95, the system task is activated. Task: fulfill one of Lin Chuan's wishes. Task difficulty: F grade. Task reward: 1 lucky draw, 10 enhancement points. Gentle reminder: enhancement points can be used to strengthen the host's physique and mind, as well as to learn and enhance skills. Enhancement points can be acquired through system tasks, lucky draws, and various other means. Additionally, once the host's spending of the startup funds reaches a certain amount, enhancement point rewards will be granted, with the amount determining the bounty. Special reminder: The host will receive additional enhancement point rewards for spending startup funds on individuals with purity levels above 95. Wei Chuan grasped the essence. In short, spending money would make him stronger, and this girl before him was like a super multiplier prepared by the system for him. Are you all right? Noticing Wei Chuan lost in thought, Lin Xiaowan asked with concern. Oh, I'm fine. What did you just say? Wei Chuan snapped back to reality, gesturing for her to take a seat. In the room, there was only a two-seater sofa. After Lin Xiaowan took a seat, Wei Chuan unceremoniously settled beside her. The proximity between the two created an atmosphere charged with subtle tension in the spacious hotel suite. Thank you so much for yesterday. May I ask your name? Lin Xiaowan inquired, a hint of shyness evident as she unconsciously fiddled with her delicate, fair fingers. I am Wei Chuan. Are you the Lin Xiaowan from Magic City University? He asked. Lin Xiaowan's face lit up with surprise. How did you know? Are you also a student at Magic University? I used to be. I suppose that no longer applies. Wei Chuan replied with a hint of resignation. Why is that? Did you graduate? Lin Xiaowan asked, her expression one of confusion. I was expelled, Wei Chuan stated nonchalantly. Oh, why? Lin Xiaowan's expression shifted to one of disbelief, clearly unaware of the viral video that had circulated online. It's a long story, Wei Chuan lamented. Could you recount what happened last night? Those two ruffians didn't trouble you, did they? The recollection of the previous night's events sent a shiver through Lin Xiaowan. Her eyes glistened as she recalled. Those two scoundrels spoke so slickly. They were clearly up to no good. They asked for my WeChat, and when I refused, they attempted to lay hands on me. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Wei Chuan offered her a reassuring glance and asked, what happened afterward? I only remember scaring those two thugs away. Everything else is a blur. Lin Xiaowan's expression turned awkward as she replied, you didn't drive them off. You exchanged a few blows before collapsing. The thugs thought you had been killed, fearing they had caused a fatal incident, and fled in a panic. Wei Chuan's lips twitched. He mused to himself how candidly beautiful women could speak. And then you brought me here to check on me, correct? He ventured boldly. I'm not a doctor. I didn't examine you. I called for emergency help. And a male doctor checked on you. Lin Xiaowan stated matter-of-factly. Wei Chuan's smile faltered. Lin Xiaowan continued. After the examination, he said you were fine, just a bit inebriated, and that you didn't need to go to the hospital. Then he left. Hearing this, Wei Chuan's smile returned, and he gave Lin Xiaowan an encouraging look to continue. Then I found someone to bring you here, Lin Xiaowan added. You didn't escort me yourself? Wei Chuan asked, slightly disappointed. How could I manage that alone? We were very close to this hotel, and by chance, I ran into the cleaning lady as she was finishing her shift. She carried you here, Lin Xiaowan explained. Wei Chuan nodded in understanding. Before he could respond further, Lin Xiaowan suddenly pointed at the bedsheets, exclaiming, why is there blood there? Following her gaze, Wei Chuan noticed a small stain on the sheets. It was undoubtedly from his earlier bout of vomiting, but he certainly wouldn't confess to that. Would he really admit that he had been so upset by his ex-girlfriend that he had bled? Absolutely not. That would be far too embarrassing. I don't know. Could it possibly be yours? He said, almost reflexively. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them, realizing how awkward that could make the situation. Lin Xiaowan initially looked bewildered, her face quickly flushing crimson. What are you saying? I don't understand. You vomited on your clothes last night, and the cleaning lady helped you clean up. Now it was Wei Chuan's turn to feel unsettled. The cleaning lady? Then whose hair is this? He inquired, taking a few steps to the bedside and picking up a long strand of hair from the pillow. Lin Xiaowan finally grasped why Wei Chuan had misunderstood. Her expression turned peculiar as she replied, that's the cleaning lady's. She helped you wash your face last night, and you were so irritable that you pulled out several strands of her hair. Wei Chuan was left speechless. Tears welled in his eyes as he realized the truth. Lin Xiaowan, still concerned, asked, but what about the blood? Were you injured last night? The memory of this man, unafraid of danger, bravely standing up for her, his somewhat slender figure, was deeply etched in her heart. No, I just drank too much and had a bit of a nosebleed. Wei Chuan replied casually, feeling a bit disenchanted. Are you really not hurt? Lin Xiaowan pressed, still unconvinced. I assure you, I'm fine. I was just drunk and didn't perform well. If I encounter those two again, I'd teach them a lesson in no time, he asserted, and Lin Xiaowan finally relaxed, no longer worried. She didn't doubt that he could easily overpower those two ruffians under normal circumstances, having just seen Wei Chuan's well-proportioned and muscular physique. She felt her heart race and a blush creep across her cheeks. It's good that you're unscathed. Are you hungry? Shall we go for breakfast? Lin Xiaowan suggested. All right, Wei Chuan nodded in agreement. Chapter 4. The fortuitous lottery and the encounter of rivals. Wei Chuan was indeed quite hungry after last night's drunken escapade. He had expelled nearly everything he had eaten. Although the system had enhanced his body, leaving him feeling invigorated, the gnawing hunger persisted, as if every cell within him craved nourishment. The two exited the room together, but as they approached the elevator, Lin Xiaowan seemed to suddenly remember something. "Wait here for me," she said, dashing back to the room. Wei Chuan, puzzled, remained where he was. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Friendly reminder. The host currently has 5 chances for a lucky draw. Would you like to proceed?" "Of course I'll draw," Wei Chuan replied without hesitation. "System, would you like to do 5 consecutive draws?" Let us try one first," Wei Chuan responded. Ding. Draw complete. You have won a consolation prize of 10 billion soft currency. Wow, that's impressive, but something feels off. Wei Chuan's initial excitement quickly waned as he realized that 10 billion was hardly what he needed. "Let us go again," he declared. Ding. Draw complete. You have won a consolation prize of Bugatti Chiron. Collection location, hotel parking lot. Staring at the car keys that had materialized in his hand, Wei Chuan was taken aback. Although it was merely a consolation prize, a limited edition supercar was not something one could easily acquire with money alone. Winning one outright was quite convenient. Let us go again. Ding. Draw complete. You have won a consolation prize of Patek Philippe 5175R watch. It has been fitted onto the host. Wei Chuan felt a chill on his left wrist and, upon looking down, found a meticulously crafted watch had appeared on him. Though he was no connoisseur of timepieces, he had heard of the esteemed Patek Philippe brand known for its exorbitant prices. However, he pondered the practicality of such items, wondering if the prizes in this lucky draw were merely luxury goods. What use are these? As long as I have enough money, can't I acquire as many as I please? He thought, unwilling to relent. Let us continue the lottery. Ding. Draw complete. Congratulations. The host has obtained the lucky prize of Expert Driver LV50. As the system's voice faded, Wei Chuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His mind suddenly flooded with a wealth of knowledge regarding driving. Wei Chuan possessed a driver's license, yet after obtaining it, he had not once set foot inside a vehicle. Initially, he harbored some trepidation regarding his ability to operate the Bugatti Chiron, but now that concern had been effortlessly alleviated. He felt a newfound confidence, believing his driving skills rivaled those of professional race car drivers. This proficiency extended beyond mere automobiles. He could now expertly pilot airplanes, tanks, helicopters, ships, and a plethora of other transportation modes. In essence, he had acquired mastery over every form of conveyance on Earth, all at a professional level. This sensation was invigorating and empowering. Magnificent, indeed. With eager anticipation, he prepared for one final lottery draw. Ding. Lottery complete. Congratulations to the host for winning the grand prize. Yen D card 1. A black card materialized in Wei Chuan's hand. The card bore a texture akin to an ordinary bank card, inscribed with 3 bold white characters. Yen D card. Such an unassuming card was, astonishingly, a grand prize. What utility could it possibly serve? Wei Chuan inquired of the system. System, the Yen D card, upon activation, will gradually enhance the host's attractiveness, ultimately transforming the host into a paragon of beauty. Enhancing attractiveness? While intriguing, Wei Chuan pondered whether there remained any room for improvement in his already near-perfect visage. A look of melancholy crossed his face. System, host, do not indulge in self-admiration. Your current attractiveness is rated at a mere 81 points, leaving ample room for enhancement. Very well, your word is law. Wei Chuan gazed at the card in his hand, recalling his appearance, which was unremarkable, akin to that of Wu Yanzu. He decisively chose to activate it. In the next instant, the card vanished without a sound. Wei Chuan quietly retrieved his phone, eager to ascertain any alteration in his appearance. Regrettably, there was none. However, he was not entirely surprised, as the system had indicated that attractiveness enhancement was a gradual process. Just as he began to envision the splendid scenarios of his ascendance to beauty, a door near the elevator swung open. Out stepped a young man, likely in his early 20s, possessing striking good looks and adorned in high-end Versace, exuding an air of sophistication. Wei Chuan did not recognize him. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, a young woman followed closely behind, clad in a pink cropped skirt and showcasing a curvaceous figure. She appeared youthful and captivating. Her delicate oval face bore a flush of color, rendering her undeniably alluring. At the sight of this woman, Wei Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Engulfed by an overwhelming fury, this woman was none other than Wang Lia, who had broken up with him just yesterday. The woman he once adored had not only drained his finances, but had also fabricated stories that transformed him from a victim into a deranged ex-boyfriend, subjected to public scorn. Ultimately, he had been expelled from university. Had it not been for the unexpected acquisition of the system, this woman might have completely ruined his life. Upon seeing Wei Chuan, Wang Lia briefly exhibited a flicker of panic before quickly regaining her composure. Undeterred, she met Wei Chuan's piercing glare with her own. Wei Chuan, what are you doing here? Are you stalking me? She retorted arrogantly, while playfully entwining her arm with that of the man beside her. Wang Lia's audacity once again astounded Wei Chuan. Had he not obtained the system, he might have reacted irrationally in such a scenario. Yet now, equipped with the system, he had countless means to ensure she paid the price for her actions. Wang Lia, I have taken note of your transgressions against me. You will soon come to regret this, Wei Chuan declared ominously. Wang Lia dismissed his clearly threatening words with contempt. Wei Chuan, what do you mean by that? Are you saying you have the right to stalk me? I told you, we are no longer together. Please, cease your harassment. Gazing at the woman he once knew so well, now sporting such a pretentious demeanor, Wei Chuan felt a profound revulsion rise within him. Chapter 5. Lin Xiaowan. A delicate little bird. When Wang Lia was with Wei Chuan, her temperament, though capricious and willful, was nowhere near the extent of her current demeanor. Wei Chuan certainly did not believe she had undergone a sudden transformation. Rather, it was evident that she had concealed her true nature exceptionally well. As for the reason behind her abrupt display of character, Wei Chuan surmised it must be connected to the man by her side. Judging by his designer attire, he must belong to a wealthy family. Having latched onto such a rich heir, Wang Lia had rendered Wei Chuan worthless. With each additional word you utter, your fate shall worsen. It would be wise for you to depart. Wei Chuan's tone was frigid. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's command to leave, Wang Lia could hardly contain her indignation. Just as she prepared to retort, the man beside her interjected, Lia, who is he? His voice dripped with disdain, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Wei Chuan. Upon noticing the Patek Philippe watch on Wei Chuan's left wrist, his contempt became even more pronounced. Wang Lia's attitude towards this man starkly contrasted with her demeanor towards Wei Chuan. As if fearing a misunderstanding, she tightened her grip on the man's arm, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Brother Yen, he is my ex-boyfriend. We broke up long ago, but he has persistently harassed me. Today, he has crossed the line by stalking us. Afterward, she shot a disdainful glance at Wei Chuan. Wei Chuan, do not harass me again. Just look at yourself. There is nothing about you that can compare to Brother Yen. You should abandon this futile hope. Wei Chuan nearly burst into laughter at her audacity. Wang Lia, you claim I am the one harassing you? Do you even possess the right to say that? You have already been thoroughly played out by me. Wei Chuan replied with a sardonic smile. Upon hearing this, the man named Yin Bin's expression noticeably soured, as if he had swallowed a fly. Wang Lia, flustered, quickly reassured her companion, Brother Bin, don't listen to his nonsense. Although he is my ex-boyfriend, I never allowed him to have me. Yin Bin, not a fool, might not fully trust Wang Lia's words, but Wei Chuan's statement had clearly implied that he was nothing more than a discarded shoe. Yin Bin would not tolerate such an affront. Lia, I believe you. He then added with a teasing tone, however, your ex-boyfriend here is quite the wealthy tycoon. Are you sure you want to reject him? Wang Lia momentarily paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before her expression shifted to one of disdain. Brother Bin, are you joking? Just look at him. There is nothing about him that suggests wealth. He is just a poor loser. Her tone was biting and scathing. Yin Bin cast another glance at Wei Chuan's Patek Philippe watch, smirking as he said, have you seen that watch? It's a Patek Philippe 5175R, of which only 7 exist worldwide. Do you have any idea how much that watch is worth? Wang Lia, sensing the sarcasm in his tone, played along and asked, Brother Yin, how much is it worth? At least 200 million. Do you understand? He is a super rich tycoon. How could you possibly call him a poor loser? Yin Bin declared in a tone laden with mockery. He was well versed in watches and, having recognized the Patek Philippe 5175 at a mere glance, he certainly did not believe it to be a counterfeit. His intention was solely to embarrass Wang Lia. He thought to himself, this young man before him is simply bringing humiliation upon himself, clearly lacking in wealth, yet he still indulges in pretentiousness. If one must pose, at least do so convincingly. If he had merely adorned himself with a high-quality replica of a Rolex submariner, no one would dare to call it counterfeit. Yet, he insists on wearing a watch worth billions, one of only 7 in existence worldwide. Does he truly believe someone of his status can pull it off? Wang Lia harbored similar sentiments. Upon hearing Yin Bin's remarks, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, Yin Bin, you're truly humorous. Does someone like him even deserve a watch worth billions? It's utterly hilarious, haha. After her laughter subsided, she turned to Wei Chuan with a mocking expression, saying, Wei Chuan, I hope that watch of yours wasn't purchased for $9.09 with free shipping on some discount site. Look at you, if you're broke. Just admit it. No one will mock you, but you insist on pretending to be wealthy, and you don't even know how to do it convincingly. I feel embarrassed for you. Their banter made Wei Chuan feel nauseated. He had no interest in engaging with such individuals, but some people relish testing the limits of others' patience. Wei Chuan was gradually losing his composure. At that moment, Lin Xiaowan emerged from the room, carrying a bag. Brother Wei Chuan, she called out, jogging over to him. She affectionately linked her arm with his, appearing adorably vulnerable. Wang Lia and Yin Bin, who had just been mocking Wei Chuan, were left utterly stunned upon witnessing this scene. Although Wang Lia did not know Lin Chuan, the latter's stunning beauty made her feel self-conscious. She couldn't fathom how such a goddess could be so close to Wei Chuan. "Wanna you? How can you be with this guy?" Yin Bin exclaimed incredulously. Clearly, he recognized Lin Chuan. "I'm not familiar with you, so you have no right to address me in such a manner," Lin Chuan retorted coldly, having overheard him mercilessly mocking Wei Chuan just moments ago. She had no intention of being cordial. Yin Bin felt defeated. Lin Chuan was a goddess he longed for, but could never attain. The sight of her so intimately close to another man at the hotel was unbearable for him to accept. "How can you be with him?" he repeated, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. "Who are you, a parrot? Why does it concern you who I'm with?" Lin Chuan shot back, then turned to the flabbergasted Wang Lia, saying, "Didn't you just say my brother Wei Chuan was stalking you? Aren't you a bit too self-absorbed with your demeanor? Do you think you deserve to say such things?" "Brother Wei Chuan, let us go," she concluded, pulling him towards the elevator. Leaving Wang Lia and Yin Bin exchanging bewildered glances, speechless. As soon as the elevator doors closed, Lin Chuan released her hold on Wei Chuan's arm, her cheeks slightly flushed, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Wei Chuan understood that Lin Chuan's affectionate display was intended to enhance his reputation, although he didn't particularly need it given his current standing. He felt a growing fondness for this beautiful girl. "What were you doing in the room just now?" Wei Chuan inquired. Lin Chuan handed him the bag she was carrying and replied, "Here, this is your clothing. The cleaning lady tossed it into the restroom last night. I just washed it for you." Wei Chuan accepted the bag, noticing the clothes were still damp. There was no washing machine in the room, so it was evident that Lin Chuan had hand-washed them. Throughout his life, apart from his mother, no woman had ever washed his clothes. Moreover, considering he had vomited last night, his clothing must have been quite soiled. The fact that such a delicate beauty as Lin Chuan showed no disdain for this made Wei Chuan feel genuinely touched. Chapter 6. The Supercar Bugatti. Wei Chuan and Lin Chuan arrived at the hotel restaurant. With Lin Chuan's stunning looks, she instantly became the center of attention wherever she went. However, at this hour, the dining area was filled predominantly with couples, and no man dared to act inappropriately in front of his partner. Nevertheless, occasional glances were cast their way, with some curiosity directed at Wei Chuan, wondering what kind of man could attract such an extraordinary beauty. Ignoring the stares, the two proceeded to the buffet. Just as Wei Chuan was about to serve himself, Lin Chuan called out, "Brother Wei Chuan, what would you like to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare it for you fresh." "Is that even possible? Isn't this a buffet?" Wei Chuan asked, taken aback. "Of course. This hotel is owned by my father," Lin Chuan replied with a smile. "Oh, in that case, I won't hold back." Wei Chuan realized why she had been alone in the vicinity the previous night. Soon, much to the surprise of onlookers, the head chef personally delivered a sumptuous breakfast for the two. As they dined, they engaged in light conversation. "Brother Wei Chuan, was that woman your ex-girlfriend?" Lin Chuan asked casually. "Yes," Wei Chuan replied candidly. "Oh, is she with someone else now? Are you upset?" Lin Chuan inquired cautiously. Wei Chuan chuckled and countered. "Do you think I would be upset over a woman like that? I suppose not. Indeed, a woman like that isn't worth it. It's better to be rid of her," Lin Chuan exclaimed indignantly. Seeing her pout and frown adorably made Wei Chuan smile. Remembering the system task, he asked, "Do you have any wishes?" "What?" Lin Chuan responded, perplexed. His seemingly random question had left her bewildered. "Do you have any wishes or something you particularly want to do?" Wei Chuan clarified. "Something I particularly want to do? Not really. I guess wanting to return to school for class counts?" Wei Chuan had no idea if that counted, so he thought he might as well try. "All right, I'll give you a ride," he offered. His proposal to drive Lin Chuan was motivated not only by the desire to fulfill the task, but also because a Bugatti supercar he had won in a lottery was parked in the hotel garage. Such an extravagant vehicle deserved to be flaunted in front of a beautiful girl. Otherwise, what distinguished Wei Chuan, the newly minted super-rich, from a mere salted fish? "That sounds fantastic," Lin Chuan exclaimed. "Brother Wei Chuan, let us exchange WeChat." Naturally, Wei Chuan eagerly accepted. However, to his surprise, as they exchanged WeChat IDs, a system notification chimed. Ding. Task completed. Reward. 1 lucky draw. Plus 10 enhancement points. Wei Chuan was taken aback. Was adding him on WeChat Lin Chuan's wish? When had he become so charming? He immediately opted for the lucky draw. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a consolation prize of 10 billion soft currency. After finishing breakfast, the two made their way to the outdoor parking lot located on the left side of the hotel. The parking lot was small, and as they arrived, they noticed a crowd gathered around a black sports car. Among them were Wang Lia and Yin Bin, whom they had encountered in the hotel corridor. However, Wei Chuan's attention was not on them. Through the gaps in the crowd, he spotted a car with a license plate that bore 5 6s, nearly dazzling his eyes. This was undoubtedly a license plate that money could hardly buy, a symbol of wealth and status. The System S products were indeed of exquisite quality. Wei Chuan surveyed the entire parking lot, confirming the absence of any other Bugattis before he leisurely strolled towards his prized vehicle with Lin Xiaowan by his side. His expression appeared nonchalant, yet internally, he was engulfed by a tumultuous wave of excitement. This was, after all, his very first car, the globally limited edition hypercar, the Bugatti Chiron. One must ponder, which ordinary man could resist such temptation? While the lottery win had not initially struck him with awe, witnessing the actual car was an entirely different experience. As Lin Xiaowan observed Wei Chuan approaching the sports car, she presumed he merely wished to revel in the spectacle. A gentle smile graced her lips as she followed closely beside him. Upon nearing the scene, Wei Chuan noticed a group of individuals taking turns filming videos, exhibiting an orderly demeanor. At the forefront was a flamboyantly dressed woman, her face heavily coated in makeup, brandishing a selfie stick as she exuberantly delivered a speech of triumph. With just 3 sentences, I made a man spend 60 million. Greetings, everyone. I am a female lecturer adept at persuading men to part with their fortunes, she proclaimed. Just yesterday, I convinced my boyfriend to purchase this globally limited Bugatti Chiron for me. As she spoke, her makeup began to crumble, nearly causing Wei Chuan to regurgitate his breakfast. Nevertheless, he valiantly stifled his nausea, patiently waiting for her to conclude her video. Behind her stood Wang Lia, visibly excited, gesturing enthusiastically to the flamboyant woman, clearly unable to contain her eagerness. Moments later, as the woman wrapped up her speech, Wang Lia rushed forward, phone in hand, ready to showcase her own performance. Wei Chuan was indifferent to others attempting to flaunt their connection to his vehicle, but he drew the line at Wang Lia. Could everyone please step aside? Wei Chuan called out, his voice resonating through the crowd. The onlookers turned, curiosity piqued, yet no one dared to challenge him. Instead, they instinctively parted to create a path. The rationale was simple. Those who exhibited such confidence were often the vehicle's owners themselves. A fact further corroborated by Lin Xiaowan's presence beside Wei Chuan. Only a privileged heir could indulge in such a fully outfitted ride. Satisfied with the crowd's response, Wei Chuan took Lin Xiaowan, still somewhat dazed, by the hand and swiftly approached Wang Lia. Step aside, he commanded, his tone icy. Wang Lia, momentarily taken aback, soon recognized him and was ready to retaliate. However, Wei Chuan had no intention of engaging in a verbal spar, swiftly pushing her aside. Under the watchful gaze of the enthralled crowd, he retrieved his keys and pressed the unlock button. The melodic chime of the unlocking mechanism resonated as the headlights of the Bugatti Chiron flickered to life, akin to a dragon awakening. Glancing at Lin Xiaowan, who still bore a look of innocent wonder, Wei Chuan chuckled. What are you daydreaming about? Get in. He playfully tapped her nose. Oh, Lin Xiaowan exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she responded somewhat dazedly. Once inside the vehicle, Wei Chuan discovered an unfamiliar key on the left side of his seat, the purpose of which remained a mystery, so he casually set it aside. He inserted the key and ignited the engine, which roared to life with an impressive growl, akin to a dragon's roar, causing the onlookers to instinctively step back. With his level 50 driving proficiency, Wei Chuan navigated the Bugatti with effortless ease. Upon exiting the parking lot, the Chiron executed a stunning drift, leaving the crowd in awe. Ah, is this the scent of Bugatti's exhaust? It's absolutely intoxicating, exclaimed a young man with bleached hair, inhaling deeply with a look of rapture. The others gazed at the vanishing black lightning with expressions of longing. Only Wang Lia and Yin Bin appeared perplexed, their expressions tinged with doubt about their life choices. Chapter 7. The campus heartthrob in a Ferrari. As the Bugatti cruised through the bustling streets of the city, it drew the attention of passers-by, each turning their heads in admiration. Wei Chuanji. So you're a super-rich tycoon after all, driving such a stunning car. Lin Xiaowan exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Do you like it? Wei Chuan inquired. I love it. This car is so eye-catching, she replied, her excitement palpable as she admired the luxurious interior. If you like it, it's yours, Wei Chuan offered. Seeing the earnestness in his expression, Lin Xiaowan teased, giving away a multi-million-dollar car upon first meeting. Wei Chuanji, is this how you win over girls? Not at all. You're the first, he replied candidly. Really? Lin Xiaowan's cheeks flushed. Indeed. Why, you ask? Wei Chuanji, are you trying to pursue me? You could always chase me instead, she quipped, a playful grin on her face. Well, wouldn't that be too idealistic? I suppose I'll have to forego your car then. My dad won't let me drive. From now on, I'll just hitch a ride with you, Lin Xiaowan declared triumphantly. With such a delightful companion in the passenger seat, Wei Chuan could not have wished for more. However, he jested, nothing comes for free. There must be a price. At this, he cast a sidelong glance at her noticeably ample bosom. Lin Xiaowan, still a young lady, felt a flutter of embarrassment at his slightly suggestive gaze and quickly shifted the topic. Wei Chuanji, with your wealth, why did Wang Lia still want to break up with you? If I told you I was a penniless nobody until today, would you believe me? Wei Chuan mused, steering the Bugatti with one hand. Lin Xiaowan shook her head. I don't believe it. You're just pretending to be poor, right? I've seen many rich second-generation heirs hide their identities to find genuine love. You're overthinking it. In reality, they would love to broadcast their wealth for all to see. Wei Chuan chuckled. That does seem to be the case. Lin Xiaowan pondered thoughtfully. As they continued their light-hearted banter, they arrived at Magic City University. To Wei Chuan's dismay, the gatekeeper refused to allow him entry with his car, insisting on a vehicle pass. The middle-aged gatekeeper was rather straightforward, disregarding the luxury of the vehicle. The rules were absolute. Wei Chuan, unwilling to press the issue, parked the car in a nearby lot and walked into the school alongside Lin Xiaowan. Though his enrollment had been revoked, Wei Chuan felt a sentimental attachment to the institution that had encapsulated 3 years of his youth. However, he harbored no fondness for the school officials who had so ruthlessly dismissed him without cause. Thus, he felt indifferent about not continuing his studies. His return was merely to collect some personal belongings from the dormitory, to discard the unnecessary and retrieve what was essential. As they strolled through the familiar campus, their presence inevitably attracted glances, primarily due to Lin Xiaowan's captivating allure. Fortunately, Wei Chuan had begun to acclimate to the envious expressions of onlookers, relishing the prestige of being accompanied by such a stunning beauty. A short, stout boy gazed dreamily at Lin Xiaowan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with infatuation. Given his circumstances, he knew that unless he came from wealth, it was unlikely that he would ever attract a beauty like her. However, this does not diminish his appreciation for beauty. His companions were equally captivated by the duo, murmuring amongst themselves, "Isn't that the campus belle, Lin Xiaowan? Why is she walking with a man? Hasn't she always been inseparable from Yang Qian from the music academy? I've never heard that she has a boyfriend." Another chimed in, "Am I mistaken? That man seems to be Wei Chuan." Wei Chuan, the protagonist from that viral video online. Indeed, it's him, that disgraceful wretch who has tarnished our school's reputation. How does he still have the audacity to come back? Who gave him such courage? Even more puzzling was how he could be seen with the illustrious Lin Xiaowan, appearing quite intimate. Wasn't he just a sycophant to Wang Lia? Surely, a good cabbage shouldn't be trampled by a pig. Why does he even have the right? Is he even half as handsome as I am? A rather unsightly boy grumbled indignantly. Through systematic enhancements, Wei Chuan's senses had been amplified several-fold compared to an average person. Although the murmurs were hushed, he could hear them distinctly. Yet, he chose not to engage with these naysayers. He secretly relished their disdainful glances, knowing they were powerless against him. Just then, a roar of an engine broke through his thoughts. Wei Chuan, with his keen hearing, pinpointed the exact location of the approaching sports car behind him. A sudden premonition washed over him. If he continued on his current path, he might very well be struck. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly leaned towards Lin Xiaowan, pulling her aside by half a meter. Lin Xiaowan was startled by his abrupt action, her heart racing. Before she could comprehend the situation, a sports car screeched to a halt right where Wei Chuan had just stood. It was a striking red Ferrari. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Wei Chuan's mind. Ding. Danger detected for the host. System task activated. Task. Deliver 10 resounding slaps to the Ferrari owner as a form of punishment. Task difficulty, F grade. Task reward, 1 lucky draw, 10 enhancement points. A smirk crept across Wei Chuan's lips upon hearing the task. This was a challenge he relished. The door of the red Ferrari swung open, revealing a young man clad in designer attire, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Upon stepping out, his gaze locked onto Wei Chuan and Lin Xiaowan. As onlookers gathered around the Ferrari, many infatuated girls' eyes sparkled with excitement. "Isn't that the campus heartthrob, Li Yuchen? He's incredibly handsome. Li Yuchen, over here," one girl squealed, recording with her phone. Naturally, Lin Xiaowan, as the campus belle, immediately became the center of attention. "Look, isn't that our school's first beauty, Lin Xiaowan? Who's that man beside her? I heard Li Yuchen has been pursuing Lin Xiaowan. This is going to be interesting. Does anyone want to grab some watermelons or sunflower seeds?" Amidst the chatter, Li Yuchen maintained his cool demeanor, ignoring the commotion. "Wana, what are you doing here? Who is this guy?" Li Yuchen inquired, his tone tinged with jealousy. Lin Xiaowan replied coldly, "Li Xuezhang, please address me by my name." With that, she intertwined her arm with Wei Chuan's, asserting, "This is my boyfriend, Wei Chuan." Chapter 8. A public humiliation of the campus heartthrob. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaowan utilized Wei Chuan as a shield against Li Yuchen. Li Yuchen felt a flicker of recognition for the man beside Lin Xiaowan, and upon hearing his name, he recalled, "Wei Chuan? The one from that video. The shameless fool who harassed his ex-girlfriend and threatened suicide? Is it really him?" His disbelief mirrored that of the surrounding crowd. "Is this a joke? He actually returned to school? And he's with Lin Xiaowan?" What was even more infuriating was that Lin Xiaowan had the audacity to claim this lunatic as her boyfriend. Is there no justice in the world? How can someone like him deserve a girlfriend, let alone Lin Xiaowan? Unbeknownst to Lin Xiaowan, the thoughts swirling in their minds would only make her scoff in disdain if she were aware. Fuming at Li Yuchen's disparaging remarks about Wei Chuan, she retorted, Li Yuchen, I don't know what you're talking about. I know who my boyfriend is, and you have no right to slander him. Li Yuchen, incensed by her defense of Wei Chuan, pointed at the gathering crowd, exclaiming, Am I slandering him? Ask them if I am. The entire school knows about this. Haven't you seen that video online? I don't know anything about that video. I only know that brother Wei Chuan is not that kind of person, Lin Xiaowan asserted. Hearing her affectionate address towards Wei Chuan ignited a burning jealousy in Li Yuchen. The Li and Lin families had been close friends for generations, with both sets of parents eager to unite him with Lin Xiaowan. To him, she was a prize to be coveted. Now, witnessing her so intimately engaged with another man was unbearable. Wei Chuan, you tell me, have I slandered you? How could someone like you even be with Wanner? Did you employ some despicable means? Li Yuchen roared, pointing an accusatory finger at Wei Chuan. Brother Wei Chuan, ignore this madman. Let us go, Lin Xiaowan urged, attempting to pull Wei Chuan away. Yet, he was not about to retreat so easily. He had a task to complete. Lin Xiaowan's unwavering trust in him filled him with gratitude. After giving her a reassuring look, Wei Chuan stepped forward, striding confidently towards Li Yuchen. Are you the owner of this Ferrari? Wei Chuan inquired, locking eyes with Li Yuchen. Li Yuchen, taken aback, found himself perplexed by Wei Chuan's seemingly irrelevant question. The onlookers mirrored his bewilderment. As Li Yuchen failed to respond, Wei Chuan reiterated, I asked if you were the owner of this Ferrari. Wei Chuan's insistence stemmed from a desire to confirm the task's target. The system had instructed him to slap the Ferrari's owner 10 times. But could Li Yuchen unequivocally be the owner? It was entirely possible that the car was borrowed or belonged to his father. As a meticulous and rational individual, Wei Chuan sought clarity on this matter. Though Li Yuchen found the inquiry baffling, he proudly declared, Of course, I am the owner. What did you think? Before he could finish, Wei Chuan seized his collar with one hand and delivered a swift series of 10 resounding slaps across his face, one after another, without fail. Afterward, Wei Chuan coolly remarked, How the hell do you drive? Nearly running me over? Ding. Task completed. Reward, 10 enhancement points, 1 lucky draw. Draw, Wei Chuan commanded without hesitation. Ding. Lucky draw complete. Congratulations, the host has acquired 3 personal assistants. Note, personal assistants are ordinary humans who can assist the host with daily tasks, and will be 100 loyal. A gentle reminder, the personal assistants will arrive on the scene in 5 minutes to meet the host. While Wei Chuan busied himself with the reward, a chorus of dropped jaws echoed around him. The crowd, stunned, questioned their own eyes. Had Wei Chuan truly slapped Li Yuchen, the campus heartthrob, without a second thought? Li Yuchen, the illustrious figure from Magic City University, with a prestigious lineage, how could Wei Chuan dare? Li Yuchen found himself momentarily stunned by a series of resounding slaps. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he exclaimed, Wei Chuan, how dare you strike me? You are courting death. His eyes bulged with fury as he prepared to engage Wei Chuan in a desperate struggle. However, with physical prowess nearly 4 times that of an average person, Li Yuchen was no match for Wei Chuan. The slaps he had just received were merely a reprimand for his reckless driving, rather than showing remorse. Li Yuchen's defiance only incited Wei Chuan further. As he blocked Li Yuchen's attacks, Wei Chuan executed a swift kick that connected squarely with Li Yuchen's knee. A pained cry escaped Li Yuchen as he collapsed to the ground, his joint injured and rendering his leg powerless. He struggled to rise, yet found himself unable to do so, forced to endure the humiliation of his position. In a fit of rage, Li Yuchen threatened, Wei Chuan, you will come to regret this. Do you know who my father is? Aware of his own disadvantage, he was desperate to intimidate Wei Chuan. Unfazed, Wei Chuan replied nonchalantly, I am not privy to that information. If you wish to find out, perhaps you should inquire with your mother. Consumed by anger, Li Yuchen failed to detect the mockery in Wei Chuan's words. Finally managing to stand, he lacked the courage to confront Wei Chuan again. He retreated 2 steps and declared, Let me tell you, my father is Li Xiaojiang. Before he could finish, Wei Chuan interjected, Even if your father were Li Jingang, he would amount to nothing before me. Enraged, Li Yuchen shot back, You're mistaken. Li Jingang is my grandfather. Wei Chuan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, What was it you wanted me to say? Having just endured an inexplicable beating from Wei Chuan, Li Yuchen nearly forgot his initial inquiry. After a moment, he asked, Are you the one who persistently harassed Wang Lia and threatened others? And what have you done to Wanner? Do you really think you deserve her? I need not explain myself to anyone regarding who I am, nor is it within your purview to judge my worthiness for Wanner. Wei Chuan retorted disdainfully. Furthermore, you have no right to call her by that name. Should you dare to do so again, I will strike you each time we meet. Wei Chuan's audacity infuriated Li Yuchen to the utmost. You, he stammered, pointing a finger at Wei Chuan, rendered speechless by his rage. Seeing Li Yuchen still daring to point at him, Wei Chuan feigned another attack. The previous 10 slaps had already instilled a psychological scar in Li Yuchen. As Wei Chuan approached, he scrambled into his car in a panic. Chapter 9. System, what are you trying to achieve? Lin Xiaowan and Li Yuchen were both renowned figures at their school, and Wei Chuan had become a hot topic of discussion. The three of them naturally attracted attention. Their presence at the same location, embroiled in a love rivalry, was undoubtedly a juicy spectacle. At that moment, their vehicle was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, comprising Li Yuchen's fervent admirers, Lin Xiaowan's suitors, and those simply eager for entertainment. Regardless of their motives, upon witnessing the recently viral and shameless Wei Chuan, their expressions turned hostile. Just moments ago, hundreds of witnesses had observed an astonishing scene. The once untouchable Li Yuchen, faced with Wei Chuan, had not only failed to gain any advantage, but had instead been thoroughly subdued. It was utterly inconceivable. Who would dare believe it without witnessing it firsthand? The infatuated girls who had previously cheered for Li Yuchen now wore expressions of disbelief. They struggled to accept that their idol was being bested by another man. Conversely, those who had long harbored disdain for Li Yuchen felt a sense of satisfaction at his downfall. Yet, many were enraged by Wei Chuan's aggressive actions, deeming him a madman. They conveniently overlooked the fact that Li Yuchen had nearly caused an accident with his reckless driving. Wei Chuan, however, took note of the anger in their eyes but felt no need to offer explanations. A bold life requires no justification. Among the crowd, one gaze stood apart, Lin Xiaowan's. Her eyes sparkled with a unique light, fixated solely on Wei Chuan, his silhouette resonating with the image of the man she had encountered the previous night. Slightly disheveled from intoxication, now etched in her memory once more. Suddenly, an ill-timed voice rang out. Wei Chuan, this school is not your playground. You have been expelled. How dare you show your face here again? Wei Chuan turned to see a large man in his 30s, his counselor, Qin Bo. What? Wei Chuan has been expelled? Well done. Such a morally bankrupt student is a disgrace to our school. Expulsion is well-deserved. The crowd buzzed with excitement, reveling in the news. How audacious of Wei Chuan to return after being exposed. Shouldn't someone like him be hiding in a corner, wallowing in shame? Those who had already held a grudge against Wei Chuan felt invigorated by his expulsion, just as Li Yuchen, who had intended to retreat into the car, emerged once more to taunt. Wei Chuan, you are a disgrace. Now you see, our school does not welcome you. You should leave at once. Turning to Lin Xiaowan, he added, Lin Xiaowan, I will call Uncle Lin shortly. If he finds out you are associating with someone like this, I can't imagine his reaction. Ha ha. Li Yuchen's threats fell on deaf ears as Lin Xiaowan stepped closer, once again linking her arm with Wei Chuan's, disdainfully remarking, as for my father's reaction, that is not your concern. This gesture only fueled Li Yuchen's jealousy, and many onlookers also found it intolerable. Just as they prepared to unleash a new round of accusations against Wei Chuan, a commotion arose from the outskirts of the crowd. Look, a convoy is approaching. At this announcement, everyone turned to see a procession of vehicles slowly making its way towards them. Leading the way were 3 black SUVs, their golden hood ornaments glinting in the sunlight. It's a Cullinan, someone exclaimed. No one needed further clarification. The luxury of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was unmistakable, with each vehicle valued at nearly 10 million. Moreover, trailing behind them was a fleet of equally extravagant cars, the least expensive among them worth over $1 million. Despite Li Yuchen's flashy Ferrari, it paled in comparison. In mere moments, the crowd was in an uproar. The spectacle was staggering. Who could be the illustrious individuals within those vehicles? As the convoy drew closer, the crowd instinctively parted to clear a path. Wei Chuan, still holding Lin Xiaowan's arm, stepped aside. Curiosity piqued about the identity of these distinguished figures, seemingly more ostentatious than even himself, a billionaire. However, the convoy did not advance further, but instead came to a halt amidst the crowd. Subsequently, the doors swung open, and over 20 individuals disembarked in succession. Among them were men and women of various ages, dressed in a myriad of styles. The youngest appeared to be in their early 20s, while the oldest were in their 70s or 80s. The gathering of such a diverse group was undoubtedly peculiar. Among the 20-plus individuals, 3 descended from the vehicle at the forefront. The others stood respectfully behind them. The leading trio consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. The woman, in her mid-20s, possessed striking features and sported shoulder-length hair, exuding the aura of a capable and assertive woman. One of the men, likely also in his 20s, wore black-rimmed glasses and had a scholarly appearance. The other was a balding middle-aged man in his 40s, of ordinary looks and slightly overweight. The trio scanned the crowd with their gaze, ultimately fixing their attention on Wei Chuan. This prompted speculation among the onlookers. Were these individuals here to confront Wei Chuan? Could they possibly be reinforcements summoned by Liu Chen? Yet, considering their varied ages, this seemed unlikely. Moments later, the three approached Wei Chuan, followed closely by the others. "Master," they said in unison, bowing respectfully. Silence enveloped the venue, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The crowd was left speechless by this display. Did they truly address Wei Chuan as master? Was such a title still in use in this day and age? What manner of person was Wei Chuan? Some sort of slave owner? An absurd feeling washed over the spectators. Could these individuals be actors hired by Wei Chuan? Even Wei Chuan himself felt a sense of bewilderment. He had already begun to speculate about the identities of the three. Most likely, they were the three personal assistants assigned to him by the system. The intellectual beauty in her 20s was somewhat in line with his expectations. But the two men were perplexing, one bespectacled and the other balding. What was the system thinking? This hardly resembled the personal assistants he had envisioned. And what about the odd assortment following behind? Wei Chuan grumbled inwardly, yet he received no response from the system. Chapter 10. A disturbing revelation. Seeing the three assistants gazing at him with anticipation, Wei Chuan reluctantly forced a smile. "What is the purpose of this crowd?" he inquired. Lacking a response from the system, he turned to the trio. They appeared slightly embarrassed, and the intellectual woman spoke. "Master, they are our assistants." Wei Chuan was at a loss for words. These assistants seemed to possess more authority than he, the supposed master. Just then, Counselor Qin Bo stepped forward. Addressing Wei Chuan with ire, "Wei Chuan, what is the meaning of this? You have been expelled from the school. If you wish to flaunt your wealth, do it elsewhere. Do you believe that hiring a few extras and renting luxury cars makes you a tycoon? Do you think we are fools?" Before Wei Chuan could respond, the three assistants reacted defensively. The balding man glared at Qin Bo, stating, "Who do you think you are to speak to my master in such a manner? Do you have the right to meddle in my master's affairs?" The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished. This arrogant tone, this haughty demeanor, it mirrored Wei Chuan's own. Qin Bo, unaccustomed to being reprimanded in such a way, retorted angrily, "You're just an extra. Do you truly consider yourself significant? Speak up. How much is Wei Chuan paying you?" "I, Qin Bo, will offer you 3 times that." His words were delivered with a bravado that was quickly met with a dismissive expression from the balding man, who ignored him entirely and raised his voice. "Principal Liang, are you not going to step forward and clarify? I have heard that my master has been expelled." As his words fell, a short and stout old man emerged from the crowd, previously unremarkable and unnoticed. As he stepped forward, many recognized him instantly. My heavens, it truly is Principal Liang. What is he doing with this group? Could they not be mere extras? Who, then, is Wei Chuan? The realization struck, a chilling revelation. Indeed, the stout old man was named Liang Aigua, the principal of this university. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, he approached Wei Chuan and the 3 assistants. Although Liang Aigua did not know Wei Chuan personally, the way the middle-aged man addressed him indicated that this young man was of extraordinary significance. He first bowed to Wei Chuan, then turned to the middle-aged man with respect, saying, "This is surely a misunderstanding, Mr. Chun. A student of Wei's caliber is a pride of our Modi University. How could he be expelled?" As he spoke, he turned to Counselor Qin Bo, his expression growing stern. "What is your name, and what is your purpose here?" Upon seeing Liang Aigua, Qin Bo's countenance shifted dramatically. Witnessing the principal's respectful demeanor towards Wei Chuan left him pale and drenched in cold sweat. When Liang Aigua inquired, he could only respond meekly, "Principal, I am Qin Bo, Wei Chuan's counselor." Liang Aigua nodded slightly, his tone grave. "Very well, Counselor Qin. As Wei Chuan's counselor, you have unjustly maligned your student without discernment. Do you realize how serious your transgression is?" "Why yes, Principal Liang. I acknowledge my mistake and will reflect deeply," Qin Bo stammered, his previous arrogance evaporating entirely. "No need for that. A person as irresponsible as you is unfit to remain at this institution. Please proceed with your resignation," Liang Aigua stated coldly. The impact of his words struck Qin Bo like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned as he collapsed in despair. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Observers, having witnessed the unfolding drama, were left reeling. This middle-aged man, surnamed Chun, commanded such respect from the principal. What kind of individual was he, and what background did he possess? And for such a person to address Wei Chuan as master was beyond comprehension. What terrifying identity did Wei Chuan hold? It was utterly unimaginable. Wei Chuan was undeniably a figure of immense stature. No wonder he seemed utterly disdainful of Liu Chen. Perhaps, as he claimed, the Li family was inconsequential in his eyes. It was also no surprise that Lin Xiaowan, revered by countless boys as a goddess, would display such affection towards him. Simultaneously, a question arose in their minds. Could this person truly be the one from the video? What kind of man would lack for women? Would he pursue someone of merely average beauty with such tenacity? Was that even plausible? Yet, he was indeed called Wei Chuan and was the very man from the video. Since such behavior was inconceivable, only one possibility remained. The video was fabricated, a deliberate attempt to tarnish Wei Chuan's reputation. After all, the video had no sound. The specifics of their conversation remained a mystery, leading to this misunderstanding. It is entirely due to the dramatic lamentations of a woman that were later added by the publisher. As students of the same university, they had long recognized that the girl in the video was none other than Wang Lia, and the voice accompanying the footage was indeed hers. It seems that all of this was a meticulously orchestrated act by Wang Lia herself. Yet, the question lingers. Why would she resort to such measures? What would her reaction be if she were aware of Wei Chuan's terrifying background? These questions remained a mystery to the onlookers. All they knew was that having offended Wei Chuan, Wang Lia was unlikely to meet with a favorable outcome. Meanwhile, Wang Lia herself was blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. At that moment, she was perusing handbags alone in an upscale boutique, not with Yin Bin's money. Engaging with a wealthy heir like Yin Bin, she had chosen to focus solely on emotions rather than finances. The funds she was spending were the 600,000 she had deceitfully extracted from Wei Chuan. Earlier that morning, in the hotel parking lot, Wei Chuan had brusquely pushed her aside, leaving her humiliated. Infuriated, she resolved to retaliate against him in this manner. She was convinced that the multi-million-dollar Bugatti was merely a rental meant for the purpose of attracting women. The thought that Wei Chuan had just been cast aside by her, only to pursue such a stunning beauty, filled her with an inexplicable sense of defeat. If only she had a better understanding of cars. Had she known, she would have realized that there were only 2 or 3 Bugatti Chiron models in the entire country. Which rental service could possibly provide such a vehicle? Wang Lia was also oblivious to the fact that her attempts to tarnish Wei Chuan's reputation were utterly ineffective in light of his overwhelming power. The lie she spread had crumbled under scrutiny. Chapter 11. The Eccentric Assistants. In a conference room at the school, seated at a long table, Wei Chuan, having confirmed the absence of any surveillance devices, began a clandestine discussion with his 3 personal assistants. He sat at the head of the table, his expression serious. On either side of him were his assistants, the female assistant on the right, and a bespectacled man alongside a balding gentleman on the left. Please introduce yourselves, Wei Chuan said coolly, raising his right hand to gesture for the lady to go first. The short-haired female assistant stood and respectfully bowed to Wei Chuan. Master, I am your first assistant, Gu Qinxue. Noting her pause, the middle-aged man rose to bow as well. Master, I am your second assistant, Chen Tianqi. The bespectacled youth mimicked their gestures, clearing his throat to speak, but Gu Qinxue interjected. Master, he is the third assistant, Lu Xingchen. Wei Chuan was puzzled by her eagerness to speak, but seeing Lu Xingchen merely nod with indifference, he chose not to inquire further. Since the system assured him of their absolute loyalty, Wei Chuan felt no need for unnecessary tests. He was also uninterested in the backgrounds assigned to the 3 by the system. After signaling for them to take their seats, Wei Chuan instructed, share your respective specialties. You first, number 1. He held high expectations for Gu Qinxue, who seemed to fit his ideal. To his surprise, however, she appeared flustered. A hint of bashfulness contrasting sharply with her usual demeanor. Instinctively sensing trouble, he listened as she timidly replied, I don't seem to have any special skills. Does being good at spending money count? The 3 assistants had only just met and were unfamiliar with each other. So the unexpected declaration from the poised first assistant took the second and third by surprise. Chen Tianqi nearly choked, while Lu Xingchen's glasses almost slipped from his nose. Isn't spending money a skill everyone possesses? Gu Qinxue felt a pang of anxiety as all eyes turned to Wei Chuan, each assistant displaying a different expression. To their astonishment, Wei Chuan did not display disappointment, but rather seemed quite pleased. Excellent. I need someone like you by my side. Your task will be to help me spend money. If possible, it would be best if you could purchase half the globe for me, he chuckled. In his view, the greatest value of the 3 assistants lay not in their abilities, but in their loyalty. Countless individuals possess skills, but how many can claim unwavering loyalty? Gu Qinxue, who had initially been apprehensive, felt a wave of bashfulness at his words. I will not disappoint your expectations, master, she murmured. When it was Chen Tianqi's turn, he appeared the most mature and composed among them. Master, I am merely a capitalist with no extraordinary talents. I fear I may disappoint you, he sighed, shaking his head. Yet, a hint of pride flickered in his eyes, which did not escape Wei Chuan's notice. It seemed he was indeed a master of capital operations. Although Wei Chuan did not place much value on this, he still expressed his satisfaction. Very good. You are also a talent I urgently need. I have faith in you. Turning his gaze to Lu Xingchen, who had gained newfound confidence after witnessing the affirmations given to the others. He adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat before saying, "Master, I possess many talents, particularly in acting." At this, Wei Chuan finally understood why Gu Qianxue had interjected earlier. The tone of Lu Xingqian's voice was dry and raspy, painfully high-pitched to the ears. Suppressing his discomfort, Wei Chuan feigned interest. "So, you're an actor? What do you excel at performing?" Lu Xingqian furrowed his brow, deep in thought, before eventually stating, "I suppose my forte lies in intimate scenes." Upon hearing this, Gu Qianxue and Qin Tianqi exchanged bewildered glances. Wei Chuan's expression twitched as he thought. This seemingly cultured individual turned out to be quite the debauchee, truly a kindred spirit. Comparing him to the male leads in Japanese adult films, he couldn't help but find a striking resemblance. "Excellent. We shall certainly venture into the entertainment industry. I will ensure you get a role as a comatose character," Wei Chuan said with utmost seriousness. "Uft. Ha!" Gu Qianxue burst into laughter, taking a while to compose herself and offering an apologetic smile to Wei Chuan. Lu Xingqian, however, appeared embarrassed, managing a wry smile. "Master, you might have misunderstood the nature of intimate scenes." Actually, before he could finish, Wei Chuan interrupted, "Enough of that. We will discuss it later." He then cast a sweeping glance at the three of them, stating, "Regardless of what you did previously, from now on, your sole duty is to spend my money. Acquire everything that can be purchased in this world. Do not hold back on expenses." The trio displayed no signs of shock or surprise, likely due to the system's influence. Wei Chuan added, "Remember, your sights should be set globally, not just domestically." He emphasized this point out of concern that if he were to indulge excessively within the confines of the country, his financial power might inadvertently destabilize the entire financial and monetary system. "Understood, Master," they chorused in unison. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction, then continued, "There is one more thing for you to prioritize." With that, he sent a photograph to their phones, an image of Wang Lia. "This woman harbors a grudge against me. She has committed fraud and defamation. Assist me in procuring evidence of her crimes and deliver it to me." To be candid, at present, Wei Chuan possesses nothing beyond wealth, lacking any remarkable prowess or profound connections. Yet, armed solely with this advantage, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant to deal with the trivial Wang Lia. Nevertheless, deep down, he remains a law-abiding citizen. When conventional methods can resolve an issue, he refrains from resorting to extreme measures. He is not concerned that the trio will fail in this endeavor. There are indeed matters in this world that cannot be resolved by money, but they are exceedingly rare. Moreover, this situation is hardly a formidable challenge. Among the three, aside from Gu Qianxue and Lu Xingqian, at the very least, the second assistant, Qin Tianqi, should be quite reliable in executing tasks. After the trio nodded affirmatively, Wei Chuan proceeded to assign additional responsibilities before allowing them to depart. Chapter 12. Have you been stimulated? Once the three assistants had vacated the conference room, Wei Chuan sat alone, pondering. "System, how many enhancement points do I currently possess?" Ding. Current remaining enhancement points, 20. Would the host like to proceed with enhancements? After a brief contemplation, Wei Chuan resolved to prioritize bolstering his physique before focusing on skills. "System, I understand physical enhancement. But what exactly is mental enhancement? What benefits does it confer?" Wei Chuan inquired. "System, enhancing the mind can improve the host's reflexes, memory, and more. Once mental fortitude reaches a certain level, it unveils additional benefits." "What additional benefits?" Wei Chuan pressed eagerly. Ding. No further information available. Please explore independently. Wei Chuan shook his head in exasperation, realizing the system was being cryptic. However, the system's explanation of mental enhancement aligned with his expectations. "System, enhance my physique by 12 points and my mental acuity by 8 points, he commanded. Ding. Enhancement complete. Host, Wei Chuan. Physique, 50. Mental acuity, 46. Average for adult males, 10. Remaining enhancement points, 0. Remaining lottery draws, 0. Skills, mastery of driving, LV 50. A wave of exhilaration washed over him, prompting an involuntary shudder. His physique now surpassed that of an average person 5-fold, while his mental acuity exceeded it by 4-fold. Wei Chuan felt an exhilarating sense of power, imagining that with a single punch, he could topple a bull. Possessing boundless wealth and an exceptional physique, thoughts of a blissful future ignited a fervor within him. Just then, the ringing of his phone interrupted his reverie. "Hello, we have a delivery for you. Due to the item's high value, we kindly request your presence for signature upon receipt." "All right." Wei Chuan hung up, puzzled as to when he had purchased anything of significant value. It soon dawned on him that he had ordered a laptop that morning in his hotel room to verify the system's authenticity. His current mindset was somewhat lofty. Instinctively, he did not categorize the several thousand yuan laptop as a luxury item. Having made the purchase that morning, and with the delivery arriving before noon, he mused that this was perhaps one of the few advantages of living in a bustling metropolis. Upon receiving the package, he was surprised to find it was an exceptionally large box. Were it not for the laptop's branding on the exterior, he might have assumed the vendor had sent the wrong item. Thus, he cradled the oversized box back to his dormitory, room 304. Originally, the dorm had 4 occupants, but one had recently moved out to cohabitate with a girlfriend. Fortunately, his family was relatively well off. Otherwise, renting in a city like Shanghai could prove quite burdensome. Wei Chuan had not previously enjoyed such privileges. Upon entering, he discovered 2 of his roommates still asleep, likely having battled through the night in the Summoner's Rift. With nothing pressing to attend to, Wei Chuan quietly unwrapped the package, curious to see what the expensive laptop looked like. To his astonishment, inside the cardboard box lay a sleek black case, exquisitely crafted and reminiscent of the gadgets used by spies in films. Opening the black case revealed the laptop itself, a gaming model that appeared rather hefty, accompanied by an assortment of miscellaneous accessories. As he flipped open the device, he was amazed to discover a curved display. This was his first encounter with such technology in a laptop. He could not help but acknowledge that poverty had indeed limited his imagination in the past. Wow, Wei Chuan, is that your new laptop? His roommate Chen Xiaodong, having awakened unbeknownst to him, exclaimed upon witnessing Wei Chuan's excitement. His shout roused the other roommate, Zhou Tianyun, who grumbled, "Monkey, what the hell are you shouting about? Do you want to wake the dead?" Monkey was Chen Xiaodong's nickname, attributed to his slender physique and diminutive stature, which gave him a malnourished appearance. Chen Xiaodong, with his characteristic high-pitched voice, exclaimed, "Zhou Tianyun, come look at the laptop Wei Chuan bought. It's incredible." With that, he leaped out of bed and bounded over to Wei Chuan's side. Zhou Tianyun, upon hearing this, sprang out of bed as well, his astonishment evident. Clearly, both recognized the value of the device. "What's going on here, Wei Chuan? If I'm not mistaken, that gaming laptop must have set you back several thousand, right? It's even pricier than a certain infamous brand." Zhou Tianyun remarked in disbelief. After the initial awe, Chen Xiaodong adopted a contemplative expression, asking, "Wei Chuan, have you been triggered? What was that video about? And when did you and Wang Lia break up?" Both Chen Xiaodong and Zhou Tianyun had viewed the video produced by Wang Lia, and it was their reminder that had prompted Wei Chuan to watch it that morning. "The video is fabricated. Please refrain from mentioning Wang Lia. She is quite repugnant." Wei Chuan replied coolly. Given his tone, the two refrained from further inquiries. Following a brief silence, Zhou Tianyun suddenly chuckled, patting Wei Chuan on the shoulder. "It's good to see you've moved on. With the way you're acting, are you planning to join us? It's about time. What do you need a woman for? Games are far more enjoyable." Chen Xiaodong quickly chimed in, "Exactly. Women only hinder your gaming prowess. Instead of wasting time, we could be gaming together." As they spoke, the two began assisting Wei Chuan in setting up the laptop. They positioned it on the table, connected it to the internet, and set about downloading games. Watching his friends bustle about, Wei Chuan felt a swell of gratitude. The joy of being a man is often remarkably simple. Having spent 3 years together, Wei Chuan knew his roommates well. Neither came from affluent backgrounds. He contemplated secretly aiding them when they embarked on internships next semester. For now, however, he preferred to let them revel in their own happiness. "You all carry on. I have something to attend to," Wei Chuan said. Initially, he intended to bid farewell to his roommates before packing his belongings. Yet, just moments ago, the principal, a diminutive man named Liang Aigua, had publicly rescinded his punishment. After much pleading from the principal, Wei Chuan begrudgingly agreed to remain a student at the school. It is not that he particularly cherishes this place. After all, it holds 3 years' worth of his youth and memories. Just returned only to leave again. "Don't we have classes soon?" Both of his roommates displayed expressions of astonishment. As a prestigious university ranked among the top in the nation, even in the 4th year of study, skipping classes is not taken lightly. However, Wei Chuan seemed oblivious to this concern. He had just acquired the godly rich system, and aside from purchasing a laptop, he had yet to spend a single penny. His wallet was practically thirsting for expenditure. Chapter 13. The mysterious pendant. Upon exiting the campus, Wei Chuan promptly drove to Hunglong Square. He had just checked on his phone that it is the hub for luxury boutiques in the city. When it comes to shopping, he certainly does not seek the best. He only desires the most expensive. After all, money spent translates to enhancement points, which are of utmost importance to him. In fact, merely shopping might not even yield 100 million in expenditure, let alone earn a single enhancement point, unless he were to purchase an entire store, which, while feasible, would undoubtedly be cumbersome. Wei Chuan detests complications. What he seeks is to revel in life, not to become a mere tool for spending. All troublesome matters were entrusted to his 3 assistants, allowing him to enjoy the fruits of their labor from behind the scenes. Of course, while indulging in life's pleasures, he must not forget his parents back home. On his way out of the school, Wei Chuan had already transferred a substantial amount of money to them. Naturally, they would inquire about the source of such funds, to which he provided a premeditated explanation. The money was earned through stock trading, with the principal being the 600,000 he had set aside for a house. He wished he could speak the truth, but revealing that he had bound himself to a system seemed a tad far-fetched. As he passed a mobile phone store, Wei Chuan decided to stop. His current phone screen was shattered. Previously, he had no choice but to make do. Now, however, there was no need for such compromises. When it comes to mobile devices, there is no need to indulge in niche luxury items. Practicality reigns supreme. Just as his Bugatti came to a halt, Wei Chuan was about to open the door when a young woman, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, opened the door and sat in the passenger seat without a word. "Oh my, you finally arrived? I've been waiting for you for an hour," she exclaimed in a flirtatious tone. Wei Chuan was utterly bewildered. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing some charm and ample assets. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The salient issue was that he did not recognize her at all. What was her intention? A strong scent of perfume wafted into his nostrils, causing him to frown slightly. "Miss, it seems we are strangers. Why are you claiming a familial connection?" He replied with a stoic expression. "I'm Zhao Yunyun. Didn't we agree to meet here? We've chatted online for so long. You wouldn't mistake me for someone else, would you?" She responded, taken aback. From her words, it seemed to imply a case of online romance turning real. "You must have mistaken me for someone else. I know Zhao Yun, but I've never heard of Zhao Yunyun," Wei Chuan stated impatiently. He felt no fondness for this unexpected intruder. "Oh, is that so? Perhaps I truly have the wrong person. But, dear, our encounter here is fate. Let us add each other on WeChat, shall we?" She proposed, producing her WeChat QR code. Ding. Detected Zhao Yunyun's purity level below 50. Initiating system task selection. Choice 1. Decline Zhao Yunyun's WeChat request. Reward: 1 lucky draw, 5 enhancement points. Choice 2. Agree to Zhao Yunyun's WeChat request. Reward: 1 $5 discount coupon for a Porsche 911. The system's task prompt echoed in Wei Chuan's mind. To be honest, he was genuinely curious about what the Porsche coupon looked like. Yet, he had no desire to add her on WeChat. Observing the hopeful expression on her face, he replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't have a phone." He was now seriously questioning whether her mistaken identity was genuine or if it was a ruse to flirt and obtain his WeChat. Wei Chuan felt troubled. Was his charm now so unplaceable? "How can you not have a phone in your hand?" she retorted, seemingly unfazed, her expression playful. "This one is broken," he stated. "Oh, there's a phone store right next to us. Let us go buy one," she insisted vehemently. "Get out." Wei Chuan snapped, growing irritated. Was she truly oblivious to his annoyance? Seeing his anger, the woman finally ceased her pursuit and reluctantly exited the vehicle, muttering, "Fine. If you don't want to add me, then whatever. It's not a big deal." Ding. Task completed. Reward: 1 lucky draw, 5 enhancement points. Why only 5 points? Shouldn't it be 10? Wei Chuan questioned in surprise. Ding. Choice tasks differ from conventional tasks. They bear no difficulty, akin to a gift. 5 enhancement points is already considerable. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan felt invigorated. The system's tone seemed almost negotiable. 5 points is too few. I demand at least 8. He asserted. However, it appeared he was overthinking it, for the system ignored his plea. Forget it. Let us proceed with the lucky draw. Wei Chuan conceded. Ding. Lucky draw completed. Acquired lucky prize, Crystal Ultraman pendant. Gazing at the small pendant that had materialized in his hand, Wei Chuan fell into a state of confusion. Is this truly not made of glass? I can tolerate Ultraman, but what on earth is he holding? A bottle of cola? The craftsmanship is indeed meticulous. Such a tiny Ultraman, yet it distinctly shows he is holding Coca-Cola, not Pepsi. Even so, this pendant lacks any aesthetic appeal, does it not? System, are you certain this is a lucky prize? What purpose does this serve? Wei Chuan inquired skeptically. Ding. Absolutely certain. Specifics regarding its utility are classified. Well, there it was again, classified information. Wei Chuan couldn't help but scoff. Other systems are responsive to inquiries, yet it seemed fond of keeping secrets. Grumbling aside, he ultimately stored the incongruous pendant with care. At the entrance of the phone store, several female employees had emerged, admiring the sports car from across the sidewalk. Their gazes ardent. Among them, one particularly sweet-looking girl caught Wei Chuan's attention. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, easily scoring above 9 out of 10, and her figure was equally commendable. She was undoubtedly the standout beauty among the group of employees, perhaps rivaling Lin Xiaowan herself. However, in contrast to Lin Xiaowan's ethereal beauty, one that felt unreal and friendless, this girl exuded a neighborly charm that instilled an inexplicable sense of warmth. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Wei Chuan's eyes. Has the city's beauty standard risen so dramatically that even a casual encounter with a woman of such breathtaking allure seems commonplace? It seemed incredible that such a stunner would be working as a mere sales associate in a small phone shop. Wei Chuan exited the vehicle and approached the group of female employees, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the enchanting beauty. Judging by her age, she appeared even younger than Lin Xiaowan, likely not yet 20. The girl blushed slightly at Wei Chuan's gaze, appearing somewhat bashful. Yet a polite smile lingered on his face. As he approached, Wei Chuan, almost on a whim, playfully winked at the other party. Chapter 14. My name is Lu Shiqi. May I? This gesture appeared somewhat frivolous. In the past, even with his nearly 8-point attractiveness, he might have been met with disdain from women. However, the circumstances had changed. With the luxury car as his backdrop, Wei Chuan exuded an air of opulence and charm. This seemingly cheeky behavior not only evoked no disdain from the women, but left them momentarily flustered. The other sales staff were all women, varying in age from their 30s to those barely in their teens. Yet, without exception, the glances they cast at Wei Chuan were imbued with fervor. What woman could resist a handsome man driving a Bugatti? Wei Chuan reveled in the attention of these youthful beauties. But the similarly admiring gazes from the older women left him slightly uneasy. You looking at me like that is quite pressuring, you know? I'd rather you were ogling your daughters, he mused inwardly. As he silently critiqued, he addressed the attractive saleswoman. Please bring me the latest flagship models from all major brands. Now, whether shopping or engaging in any activity, Wei Chuan no longer needed to make choices. He could have it all, except for tasks mandated by the system. He could easily purchase every phone in the store, yet that seemed rather excessive. All right, just a moment. The young beauty appeared unfazed. As this was entirely in line with his high and handsome persona, she laid out 5 phones before him, totaling over 70,000 yuan. It was evident that this price exceeded the official rates. Wei Chuan was unperturbed, effortlessly paying with facial recognition, an act that seemed incredibly suave in the eyes of the female staff. When is a man most appealing? Undoubtedly, during the act of payment. Just as Wei Chuan turned to leave, the young beauty dashed out from behind the counter and approached him. My name is Lu Shiqi. Could we exchange WeChat? She asked, her voice delicate and sweet, a hint of blush gracing her fair cheeks. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow, surprised by her boldness. Have today's young women become so fearless and direct? The earlier interruption was one thing, but this exquisite young lady actively seeking his WeChat was an unexpected turn of events. Why hadn't he experienced such attention before? While Wei Chuan occasionally indulged in a bit of self-admiration, he remained self-aware enough to recognize that her interest wasn't merely based on his looks. The only plausible explanation was the allure of wealth. Gazing at the innocent yet bashful beauty before him, he felt a surge of emotions. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Detected Lu Shiqi's purity level exceeding 95, initiating system selection task. Option 1. Agree to Lu Shiqi's request. Reward skill, mastery of instruments LV20, and 5 enhancement points. Option 2. Decline Lu Shiqi's request, reward a free stylish haircut from the top stylist Tony at the salon. Wei Chuan was speechless. Was the system really prompting him to choose? The second option was undoubtedly a reward, not a punishment. Despite his skepticism regarding the purity level of the enchanting Lu Shiqi, he silently opted for the first choice. Regardless, purely based on her appearance, Lu Shiqi was indeed to his taste. It wasn't that he was double standards, it was the system that deprived him of other choices. After successfully acquiring Wei Chuan's WeChat, Lu Shiqi didn't exhibit the joy one might expect. Instead, she appeared somewhat lost and anxious. Wei Chuan couldn't decipher her expression. The other female staff members, witnessing her success, displayed a range of reactions, some envious, others mockingly amused. A few self-assuredly attractive women mustered the courage to ask Wei Chuan for his WeChat, but none triggered the system's selection task, leaving Wei Chuan's hopes for additional rewards dashed. Noticing that several older women were also eyeing him with interest, Wei Chuan thought it prudent to make a hasty exit. Next, he intended to invest in his own refinement. Throughout his 3 years in university, aside from essential living expenses, nearly all his remaining funds had been lavished on Wang Lia. It was only now that he realized the folly of such expenditures. Rather than spending on women, it would be far more beneficial to invest in his own self-improvement. Once he became exceptional, women would naturally gravitate towards him. Conversely, if a man squandered all his money on women while neglecting his own appearance, the two would no longer belong to the same realm. The saying 3 years of unrequited love. A day of renting a car makes one a husband perfectly encapsulates the vastly different outcomes stemming from contrasting choices. Of course, this does not apply to the wealthy second-generation heirs. Wei Chuan, now in possession of wealth, desired to pursue greater things. He entered a luxury clothing boutique, knowing that bespoke attire would be ideal for him in the future. For now, he would simply purchase a few outfits to tide him over. The clothes that Lin Chuan had bought for him were quite nice, but a tad small, prompting him to change upon returning to his dormitory. Currently, he was clad in inexpensive attire. Without the Bugatti Chiron to enhance his image, he was merely a struggling youth. Despite his good looks and physique, he was merely an attractive, yet struggling individual. Fortunately, the staff in these luxury stores maintained a commendable level of professionalism, preventing any embarrassing instances of disdainful ridicule. However, Wei Chuan couldn't help but notice that the smiles of these employees seemed overly rehearsed, with an underlying hint of disdain lurking in their gazes. Amused, he realized that after frequent interactions with wealthy clients, they had unwittingly begun to perceive themselves as part of the upper echelon. Little did they know, they were undeserving of even a fleeting glance from him. He observed that the prices of the clothing were indeed exorbitant. Even a simple t-shirt cost thousands, while suits soared into the tens of thousands. Such prices had once been inconceivable to him. Yet now, should he so desire, he could easily purchase everything in the store without a second thought. Of course, such extravagance was unnecessary. He merely selected a few items he deemed suitable for himself. After completing his purchase, the expressions of the female sales staff subtly shifted. They finally realized their initial misjudgment. The man clad in basic attire had effortlessly purchased garments worth hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, he exhibited an air of calm indifference, as though the sum of hundreds of thousands was no different from a few yuan. Having encountered countless customers, they could discern that Wei Chuan's tranquility was genuine. For him, such amounts were indeed trivial. In that moment, Wei Chuan's image in their eyes underwent a remarkable transformation, elevating him from a mere struggling youth to a figure of high status and wealth. Chapter 15. A Man Against the Wind, 3 meters high. Exiting the clothing store, Wei Chuan felt utterly rejuvenated. At this moment, Lin Chuan sent a video request. Wow, Wei Chuan Gij, you look so handsome. What do you want? Gazing at Lin Chuan's stunningly beautiful face that made one's heart flutter, Wei Chuan replied, I want. Huh. Lin Chuan looked bewildered. Are you still at school? Wei Chuan inquired. Yes, I just finished a major class. But I have to head home soon. My dad has called the driver to pick me up. Lin Chuan responded with a hint of resignation. Then, she displayed an annoyed expression and said, That Li Yuqing is too infuriating. He told my dad about us. Is he very close with your dad? Wei Chuan asked, puzzled. His father is friends with mine. Their friendship has lasted many years, Lin Chuan explained. Oh, how about I go back with you? Wei Chuan suggested with a smile. Lin Chuan felt a bit shy. After Wei Chuan stood up for her last night, she felt a special connection with him. However, having just met a day ago, and bringing him home to meet her parents seemed too hasty. Warner, who are you video chatting with? A melodious female voice came from Lin Chuan's side. Immediately, Wei Chuan saw another stunning beauty appear on the screen, pressing her face close to Lin Chuan's. This is Wei Chuan. Lin Chuan blushed as she introduced him. Hearing her introduction, Wei Chuan smiled and waved at the camera. Lin Chuan then said to Wei Chuan Gij, this is my best friend, Yang Qian. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Wei Chuan had heard of Yang Qian, the second most beautiful girl in school, second only to Lin Chuan. While she was indeed beautiful, it would be inappropriate for him to express that outright. As he internally scoffed, he maintained a warm smile and said, Hello, classmate Yang Qian. Upon hearing Wei Chuan greet her, Yang Qian merely offered a perfunctory smile before turning back to Lin Chuan and saying, Why does he look a bit familiar? Have you two met? Lin Chuan scrutinized, No. As Yang Qian observed Wei Chuan in the video, she frowned and asked, What did you say his name was? Wei Chuan, Lin Chuan replied without hesitation. Ah. Yang Qian suddenly displayed an incredulous expression. Isn't he the pervert? What pervert? Qian, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Chuan retorted, visibly displeased. Watching the exchange between the two girls, Wei Chuan's smile became somewhat stiff. Yang Qian continued. He the crazy guy who obsessively clings to his ex-girlfriend. You must know that, right? Qian, don't speak carelessly. Wei Chuan is not that kind of person, Lin Chuan said, slightly annoyed. She then glanced at the somewhat awkward Wei Chuan and added, Wei Chuan, don't be upset. Qian must have some misunderstanding about you. It's nothing. Wei Chuan replied with a wry smile. He wasn't the type to get angry over such trivial matters. However, regarding this video, it would be prudent to clarify things once he had evidence. While he trusted Lin Chuan wouldn't form any misconceptions about him due to this video, he also didn't care much for others' opinions. Nonetheless, being inexplicably criticized like this was hardly enjoyable. Just then, Yang Qian unexpectedly snatched the phone from Lin Chuan's hand and said indignantly, Wei Chuan, don't you dare harm our honor. With that, she abruptly ended the video call. Wei Chuan felt a pang of irritation. What on earth did I do to deserve this? Shopping alone wasn't particularly entertaining. After casually purchasing a few items and spending a few million, he soon found it rather dull. With nothing better to do, he decided to drive around aimlessly. Wei Chuan's driving skills were at an impressive level 50, boasting professional expertise. However, he was also a novice with a fresh enthusiasm for driving. Navigating a Bugatti through the bustling streets of the Magic City, Wei Chuan noticed a curious phenomenon. Men tended to admire luxury cars by focusing on the logos and wheels, while women preferred to gaze through the windows at the drivers inside. Just wandering around the city felt insufficient. The traffic was exasperating. So, he took the Bugatti onto the highway. Although a speed of 120 km/h was nothing compared to the Bugatti Chiron's top speed of over 400. It felt exhilarating compared to the snail pace driving in the city. Wei Chuan continued driving until the fuel tank was nearly empty, at which point he stopped at a service area to refuel. During this time, he received a message from Lin Xiaowan. Wei Chuan Gidge, don't be angry. I've already taught that dead girl Yang Qian a lesson. Lin Xiaowan seemed particularly concerned about his feelings, which pleasantly surprised Wei Chuan. Don't worry. I'm not a petty person. He casually typed a response and then exited the car. While waiting for the gas to fill, he decided to visit the restroom to address a pressing need. Just as Wei Chuan was relieving himself, a short, stout young man beside him caught his attention. The young man was wearing a mask and sunglasses, concealing his face entirely, resembling a celebrity on an outing. Dressed in trendy brands from head to toe, complete with flashy jewelry, he undoubtedly looked like a promising youth. What struck Wei Chuan as odd was how close this person stood, almost pressing against the urinal. The steady stream was impressive, even managing to fork. His control was remarkable. To be fair, Wei Chuan himself could not achieve such precision. After undergoing systematic enhancement, he had become a man of considerable stature. If he stood that close, he'd surely make a mess. Noticing Wei Chuan's gaze, the man in sunglasses turned and grumbled. What are you looking at? Never seen anything like it? My apologies, Wei Chuan said, feeling somewhat guilty as he forced a polite smile, while internally he was scoffing. I've seen it, just never this small. After washing his hands, Wei Chuan exited the restroom, only to hear an uncertain voice behind him. Are you Wei Chuan? Wei Chuan paused, turning to see that it was the stout young man from earlier. Was he an acquaintance? It was quite surprising to be recognized at a service area over 100 kilometers away from the Magic City. Do you know me? He asked cautiously. It really is you. The sunglasses-clad man approached Wei Chuan, removing his mask and sunglasses to reveal a round face with small, single eyelids. His appearance was quite unfortunate. Wei Chuan finally understood why this individual had gone to such lengths to conceal his face. It was clearly to hide his lack of attractiveness. Though his looks were hard to behold, the face was distinctive. Isn't this the foolish son of the village chief? Wei Chuan mused internally. Chapter 16. Beauty, you've crashed. This person was named Wang Dali. Not only was he from the same village as Wei Chuan, but they were also middle school classmates. Encountering someone from his hometown in a place like this left Wei Chuan feeling somewhat incredulous. Wang Dali, long time no see, Wei Chuan smiled, though it wasn't an especially enthusiastic greeting. Nowadays, rural areas have largely lost their former simplicity. While appearances may be cordial, there is often a hidden sense of competition. The wealthy looked down upon the less fortunate, and Wang Dali's family was the richest in the village, leading him to believe himself superior wherever he went. The Wei family could only be considered average. The two families had never had much interaction. Wang Dali scrutinized Wei Chuan, noticing that after years apart, Wei had grown not only taller than him by half a head, but also more handsome. This stirred an inexplicable jealousy within him. No, why would I be envious of him? What does good looks amount to? Can it be converted into sustenance? Wealth is the ultimate pursuit. I am wealthy. After a moment of self-reassurance, Wang Dali instantly regained his confidence. In front of Wei Chuan, he once again felt a sense of superiority. He patted Wei on the shoulder, feigning warmth. It's been years since we last met, hasn't it? I heard you're studying at university in the Magic City. Which institution is it? Have you graduated yet? As he spoke, he casually took a car key from his waist and toyed with it in his hand. It was the key to a Porsche. The Magic City University? If you've graduated, it should still be several months away. Wei Chuan replied calmly. He ignored Wang Dali's pretentious display. It was no surprise to him that the other could afford a Porsche. The entire village knew that this guy had a very wealthy brother-in-law. Despite Wang Dali's imposing stature, his sister was renowned in the village for her beauty. At just 17 or 18, she had gone to the Magic City for work, where she met a real estate mogul and became his mistress. Eventually, she supplanted the original wife and secured her position. Noticing that Wei Chuan seemed oblivious to the car key in his hand, Wang Dali felt a bit displeased. Oh, so you have about half a year until graduation? Have you secured a job yet? I've heard it's tough for university students to find work nowadays. Graduating often equates to being unemployed, Wang Dali continued. I haven't looked for a job yet, Wei Chuan replied nonchalantly. Wang Dali smirked internally. You haven't looked? I doubt you'll find anything. However, He feigned generosity. How about after you graduate, you come work at my brother-in-law's real estate company? I can't promise a high salary, but it'll definitely be around 8 to 10,000. His offer wasn't born of goodwill. It was fueled by a desire to keep the other beneath him. Wang Dali was acutely aware of Wei Chuan's financial situation, and a stable job immediately post-graduation would be a tremendous temptation for him. He had expected Wei Chuan to express gratitude, yet the response he received was entirely unexpected. Wei Chuan shook his head with a smile, saying, "That won't be necessary. I will never work for someone else in my lifetime." Wang Dali was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a statement from Wei. Did he feel that as a university student, he should be above needing a job introduced by me, that it would be a blow to his pride? Wang Dali couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What a shameful desire for face. You are given an opportunity, yet you fail to appreciate it. Perhaps your studies have rendered you foolish. Oh, my brother is quite ambitious. It seems you intend to become a boss right from the start. I just wonder if you have the capital for it. Wang Dali remarked sarcastically. Wei Chuan pretended not to notice the derision in his tone, smiling as he replied, "Becoming a boss is too troublesome. I'm just here to have fun." He was speaking the truth, yet to Wang Dali's ears, it took on a different flavor. Not working? Just having fun? With no money, what kind of fun can you have? Nevertheless, he relished the thought of Wei Chuan wallowing in despair. The more he failed, the more his own success would shine through. My brother really takes it easy. They say college is filled with beautiful women. Do you have a girlfriend? Wang Dali inquired playfully. No, Wei Chuan replied candidly. This answer did not surprise Wang Dali. He mentally cheered. It would indeed be strange for such a penniless fellow to have a girlfriend. What good are looks if one remains a singleton? Today, as female university students are quite pragmatic. Wealth is paramount. Good looks cannot be converted into food. Though Wei Chuan donned a full set of designer brands, to Wang Dali, it merely resembled a high-quality imitation. Well, my brother, you really need to step up your game. To be honest, I'm getting married next year. You might not believe it, but my girlfriend is also a student at Magic City University. She's in her 3rd year. Once she graduates next year, we'll tie the knot, Wang Dali boasted with a proud expression. This revelation took Wei Chuan somewhat by surprise. With genuine interest, he asked, "Oh really? What is your girlfriend's major and name? Perhaps I know her." Her name is Zhou Lu. I can't recall her major, but she went to the service area to buy water. She'll be back shortly. You can see if you recognize her, Wang Dali replied. He was eager to flaunt his girlfriend, already envisioning the envious and resentful expression on Wei Chuan's face when they met. Upon hearing the name Zhou Lu, Wei Chuan's eyelids flickered slightly. Could it be such a coincidence? His roommate, Zhang Tianming's girlfriend, was indeed named Zhou Lu. His friend had already confirmed their relationship, and they had recently rented an apartment off campus to live together. Could it be that she had already been unfaithful? With tens of thousands of students at Magic City University, there were bound to be multiple Zhou Lus. Surely, they couldn't be the same person? He pondered quietly, yet a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Zhou Lu. I actually know someone by that name, but I'm unsure if it's the same person. Could you describe what your girlfriend looks like? Wei Chuan asked, maintaining his composure. I can't quite say. She's just beautiful. You'll know when she arrives, Wang Dali answered, glancing around and muttering, how strange. Why is it taking her so long to buy water? Not seeing anyone, Wang Dali pulled out his phone to make a call. Suddenly, Wei Chuan recalled something and said, I didn't finish in the restroom earlier. Please wait a moment while I go again. Without waiting for Wang Dali's response, Wei Chuan turned and left. If the Zhou Lu Wang Dali mentioned was indeed Zhang Tianming's girlfriend, Wei Chuan knew that with him present, she would surely not show up. If she did appear, it would be an immediate disaster. Thus, Wei Chuan casually concocted an excuse to temporarily distance himself from Wang Dali. Under ordinary circumstances, he wouldn't have bothered with such matters. However, having shared a dorm with Zhang Tianming for 3 years, their bond warranted clarity on the situation. After roughly 2 minutes, Wei Chuan felt it was time and exited the restroom. His gaze fell upon a rather attractive young woman speaking with Wang Dali not far away, seemingly eager to pull him away. His intuition had proven correct. This Zhou Lu was none other than Zhang Tianming's girlfriend. Chapter 17. My brother, you are quite humorous. Now that it was confirmed that this woman was indeed Zhang Tianming's girlfriend, Wei Chuan felt no need to approach and confront her. Yet, Wang Dali was intent on showcasing her in front of Wei Chuan. Regardless of how Zhou Lu attempted to pull him away, he refused to budge. At that moment, Wang Dali turned and caught sight of Wei Chuan not far behind. Wei Chuan, come here, let me introduce you. Wang Dali called out, dragging Zhou Lu towards him. Realizing that Wei Chuan had already spotted her and that the situation was irreparable, Zhou Lu decided to confidently allow Wang Dali to lead her in front of Wei Chuan. This is my girlfriend, Zhou Lu. Isn't she beautiful? Wang Dali said, somewhat smugly. Wei Chuan cast a complicated glance at Wang Dali, then, with profound intent, addressed Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu, I truly did not expect to encounter you here. Zhou Lu's thick skin was evident. Her expression revealed no hint of discomfort. What a coincidence. It's the weekend. After all, I'm just bringing my boyfriend home to meet my parents, she replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Wei Chuan silently mourned for Zhang Tianming for a brief moment. You two really know each other? Wang Dali exclaimed in surprise. Before Wei Chuan could respond, Zhou Lu interjected, Of course. We're quite familiar. This was not entirely untrue, as their acquaintance was indeed facilitated by Zhang Tianming. Wei Chuan simply nodded with a smile. Finally, he had encountered a classmate who did not confront him with the video incident, which brought him a strange sense of relief. It seemed Zhou Lu had not seen that video. Given this, Wei Chuan had no intention of directly addressing Zhou Lu's duplicity. His gaze occasionally drifted over Wang Dali's head. At this moment, he was uncertain whether it was Wang Dali who had betrayed Zhang Tianming or vice versa. Upon hearing that they were quite familiar, Wang Dali immediately regarded Wei Chuan with suspicion, only to find him with a peculiar expression as he looked above. Unable to help himself, Wang Dali touched his own head, prompting Zhou Lu to chuckle. Darling, what are you doing? The way she called him darling was sweetly intoxicating, sending shivers down Wang Dali's spine, especially in front of Wei Chuan, which filled him with pride. Oh, nothing, just feeling a bit chilly on my head, he replied with a silly grin. Oh, darling, you have less hair, and with the wind being so strong, it's no wonder it feels cold. The weather is still warm. When autumn comes, I'll buy you a hat, Zhou Lu said gently. Her tender words left Wei Chuan flabbergasted, while Wang Dali appeared utterly blissful. It seemed love could not only turn women into fools, but also transform men into simpletons, Wei Chuan thought to himself. All right, darling, have you rested enough? Once you're ready, we can head out, Zhou Lu continued. Yes, I'm about ready, Wang Dali said, affectionately stroking Zhou Lu's hair. He then turned to Wei Chuan, asking, Wei Chuan, you took the bus, right? Where are you headed? If it's on the way, I can give you a lift. Riding in my Porsche Cayenne is much more comfortable than the bus. His words were not born of kindness, but rather a desire to showcase his superiority. This way, he could flaunt his luxury vehicle while also feeding Wei Chuan a few more morsels of dog food, achieving two objectives in one go. Wei Chuan, well aware of his intentions, replied with an indifferent smile, No need, I'm driving myself. Upon hearing this, both Wang Dali and Zhou Lu appeared taken aback, seemingly unable to believe him. They were both quite familiar with Wei Chuan's financial situation, particularly Zhou Lu, who knew that Wei Chuan struggled to make ends meet while living with Wang Lia, often taking on side jobs to sustain himself. Once, he even borrowed money from Zhang Tianming to buy a gift for Wang Lia's birthday. It was hard for her to believe that someone in such circumstances could afford a car. Even the cheapest van would be beyond his means. However, Zhou Lu, having a shrewd mind, merely smiled slightly despite her disdain. Wang Dali, lacking her subtlety, felt that Wei Chuan was being ungrateful for pretending to own a car. Bro, I didn't know you bought a car? What luxury vehicle did you get? Take me to see it, Wang Dali remarked, amused. He certainly did not believe that Wei Chuan owned a car. He merely intended to embarrass him. Wei Chuan discerned the underlying contempt in Wang Dali's tone, but was unfazed. At that moment, he even felt a tinge of sympathy for the man before him. With Zhou Lu by his side, Wang Dali might soon need to change his name to one that better suited his persona. With that thought, Wei Chuan glanced at Wang Dali with a hint of pity and said, There's nothing remarkable about it. It's not a fancy car at all. I just participated in a lucky draw today and won one. His words, though straightforward, sounded absurd to Wang Dali and Zhou Lu. They found it hard to believe that someone like him could win a car in a lucky draw. It seemed more like a tale for children. Zhou Lu, though inwardly contemptuous, maintained a composed exterior. Wang Dali's reaction, on the other hand, was exaggerated. He laughed heartily as if he had heard the greatest joke of all time. His laughter, combined with his corpulent features, made Wei Chuan feel a wave of nausea. A flicker of admiration for Zhou Lu crossed his mind. For the sake of money, this woman truly had no qualms. As Wang Dali continued to laugh, he asked Wei Chuan, Bro, you're quite humorous. What kind of car did you win? It wouldn't be a toy car, would it? Wei Chuan wore an enigmatic smile, but chose not to answer. Gradually, he lost interest in continuing the conversation. Seeing his demeanor, Wang Dali became more animated. Adopting a tone of earnest concern, he said, Wei Chuan, we've known each other since childhood. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but one should be grounded. You're still a student. It's entirely normal not to have a car. Why insist on pretending? One must be honest, you know? If you don't understand this simple principle, was your education in vain? Noticing Wei Chuan's silence, Zhou Lu chimed in sweetly. Oh, darling, please don't say that about Wei Chuan. He works very hard, balancing his studies with part-time jobs. It's not easy for him. I only mentioned it because we're from the same hometown. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother. Look at his outfit. If one didn't know better, they might think he is a wealthy second generation. Wang Dali dismissed her comments with a smirk. Zhou Lu had certainly noticed Wei Chuan's attire, which did appear quite stylish. Yet, she doubted he could afford genuine brands. Assuming they were likely high-quality fakes. Where did you buy that outfit, Wei Chuan? The imitation is quite impressive, and it can't be cheap, right? Zhou Lu asked with a smile. Their banter had a rhythm reminiscent of a couple's playful exchange. However, to Wei Chuan, they merely appeared as clowns performing a poorly executed act. It's quite affordable, just a few $100,000, he replied with a calm demeanor. A smile playing on his lips. Chapter 18, Pink Doesn't Suit You. Wei Chuan uttered this seemingly absurd statement with a semblance of amusement. Wang Dali and Zhou Lu nearly thought they had misheard. A whole outfit for hundreds of thousands? Have you no shame? Have you ever considered how the cattle feel when you boast like that? They subtly mocked Wei Chuan, yet he maintained an air of composure. A faint smile lingering on his face. This left them feeling as though their punches landed on cotton, realizing they were the jesters in this scenario. How could someone be so brazenly shameless? How had they not noticed this before? Wang Dali harbored the intent to showcase his superiority before Wei Chuan, yet, after a series of attempts, he failed to achieve the desired effect. Particularly, the smug smile adorning Wei Chuan's face instilled in him an unsettling sensation of being the one humiliated. This infuriated him. Wei Chuan, do you think you'd perish if you stopped showing off? Am I not aware of your family's circumstances? Is that outfit worth hundreds of thousands? If it is, I'll stand on my head and defecate. Wang Dali retorted without hesitation. Initially, he feigned politeness, but the facade crumbled under pressure. Honey, how can you say that? Perhaps Wei Chuan won the lottery. Zhou Lu chimed sarcastically. Wei Chuan, why don't you show us your car? She continued. If your clothes cost a fortune, your car must be worth over $1 million, right? Wei Chuan smirked internally, easily discerning the hidden implications in their words. As he contemplated whether to impart a vivid lesson to the two fools, a voice from the gas station called out. Excuse me, whose black Bugatti is this? The tank is full. Please move your vehicle. The announcement was repeated several times, causing a stir among those nearby. Did I hear that right? A Bugatti. Let us go check it out. A passerby said to his companion. Wei Chuan, upon hearing the commotion, decided to ignore Wang Dali and Zhou Lu, striding directly towards the gas station. Zhou Lu, assuming he was headed to admire the luxury vehicle, turned to Wang Dali and said, Honey, let us go take a look. With that, she dashed ahead of Wei Chuan. Supercars not only captivate men, but also render women utterly defenseless. Upon arriving at the gas station, Wei Chuan was met with a scene reminiscent of the hotel parking lot, where a crowd had gathered, snapping photos around the car. Even the gas station staff's attempts to disperse the onlookers proved futile. Zhou Lu tugged Wang Dali to the side of the Bugatti, saying, Honey, take a picture of me. I want to post it on social media. Wang Dali gazed at the stunning supercar, his envy palpable. Though he had recently acquired a modest fortune, such luxury vehicles remained an unattainable dream. Why don't we take a picture together? He suggested tentatively. In the past, Zhou Lu had always rebuffed this request, and this time was no exception. Oh no, I can't. I've said I want to post this on social media. I'm still in school. It wouldn't look good if my teachers and classmates found out I'm dating. Zhou Lu pouted playfully. Oh, fine, Wang Dali replied resignedly. He had dropped out of school long ago, oblivious to the fact that college students dating was as normal as eating or using the restroom. After snapping the photo and posting it online, Zhou Lu lingered, gently caressing the car's exterior. She turned to Wang Dali and said, Honey, when you make a lot of money, will you buy me a nice car too? But I don't want a black one, I want a pink one. The stark contrast in their appearances had already drawn many curious glances, and now, her request elicited even more ridicule from the crowd. Pink? Black suits you far better. Wang Dali, feeling slightly embarrassed, responded, That car must be quite expensive. I have no idea when I'll be able to afford it. Despite his seemingly affluent lifestyle, it was merely a result of his brother-in-law's influence. He had a mortgage on his house, and all his savings had gone into purchasing a Porsche Cayenne. In truth, he was still in a state of debt. Zhou Lu's dissatisfaction was evident, her lips pouting in discontent. Wei Chuan, observing the exchange with amusement, seized the moment to taunt. Is there anything that Boss Wang can't afford? How expensive can that car really be? Wang Dali rolled his eyes, looking at Wei Chuan as if he were some naive child. Let me put it this way. With that car, if you work your entire life without eating or drinking, you still wouldn't be able to afford it. Oh, is that so? And just how much does it cost? Wei Chuan feigned surprise. Wang Dali felt a sense of satisfaction at this reaction, standing with his hands behind his back, adopting an air of mystery. Finally, he raised a finger and declared, At least 10 million. In truth, he had no idea what the car actually cost. He merely threw out a figure he believed to be impressively high, convinced that it would leave the seemingly uninformed Wei Chuan astounded. However, the reality was that Wei Chuan remained unfazed, and instead, Wang Dali became the target of ridicule. TCH. I thought he was knowledgeable, But it turns out he's just another unsophisticated bumpkin, a tall youth scoffed. Another bespectacled student chimed in. 10 million? That's barely enough for a few tires. This is a Bugatti Chiron, a limited edition. You'd need at least 50 or 60 million if you even wish to consider it. He pointed to the license plate, which was adorned with a series of sixes, and added, do you see this plate? That's the real deal. You can't buy it with money alone. I wonder what kind of big shot owns this car. As Wang Dali faced the collective mockery, Zhou Lu felt a pang of embarrassment wash over her. She cast a glance at him, her expression tinged with barely concealed disdain. Wang Dali's countenance darkened. Hearing the true price of the car left him dumbfounded, not Wei Chuan. He felt awkward, having intended to impress Wei Chuan, only to expose his own ignorance. To shift the focus away from his embarrassment, he turned to Wei Chuan and exclaimed, did you hear that? This is a super luxury car worth $500 million. Let alone $500 million. Can you even scrape together 5,000? You dare to gawk at such a luxury vehicle? You're getting a bit too full of yourself. Wei Chuan's lips twitched, barely suppressing a laugh. His expression slightly contorted. Wang Dali, misinterpreting this reaction, believed his words had made an impact. He reveled inwardly, thinking, aren't you quite the show-off? You can't maintain that facade now, can you? Yet when he glanced back, he found the same smug smile gracing Wei Chuan's face, nearly shattering Wang Dali's composure. Wei Chuan, uninterested in further banter, was primarily concerned about the car's position obstructing others from refueling. He pulled out his car key and said to Wang Dali, I truly don't have 5,000 in cash, but I can produce this. What is it? A lighter? Don't be reckless. This is a gas station. Wang Dali exclaimed. The others quickly displayed expressions of concern. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, Wei Chuan pressed the unlock button. Chapter 19. Wang Dali. The jester is me? In that instant, the Bugatti's headlights flickered, accompanied by the sound of a brief, unlocking chime. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Those quick to react soon realized that this seemingly youthful lad was indeed the owner of the luxurious vehicle. Judging by his age, he likely was still a student, leaving everyone to wonder which affluent family he hailed from. Gazes filled with envy subtly directed towards Wei Chuan reflected the sentiments of the crowd. Such is life. There will always be a select few whose starting point is a destination unreachable for the average person after a lifetime of toil. In the presence of such individuals, envy usually gives way to admiration, for the common folk understand that they will never cross paths with them. Conversely, if someone familiar or previously less fortunate suddenly surpasses them in success or wealth, even if it's just by a slight margin, feelings of discomfort often arise within. It is a common human flaw to wish that those around us do not surpass our own fortunes, a disparity born of psychological insecurity. Observing Zhou Lu, who stood perplexed beside the car door, Wei Chuan remarked, Classmate Zhou Lu, would you kindly step aside? Zhou Lu, with a dazed expression, seemed utterly bewildered. This woman, boasting a commendable 7 out of 10 in beauty, was at that moment completely unaware of the situation. It was not that she was slow to react, rather, her understanding of Wei Chuan led her to believe that the owner of this vehicle could not possibly be the man before her, a university student who relied on part-time jobs to make ends meet. How could one so financially constrained afford a luxury car worth several million? It was an impossibility. Please step aside. Wei Chuan's tone intensified. Zhou Lu remained somewhat flustered. Noticing her lingering hesitation, Wei Chuan decided against further politeness. He harbored a deep disdain for this woman who had betrayed his brother. With a firm motion, he pushed her aside and opened the car door, starting the engine. The roar of the engine finally jolted both Zhou Lu and Wang Dali out of their stupor. By the time they looked again, Wei Chuan had already vanished into the distance, accompanied by the thunderous growl of the Bugatti. What a blessing it is to be wealthy, the tall youth exclaimed. Why did he leave so quickly? I wanted to add him on WeChat, lamented the bespectacled young man. The crowd surrounding them exchanged peculiar glances. Is there something amiss? For a man like that, I would willingly offer my all. The bespectacled youth responded nonchalantly. Goodness, you truly are remarkable. The crowd shivered in discomfort, distancing themselves from him. At that moment, an unsavory voice pierced through the air. That car cannot possibly belong to him. He must have rented it. This guy is clearly willing to spend to impress. The speaker was none other than Wang Dali, whose expression was filled with indignation, as if Wei Chuan were his sworn enemy. He would rather believe that the world's richest man was a beggar than accept that a poor student like Wei Chuan could afford such an extravagant vehicle. However, his words were met with incredulous stares from those nearby, akin to the looks one might give a child with a learning disability. Rented? Are you out of your mind? There are hardly any of these cars in the entire country. Which rental service could possibly provide one? Show me, the tall youth retorted with disdain. Indeed, the car is not the most significant aspect. The license plate is what truly matters. This person undoubtedly possesses a background that is unfathomable, far beyond your imagination. The bespectacled youth concurred. Though their arguments were articulate, Wang Dali remained unconvinced. What background could he possibly have? I bet that car is fake. In this day and age, anything can be fabricated. The license plate must be counterfeit as well. Fake. You truly are a unique specimen. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge someone else's excellence? The tall youth scoffed. The crowd, weary of engaging with such a befuddled individual, gradually dispersed, leaving Wang Dali and Zhou Lu exchanging glances, their expressions grim, as though they had just swallowed a fly. Until now, they could not fathom that Wei Chuan, a mere impoverished student, could own a luxury car worth millions. Yet, in an instant, he had become the object of admiration and reverence. Why was this so? On the road back to the city, Wei Chuan wrestled with whether to inform Zhang Tianming of Zhou Lu's infidelity. By the time he exited the highway and entered the bustling metropolis, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Ultimately, he resolved that it was imperative to give his friend a heads up. After all, Zhou Lu was not a virtuous woman, and he could not allow her to continue causing harm to his brother. Pulling over to the side of the road, Wei Chuan sent Zhang Tianming a message. Brother, I've discovered that a good friend has been cheated on. Do you think I should inform him? Zhang Tianming's response came back almost instantaneously. Stop joking, brother. Other than a few from our dorm, who else do you consider a good friend? Zhou Tianyan and Qin Xiaodong are both single. Wei Chuan's expression turned peculiar as he silently sent a smiling emoji. Then, Zhang Tianming fell silent, offering no further reply. Wei Chuan too refrained from sending more messages. A man's pride is of utmost importance. He could not divulge the details of the situation, as doing so would only embarrass his friend. Given their relationship, Wei Chuan trusted that Zhang Tianming would make the right judgment. As for what choice Zhang Tianming would ultimately make, that was not for him to ponder. As a friend, Wei Chuan felt he had done all he could. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, his personal assistant, Lu Xingchen, called. Master, where are you now? I have booked a room for you at the Xinhao Hotel. You can check in at any time. The voice on the other end sounded rather grating. Wei Chuan grimaced. Lu Xingchen, what is wrong with your voice? If it's that bad, go get a surgery, and I'll reimburse the costs. He chided. Oh, all right, master. Lu Xingchen replied obediently. Why are we staying at a hotel? Wei Chuan inquired. Master, it truly isn't feasible to secure a top-tier mansion in the city within a day. You may have to graciously endure a few days at the hotel. In fact, we are also planning to purchase that hotel, Lu Xingchen explained. Wei Chuan merely asked out of curiosity. Staying anywhere was better than the dormitory. Though he thought this in his heart, he maintained a serious tone. Very well. However, your pace with spending is far too slow. You must expedite the process. The Xinhao Hotel is the most luxurious establishment in the city, situated in the bustling heart, next to the Pearl Tower. As the Bugatti Chiron arrived at the hotel entrance, a diligent attendant promptly opened the car door for Wei Chuan and respectfully took the keys to park the vehicle. In accordance with the conventions of such settings, Wei Chuan knew it was customary to give a tip. Unfortunately, he had no cash on him. Certainly, he could not resort to a WeChat transfer, as that would be far too conspicuous. Thankfully, the customs in China do not impose a strict requirement for tipping, unlike certain Western nations. As he stepped into the 7-star hotel presidential suite, memories of his past as a struggling university student flooded back. This was his first experience in such a high-end venue, and the opulent decor of the hotel lobby, adorned with dazzling chandeliers, nearly blinded him. Even as a layman, he could discern that the design was undoubtedly the work of a master. Yet, being someone skilled at masking his emotions, while internally astonished, Wei Chuan displayed no outward signs of it. He walked with poise and confidence, his steps deliberate. The two receptionists at the front desk, upon seeing this suave gentleman approach, instantly broke into bright smiles. It was obvious that the front desk of a 7-star hotel would be staffed by exceptionally beautiful individuals, and the two women, both possessing around 8 out of 10 in looks, were indeed rare beauties. As Wei Chuan approached, they both bowed in unison and greeted him. Hello, sir. Having witnessed him pull up in the Bugatti, they were certain that this man hailed from a prestigious family. In their experience working at the only 7-star hotel in the city, they had encountered many affluent individuals, but finding one who was both wealthy and handsome was a rarity. Wealthy, handsome, and arriving alone at the hotel in the dead of night, she had never encountered anyone like him before. I have booked a room here, said Wei Chuan as he handed over his identification. The older of the two women, likely around 25 or 26, was the front office manager of the hotel. Named Hu Miao, she received the ID from Wei Chuan's hand and announced, Mr. Wei, your room is the presidential suite number 01 located on the top floor. As she spoke, she handed the ID and room card back to him. At the moment Wei Chuan reached for the room card, he felt her fingers gently graze his palm. Damn, am I being teased? This sensation feels rather thrilling. He internally scoffed, maintaining an impassive exterior. Thank you, Wei Chuan replied, casting a meaningful glance at her. Noticing his gaze, Hu Miao responded with a charming smile. Mr. Wei, allow me to escort you to your room. They entered the elevator together. Whether intentional or not, the woman stood closely beside Wei Chuan, her alluring fragrance wafting towards him. Wei Chuan felt slightly lightheaded. To be honest, he was not particularly fond of such an overpowering scent. Hu Miao's eyes wandered over Wei Chuan. For reasons unknown, this handsome man stirred feelings in her that even a seasoned seductress like herself found surprising. Is it true that dashing, affluent men are so utterly captivating? Mr. Wei must not be a local of Magic City, am I correct? She inquired. The reason behind her question was that there were only a handful of top-tier wealthy heirs in Magic City, and she had heard of most of them. In her recollection, she had never encountered anyone named Wei Chuan before. No, I am merely attending school in Magic City, Wei Chuan replied candidly, seeing the woman's eyes roving. He unabashedly scrutinized her in return. She was tall and had long, alluring legs clad in black stockings. Quite impressive, legs worthy of admiration, he thought to himself. Oh, I see, Hu Miao acknowledged, noticing the slightly aggressive glimmer in his gaze. Rather than feeling affronted, she felt a surge of pride. Hu Miao, a graduate of a prestigious university, chose to work here for a singular reason. It provided her access to various social elites. Perhaps due to her exceptional abilities or some undisclosed reasons, she had climbed the ranks from a mere waitress to the front office manager in just a year. Such rapid advancement was certainly noteworthy. However, her ambitions were vast. While promotions and salary increases were beneficial, they paled in comparison to her true aspirations. She sought to connect with the upper echelons of power in Magic City. For many women, marrying into a wealthy family may be a dream, but for her, it was a life goal she was determined to achieve. From the moment Wei Chuan stepped out of his Bugatti, she had set her sights on him as her target. It was not that she had never encountered wealthy and handsome men before, but typically, they were accompanied by stunning beauties. Wei Chuan's solitary visit to the hotel in the dead of night struck Hu Miao as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance she could not afford to miss. The elevator soon reached the top floor. Hu Miao led Wei Chuan to the door of his room, saying, Mr. Wei, this is your room. She then produced a business card from her pocket, saying, Here is my card. Should you have any needs, feel free to call me. I will provide you with the most attentive service. Wei Chuan took the card, sensing a lingering warmth upon it, and noted the way her spring-like eyes were fixated on him. He responded with a playful tone, Is any service acceptable? All services are available, Hu Miao whispered, as she gracefully moved closer, her delicate frame nearly touching Wei Chuan's. One slender hand began to gently caress his firm chest. You are the first to receive such treatment. She purred, gazing at this enchanting woman. With her captivating demeanor and suggestive words, Wei Chuan couldn't help but internally critique. Is this woman truly so forward? Is this establishment even legitimate? Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The host is being seduced by a woman with a purity level below 30. Initiating system selection task. Option 1. Reject the seduction. Reward skill. Singing proficiency LV20. Reward enhancement points 5. Option 2. Accept the seduction. Reward title Desperate. Warning. Acquiring the title Desperate will significantly lower the host's resistance to the opposite sex. Without hesitation, Wei Chuan chose option 1. The terrifying consequences of the second option were enough to deter him. Just the thought of her purity level being below 30 extinguished any interest he had. Below 30? She must have been utterly tarnished by now. Looking at the woman before him, still flaunting her allure, Wei Chuan remarked with a smirk. Can you really behave this way at work? I'm just about to finish my shift, Hu Miao replied playfully. Is there a fee? Wei Chuan inquired. Huh. Hu Miao looked momentarily confused, then quickly caught on, pouting, You naughty brother. What do you take me for? Of course, it's free. Oh, my apologies. I'm not interested in complimentary deliveries, Wei Chuan said with feigned disappointment. Hu Miao grew anxious upon hearing this. The man before her appeared quite charming. How could he possess such peculiar tastes? Wait, brother, would you prefer I charge you? That could work too. That would be even worse. No transaction, no harm. Farewell, Wei Chuan declared, shutting the door behind him. Chapter 21. Shock. Showering gifts worth 100 million? Before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, Wei Chuan savored a glass of red wine while surveying the breathtaking nightscape of Magic City from a godlike perspective. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Yet he felt no inclination for sleep. The system had enhanced his physique, granting him an abundance of energy far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. With nothing to occupy his time, he took out his phone to play a few rounds of a game, only to find it rather unexciting. His reflexes had improved exponentially, making it effortless to excel against the platinum-level players, stripping the game of any real challenge. Just then, a notification from Douyin popped up. The streamer you follow, Sweet Meow, is live. Come watch. She is streaming too? Wei Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He had been following Sweet Meow for quite some time. a girl with an enchanting singing voice, whose content was solely dedicated to singing and playing instruments. Unlike some female streamers who indulged in less savory content, overall, he had a favorable impression of her. However, all her works were faceless. This would be his first opportunity to see her live. Would he finally get to glimpse her true appearance? With eager anticipation, he entered the live stream, only to be met with disappointment. Before him was a girl in ancient attire, her face partially veiled, her delicate fingers gracefully gliding over a guzheng, eliciting a soothing and melodious tune. Her movements were imbued with an elegance that exuded an ethereal quality. Wei Chuan, discerning the glimpse of her partially unveiled visage, surmised that her beauty must be considerable. Yet, one could not be entirely certain. Some individuals appeared stunning while adorned with masks, only to reveal countenances that could prompt existential doubt upon their removal. Despite the meager audience of a mere few dozen in the live stream, the chat was abuzz with lively exchanges. The comments were filled with requests for her to reveal her face and speculations about her looks. However, the host herself seemed oblivious to the chatter, wholly engrossed in the delicate strings of her guzheng, eschewing any interaction with her viewers. This, perhaps, contributed to the sparse attendance in her stream. Lo and behold, she donned ancient garb. This isn't your usual style. Are you not a pianist? When did you acquire the guzheng skills? Remarked a newcomer in the chat. Another viewer retorted, clearly, you are a fair-weather fan. Our host is a polymath, excelling in myriad arts. Why do you make her sound like a performer? Questioned another. Ignorant. This is art. I came to behold beauty, not to appreciate artistry. Please, show your face. Same here. Same here. The rhythm of the live chat surged once more, as the final notes of her performance reverberated. The veiled figure finally lifted her gaze to the camera. Her bright, captivating eyes glimmered with a hint of pride. Yet, upon witnessing the deluge of comments clamoring for her appearance, devoid of any praise for her recent performance, her brow furrowed slightly, suggesting displeasure. I am here to showcase my talents, not to flaunt my looks. You may as well save your breath. No one anticipated that this ethereal maiden would utter such a retort. Although her voice was melodious, her tone bore a certain sharpness. In an instant, the mood in the chat, including Wei Chuan, began to fray. Did not all hosts refer to their viewers as family? Such small-time streamers typically addressed their gift givers as brothers. At the very least, calling them old friends should not be too much to ask. Why was this host deviating from the norm? Did she not wish to thrive in the streaming world? Host, are you perhaps too unattractive to show your face? Someone provocatively quipped in the chat. Unfortunately, the moment those words were typed, the individual promptly vanished, reducing the viewer count from 50 to 49. It was evident that Sweet Meow had banished him from her stream. Those of unsightly appearance have no place in my live stream. Sweet Meow declared with indignation. Miss, this approach to streaming will not yield success, a viewer kindly cautioned. The previous troll deserved to be kicked. I admire Meow's forthrightness. With such a lovely voice, persistence will surely lead to her success. This speaker was clearly a devoted fan. Meow, if you show your face today, I'll shower you with a carnival gift, proclaimed a viewer under the ID Purely Serene Man. Upon hearing this, the viewer's excitement surged. Dude, your ID is quite unique, with 6 virtues. Why are you here to see a girl? We're all down to 1. How can you be so serene? Speaking of, with a generous benefactor promising gifts. Are you sure you want to reveal your face, host? 1 carnival equals 3,000 soft sister coins. For a small streamer like Sweet Meow with only a few tens of thousands of followers, this is a considerable temptation. Many believe they might catch a glimpse of the host's true appearance today. Wei Chuan, however, merely observed with curiosity. Yet, he doubted that the host would capitulate for the sake of a carnival gift. Not to mention, the various instruments in her room must have considerable value. This girl, known as Sweet Meow, was undoubtedly of affluent lineage in reality. Perhaps she truly came to Douyin to showcase her musical prowess, as she claimed. If her intention were to earn through streaming, she would not engage in verbal sparring with her audience so readily. However, it was evident that she had misjudged her venue for such a talent display. As a female streamer, only those with sufficient allure could captivate viewers' interest in their talents. Just as Wei Chuan had anticipated, Sweet Meow dismissed the proposition of revealing her face for a carnival gift, scoffing. You think I can be swayed by a single carnival? You must be dreaming. Miss, just name your price for the gifts, urged Purely Serene Man. He seemed quite capable. To behold the visage of this celestial being, 1,000 carnivals would not be excessive, Sweet Meow replied with a teasing lilt. Upon hearing this, Purely Serene Man fell silent. The chat erupted in a frenzy. Host, have you lost your mind? 1,000 carnivals? That's 3 million. Meow must be exceedingly confident in her beauty. She must be stunning. Not necessarily. It's possible she is hideously ugly and is merely saying this to provoke. Someone speculated. I see her as the next Xiao Bilo. Predictably, The speaker was soon banished from the stream. As the viewers continued their discussions, Wei Chuan's mind was suddenly interrupted by a system notification. Ding. Detected that host Sweet Sweet Meow has a beauty score exceeding 90 points. System task activated. Task: send 100 million in gifts within host Sweet Sweet Meow's live stream. Task difficulty: F grade. Task reward: 10 enhancement points. 1 lucky draw. Chapter 22. Fierce and Few Words. Society's Ghost Brother. Upon receiving the task notification, Wei Chuan was taken aback. Indeed, this girl was a rare beauty. To be frank, he felt a touch of reluctance regarding this task. It was not out of concern for money, but rather a distaste for the hassle. One carnival costs 3,000. And to reach 100 million, he would need to send over 30,000 carnivals. Just the thought of it felt exhausting. However, for the sake of enhancement points, he had no choice but to proceed. Fortunately, the system had already credited his Douyin account with ample funds. Otherwise, merely reloading the account would have been a chore. So be it. Since my strength does not allow for modesty, I shall cast aside my reticence. Wei Chuan mused silently. His fingers danced across the phone screen like a miniature electric motor. Just as Sweet Sweet Meow was still embroiled in her battle with the trolls, the effects of a carnival appeared on her and the viewer's screens. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent host Sweet Sweet Meow Carnival 1. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent host Sweet Sweet Meow Carnival 2. The chat was momentarily hushed before erupting into excitement. Wow, a benefactor really sent a carnival. Hey, it's not purely Serene Man. Who is this Dead Ghost Eats Grapes? Viewers speculated. Meanwhile, Sweet Sweet Meow quietly observed her phone, her face obscured by the veil, rendering her expression unreadable. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent host Sweet Sweet Meow Carnival 10. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent host Sweet Sweet Meow Carnival 99. The carnival effects continued to refresh at a dizzying pace, and this was merely the beginning. As the mysterious benefactor, Dead Ghost Eats Grapes, dispatched over 100 carnivals in less than a minute, the live stream, which had barely 100 viewers, ignited into a fervor. Wow, just like that. The carnivals are soaring. Now, that's a true benefactor. In a world where words are few but actions speak volumes, behold the formidable figure of Brother Ghost. Brother Ghost. Young Master Ghost. Are you still in search of loyal underlings? Observing the grandiose demeanor of this illustrious figure, it seems he is resolutely determined to amass 1,000 carnival gifts before he concedes. The fervor in the live stream chat is palpable, with each participant brimming with enthusiasm. Though the audience numbers barely reach a few dozen, the barrage of comments flows with the intensity of a 10,000-strong gathering. The carnival boasts a global broadcast effect, transcending this singular live stream. Other streams on Douyin are similarly inundated with such fervent messages. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sends 250 carnival gifts to the host Sweet Meow. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sends 520 carnival gifts to the host Sweet Meow. What an intriguing name, Dead Ghost Eats Grapes. It carries a rather playful tone, yet he seems to wield substantial influence. And who is this Sweet Meow? Why have I never heard of her before? Is she truly as enchanting as they say? Astonishing. A new wealthy patron has emerged. Let us hasten to witness this spectacle. Driven by the thrill of the moment, viewers flock to Sweet Meow's live stream. What began as a modest gathering swiftly burgeons into hundreds, then thousands. As Wei Chuan dispatched the 666th carnival gift, the viewer count surpassed 10,000, with the numbers escalating at an astonishing rate. Yet, amidst this burgeoning crowd, Sweet Meow, the host, remained devoid of any glimmer of excitement, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety rather than joy. She had previously only shared a few videos on Douyin. Tonight marked her inaugural live broadcast, and she was woefully inexperienced. She approached this venture with a purely recreational mindset, never aspiring to become an internet sensation. As Wei Chuan surmised, she hailed from a well-off family and lacked for nothing. Her foray into live streaming was purely for amusement, and her mention of 1,000 carnivals was merely casual banter. Little did she anticipate that among the scant audience, a lavish spender would truly exist. 3 million was a trifling sum given her background. Yet this stranger was willing to lavish such a fortune upon her, merely to catch a glimpse of her. While revealing her face was inconsequential, the increasing crowd and escalating atmosphere began to overwhelm her. Though she typically presented herself with confidence, facing such a multitude rendered her momentarily bashful. Within mere minutes, the livestream audience swelled beyond 20,000. The newly arrived viewers, bewildered by the host's silence, grew increasingly perplexed. What is going on with the host? Why isn't she moving? Let's get the atmosphere going, exclaimed one newcomer. Is she a novice? With such a generous benefactor, shouldn't she express her gratitude? They pondered, seeking clarification. The original few dozen viewers experienced an inexplicable sense of superiority, whispering among themselves, "You may not know, but our Meow Meow promised that if someone gifted her 1,000 carnivals, she would reveal her face." And lo and behold, young Master Ghost acted without hesitation. With such a formidable patron, how could Meow Meow not rise to fame? Thanks to these explanations, the newly arrived spectators finally grasped the situation. Wei Chuan remained fervently tapping at his phone, oblivious to the chatter around him. His sole focus was reaching that elusive 1 billion mark to fulfill his task and reap the rewards. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sends 999 carnival gifts to the host Sweet Meow. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sends 1,000 carnival gifts to the host Sweet Meow. At last, upon the dispatch of the 1,000th carnival gift, the fervor of the audience surged to a new zenith. Each viewer eagerly anticipated catching a glimpse of the host's true visage. Yet, the host herself appeared increasingly anxious, showing no inclination to unveil the veil that concealed her face, as if she had forgotten her earlier promise. "Dear lady, why do you linger? It is time to fulfill your promise," urged the viewers, their impatience palpable. Curiosity is inherent in human nature. The more elusive something is, the more one yearns to behold it. The spectacle had escalated to such heights that their curiosity reached fever pitch. Faced with the mounting pressure, Sweet Meow hesitated before the camera, finally stammering, "I misspoke earlier. It isn't 1,000 carnivals, it's 10,000. Yes, 10,000. As she uttered the word 10,000, her tone grew resolute, her demeanor firm, as if rallying her own spirit. Chapter 23, Frenzied Gifting of 5,000 Carnivals, Witnessing the Wealthy Patron. At this moment, she discerned that this young master ghost was undoubtedly a tycoon worth billions, casually spending millions as if it were mere pocket change. Yet so what? While 3 million is not an insignificant amount, does he truly believe this would compel her to acquiesce, just because he possesses wealth? If he wishes to glimpse the divine beauty of this fairy, that may be possible. However, if he thinks he can simply buy her favor, he is sorely mistaken. She is not lacking in funds. If necessary, she could always return his gifts. Sweet Meow mused within herself. As for whether he would truly gift 10,000 carnivals, she held no concern. After all, that amounted to 30 million, a sum that would deter any rational individual from spending such lavishly on a stranger. The internet is rife with wealthy patrons, yet seldom does one encounter a spendthrift willing to part with tens of millions so casually. However, reality was far from her expectations. To Wei Chuan, 30 million held less value than a mere penny does to an average person. Had she known he intended to shower her with 1 billion in gifts, one wonders what her reaction would have been. If she were aware that he possessed a fortune in the trillions, how would she have responded? Regarding Wei Chuan's capabilities, she remained blissfully ignorant. After proclaiming the 10,000 carnivals, she anticipated he would retreat in defeat. Consequently, she disregarded the uproar among the audience and made her way to a piano, her fingers gracefully caressing the keys. Seizing the moment with so many viewers present, she wished to showcase her piano prowess. While she merely dabbled in the gouging, the piano was her true forte. She commenced playing a classic yet exceedingly challenging piece by Tchaikovsky. As her delicate fingers danced across the keys, a beautiful melody filled the live stream. This was undoubtedly a performance of professional caliber. Unfortunately, among the nearly 100,000 viewers, not a single soul was inclined to appreciate her artistry. The host, lost in her own world of self-display, failed to engage her audience, who were dissatisfied with her lack of commitment to her promise. "You promised to show your face after 1,000 carnivals. How can you dismiss us with a mere correction? Is there no integrity left in this world?" they lamented. Host, place your hand on your heart and ask yourself, do you truly feel you are honoring young Master Ghost S 3 million? The viewers erupted with fervor, as if those 1,000 carnivals were their own contributions. Have you not noticed? This host clearly hails from wealth herself. Just look at that kawaii piano, which must have cost a fortune, remarked one particularly observant viewer. However, after sending 1,000 carnivals, Wei Chuan showed no intention of stopping. He remained indifferent to the host's ungrateful attitude, and even less concerned about the reactions of the viewers. His ambition was to reach a staggering 100 million. After all, 3 million was merely a trifling sum. How much longer would this take? Wei Chuan lamented. It had only been 10 minutes since he dispatched the first carnival. At that moment, the viewer count in the live stream was on the verge of surpassing 200,000. The audience initially believed this mysterious benefactor would cease after sending 1,000 carnivals. After all, even a blind person could see that the host was clearly being unreasonable. Continuing further seemed pointless. Yet he persisted. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent the host Sweet Meow Carnival 1111. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent the host Sweet Meow Carnival 1222. Fine. The benefactor was impressive. If he made a move, it had to be a full set of 1314. The viewers speculated. Yet they were mistaken. After sending the 1,314th carnival, this enigmatic benefactor did not halt. Not only did he not stop, but his pace also accelerated. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent the host Sweet Meow Carnival 2000. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent the host Sweet Meow Carnival $49.99. In less than an hour, Wei Chuan had already contributed gifts worth over 10 million. Consequently, the viewers were left dumbfounded. Was this the power of Ghost Xiao? Who exactly was this Ghost Xiao? If his family didn't possess hundreds of billions, how could they withstand such extravagance? The viewer count in the live stream continued to rise, swiftly breaking the 1 million mark. It's worth noting that the numbers in Douyin live streams are genuine, devoid of any embellishment. 1 million viewers. What an astonishing concept. Even a top-tier celebrity might struggle to achieve such an audience. It was hard to fathom that a small streamer with only tens of thousands of followers could generate such fervor during their first live stream. Host, just give in to Ghost Xiao. Ghost Xiao is amazing. Ghost Xiao, take me as your little brother. I would gladly pick up soap for you. Host sister, your live stream has exploded. Stop playing the piano already. As the numbers surged, the barrage of comments raced across the screen. Among these viewers were even other streamers from different channels. Each had been diligently live streaming, competing fiercely, their dialogues filled with references to family and brothers without pause. Some engaged in product promotions, showcasing their acting skills and skits. Yet, as they streamed, their audiences dwindled. What could they do? That infernal carnival broadcast had incessantly played for a full hour. They were also curious, which major streamer from what guild had started broadcasting? Given the scale, surely it had to be a top-tier streamer with tens of millions of followers. Sweet Meow? That name didn't ring any bells. Regardless, with their own streams empty, they decided to shut down and join the spectacle. Upon arriving, they were left astounded. It was indeed just an obscure little streamer. That aside, she was even wearing a mask, leaving her appearance a mystery. If it were an average host, even one with millions of followers, encountering such a generous patron would, at the very least, elicit expressions of overwhelming gratitude. Yet here she was, completely engrossed in playing the piano, without sparing a glance at the camera. Fine. That could be overlooked. Perhaps the benefactor was captivated by her talent. But what was with that ancient attire? It clashed entirely with the piano. How could a benefactor be interested in such a sight? Those streamers who came to witness the excitement gradually fell into contemplation. Where had they faltered? Was it their legs not long enough, their skirts not short enough? Was their waist not slender enough, or their curves not pronounced enough? Simultaneously, they developed a keen interest in this extravagant, mysterious benefactor. Upon clicking on the benefactor's profile, they were left speechless. Aside from a name that seemed hastily typed, there was nothing else, no videos at all. Even the profile picture was a default system image. But that mattered little. All they needed to know was this person was undeniably wealthy. Such a top-tier benefactor could not be an unknown entity. Perhaps they wished to keep their true identity concealed. Chapter 24. 10.086 Carnivals. The enchanting beauty is moved. Several self-proclaimed attractive female streamers began sending private messages to Wei Chuan. Some were even quite overt in their implications. Their aim, of course, was to transform this mysterious benefactor into their financial supporter. Regrettably, these messages went unanswered. In fact, Wei Chuan hadn't even glanced at them. He was too preoccupied. It had already been nearly an hour, and he hadn't even reached 30 million yet. It was now deep into the night, and he had no idea how long Sweet Meow would continue her stream. Given her dismissive attitude towards gifts, it was possible that he wouldn't complete his modest goal of 100 million before she ended her broadcast. As an amateur streamer, it was uncertain when she would next go live. Would he even be able to fulfill his task? Wei Chuan felt a surge of urgency, gritting his teeth as his pace quickened. His fingers moved with the swiftness of an electric motor, operating for an hour without cramping, and even accelerating. Truly remarkable. If a certain young lady were to witness this scene, one could only wonder if she would fall hopelessly in love with this man. Meanwhile, host Sweet Meow continued to play the piano, transitioning from one song to the next. Occasionally, she would sing a tune. Whether her piano skills were discernible to the average listener is questionable, but her vocal talent was undeniably exceptional, rivaling that of the original artists. Perhaps this was one of the reasons the livestream maintained its high popularity. Perhaps fatigued, after finishing a song, she yawned and stretched languidly. The motion of raising her arms subtly revealed her exquisite figure. Suddenly, she appeared taken aback, as if recalling that she was still broadcasting. She removed the phone used for the livestream from its stand, and her eyes were met with the carnival effects and the rapidly scrolling comments. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent the host Sweet Meow Carnival 10010. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent the host Sweet Meow Carnival 10086. In an instant, her large, captivating eyes widened in disbelief. She was utterly dazed. She could hardly believe what she saw. After confirming the numbers on the screen multiple times, she finally accepted that her eyes were not deceiving her. Instantly, a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her. This person had indeed sent 10,000 carnivals and was still going. What could he possibly want? Was he truly just here to catch a glimpse of her? Are there truly men in this world so devoted? That was tens of millions. In just a short hour, this stranger had spent millions on her. All for a mere glance. If she were to suggest that she aimed to reach 100,000 this time, would he comply? Perhaps he would. She pondered silently. Gazing at the unfamiliar ID on the screen, she felt an overwhelming sense of emotion welling up within her. She was unexpectedly moved by a man she had never met. It was a notion that astonished even her. However, the sum at stake was indeed several tens of millions. Previously, a few million might not have seemed significant to her family, but to personally procure such an amount was beyond her means. Moreover, tens of millions represented a considerable sum even for her father, who owned a business. Of course, her feelings of gratitude were not rooted in the monetary value. Having grown up in affluence, she had little regard for wealth. What truly touched her was the man's unwavering determination. To catch a glimpse of her, he had audaciously showered her with 10,000 gifts. How could she not be moved by such fervor? Yet, it was evident that her assumptions were misplaced. Wei Chuan was indeed persistent, but his fixation was not on simply gazing at the young lady. Rather, he was dedicated to accomplishing his mission and earning enhancement points. These points signified various skills, and more importantly, a stronger and healthier body. He understood that his future life would be filled with extraordinary experiences and wonderful people. And he needed a robust physique to fully relish it all. What? 100,000 gifts? Surely, he was thinking too grandly. The monetary aspect was trivial. Completing the task with a total of 100 million gifts was paramount. Who would seek to ingratiate themselves with someone else? Regrettably, at that moment, the streamer was oblivious to his true intentions. She seemed to be indulging in her own romantic fantasies. The fact that a man had spent tens of millions on her due to a mere comment piqued her curiosity. It was her first time feeling such intrigue towards a man, which she found incredulous. Yet, she was eager to discover what kind of person he truly was. However, when she clicked on his avatar, she was met with a blank screen, leaving her somewhat disheartened. After some contemplation, she sent a private message. Do you really want to see me that badly? Then, she anxiously awaited a reply. Naturally, Wei Chuan would not respond. He was wholly engrossed in his gifting spree. Thus, the streamer faced yet another disappointment. However, she felt no anger. Observing the frantically fluctuating numbers on her screen, she was even more touched. This guy was so preoccupied with showering her with gifts that he likely had no time to read her private messages. She mused. After a moment of contemplation, the streamer decided to communicate with Wei Chuan across the screen for the first time. You can stop now, Ghostmaster. No need to continue. Her words, though brief, were articulated with an extraordinary gentleness, starkly contrasting her previously audacious demeanor in the live stream. This subtle shift did not escape the notice of the early viewers, who keenly observed the change. Ghostmaster 666, the streamer is finally being conquered by you. Indeed, there was no female streamer who could resist the allure of gifts. If 1,000 gifts weren't enough, then 10,000 would suffice. And if that still fell short, then 100,000. Ghostmaster is impressive. Ghostmaster is magnanimous. The comments from the viewers scrolled past at a dizzying pace. Wei Chuan, however, paid no heed to what the streamer was saying. What a joke. Just as he had found his rhythm, she wanted him to stop? Was this something that could simply be halted? He had prepared 100 million in ammunition. The streamer, unaware of his thoughts, sensed an indescribable feeling as he continued to shower her with gifts. It seemed this man would not relent until he had seen her. Very well, she thought. Having already made her statement, she could not retract it a second time. After all, it was merely a matter of showing her face. It was not a significant issue. Thus, she added, Ghostmaster, it's all right. You've already sent 10,000 gifts. I'm not someone who goes back on my word. With that, she slowly lifted her hand and removed the silk scarf from her face, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Her captivating eyes sparkled with vitality, her delicate nose was perfectly formed, and her lips, resembling rose petals, were alluringly luscious. Dressed in traditional attire, she appeared ethereal, like a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, so stunning that it defied description. In that instant, the entire live stream fell into a brief silence. The following second, the chat erupted with excitement. Chapter 25. A single live stream gains nearly 1 million followers. Over 1 million viewers in the stream went wild. The streamer's beauty was utterly otherworldly. She rivaled even the top-tier female celebrities, if not surpassing them. Ah, Meow Meow is too beautiful. Mom, I'm in love. Celestial sister, when did you descend to Earth? Streamer, how will I ever find a girlfriend again? A man who has seen a celestial fairy could never fall for an ordinary girl. Ghostmaster's taste is truly beyond what we mere mortals can compare to. Such a goddess, even with wealth, I would desire her. Faced with such an extraordinary beauty, the viewers wasted no time in lavishing her with compliments. Every human harbors a sense of vanity, especially a girl. Watching the comments rapidly scroll across the screen, filled with praise for her, the beautiful streamer couldn't help but smile with a hint of pride. Yet, more than the admiration of the viewers, she was concerned with the opinion of that one particular person, the man who had generously gifted her tens of millions. Noticing he had ceased gifting, she felt a slight relief. Yet a sense of disappointment lingered. Did her celestial beauty fail to impress him? She pondered, unwilling to concede. She sent him another private message. Ghostmaster, you're not disappointed, are you? I could end the stream now. Wei Chuan did not reply to her private message. In fact, his inbox had long since exploded, and he hadn't even glanced at it. At that moment, he simply stared at his phone screen, seemingly lost in thought. His finger, which had been furiously sending gifts, unconsciously came to a halt. This was not due to being captivated by the streamer's beauty. Rather, it was because he recognized this woman. Not only that, but he had also video called her that very morning. It was not Lin Xiaowan, but her close friend, Yang Qian. The Yang Qian from the Music Academy. The only campus beauty in Moda University who could rival Lin Xiaowan. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wei Chuan quickly regained his composure. Regardless of her identity, completing the task was what mattered most. Thus, after a brief pause in the gifting frenzy, the stream's carnival effects resumed. Dead Ghost Eating Grapes sends the streamer's Sweet Meow Carnival 11111. Dead Ghost Eating Grapes sends the streamer's Sweet Meow Carnival 11119. Initially, Yang Qian felt a twinge of disappointment when her private message went unanswered for so long. For a fleeting moment, she even questioned her own beauty. However, upon witnessing his silence and renewed gifting frenzy, her self-doubt dissipated. This guy surely wasn't just staring blankly, was he? She thought with a sense of pride. Simultaneously, she began to imagine a man gazing at her image on his phone in a daze, since she had no idea what he looked like. Her mental image felt heavily pixelated. Wait, why was it pixelated? A troubling thought suddenly crossed her mind. Who exactly was this man? He had already spent nearly $500 million. With such extravagant generosity, he must be a top-tier wealthy heir, something even the richest could hardly achieve. Unless he is the father of a top-tier wealthy heir, Yang Qian mused silently to herself. An image of a greasy middle-aged man gradually took shape in her mind. Coupled with the other party's ID, she suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. At that moment, an uncontrollable scene flashed in her mind. A lecherous, greasy uncle leering at his phone screen, his right hand incessantly sending gifts while his left hand busied itself with something else. It was an image that truly warranted a mosaic cover. One must admit, the sheer leap of her imagination took even herself by surprise. No wonder the other party had remained silent throughout. It turned out to be this. Realizing she had harbored a flicker of curiosity about this person just moments ago, Yang Qian felt a surge of nausea. Thus, in an unexpected turn of events for over 1 million viewers in the live stream, she abruptly ended the broadcast. Instantly, the audience was left bewildered. What was happening? Just a moment ago, the host appeared moved, and the next, she suddenly disconnected, without a word of warning. Even as the affluent user continued showering gifts, she left without a glance back. Did the big shot not care about appearances? However, some viewers admired the streamer's individuality. Even when faced with a lavish spender, she did not overly compromise. This was how a goddess should behave. If it were another female streamer, faced with such a wealthy benefactor, she would have likely succumbed long ago. Many harbored this sentiment. Alongside Yang Qian's breathtaking beauty, her audience soared from mere tens of thousands to nearly 1 million in a single broadcast. As for Wei Chuan, the other main character of this live stream, his followers surged from single digits to nearly 500,000. Yet, Wei Chuan himself felt no elation. At that moment, he stared at his phone, his expression distinctly grim. Yang Qian's sudden departure had caught him off guard. Ultimately, he had failed to fulfill his task. It appeared he would have to wait for her next live stream, whenever that might be. Just then, the system notification chimed unexpectedly. Ding! Accumulated spending by the host has surpassed 10 billion, awarding 30 enhancement points and the skill Mastery of Instruments at level 30. Upon hearing this notification, Wei Chuan was overjoyed. That was a full 30 enhancement points. It seemed his 3 assistants had performed admirably, helping him spend over 9 billion, with the remaining millions being supplemented by himself. As for what they had purchased on his behalf, Wei Chuan had no inclination to inquire. Money was ephemeral, enhancement points were the essence. System, how many enhancement points do I currently possess? Wei Chuan inquired. Ding. The host currently has 45 enhancement points remaining. Would you like to proceed with enhancement? Enhance 25 points in physique and 20 points in spirit, Wei Chuan instructed. Ding. Enhancement completed. Host, Wei Chuan. Physique, 75. Spirit, 66. Average value for adult males, 10. Remaining enhancement points, 0. Remaining lucky draw chances, 0. Skills, driving mastery, LV 50. Mastery of instruments, LV 50. Singing mastery, LV 20. After hearing the introduction of his attributes and feeling the burgeoning strength of his body, Wei Chuan wore a satisfied smile. Before bedtime, he glanced at his phone and noticed several messages from Lin Xiaowan. Chapter 26. Those who betray me, do not blame me for my cruelty. Just before sleeping, Lin Xiaowan sent a message. Lin Xiaowan, Brother Wei Chuan, are you free tomorrow night? If you want to ask me out, I'm always available. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Chuan replied. Lin Xiaowan's message came back instantly. Shouldn't you, as a boy, be the one to ask me out first? All right, I'm currently at a hotel. Shall we meet? Wei Chuan sent back a mischievous message. Not at all, Lin Xiaowan responded with a shy emoji. This made Wei Chuan chuckle. Lin Xiaowan, tomorrow is my birthday, and there is a birthday party in the evening. Can you come? It would be my honor to be invited by a beautiful girl. Wei Chuan replied. He held a genuine fondness for Lin Xiaowan, not merely because of her beauty but primarily due to the pure aura she exuded. After an engaging and light-hearted conversation, they exchanged good nights. The night passed without incident. Wei Chuan slept soundly until he was awakened the next morning by a phone call. Master, the tasks you entrusted yesterday have been completed. I have sent the evidence to your phone. The voice on the other end belonged to his second assistant, Chen Tianqi. Wei Chuan understood he was referring to the matter concerning Wang Lia. He opened the two video files sent by Chen Tianqi. One was the original video recorded by Wang Lia, capturing their conversation clearly. Wei Chuan demanded the return of 600,000 he had given for a house, while Wang Lia steadfastly denied ever receiving such money. The second video was filmed in a bank. From the angle, it did not appear to be surveillance footage, but rather seemed like someone had filmed it with a phone. The video also featured Wei Chuan and Wang Lia. It showed Wei Chuan withdrawing stacks of 100 yuan bills and handing them to Wang Lia, who promptly deposited the money back into her own bank account. Through the glass, Wei Chuan could even see the peculiar and discontented expression of the bank staff. Observing his own actions from an outsider's perspective, Wei Chuan felt an indescribable loneliness. 3 years of emotion. Once, he had harbored unreserved trust in Wang Lia. It was hard to fathom that it had ultimately culminated in such a ruthless betrayal. He wondered if he would ever again be able to trust someone wholeheartedly. Regarding Wang Lia, no trace of pity remained in Wei Chuan's heart. If one does not betray me, I shall not betray them. If one betrays me, well, he chuckled darkly. Then do not blame me for my cruelty. Wei Chuan busied himself with this matter throughout the day. It was not that he couldn't delegate it to an assistant. Rather, he felt it necessary to personally ensure that Wang Lia received her due punishment for being the woman who had nearly led him to ruin. Under his orchestrations, a series of news articles detonated across the internet. Shocking. A female student from a certain university committed such an act against her boyfriend for money. Stunning twist. The man despised by all online turns out to be the victim. Utterly shameless. Wang Lia, a student at Magic City University, defrauded both money and affection, and has now been expelled from the university. A great relief. Female college student Wang Lia, suspected of fraud and defamation, has been taken into police custody. In merely a day, the scorned woman Wang Lia became one of the hottest topics online, known to nearly everyone. Logically speaking, despite the extreme shamelessness of Wang Lia's actions, she was still just a student, a nondescript minor character, and shouldn't have stirred such a massive uproar online. However, with the involvement of capital, everything fell into place. At 3 in the afternoon, after completing all his tasks, Wei Chuan leisurely sipped his afternoon tea when a phone call came in. He picked up his phone and saw it was Wang Lia. Wei Chuan was not particularly surprised. The news had reported that Wang Lia was already under police control. Though she was merely under residential surveillance and could make phone calls, the authorities would proceed with her arrest only after further verifying the evidence. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Chuan ultimately decided to answer the call. He firmly believed that in this world, there exists neither love nor hatred without reason. His curiosity piqued as he wondered what motive Wang Lia had to commit such egregious acts against him. If her sole intention was the 600,000, there was no need for her to fabricate a video. Once the call connected, Wang Lia's voice, tinged with a sob, reached him. Wei Chuan, I was wrong. Please, I beg you, let me go. I will return the money. Sob. Wei Chuan scoffed. Was this merely a matter of money? Now she was pleading for mercy. Where was her remorse when it mattered? Wang Lia, do you not think it is too late to say these things now? Wei Chuan replied coldly. I was wrong. Let us reconcile. Wei Chuan, I can marry you. Whatever position you desire, I will comply, Wang Lia insisted. Wei Chuan was left speechless. This woman had truly lost all semblance of dignity. I have a question for you. If your answer satisfies me, I may consider sparing you, Wei Chuan stated. Really? What is the question? Wang Lia responded eagerly. Wei Chuan calmly continued. Is it not enough that you deceived me out of my money and then created a video to slander me? Why did you do it? Woo-woo. It's all my fault for being momentarily foolish. I never anticipated it would cause you such great harm. Wang Lia wept again. I am giving you one last chance. Speak the truth. Wei Chuan coldly demanded. Wang Lia fell silent. Just as Wei Chuan was about to hang up, she spoke. I didn't want anyone to know I had been in a relationship with you for 3 years. I didn't want anyone to know we had been intimate. Upon hearing this revelation, Wei Chuan was left utterly dumbfounded. He felt as though his worldview had been shattered once again. He began to piece together the sequence of events. It was highly likely that this woman, after finding a new partner, underwent some form of reconstructive surgery at a plastic surgery clinic. However, many classmates at school were aware of their relationship. For a couple to have been together for 3 years and claim nothing had transpired was hard to believe. Thus, Wang Lia resorted to creating a video that demoted her status from girlfriend to mere admirer. It is well known that admirers have no claim to intimacy. Wang Lia's maneuver was truly astonishing. Your response has taken me by surprise. Lastly, I must inform you that this call you are making is being monitored by the police. Wei Chuan said before abruptly hanging up. He could never let Wang Lia off the hook. He understood that her fate was sealed. Not to mention, the amount involved in the fraud charge was as high as 600,000, which carried a minimum sentence of 10 years. Wei Chuan was not heartless. Had he not acquired the system, his fate might have been far worse than that of Wang Lia. In the evening, following the coordinates sent by Lin Xiuwan, Wei Chuan drove to the luxurious Lin Xiuwan's residence at number 8 Ziyuan in the bustling metropolis. Chapter 27. Giving a girl such a gift? Brother Wei Chuan, why did you arrive so late? Upon alighting from the car, Lin Xiuwan joyfully rushed toward him, followed by a gaggle of young ladies. Among them her close friend Yang Qian. Seeing this gathering, Wei Chuan felt invigorated. So he was the only man at tonight's gathering? Surrounded by a plethora of beautiful women, especially the exquisite duo of Lin Xiuwan and Yang Qian, he felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Brother Wei Chuan, let me introduce you. This is my cousin Lin Cc, this is my other cousin Deng Li, and this is my classmate, Lin Xiuwan said, pointing to each girl in succession. Finally, she took Yang Qian's hand and said, this is my best friend Yang Qian, whom you met during our video call yesterday. Wei Chuan greeted each of the ladies with a warm smile, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. His natural good looks, enhanced by the subtle influence of the handsome emperor card, combined with the aura of his multi-million-dollar supercar, left the women in awe of his striking presence. Even Lin Xiuwan felt that her brother Wei Chuan had become even more handsome in just one day. Previously harboring misunderstandings about Wei Chuan, Yang Qian had seen the news regarding Wang Lia and now felt all doubts dissipate. She couldn't help but admire her friend's taste in men. Happy birthday, Wanner, Wei Chuan said, producing a small pendant from his pocket and solemnly presenting it to Lin Xiuwan. It was the crystal Ultraman pendant he had won through the system's lottery. However, the moment he revealed the pendant, the previously harmonious atmosphere turned peculiar. The ladies stared in disbelief, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. Had he truly gifted Lin Xiuwan an Ultraman? Was there something amiss with this man? Even a stereotypical straight man would not commit such a faux pas. The absurdity was palpable. Wei Chuan, gifting a girl an Ultraman? You must be the first in history to do so, Yang Qian remarked, her tone tinged with incredulity. She was straightforward and meant no offense. She simply stated the obvious. Wei Chuan discerned no malice in her voice, but couldn't help but feel a tinge of annoyance towards the second belle of Magic Capital University. This woman had inexplicably ended their video call the previous night, leaving him unable to complete his task. It felt akin to having a bullet fired only to be abruptly retracted. How could he endure that? Lin Xiuwan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the gift, but her face soon lit up with joy as she accepted the pendant. Upon hearing Yang Qian's comment, she hurriedly replied, thank you, Brother Wei Chuan. This gift is quite unique, and I love it. Her reaction left all the women, including Yang Qian, utterly speechless. Wanner, you like Ultraman too? How come I never knew? Her cousin Lin Cc asked incredulously. Sister, you don't understand. This isn't just any Ultraman. This one has abs. Look how exquisite it is. Lin Xiuwan exclaimed, gleefully gesturing. Her enthusiasm rendered the other ladies momentarily speechless, and even Wei Chuan couldn't suppress a smirk. When he presented the pendant, he had indeed seen a flicker of astonishment in Lin Xiuwan's eyes, followed by a playful expression directed at him. Yet, she quickly donned a mask of sheer delight as she accepted the gift, cradling it as if it were a treasure. Wei Chuan understood that no girl would genuinely appreciate such an eccentric gift. Lin Xiuwan's reaction was undoubtedly to save face, given the presence of so many people around. Thoughtful women always evoke tenderness. He couldn't help but affectionately pinch her nose. Wei Chuan felt somewhat helpless. This pendant was the most precious gift he could currently offer, despite its rather dismal appearance. However, as a product of the system's lucky draw, its worth was beyond monetary evaluation. Although Wei Chuan was uncertain of its specific utility, it was unlikely that a system-produced item would be worthless, right? Wanner, keep this pendant close. It will be useful, Wei Chuan said earnestly. Oh, Lin Xiaowan. Seeing his serious expression, carefully tucked the pendant away. Witnessing her obedient demeanor filled Wei Chuan with satisfaction. I have one more gift to present to you, Wei Chuan said, as he retrieved a beautifully crafted jewelry box from the front trunk of the Bugatti. Inside lay a necklace of exquisite beauty. The moment the girls laid eyes on it, their gazes widened in astonishment. Wow, this necklace is absolutely stunning. So many diamonds, and that ruby in the center is enormous, exclaimed a classmate of Lin Xiaowan. Her cousin, Deng Li, also stepped forward, her family engaged in the jewelry business. I recognize this necklace. It must be the heart of the Arctic, the prized treasure of Zhou Taifu jewelry. It's valued at over 10 million. Legend has it that the heart of the Arctic symbolizes an unattainable love, meant to be gifted to the most important person in one's life, she said, her face alight with excitement. All the girls were left speechless, their eyes glued to the heart of the Arctic, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. A birthday gift worth over 10 million. They were genuinely envious of Lin Xiaowan. Their glances toward Wei Chuan shifted, now imbued with a newfound regard. This guy, who had initially presented such an extravagant gift, was clearly teasing them. The true revelation was yet to come. Who exactly was this man, so lavish in his generosity? No wonder Wanner held Li Yuchen in such disdain. The disparity was far too great. Observing the girls' reaction, Wei Chuan found amusement in their naivety. A group of women, unacquainted with the finer things in life, seemed to overlook true value in favor of superficial trinkets. Nevertheless, the necklace was indeed beautiful. It was the most expensive piece he could procure within a short time, with anything pricier only available at auctions. Seeing Lin Xiaowan also display a glimmer of excitement, Wei Chuan gently asked, "Do you like it?" "Yes, I love it," Lin Xiaowan replied, her cheeks tinged with pink. Upon hearing her cousin's description of the necklace's symbolic significance, an inexplicable wave of emotion washed over her. "Let me put it on for you," Wei Chuan said with a smile. As he spoke, he took the necklace and draped it around Lin Xiaowan's swan-like neck. This intimate gesture sent her heart racing. "Is it beautiful?" she asked, her gaze flickering under Wei Chuan's intense stare. "Are you referring to the necklace or to yourself?" Wei Chuan chuckled. "Of course, the necklace," Lin Xiaowan murmured shyly. Wei Chuan scrutinized the necklace resting against her bosom for a moment before declaring, "The necklace is nothing special. It only shines when worn by you." Lin Xiaowan's cheeks flushed crimson, acutely aware that he was not merely admiring the necklace, but rather, "All right, you too. Can you at least acknowledge the rest of us?" Yang Qian interjected, exasperated. Lin Xiaowan's face flushed with shyness at her words, while Wei Chuan merely smiled charmingly. As the group made their way towards the villa, the roar of a sports car echoed from behind. A striking red Ferrari 488 pulled up in front of them. Chapter 28. A collective mourning for Li Yuchen. Upon seeing the red Ferrari, Lin Xiaowan's countenance darkened. The driver was none other than Li Yuchen, the so-called campus heartthrob. Stepping out of the car, he greeted, "Happy birthday, Lin Xiaowan." He instinctively wanted to call her Wanner, but abruptly changed his tone upon noticing Wei Chuan. His adaptability was commendable. At school, Wei Chuan had warned him against calling Lin Xiaowan by that name. He thought he had disregarded the caution, yet upon seeing Wei Chuan, he unconsciously altered his address. This reaction was entirely instinctual, and realizing it filled him with an inexplicable sense of humiliation. "Wei Chuan, what are you doing here?" Li Yuchen inquired, his eyes flickering. Before Wei Chuan could respond, Lin Xiaowan interjected, "Li Yuchen, this is my home. Do you think it's appropriate to ask such a question? Also, I don't believe I invited you, did I?" Given the relationship between the Lin and Li families, Lin Xiaowan would not typically treat Li Yuchen with such disdain. However, his persistent malice towards her brother, Wei Chuan, had extinguished any goodwill. The other girls noticed the stark contrast in Lin Xiaowan's demeanor towards Wei Chuan and Li Yuchen, silently mourning for Li Yuchen for a moment. They found it unsurprising. While Li Yuchen was undeniably handsome, Wei Chuan was equally striking. In terms of charisma, Wei Chuan clearly overshadowed Li Yuchen. Additionally, Wei Chuan's readiness to spend millions suggested a family background that undoubtedly surpassed Li Yuchen's. Lin Xiaowan's choice was entirely reasonable. However, the reality was not as they perceived. Lin Xiaowan had developed feelings for Wei Chuan during that fateful night, oblivious to his wealth at the time. Li Yuchen, feeling unjustly slighted by Lin Xiaowan's coldness and witnessing her closeness to Wei Chuan, was engulfed by jealousy. "Lin Xiaowan, does Uncle Lin know you've invited a boy over?" he said angrily. Before Lin Xiaowan could respond, Wei Chuan interjected, "Aren't you overstepping your bounds a bit? Feeling no shame, are you?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuchen could hardly contain his indignation. "Wei Chuan, don't get cocky. If you're so confident, how about we settle this with a duel? Are you sure? Right now?" Wei Chuan pressed, cracking his knuckles with a half-smile. "I'm not talking about a brawl. That's for the uncouth. I mean a basketball showdown. Tomorrow at the school gym. Do you dare face me?" The loser leaves Lin Xiaowan, Li Yuchen declared, knowing he would be no match for Wei Chuan in a fight. He opted to challenge him in a sport where he excelled. As a key player on the school basketball team, he was supremely confident in his skills. He was aware of everyone skilled in basketball at school, and Wei Chuan was not among them. He believed he would surely triumph, making it a win-win situation for him. Even if Wei Chuan declined the challenge, he would still regain face in front of Lin Xiaowan. After Li Yuchen made his declaration, Wei Chuan heard the system's electronic voice in his mind. Ding! Detected a challenge from Li Yuchen. Initiating system task. Task: accept Li Yuchen's challenge and defeat the opponent. Task difficulty: F grade. Task reward: 1 lucky draw, 10 enhancement points. Upon receiving the task notification, a faint smile crept across Wei Chuan's face. Having encountered Li Yuchen twice now, both times triggering a task, he found that this individual was not as insufferable as he once thought. I accept your challenge. But the stakes must change. Neither of us is worthy to wager Lin Xiaowan, Wei Chuan stated. Hearing this, Lin Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Wei Chuan. Li Yuchen found it difficult to counter his proposal, and after a moment's thought, he replied, "Then let us do this. Whoever loses must shout 3 times, 'I am an idiot.' How does that sound?" Wei Chuan perceived this alteration in stakes as a sign of Li Yuchen's insecurity. This only bolstered his confidence in victory. In truth, the stakes were inconsequential. As long as Li Yuchen agreed to compete, that was sufficient. He planned to leverage his influence at school to draw a crowd, ensuring that Wei Chuan would be humiliated in front of everyone. He doubted Lin Xiaowan would continue to hold affection for someone so ineffectual. "All right, if I lose, I will shout 3 times that I'm an idiot," Wei Chuan replied nonchalantly. "It's I'm an idiot, not you're an idiot," Li Yuchen retorted angrily. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest," Wei Chuan remarked, his expression one of incredulity. Was Li Yuchen's intellect somehow deficient? How could he be ensnared by such an antiquated jest? The surrounding girls wore peculiar expressions, evidently stifling their laughter. Li Yuchen, the handsome heartthrob of Magic City University, was well known among the female attendees. Yet upon encountering him today, it seemed that this campus idol was rather dim-witted. Of course, Li Yuchen was not a fool. He merely felt a surge of trepidation in Wei Chuan's presence. With his spirit currently elevated to an impressive 66 points, Wei Chuan exuded an intangible aura that accompanied those in positions of power. Take, for instance, Li Yuchen's father, Li Xiaojing, a CEO of a publicly listed company, who similarly radiated such an air of authority. Whenever Li Yuchen faced Wei Chuan, he experienced an unsettling illusion of standing before his father, which undoubtedly filled him with profound humiliation. "All right, anyone who fails to attend tomorrow shall be deemed a fool," Li Yuchen declared fiercely. "Then you may leave now?" Wei Chuan replied. "I came to see Uncle Lin. Is he here?" Li Yuchen inquired, glancing at Lin Xiaowan. "My father will be back later," Lin Xiaowan responded. "Then I shall wait for him," Li Yuchen stated. His persistence was rather tiresome, yet Lin Xiaowan felt she had no other choice but to acquiesce. Following the customary procedures for the birthday gathering, the group assembled to sing the birthday song and then blew out the candles. Just before making wishes, Lin Xiaowan exchanged a silent glance with Wei Chuan. Witnessing this, Li Yuchen felt a pang of discomfort. While everyone else was engaged in joyous laughter, he found himself sidelined, which only intensified his agitation. He pondered the fact that, as a campus heartthrob, he was accustomed to attracting glances from the ladies. Yet today, to his dismay, it seemed that even Lin Xiaowan had overlooked him. Why did the other girls seem so utterly indifferent? Why were they so captivated by Wei Chuan? Even Yang Qian, the second most beautiful girl at Magic City University, occasionally cast her enchanting gaze in his direction. Where had he faltered? Li Yuchen was at a loss. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a magnificent grand piano in the corner of the room. A flash of inspiration struck him. "Very well, you shallow women. Today I shall dazzle you with my talent," Li Yuchen mused inwardly. Chapter 29. How infuriating. He has indeed managed to outshine me again. Clearing his throat, Li Yuchen declared, "Since everyone is having such a splendid time, I, Li Yuchen, shall grace you with a performance." With that, he disregarded the reactions of others and confidently seated himself at the piano. As his fingers danced across the keys, the enchanting melody of Clair de Lune floated throughout the room. The once boisterous laughter of the girls gradually faded into silence. Wow, I had only heard that Li Yuchen was an excellent basketball player. I never imagined he played the piano so beautifully. One of Lin Xiaowan's classmates whispered. "Indeed, Clair de Lune is quite challenging. I've been practicing piano for 3 to 4 years and still can't master it," another added, their eyes now sparkling with admiration for Li Yuchen. Li Yuchen had been discreetly monitoring their reactions. Though confident in his piano skills, he was pleasantly surprised by the instant impact of his performance, transforming him from an invisible presence into the focal point of the gathering. This unexpected success filled him with elation and a touch of arrogance. See how you ignored me. Witness my talent, you sheltered women, and fall for me in an instant. Do you know what a hidden gem I am? I am the fabled treasure boy. The heavens did not create Wei Chuan for nothing. In the realm of Magic City, I reign supreme. Wei Chuan is but a trifling existence before me. Wei Chuan reveled in his fantasies, his confidence soaring to new heights. After a splendid performance, he rose and bowed gracefully to the ladies, exuding undeniable charm. Several female classmates found themselves entranced, unable to resist applauding him. However, Lin Xiaowan and Yang Qian remained notably composed, particularly Lin Xiaowan, who had not even spared him a glance throughout. To them, while Wei Chuan's piano skills were commendable, they still felt a slight superiority over him, perceiving his display as somewhat of an unwarranted show-off. As for Wei Chuan, he regarded the performance with disdain, having attained a mastery of musical instruments at a level far beyond that of mere excellence. Realizing that his performance had not swayed Lin Xiaowan and Yang Qian, Wei Chuan felt undeterred. He understood that their piano skills had reached a professional standard, making it likely that his abilities would not impress them. Yet, this was inconsequential. Today, he had but one rival, Wei Chuan. As long as he could outshine him, he would be the most dazzling presence of the evening. Wei Chuan cast a defiant gaze at Wei Chuan, only to find him engaged in light-hearted conversation with Lin Xiaowan, completely ignoring him. Their intimate demeanor nearly drove him to madness. Suppressing his jealousy, Wei Chuan feigned a smile and asked, Wei Chuan, how would you rate my performance just now? What did you just play? Wei Chuan replied nonchalantly. Wei Chuan chuckled, his face twisting into a sneer. Surely, you must know Claire de Lune? But then again, it's no surprise that someone like you, with such crude tastes, has likely never even touched a piano. Amused by Wei Chuan's pompous demeanor, Wei Chuan found his persistence laughable. Was he truly staying here just to humiliate himself? Oh, I certainly recognize the piece. To play an 8th grade composition with such lackluster skill. You're quite remarkable, Wei Chuan remarked. Taken aback, Wei Chuan was astonished by Wei Chuan's unexpected insight. However, did he think that a few flattering words would earn him leniency? How naive. Wei Chuan's mind scoffed, while his expression remained haughty. I cannot claim to be exceptional, but I assure you, I am above average. Wei Chuan, however, dismissed him with a wave of his hand. You seem to have misunderstood. I wasn't lauding your piano skills. Rather, I commended your audacity. To perform so poorly in public, who granted you such courage? Perhaps it was Liang Jingru? Wei Chuan, who had been brimming with pride, found his face turning crimson at Wei Chuan's words. You, he stammered, his finger pointing accusatorily at Wei Chuan, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he huffed. Anyone can talk big. If you have the ability, come and show me. I am eager to see if you are worthy of such criticism. All eyes turned toward Wei Chuan, curiosity evident on Yang Qian's face, while Lin Xiaowan merely smiled faintly. For reasons unknown, she held unwavering confidence in Wei Chuan, a faith whose origins even she could not discern. Ignoring Wei Chuan, Wei Chuan turned to Lin Xiaowan and asked, Would you like to listen? Lin Xiaowan simply nodded, lost in her thoughts. Wei Chuan's composed demeanor further bolstered her confidence. Excellent, he exclaimed with a charming smile, striding confidently to the piano. With a gentle caress of the keys, enchanting and soothing melodies sprang forth, flowing effortlessly from his fingertips. Although the piece was the same Claire de Lune, Wei Chuan's interpretation imbued it with an entirely different essence. The music seemed to possess a magical quality, captivating and resonating deeply within the souls of all present. Even those devoid of musical understanding found themselves irresistibly drawn into its embrace, unable to extricate themselves. With his eyes gently closed and head slightly tilted back, he appeared nonchalant, yet was profoundly focused. In that moment, he was as if possessed by a muse, exuding an undeniable aura of grandeur. At that instant, everyone in attendance, save for Wei Chuan, instinctively ceased all activity. Even their breaths became soft and delicate, as they were entranced, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Even Yang Qian, when casting her gaze upon the man immersed in his performance, couldn't help but reveal a trace of subtle admiration. Though Lin Xiaowan had always held unwavering faith in Wei Chuan, his transcendent performance still filled her with immense delight. Wei Chuan, with a complex expression, found himself reluctantly acknowledging Wei Chuan's extraordinary musical prowess, despite being a scion of a prestigious family with his own commendable musical skills. Damn it, he lamented inwardly, feeling as if he had been outshone once again. At that moment, he began to regret his presence there. As the final note lingered in the air, it took a while for the audience to return to reality. My heavens, Wei Chuan, who did you learn piano from? You seem even more proficient than those masterful performers, exclaimed his cousin, Lin Cece, with admiration. I can't take it anymore. I feel as if my ears are about to conceive. His other cousin, Deng Li, exclaimed, utterly entranced. The other female classmates were equally dramatic, with some even moved to tears by the performance. Wei Chuan, play us another piece. We haven't had enough. Yang Qian said, her face alight with anticipation. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and opened Douyin, intending to start a live stream during Wei Chuan's next performance. Lin Xiaowan shared the same eager expression. Her brother Wei Chuan had bestowed upon her too many surprises that evening. Noticing the eager expressions of the girls, Wei Chuan decided not to dawdle and presented a piece titled Lost in a Dream. He was certain that this exquisite melody, interpreted through his artistry, would elevate the spirits of the audience. Indeed, the women soon became entranced, lost in the beauty of the music, gradually entering a euphoric state. Yang Qian directed her phone's camera towards Wei Chuan, commencing the live stream. At that moment, a notification chimed in Wei Chuan's mind. Ding! Detected that the streamer Sweet Sweet Meow has initiated a live broadcast again. Please enter the live room promptly to complete your task. Surprised, Wei Chuan hadn't anticipated Yang Qian would start a live stream at that moment. He glanced over and caught sight of her pointing the camera at him. What the heck? I merely intended to indulge your desires, not to broadcast this online. In truth, he was tempted to grab his phone and enter Yang Qian's stream to fulfill his unfinished task. While showing off may be valuable, the rewards for enhancing his abilities were even more enticing. Yet, recalling Lin Xiaowan's hopeful gaze, he ultimately relinquished that thought. Truly, one must not disappoint the beautiful. Completing this piece before showering her with gifts could wait. Last night, after Wei Chuan had generously contributed millions in Yang Qian's live stream, her follower count had surged, now exceeding 1.2 million, transforming her into a modest internet celebrity. In less than a minute since Yang Qian began her stream, the viewer count had already climbed to hundreds and continued to rise. The audience was a mix of men and women. The males were primarily drawn by Yang Qian's ethereal beauty, while the females, many of whom were fellow streamers, were eager to discover if the enigmatic gentleman, Ghost Young Master, would make another appearance that night. However, upon entering the stream, they were met not with the enchanting host, but with a man playing the piano. This left many viewers momentarily perplexed. Some exited the stream, yet the majority remained. Among those who stayed, some were curious about the situation, while others were captivated by the exquisite melody. The piano music seemed to possess a certain penetrating quality, reaching deep into the hearts of its listeners. Truly, great music transcends boundaries, appealing to both connoisseurs and the musically challenged alike. Of course, this was secondary. In the live broadcast, the audience's comments took precedence. What is going on? Is my entrance improper? Where's the promised lady? Can anyone tell me who this man is? Could he be Sweet Sweet Meow's boyfriend? That is a crushing blow. This young man plays the piano exceptionally well. Compared to him, Sweet Sweet Meow pales in comparison. What a shame we can't see his full face, but from the side, he seems quite handsome. The last comment was clearly from a woman. Due to Yang Qian's mobile streaming setup lacking professional audio equipment, the piano sound reaching the viewers was significantly diminished. Otherwise, their reactions would likely have been even more fervent. At present, most viewers were speculating about Wei Chuan's identity. More accurately, they were conjecturing his relationship with Sweet Sweet Meow. If they were to discover that the man before them was indeed the legendary Ghost Young Master, the reactions would surely be astonishing. As Wei Chuan concluded the serenade, the women were still not satisfied, urging him to continue. However, he had no intention of doing so. Warner, I wish to hear you play a piece. Wei Chuan said earnestly. All right, but I'm not as talented as you, Wei Chuan. If I play poorly, please don't laugh at me, Lin Xiaowan replied nervously. What are you saying? Of course, I wouldn't. Wei Chuan reassured her as he stood to make way for her, returning to the sofa to retrieve his phone. As Lin Xiaowan appeared on camera, the live chat erupted with excitement. Initially, the majority of viewers had come for Yang Qian's breathtaking beauty. However, upon entering the stream and being greeted by a man, some felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the man stepped aside, revealing a girl of ethereal beauty, causing the viewers to erupt with joy. The comments flooded in. Who is this goddess? She is absolutely stunning. I'm in love. Is this girl related to Sweet Sweet Meow? Such extraordinary beauty in sisters is intoxicating. As the viewers continued to discuss, a carnival effect appeared on their screens. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent 1 carnival to streamer Sweet Sweet Meow. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent 9 carnivals to streamer Sweet Sweet Meow. Dead Ghost Eats Grapes sent 99 carnivals to streamer Sweet Sweet Meow. The familiar ID, the well-known operations. Without uttering a single trivial word, the carnival takes off. The enigmatic tycoon, Ghost Master, once again ignites the money-burning mode. In the blink of an eye, he has already unleashed hundreds, if not thousands, of carnivals. Showing no signs of slowing down. Ghost Master is formidable. Ghost Master is magnanimous. Ghost Master, take me on this flight. When Ghost Master makes his move, indeed, he bulldozes through everything, truly terrifying. This is the rhythm that this live stream should possess. Step aside. I must offer my daisies to the great Ghost Master. I wish to bear his offspring. The one uttering these bold and reckless words is a mysterious entity known as Uncle Zhang with subsistence allowance. Wei Chuan has no time to concern himself with the antics of these amusing viewers. He silently calculates in his mind. Last night in the livestream, he had sent out over 14,000 carnivals, equivalent to more than 40 million yuan. This means that even now, his task progress is still less than half complete. The road ahead is long and arduous. Wei Chuan sighs inwardly, hastening his actions. He is wholly focused on swiftly reaching 100 million to complete his task, almost reaching a state of self-forgetfulness. So much so that he fails to notice when Yang Qian has taken a seat beside him, observing the man beside her, who is wholly engrossed in fiddling with his phone. Yang Qian's expression is a complex tapestry of emotions. The mysterious tycoon, Ghost Master, is, in fact, him. Yang Qian can hardly believe her eyes. Why is it him? What does he truly want? If his current gifting can be interpreted as a gesture for Lin Xiaowan. What about last night? Last night, this fellow had gifted over 10,000 carnivals to her, worth tens of millions. The birthday gift he gave to her best friend today is merely a little over 10 million. What is his true intention? Could it be that this man has set his sights on her? Does he wish to pursue me? Gazing at the man before her, Yang Qian cannot suppress this thought. Chapter 31. Do you like him? At this moment, Yang Qian's heart is in turmoil. Her feelings are exceedingly complicated. She had previously misjudged Wei Chuan. Meeting him in person today, his demeanor has surprised her, particularly his extraordinary piano skills that have completely captivated her. She perceives no flaw in him. Yet, this man is evidently pursuing her best friend while clandestinely flirting with her. Why is he doing this? Is he truly the notorious playboy, the Sea King? Is he planning to ensnare both her and Lin Xiaowan into his net? Are all men like this, desiring beautiful women at every turn? This is truly outrageous. Yet why does she feel little aversion towards him? No, it seems Warner has already developed feelings for this man. She must keep her distance. Stealing another deep glance at the man beside her, Yang Qian wavers before ultimately opting not to expose his unscrupulous behavior, instead pretending not to notice. She silently steps away from Wei Chuan and promptly ends the livestream. Wei Chuan is engrossed in his gifting when, suddenly, the livestream concludes. What the hell? Can we not enjoy ourselves anymore? He immediately looks up at Yang Qian. Their eyes meet for a fleeting moment. However, in that instant, Yang Qian instinctively averts her gaze. This typically lively and generous girl becomes somewhat flustered. Had she mustered the courage to meet his gaze for even a second, she would have discerned the deep dissatisfaction reflected in Wei Chuan's eyes, devoid of any other sentiment. If Yang Qian were aware that all of this was merely her own fanciful thinking, she might very well feel mortified. Noticing her demeanor, Wei Chuan finds it peculiar. Recalling moments ago, this beautiful girl had seemingly been seated beside him. It appears she has likely realized he is Ghost Master. But so what? What harm could come from his gifting? He benefits from the gifts, and she benefits from the enhancements. Is that not mutually advantageous? Before he can ponder further, Lin Xiaowan finishes her performance and approaches him. Brother Wei Chuan, how did I do? Lin Xiaowan asks, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Although Wei Chuan has been busy with gifting, he has still been attentive. You were excellent, far surpassing that half-hearted Liu Chen. Wei Chuan replies with a smile. You just called him a half-hearted performer, and yet compare me to him. Is that meant to flatter me? Lin Xiaowan retorts playfully. Speaking of Liu Chen, the crowd suddenly realizes that, at some point, he has stealthily departed. Previously, he had clung on stubbornly, but after failing to impress, he likely felt too embarrassed to remain. Around 8 o'clock, Lin Xiaowan's father, Lin Sihai, and mother, Deng Yu, return home, accompanied by a bespectacled young man. Judging by their demeanor, the young man appears to be a guest, and a distinguished one at that. Dad, Mom, why are you back so late? Let me introduce you. This is Wei Chuan. Lin Xiaowan pulls Wei Chuan over to introduce him. Hello, uncle and aunt. Wei Chuan politely greets them. Before they can respond, the bespectacled young man suddenly bows deeply to Wei Chuan, addressing him with his distinctive raspy voice. Master. Indeed, this individual is none other than Wei Chuan's third assistant, Lu Xingchen. In an instant, the atmosphere grows still. Everyone, save for Lin Xiaowan, is left dumbfounded. What is happening? He actually calls Wei Chuan master? The others may be indifferent, but Lin Sihai and his wife, aware of Lu Xingchen's formidable prowess, can hardly believe their ears. To be called master by Lu Xingchen, what manner of existence is Wei Chuan? In that moment, their gazes toward Wei Chuan deepen with intrigue. After enjoying dinner at the Lin family home, Wei Chuan bids farewell and returns to his hotel. Having consumed a bit of alcohol during the dinner, he opts to ride in Lu Xingchen's Rolls-Royce Cullinan, while his own vehicle is driven by another chauffeur. Sitting in the spacious back seat of the Cullinan, Wei Chuan inquires, Do you have dealings with the Lin family? Lu Xingchen, driving from the front, replies, Yes, master. Didn't I mention the acquisition of the Godly Wealth Hotel yesterday? That belongs to the Lin family. Oh, how did the discussions go? Wei Chuan muses. The Lin family seems reluctant to sell, but they are experiencing operational difficulties. Currently, they are tight on funds. Lin Sihai suggests we invest and take a stake. Lu Xingchen explains, Well, let us try to meet their requirements as best we can. Wei Chuan responds casually, Understood, master. Lu Xingchen affirms. In truth, without Wei Chuan's prompting, Lu Xingchen had already intended to do so. Having discerned the unique connection between his master and the Lin family's stunning young lady. What is this? Wei Chuan picks up an exquisite envelope with keen interest. Lu Xingchen glances through the rearview mirror and responds, Master, that is an invitation to the charity auction in Magic City. It is said that this auction is of a remarkably high caliber. Do you have any interest in attending? When is it? Wei Chuan asks. Tomorrow evening. Lu Xingchen replies. All right, let me know when the time comes. Wei Chuan understands that attending such an auction will undoubtedly require significant capital investment. Eager to personally indulge in the exhilarating sensation of extravagance, Lin Xiaowan found herself in her room within the Lin residence. After Wei Chuan's departure, her mother, Deng Yu, could hardly contain her curiosity and began to inquire. Wanner, how did you come to know Wei Chuan? To what extent has your relationship developed? How much do you know about him? Deng Yu posed a flurry of questions. We are classmates, and we've only known each other for 2 days. There is hardly any development, Lin Xiaowan replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Deng Yu, perceptive as ever, deduced her feelings. You like him, don't you? She asked directly. At this, Lin Xiaowan's face reddened further, her delicate hands unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her dress, revealing her flustered state. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded firmly. Deng Yu, taken aback by her daughter's candid admission, remarked, I can see he likes you too. That necklace is a gift from him, isn't it? She smiled, noticing the exquisite piece adorning Lin Xiaowan's neck. Although unfamiliar with the necklace itself, the craftsmanship and the profusion of diamonds, alongside the sizable ruby at its center, spoke volumes of its immense value. Lin Xiaowan nodded in agreement. Deng Yu continued. Are you aware of his family background? He hasn't mentioned it, and I haven't inquired, Lin Xiaowan replied. Wanner, I believe you can discern that Wei Chuan's family is certainly not ordinary. It is a status that our Lin family must look up to. While your parents do not oppose your feelings, you must prepare yourself for the reality that a man of his caliber will undoubtedly attract many admirers. Deng Yu advised earnestly. He is currently single, Lin Xiaowan murmured. Deng Yu merely smiled, not overly concerned, confident in her daughter's extraordinary beauty and competitive spirit. As Lin Xiaowan conversed with her mother about Wei Chuan, he had already returned to the presidential suite at the Shenhao Hotel. After a comforting bath, he received a rather unexpected message from a somewhat unfamiliar WeChat friend. Hey handsome, want to hang out? Are you sure you have the right person? Wei Chuan replied, bewildered. He clicked on the friend's moments, revealing a sparse profile, visible only for the past 3 days. A minute passed before a follow-up message arrived. It's Lu Siki. Don't you remember me? Upon seeing the name, Wei Chuan recalled that she was the stunning girl from the mobile phone store. I remember now. What do you need? He responded. Nothing much, just thought it would be fun to hang out, came her prompt reply. Wei Chuan fell silent, puzzled. This girl had not reached out since adding him on WeChat, and now, late at night, she suddenly wanted to meet? It was nearly 11 o'clock. What could they possibly do? Oh, I'm at the hotel, just finished my bath and don't feel like going out, he declined. Can I come to the hotel to see you? She replied after a brief pause. Wei Chuan was taken aback. Had modern women become this daring? She was willing to come to him without him initiating anything. Just days ago, she had appeared shy and bashful, often blushing. Yet now, she boldly proposed visiting his hotel room? Was this some sort of trap? Instinctively, he felt a twinge of unease. Though he was confident in his own abilities and unafraid of any potential schemes, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sorry, I'm not very available these days. He declined once more. Then, Lu Siki fell silent, likely astonished by his rejection. What did he mean by not being available? For goodness sake, he was a man. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Wei Chuan's mind. Ding. Detected that the host is being pursued by a stunning beauty. Activating system selection task. Choice 1. Inform her of your current location. Reward. 5 enhancement points and 1 lucky draw. Choice 2. Decline to disclose your current location. Reward. Special physique, opposite sex repellent. Friendly reminder. Upon obtaining this physique, all members of the opposite sex will lose interest in the host, allowing the host to bid farewell to the troubles of being pursued by beautiful women. Wei Chuan thought to himself, what the hell? Immediately, he disclosed his location to Lu Siki. Then, feeling it was still insufficiently secure, he also sent his room number. After receiving the task completion notification, He finally exhaled in relief and proceeded to draw from the reward pool. Soon after, as he gazed at the crystal Ultraman pendant in his hand, he fell into silence. Approximately half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Wei Chuan raised an eyebrow and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he was greeted by the sight of a stunning young woman. The girl, around 18 or 19 years old, adorned in form-fitting jeans and a pure white shirt, accentuated her exquisite curves perfectly. Who else could it be but Lu Siki? To his surprise, she appeared somewhat anxious and visibly nervous. Opening the door, Wei Chuan managed a benign smile. "You're here. Please come in." Having just bathed and clad only in a towel draped around his waist, Wei Chuan presented a rather alluring appearance. A young girl like Lu Siki, untouched by the world, had never encountered such an alluring sight. The sight of his tall, well-proportioned physique, solid chest, and chiseled abs sent her heart racing, her beautiful face flushing slightly. Noticing her flustered state, Wei Chuan recognized that his current attire was somewhat inappropriate. He welcomed Lu Siki into the living room and excused himself to change into his pajamas. While Lu Siki had suspected Wei Chuan was wealthy, witnessing him live in such a luxurious presidential suite left her utterly astonished. It seemed he was genuinely affluent, not just a pretender flaunting rented luxury cars and replica clothing to deceive others. As she contemplated this, she suppressed her unease and resolved to approach him with determination. Upon his return from the bedroom, Wei Chuan found Lu Siki stiffly seated on the sofa. Sensing that something was amiss, he inquired, "Did you come here for something specific?" Lu Siki hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Wei Chuan's demeanor was not what she had anticipated. Hadn't her direct arrival at his hotel room made her intentions clear? After a moment, she stammered, "No, nothing in particular, just wanted to be friends." "What is your name?" Wei Chuan found this amusing. She didn't even know his name, yet had the audacity to come to his room. "I'm Wei Chuan. Would you like a glass of red wine?" he offered, pouring her a glass. "Oh, sure," Lu Siki replied, initially reluctant, but ultimately acquiescing as she remembered her purpose for visiting. Perhaps a sip of wine could alleviate her tension. Wei Chuan handed her the glass and then took a seat opposite her, a small glass table separating them. "Thank you." Lu Siki accepted the glass and took a small sip, immediately succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. "You can't drink, can you?" Wei Chuan asked, astonished. After a moment, Lu Siki managed to stifle her cough and replied, "Well, I've never had red wine before." "Oh, then drink sparingly. Otherwise, you might get tipsy, and some unfortunate events could unfold," Wei Chuan teased. Hearing this, Lu Siki's cheeks flushed crimson. Was he hinting at something? Should she perhaps be a bit more proactive? "If I were to get drunk, would you take advantage of me?" Lu Siki whispered, throwing him a flirtatious glance. It was evident that she had never been this provocative with a man before. The flirtation seemed somewhat awkward as it escaped her lips. Coughing lightly, Wei Chuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "I probably wouldn't take advantage of you. However, I fear your drunken state might lead to indiscretions." "Oh." Lu Siki was clearly taken aback by his response. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Why was he not adhering to the usual conventions? Was she truly lacking in allure? A wave of inexplicable defeat washed over her. Resolutely, she decided to adopt a more overt tone. "But seeing you has already thrown my heart into disarray." Chapter 33. The infatuated Lu Siki. With Wei Chuan's experience, he could easily discern that this girl was evidently a novice in matters of the heart. Yet, her actions and demeanor were peculiarly misplaced. A naive girl, pretending to be a seductress? He couldn't fathom her intentions. Wei Chuan decided to play along. "Oh, really? Why does seeing me cause such turmoil within you?" Wei Chuan smirked. Lu Siki's face reddened further at his words. She nervously toyed with the hem of her clothing and bit her lip, finally mustering the courage to say, "Because you are quite handsome." What a refreshingly straightforward reason. Wei Chuan silently offered her an encouraging glance. However, as Lu Siki merely gazed at him, she felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. Hesitantly, she asked, "Do you find me attractive?" "Indeed. Very much so," Wei Chuan replied candidly. "Do you like me?" Lu Siki's voice was barely above a whisper. Wei Chuan thought to himself that this girl, though shy in appearance, spoke with remarkable clarity. Was she intending to delve into the subject directly? "I do like you. I particularly adore innocent beauties like you," Wei Chuan said, flashing a devilishly charming smile. As a strikingly beautiful woman, Lu Siki had noticed that most men regarded her with a hint of obsession. But when she first encountered Wei Chuan, he had not displayed that same gaze, which sparked a flicker of self-doubt within her. Now, witnessing his expression, she felt an unexpected thrill. The same lecherous gaze from an unattractive man could be deemed offensive, while from a handsome and wealthy one, it was a compliment. Such was the cruel reality. Soon, Lu Siki realized something was awry. Why was she feeling pleased? She didn't genuinely like him, did she? But he was indeed quite handsome, and his physique was admirable. Goodness, what was she thinking? Her heart racing, Lu Shiqi found herself at a loss, unable to meet his gaze. Noticing her demeanor, Wei Chuan jested, "What about you? Do you like me? Did you come here tonight because my extraordinary looks have made you so eager?" It wasn't vanity. He said this to coax her into revealing her true intentions. "How could I? I don't." Lu Shiqi instinctively denied it. But recalling her earlier thoughts made her sound somewhat insincere. Embrace your feelings. Be brave in your admissions. Follow your heart, and your body will too, lest it betray you when it matters most. Wei Chuan asserted firmly. Lu Shiqi felt a flush of embarrassment, but was at a loss for a rebuttal. How should she respond? If she claimed to not like him, would he grow angry and send her away? No, that could not happen. She had to act tonight, no matter what. Thus, Lu Shiqi boldly declared, "Yes, Wei Chuan, I like you. I've been thinking about you for the past couple of days." This was the first time she had uttered such words to a man. Although insincere, they carried a strange weight. Wei Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Was she being this audacious? Had he just been flattered? Regardless of whether her intentions were genuine or not, the sensation was undeniably pleasant. Seeing his peculiar expression, Lu Shiqi continued, "Wei Chuan, do you desire me?" She had fully cast aside her inhibitions. Feeling liberated, she was no longer as anxious as before. Even a man of Wei Chuan's composure found it challenging to withstand the brazen words of such a delicate beauty. Yet, he was the one being pursued. As a suitor, she had no right to pose such a question. Thus, he retorted, "That question should be directed at you. Lu Shiqi, did you come to my room tonight because you wish to have me?" Lu Shiqi was astonished by his inquiry. She could only wonder how other men might respond to her earlier question, but surely not like this. How should she reply? If she said no, would he throw her out? No, that absolutely could not happen. She needed to win him over tonight. Thus, steeling herself, she responded, "Yes, I wish to have you. What do you wish to have of me?" Wei Chuan pressed, relishing the moment. He felt as if he were finally claiming his victory. Lu Shiqi realized that the situation was not unfolding as she had envisioned. Wei Chuan was utterly unpredictable. Yet, she had no choice. With sincerity in her tone, she confessed, "I wish to have you, yourself." Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan felt a pang of disappointment. "Is that all? I didn't expect you to be such a shallow woman. And your heart. I desire both your heart and your being," Lu Shiqi quickly added. The moment she spoke, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Not only her, but even Wei Chuan felt goosebumps rising on his skin. Yet, he feigned surprise, asking, "How much do you want me?" Every moment of every day, Lu Shiqi had surrendered to the moment, fully embracing her reckless abandon. Although she knew most of it was mere pretense, Wei Chuan still felt a shiver at her words. He sensed they had reached a satisfactory point. Lu Shiqi was clearly earnest in her affections, at least on the surface. "Well then, given your sincerity, I shall indulge you. Shall we do this here, or in the bedroom? Would you like to take a shower first?" Wei Chuan further probed for her reaction. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiqi finally exhaled in relief. However, the thought of what was about to transpire sent her heart racing anew. Glancing up at Wei Chuan, she found his gaze intensely fixed upon her, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to pound. All she wanted was to escape his penetrating stare, so she said, "I'll go take a shower first." She finished speaking and dashed away, albeit in the wrong direction. "The bathroom is over here," Wei Chuan exclaimed, pointing toward it. "Oh." Lu Shiqi hurriedly scurried into the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of the shower echoed from within. However, as time passed, Lu Shiqi still did not emerge. If it weren't for Wei Chuan's keen hearing, which caught the occasional movement from inside, he might have suspected she had dozed off in there. After about 10 minutes, the sound of water ceased, yet Lu Shiqi remained absent. Wei Chuan began to grow impatient. How could a devoted admirer leave their beloved waiting for half an hour? It seemed necessary to provide her with a proper lesson. He approached the bathroom door, ready to knock, when suddenly, it swung open. Lu Shiqi emerged, wrapped in a towel. Droplets of water glistening on her skin and face, appearing before him like a delicate lotus flower. Chapter 34, Lu Shiqi's Reluctance. Seeing Wei Chuan standing just outside the bathroom, Lu Shiqi felt a wave of panic wash over her. Instinctively, she placed a hand over her chest and stammered, What are you doing here?" Perceiving her misunderstanding, Wei Chuan, feeling somewhat annoyed, replied, "You've been in there far too long. I nearly thought you had fallen asleep." The reason Lu Shiqi lingered in the bathroom was her instinctive desire to evade the inevitable. Yet, aware that she had no other choice, she decided to cast aside all her reservations. She took Wei Chuan's hand and, in a barely audible voice, suggested, "Let's go to the bedroom." With that, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her directness left Wei Chuan momentarily at a loss. Noticing his lack of reaction, Lu Shiqi's anxiety grew. She boldly wrapped her arms around him, murmuring, "Brother, carry me to the bedroom." This marked her first intimate encounter with a man. The masculine aura emanating from Wei Chuan left her mind blank. With her soft body nestled against him, Wei Chuan felt himself faltering. If he hesitated any longer, would he not be less than a beast? He lifted the enchanting beauty in front of him and made his way toward the bedroom. Lu Shiqi obediently buried her head in his sturdy chest, presenting herself as one to be cherished. Everything seemed so natural and inevitable. Yet, just as he was about to lay her on the bed and proceed to the next step, Lu Shiqi interjected, "Wait, Wei Chuan." Her eyes flickered, and her breath quickened. Wei Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. "My apologies, I acted hastily." He promptly retrieved several packs of gum from the bedside table. In a 7-star luxury hotel, such essential safety supplies were undoubtedly standard, and the variety was abundant. Wei Chuan thoughtfully placed a few packs in front of Lu Shiqi, saying, "Here, choose one you like." Lu Shiqi wore a bewildered expression. As an inexperienced girl, she had never encountered such items. Hesitantly, she picked up one pack, and upon reading the text on the packaging, her exquisite face turned crimson. Flustered, she tossed the box aside and stammered, "Why, you misunderstand. I didn't mean that." "What do you mean then?" Wei Chuan asked, bewildered. His irritation grew. Was it necessary to be coy at this point? "I have a condition," Lu Shiqi quietly stated. Wei Chuan was taken aback. "Are you kidding me? I've already taken off my pants, and you're talking about conditions?" Did she truly intend to toy with his emotions? "What condition?" he pressed, suppressing his frustration. Lu Shiqi replied, "You need to give me 200,000 yuan first. Only then can I give myself to you." 200,000? Wei Chuan questioned his life choices. Was this the trend now, to set a price? To him, that amount was insignificant. Yet, that she would propose such a condition left him speechless. "You came all the way here in the middle of the night just to ask me for 200,000? Wei Chuan's expression darkened. Lu Shiqi nodded, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. If she had any other means to acquire money, she would not be in this situation. After a pause, she spoke softly. "Do you think I'm not worth that much? Rest assured, I will satisfy you." Wei Chuan had calmed from his earlier excitement. 200,000 is a trifling sum to me, but do you think it appropriate to bring up such a condition now? If I were to give you the money, what would that make us? Lu Shiqi fell silent, the dim light revealing her head bowed low, her shoulders occasionally trembling. Was she crying? Wei Chuan turned on the main light, prompting Lu Shiqi to quickly turn away to hide her face from him. Yet, the faint sounds of her sobbing were impossible to suppress. Seeing this, Wei Chuan's heart softened. Did she have a compelling reason? However, after the incident with Wang Lia, he was no longer easily swayed by anyone's words. Although he was not lacking in money, he would not simply hand over cash to a potential fraud. "Give me a reason why you must do this. If it satisfies me, the money is yours, and you won't have to do anything," Wei Chuan stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiqi turned to him, her tear-filled eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. "Oh really?" she stammered, hastily wiping her tears with her hands. Facing Wei Chuan, she felt overwhelming shame, yet her need for the money was dire. Wei Chuan nodded affirmatively. "My sister is gravely ill. Our family is out of funds for her treatment. She is only 13 years old. I truly have no other options," Lu Shiqi said sorrowfully, tears streaming down her face. Wei Chuan, no longer hesitant, took Lu Shiqi's phone, pulled up her payment code, and sent the money directly. However, it was not 200,000 yuan. Instead, he transferred 2 million. To him, whether it was 200,000 or 2 million, or even 2 billion, made little difference. However, he was almost a stranger to Lu Shiqi, who came from an ordinary family. If he were to offer too much, it might frighten her or lead her to suspect ulterior motives. Yet, if he only provided 200,000, he worried it might not be sufficient for the little girl's medical treatment. Wei Chuan pondered, for a small handful of people, money may simply be a figure. But for the vast majority of ordinary individuals, it could mean the difference between life and death. Reflecting on the despair he had once faced, Wei Chuan felt a twinge of compassion for the girl before him, who was weeping inconsolably. Chapter 35, Don't Act Like a Little Vixen. Lu Shiqi took the phone, and upon seeing the 200,000 that had already been transferred, she was overwhelmed with emotion, torn between laughter and tears. She hardly realized that it was actually 2 million rather than 200,000. It was no wonder she was so flustered. What Wei Chuan had given her was not merely money but the life of her loved one, her family's hope. After finally calming herself, Lu Shiqi gazed deeply at the man before her, her eyes shimmering with tears as she said, "Thank you, Wei Chuan. You truly are a good person." Wei Chuan, who had been reflecting with a sense of melancholy, found himself abruptly branded with the label of the good guy, and his expression darkened. "Where do you get the idea that I'm a good person?" he retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. At a loss for words, Lu Shiqi felt a pang of anxiety as she noticed the man's displeasure. It dawned on her that this was merely a transaction. He had already provided the funds. And now it was her turn. Though she thought this, Her heart was still filled with gratitude, and her feelings of resistance diminished significantly. Wei Chuan, please. Let us not use those things anymore. This is my first time, Lu Shiqi whispered, her voice barely audible. Though she spoke calmly, her words were undeniably a great temptation for the man. However, after the earlier incident, Wei Chuan's enthusiasm had waned considerably, with tears still glistening on her cheeks. He found it difficult to engage in anything that would take advantage of her vulnerability. I told you, you don't need to do this. Wei Chuan replied in the same composed tone. To be fair, Lu Shiqi was indeed very beautiful, and in her current state of offering herself so freely, it was impossible for Wei Chuan to remain entirely unaffected. However, he recognized that rushing into such matters could leave a poor impression on her, and that would be far from ideal. Lu Shiqi sat up in disbelief, her eyes wide. Are you serious? Of course, what kind of expression is that? Just a moment ago, you were professing your feelings for me, and now you're acting as if I'm pressuring you. Wei Chuan feigned dissatisfaction. Lu Shiqi studied the man before her, who seemed somewhat unfamiliar. When he had held her earlier, her heart had raced uncontrollably. He must have been considering her feelings to speak so. Yet, he refrained from explicitly stating it, perhaps out of fear that she would feel indebted. The thought brought tears to her eyes once more, a wave of deep emotion washing over her. Lu Shiqi understood all too well that had she encountered someone else tonight, perhaps a different kind of person, she would have been unable to escape unscathed. She felt fortunate that it was Wei Chuan she had met. Thank you, Wei Chuan, she said, her eyes brimming with tears. As she spoke, she couldn't help but lean in and gently kiss the handsome man's face. I will repay you for this money. It may just take a little longer, she murmured softly. To be honest, that unexpected kiss had caught Wei Chuan off guard, leaving him somewhat electrified. Yet, he replied with feigned impatience. All right, we'll discuss that later. You should really get dressed. Don't go around looking like a little vixen. Lu Shiqi was currently wrapped in a towel, her exquisite figure fully visible. Since Wei Chuan had no intention of taking advantage of her situation, remaining there would only lead to his own discomfort. To avoid any potential embarrassment, he turned and exited the bedroom. Lu Shiqi felt her cheeks flush at his words. Watching his retreating figure, she couldn't help but display a playful pout. Then, as if struck by a thought, she erupted into a soft giggle, her smile radiant. This was the first smile she had shown that night. A moment later, she retrieved her phone and dialed home. Chi-Chi, what is going on? Why are you still awake at this hour? Came the voice of a middle-aged woman on the other end. Mom, how is my sister doing? Lu Shiqi inquired. After a brief silence, the woman's voice returned. Your sister is very weak. She just fell asleep. The doctor said we need to arrange for a bone marrow transplant as quickly as possible. At this, Lu Shiqi's eyes welled up again as she hurriedly replied, Oh, then please have the doctor schedule the surgery right away. The doctor said the surgery will cost over 100,000. And your father and I haven't been able to raise that much yet, the woman said, her voice thick with emotion. Mom, I have the money, 200,000. Lu Shiqi stated. The woman fell silent before exclaiming, Chi-Chi, where did you get so much money? Lu Shiqi thought for a moment before responding. I met a very wealthy friend. I told him about my sister's situation, and he lent me 200,000. You're in a strange city. How could anyone be willing to lend you that much? Her mother cautioned with concern. Mom, don't worry. He isn't deceiving me, Lu Shiqi reassured her. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice interjected. That friend of yours must be a man, right? How did you know, Dad? Lu Shiqi replied, surprised. My dear, your mother and I are trying to figure out the money situation. Please, don't do anything to compromise yourself for the sake of money, her father advised earnestly. Lu Shiqi was acutely aware of her family's dire circumstances. The expenses for her sister's treatment had already drained all their savings, leaving them in considerable debt. Her father's words were merely a comfort for himself. After a moment of silence, she spoke with a choked voice. Dad, don't worry. He is a good person. He gave me 200,000 without asking for anything in return. I'm not compromising myself. Though she said that, Lu Shiqi knew very well what mindset she had come with tonight. Fortunately, she had met Wei Chuan. Had it been anyone else, she might have been left with nothing but scraps. Wei Chuan was truly a benefactor to their family. Chi-Chi, you're so beautiful. That man must have ulterior motives. Listen to your mother. Don't accept his money, her mother's voice returned, filled with concern. Mom, please trust me. He has no ulterior motives. He doesn't even find me attractive. He just felt sorry for me and lent me the money. Isn't my sister's treatment more important than anything else? Lu Shiqi implored. The line fell silent, and Lu Shiqi could faintly hear her mother crying. After a while, the woman's voice trembled as she said, Chi-Chi, it's all our fault. We're so sorry. Mom, please don't say that. I'm fine. I'll send you the money now, Lu Shiqi reassured her. After soothing her mother for some time, she finally hung up the phone. However, when she transferred the 200,000, She was astonished to find her balance still displayed a long string of numbers. Upon counting the zeros, she realized her balance was actually 1,800,000. Wei Chuan had given her 2 million? Chapter 36. Hu Miao is up to something. Lu Shiqi changed into the hotel's pajamas and stepped out of the bedroom. Standing side by side with Wei Chuan before the grand floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, Lu Shiqi inquired with a hint of perplexity, Wei Chuan, didn't you say it was 200,000? Why did you transfer me 2 million instead? Did I? Perhaps I accidentally added an extra zero. Wei Chuan replied nonchalantly. Lu Shiqi was astounded. Was this man truly so affluent that the difference between hundreds of thousands and millions was merely a matter of a few zeros? Then please bring up the payment code so I can refund you, she suggested. No need for that. Just send it to your family. Ensure your sister is placed in a better hospital and cover her subsequent treatment costs. 200,000 may not suffice, Wei Chuan declined. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiqi understood that his mistake was not as accidental as he claimed. However, the sheer amount frightened her. But with so much money, I fear I won't be able to repay you, she murmured. Oh, how much do you earn working at the phone store each month? Wei Chuan probed. Only about 4,000 to 5,000, Lu Shiqi responded. 4,000 to 5,000? After your expenses? I doubt you could even cover the interest. Wei Chuan retorted with a hint of irritation. Interest too? Lu Shiqi replied, bewildered. Do you think I'm running a charity? Wei Chuan remarked with an air of nonchalance. Lu Shiqi fell silent, mentally calculating whether her earnings would suffice to cover the interest. Wei Chuan found her expression amusing. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to extend his kindness further. All right, you needn't sell phones anymore. Come work with me instead. Curiosity piqued, Lu Shiqi asked, what do you do? I may not be capable. I'm in investments. For the time being, you can be my secretary. How does a monthly salary of 100,000 sound? This way, you could clear your debts in 2 years. Wei Chuan suggested. Lu Shiqi was taken aback. A monthly salary of 100,000? Was such fortune even possible? Yet, she felt utterly inexperienced. Why would he offer such a deal? Did he intend to keep her as a mistress? The thought flickered through her mind. And it was not unfounded. After all, the position of a secretary often invites such associations. This realization made her anxious. What should she say? His request seemed somewhat excessive. Yet he was so confident in her, having transferred 2 million without hesitation. If she declined, would it be too heartless? Her thoughts were tumultuous. She did not harbor any disdain for Wei Chuan. In fact, after the recent events, she had developed a fondness for the sunny, handsome man. However, the notion of becoming his mistress was something she struggled to accept. Noticing her silence, Wei Chuan inquired, what's wrong? Is 100,000 insufficient? No, I mean, 100,000 is more than enough, Lu Shiqi instinctively replied. The moment she spoke, she realized that her response could be interpreted as an acceptance. All right then. It's settled, Wei Chuan declared. Do you trust me so readily? Aren't you worried I might just take the money and run, leaving you with nothing? Lu Shiqi asked softly. Wei Chuan looked perplexed. What do you mean by leaving with nothing? It's fine. There should always be a basic level of trust between individuals. His casual demeanor struck Lu Shiqi differently. This stranger, who had offered her the greatest assistance during her most vulnerable moment, was extending his trust unreservedly. He could have taken advantage of her, yet he chose to offer her the chance to decide. If she declined now, would it not seem a bit ungrateful? Perhaps she should agree to his proposal. Whether as a secretary or a mistress, it was ultimately her choice. With her resolve solidified, Lu Shiqi abruptly embraced Wei Chuan. Her cheek pressed against his strong chest. Wei Chuan, I accept your offer, but you must treat me well in return. Wei Chuan was taken aback. What did she mean? He merely arranged a job for her as a means to absolve her debt, not to extract anything from her. Why did it seem as though he was the one gaining advantage? And now, she expected him to treat her well? Did she think he would treat her poorly as her boss? Just as he began to ponder whether there was some misunderstanding, the doorbell rang. Startled, Lu Shiqi quickly disengaged from Wei Chuan's embrace. Furrowing his brow, Wei Chuan wondered who could be ringing the bell at such a late hour. Should I answer it? Lu Shiqi asked quietly. Irritated, Wei Chuan thought, is this how a 7-star hotel treats its guests? But he nodded, signaling for her to open the door. At the door stood a voluptuous beauty pushing a food cart, approximately 25 or 26 years old, her long legs accentuated by black stockings. It was none other than Hu Miao, the front office manager whom Wei Chuan had encountered the previous night. After being turned down by him, she had not given up. Seeing him alone in the hotel again at such a late hour reignited her ambitions. Moreover, she had prepared some special tactics for the evening. Her eyes repeatedly darted towards the bottle of red wine on the cart, which contained a special powder she had discreetly added. Tonight, if this man named Wei Chuan took even a sip, her goals would be within reach. She could then capture the moment on her phone, ensuring he could not evade responsibility. With thoughts of his handsome face and strong physique swirling in her mind, she felt an inexplicable thrill. Little did she know, however, that there was more than just Wei Chuan in the suite. While she was preparing her scheme, a girl far more beautiful than she had already entered the presidential suite. When the door opened, and Hu Miao saw a woman standing there, she froze. Why was there another woman? She had distinctly come back alone. When had this woman arrived? And why had she not noticed? As she stood there in shock, Lu Shiqi asked, "Can I help you?" Hu Miao forced herself to regain composure. "Hello. I'm here to deliver a late-night snack for Mr. Wei." At that moment, Wei Chuan also noticed Hu Miao. His brow furrowed. "It's you?" Hu Miao quickly plastered a smile on her face. "Mr. Wei, hello. I brought you a late-night snack." "I don't recall ordering any late-night snack." Wei Chuan replied skeptically, his expression souring. Chapter 37. What happened to your lips? Upon seeing a stunning woman in the room, Hu Miao's heart sank. With Wei Chuan's unfriendly expression, she silently cursed her bad luck. However, with the situation as it was, she had no choice but to continue her charade. "It's because you are our esteemed guest. We specially prepared this late-night snack for you." Hu Miao forced a smile. Wei Chuan remained doubtful. Yet feeling a pang of hunger, he said, "Bring it in." Hu Miao, with a resolute demeanor, wheeled the dining cart into the restaurant, meticulously placing dish after dish of delectable cuisine upon the table. After a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to set the bottle of red wine down as well. It had already been aerated, and removing it now would seem rather peculiar. Wei Chuan, absorbed in his own thoughts, seated himself and began to indulge in the meal, pouring himself half a glass of the wine and sipping it leisurely. Observing this scene, Hu Miao's expression turned complex. Noticing Lu Shiqi still standing dazedly to the side, Wei Chuan urged, "Do sit down and eat." After their earlier interaction, his impression of her had notably improved, and his tone had softened considerably. "Oh, all right," Lu Shiqi replied, obediently taking a seat beside Wei Chuan. Since agreeing to become his secretary, she had already begun to regard him as her man. However, seeing Hu Miao lingering nearby with no intention of leaving, Wei Chuan, feeling somewhat displeased, remarked, "You can go now. Your services are no longer required here." Upon realizing that there was a woman in Wei Chuan's room, Hu Miao understood that she had no chance for the night. Faced with Wei Chuan's unkind tone, even her thick skin couldn't allow her to remain any longer. "Very well, enjoy your meal," she said reluctantly as she exited the room. Wei Chuan and Lu Shiqi continued their meal, engaging in light conversation. The enhanced red wine stirred a peculiar quickening of his heartbeat as he glanced at Lu Shiqi beside him. Fortunately, his extraordinary physical constitution and mental fortitude kept him from losing his composure. He dismissed any suspicion, convinced that it was only natural to feel this way towards such an exquisite beauty. "Lu Shiqi, how old are you?" he casually inquired, finding himself addressing her more affectionately. 19, Lu Shiqi replied softly, feeling warmth bloom within her heart at his endearing address. "Are you working part-time at the phone store?" Wei Chuan pondered aloud. The mention of her job caused Lu Shiqi's expression to darken. "It's not part-time, it's full-time. I've taken a break from my studies." "Which school?" Wei Chuan asked. "Modi University." Lu Shiqi said. "I attended for just one semester before withdrawing." Wei Chuan's heart leapt with delight. "What a coincidence. I'm also at Modi University. I'm in my 4th year." Lu Shiqi was taken aback, not expecting them to be alumni. Wei Chuan continued, "You should return to school. You can just work part-time as my secretary." Lu Shiqi naturally interpreted his words in a different light. With a playful glance at him, she murmured softly, "All right. I'll do as you say." Unaware of her thoughts, Wei Chuan couldn't resist the urge to gently pinch her pert nose. "Very well, from now on. Your senior will take care of you." Lu Shiqi's heart raced at his affectionate gesture, a sweet sensation washing over her. "Thank you, Wei Chuan Gij," she said, offering him a peeled shrimp. Wei Chuan was momentarily taken aback, having never experienced such treatment before. Instinctively, he opened his mouth as she delicately placed the shrimp inside, her gaze fixed intently upon him. This was the first time she scrutinized him closely. His gentle demeanor and handsome features immediately conveyed kindness. As Wei Chuan felt her unwavering gaze, his heart raced again, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced when she had leapt into his arms after emerging from the bathroom. After learning of Lu Shiqi's circumstances, he found himself drawn to her even more. Wei Chuan believed that while he could easily disregard superficial women, kind-hearted ones deserved his gentleness. He also thought of Lin Xiaowan, unwilling to force himself to choose. He simply wished to follow his heart, wanting all that he liked, provided it was mutual. Wei Chuan and Lu Shiqi locked eyes for an extended moment before finally breaking their gaze, the air around them thickening with unspoken tension. Lu Shiqi continued to feed him intermittently, and he relished the experience. In this warm and flirtatious atmosphere, they finished their late-night snack. "Shiqi, it's quite late now. You shouldn't head back. There are several bedrooms here. Feel free to choose one," Wei Chuan suggested as he began to wash up and prepare for bed. However, at that moment, Lu Shiqi keenly noticed something as he rose, her cheeks flushing crimson. Upon returning to his room, Wei Chuan found his bodily state strangely disconcerting. While physically present, his mind felt clouded. He drifted into a deep slumber in a state of muddled awareness. Lu Shiqi, in the adjacent bedroom, lay awake, tossing and turning as she recalled the previous scene. Unbeknownst to her, Wei Chuan's reaction was due to the influence of substances. To her, he seemed so considerate, enduring his discomfort without making any demands of her. Perhaps he truly cared for her. Reflecting on his kindness and her current predicament, Lu Shiqi felt compelled to act. She quietly left her room and gently pushed open the door to Wei Chuan's bedroom. Observing him sprawled across the bed, though asleep, his breathing was rapid. Her heart ached at the sight. He had been like this for some time. He must be suffering. How could she help him? After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved her phone to consult the internet. She posed a rather peculiar query and, upon finding an answer, turned to the slumbering Wei Chuan, unconsciously biting her lip, her cheeks aflame. The next morning, Wei Chuan awoke from his slumber, vaguely recalling a dream in which he had drawn a map, though now all traces of it had vanished. Just as he was about to ponder further, his phone rang. "Master, I have purchased a villa for you, and the location has been sent to your phone. Would you like to come take a look?" It was his assistant, Gu Qianxue, on the line. "Thank you for your hard work. I'll come by shortly," Wei Chuan replied nonchalantly. With his substantial wealth, he had grown indifferent to material possessions like houses. "Understood, master." As soon as he hung up, Lu Shiqi's voice resonated from outside. "Wei Chuan Gij, you're awake? May I come in?" "Come in," he responded, sitting up and stretching languidly. As Lu Shiqi entered, Wei Chuan was momentarily taken aback. "What happened to your lips?" he exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively pressed her slightly swollen lips together but did not answer his question. Instead, she stammered, Wei Chuan Gij. I had someone bring breakfast. Please hurry and get up to eat." With that, she exited the room, seemingly preoccupied. After they finished breakfast, Wei Chuan drove to the phone store where Lu Shiqi worked, not to accompany her to work, but rather to assist her in resigning. Initially, he had intended to simply call and inform her of his plan. In his eyes, a salary of a few thousand was trivial. Reluctantly, Lu Shiqi persisted, and he could only acquiesce to her wishes. When colleagues at the mobile phone store beheld Lu Shiqi alighting from the Bugatti supercar, their jaws dropped in astonishment, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Lu Shiqi felt quite embarrassed by the attention. The middle-aged female manager of the store, perceptive and considerate, promptly processed her resignation, cheerfully saying they should keep in touch since they had been colleagues. The entire procedure took merely 5 minutes, during which Wei Chuan did not exit the vehicle. Once Lu Shiqi settled into the car, he restarted the engine. "Shall we head to school now?" Lu Shiqi inquired. During their time at the hotel, they had already deliberated on visiting the school today to facilitate her re-enrollment process. "We will go to school later. For now, let us take a look at my newly purchased house," Wei Chuan replied as he revved the engine anew. Located in the bustling district of the Magic City, the Peacock Palace is a modern-style luxury villa, boasting a construction area exceeding 4,000 square meters and a garden surpassing 9,000 square meters. In land-scarce Magic City, its worth is incalculable. At this moment, outside the grand entrance of the Peacock Palace, Gu Qianxue stood at the forefront, flanked by dozens of men and women arranged in neat rows. Among this assembly were chefs, housekeepers, and bodyguards, each an elite in their respective fields, all hired at great expense by Gu Qianxue. Upon their arrival, Wei Chuan and Lu Shiqi were taken aback by the sight of so many individuals standing in formation at the entrance, particularly for Lu Shiqi. The grandeur of the villa and the respectful stance of the gathered crowd left her feeling somewhat dazed. Is this truly my brother Wei Chuan's home? Such an opulent standalone villa, what could it possibly cost? Hundreds of millions? Over $1 billion? Or perhaps several billions? The thought was too staggering for her to fully comprehend. As Wei Chuan stepped out of the car, Gu Qianxue led the group in a deep bow, exclaiming, "Welcome home, master." The others followed suit, bowing in unison, "Welcome home, master. Thank you for your hard work. You may all disperse now," Wei Chuan said nonchalantly. Witnessing such a spectacle, Lu Shiqi was genuinely startled. This seemed like a scene from a television drama, rather than reality. "Thank you, master." After the crowd bowed once more, they returned to their duties. "Qianxue, you have outdone yourself. This is a bit too extravagant, don't you think?" Wei Chuan smiled at Gu Qianxue. "Master, it is my duty," Gu Qianxue replied with a smile. The three then walked into the villa. Under Gu Qianxue's guidance, Wei Chuan took a comprehensive tour of the villa, spending a solid half-hour exploring both the interior and exterior. For his first property, he found himself quite satisfied. Its opulence rivaled that of a 7-star luxury hotel. However, with the evolution of his mindset, a mere villa no longer evoked a sense of awe within him. In stark contrast, Lu Shiqi, hailing from an ordinary family, was utterly overwhelmed. After touring the villa, she felt as if she were in a dream. Surely, ancient palaces could not rival this level of extravagance. This is the Magic City, a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. How wealthy must one be to afford such a residence? Suddenly, she realized that Wei Chuan had become a stranger once more. Perhaps they were simply from different worlds. After a lavish lunch at the villa, Wei Chuan took Lu Shiqi to the school. Upon arrival, Lu Shiqi insisted on handling her re-enrollment alone, while Wei Chuan, with no pressing matters, decided to return to his dormitory. Upon opening the door to room 304, he found his roommate, Zhou Tianyun, unpacking a delivery, while Qin Xiaodong looked on with keen interest. "What new treasures have you procured?" Wei Chuan inquired as he approached the scene. Having not returned to the dormitory for 2 consecutive days, both roommates found his absence curious. But they had no time to question him. Zhou Tianyun merely smiled mysteriously in response to Wei Chuan's query, without divulging any details. He extracted a foam-wrapped item from the package, and upon cutting through the foam, revealed a bottle of Lao Gan Ma, chili crisp. Technically, it was merely a cleaned glass bottle of Lao Gan Ma, sealed but entirely empty. "What have you bought? Is it the legendary fresh air from Hulunber?" Wei Chuan asked. Bewildered, Zhou Tianyun smiled enigmatically and solemnly set the glass bottle aside. He then handed his phone to Wei Chuan, saying, "You can see for yourself. To be clear, I have no unusual proclivities. It's merely out of curiosity." Qin Xiaodong chuckled lewdly from the side. Wei Chuan took the phone, and upon reading the product description, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Product description: this is a bottle of fairy farts, exceedingly rare and difficult to acquire. Freshly harvested and guaranteed to be absolutely fresh. After reading the description, Wei Chuan looked at Zhou Tianyun, feeling as though the latter had dropped all moral standards. "What kind of gaze is that?" "I already said it was mere curiosity," Zhou Tianyun retorted, disgruntled. "Fine, do as you wish," Wei Chuan replied. Seeing his response, Zhou Tianyun ceased his explanations. He gingerly picked up the bottle and slowly unscrewed the cap. Then, he swiftly brought the bottle to his nose and inhaled deeply. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his head tilted back ever so slightly. He maintained this pose for about 2 seconds before suddenly widening his eyes in bewilderment. "It seems to have no smell," Zhou Tianyun said, dazed. Unwilling to accept this, he took another deep sniff. "Still nothing," he muttered, wearing an expression of existential doubt. "Hey Wei Chuan, you give it a whiff." He suddenly thrust the glass bottle toward Wei Chuan. "Get lost," Wei Chuan replied irritably, hastily dodging the offering. Zhou Tianyun, seeing his reaction, wore a look of sorrowful yearning as he then handed the bottle to Qin Xiaodong. Qin Xiaodong skeptically took a whiff and, finding it indeed odorless, could only helplessly suggest, "You might as well report this to the police." "Is it too late to file a report now?" "The police probably won't take a case for something worth just a few dozen bucks," Zhou Tianyun lamented, feeling somewhat cheated. Retrieving his phone from Wei Chuan, he directly confronted customer service, asking, "Why does your fairy fart have no smell at all?" The customer service representative, seemingly accustomed to such inquiries, replied promptly, "Dear customer, fairy farts are colorless and odorless." Chapter 39. Is the campus belle so easy to flirt with? Upon reading the customer service's response, Zhou Tianyun's face fell into an expression of utter despondency. Wei Chuan and Qin Xiaodong regarded him with sympathetic glances. "I think you should find a girlfriend quickly. Please refrain from engaging in such bizarre antics in the future," Wei Chuan advised. Qin Xiaodong quickly chimed in, "Exactly. I was wondering why you've been so off lately. You're dragging me down in our duo queues." Feeling the scorn of his roommates, Zhou Tianyun promptly regained his composure, retorting, "I've said it was just out of curiosity. Consider it a warning for you both." He then turned to Qin Xiaodong, disdain evident on his face. "And you, monkey, how dare you criticize me? You flaunt your wicked hands every night. Don't think I'm unaware. You're full of it. When have I ever shown off?" Qin Xiaodong exclaimed in frustration. "Still in denial? Look at how thin you've become. You really ought to exercise a bit of self-restraint," Zhou Tianyun remarked with an expression of exasperation. Just as the two were embroiled in their heated argument, Wei Chuan's phone began to ring. "Hey Wei Chuan, have you returned to school yet?" Lin Xiaowan's voice resonated from the other end of the line. "I'm in the dormitory. What's up?" Wei Chuan replied. "When are you coming to the basketball court?" "Qian and I have been waiting for you for ages," Lin Xiaowan responded. "The basketball court? What are you doing there?" Wei Chuan queried, perplexed. "Of course, we're here to watch you play basketball. Surely you haven't forgotten?" Lin Xiaowan teased playfully. At her words, Wei Chuan suddenly recalled his wager with Li Yuqin that day. To be honest, he felt no enthusiasm for this persistent nuisance who kept seeking him out. Defeating such a minor character would yield little sense of accomplishment. Fortunately, there was a system task at hand. Otherwise, engaging in this bet would be nothing short of a waste of time. "All right, I'll be there shortly," Wei Chuan concluded, ending the call. He then turned to his 2 roommates and asked, "Do you want to come along?" The two were still engrossed in their exchange of gossip and had hardly heard Wei Chuan's phone conversation. Where to? Chen Xiaodong inquired with curiosity, finding himself at a disadvantage in the verbal sparring with Zhou Tianyun. To the basketball court, Wei Chuan replied. What are we going there for? Chen Xiaodong asked, bewildered. To play basketball. Of course, Wei Chuan answered nonchalantly. You actually play basketball? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable for us to engage in a few rounds of games instead? Chen Xiaodong retorted. It wasn't that he disliked basketball. Rather, his slender physique made playing the sport akin to seeking torment. You don't understand anything. Can't you appreciate the game even if you can't play it? Zhou Tianyun scoffed. Appreciate the game? What is there to appreciate? Chen Xiaodong grumbled. This isn't just any game. Zhou Tianyun said, donning a mysteriously amused expression. Understanding the implication behind Zhou Tianyun's lewd expression, Chen Xiaodong soon joined Wei Chuan in heading towards the school south basketball court. Upon their arrival, they found a significant crowd already gathered, with a considerable number of girls in attendance. Wei Chuan couldn't help but wonder, do girls really enjoy watching basketball this much? On the court, 2 teams of 10 were engaged in a match, all clad in matching uniforms, giving the event a rather official air. Among the players was Wei Chuan. Weren't we supposed to engage in one-on-one combat? Why is he participating in an actual game? Wei Chuan thought to himself, feeling a surge of irritation. Zhou Tianyun seemed to have caught Wei Chuan's earlier words, and upon seeing the number of girls present, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He gestured to the 2, indicating he would be off in search of potential targets. Ultimately, he settled next to a girl with a decent appearance. Are you not going to check out the competition? Wei Chuan asked Chen Xiaodong, who was fidgeting nervously, his gaze wandering. I think I'll just observe, he replied, his tension palpable. Seeing Chen Xiaodong's habitual nervousness around girls, Wei Chuan shook his head in disbelief. It was a recurring issue. Whenever confronted with female company, he would become flustered. I don't get you. Why are you so anxious? You don't seem to have any trouble with those Japanese teachers on your computer, Wei Chuan teased. Yet Chen Xiaodong seemed oblivious to the jibe, whispering, look over there at those 2 beauties. Aren't they Lin Xiaowan and Yang Qian? Not only he but several other boys in attendance were also stealing glances at that spot. You know them? Wei Chuan inquired, astonished. I know them, but they don't know me. Chen Xiaodong replied awkwardly. Ah, well then. Allow me to teach you the art of charming women today. Wei Chuan chuckled, striding towards Lin Xiaowan, noting the 2 empty seats beside her. Chen Xiaodong, anxious, trailed behind, wondering what Wei Chuan was up to. Was he really going to approach those 2 campus beauties? That seemed rather audacious. Had he always possessed such boldness? Excuse me, may I sit here? Wei Chuan asked, gently tapping Lin Xiaowan's shoulder and gesturing toward the seat beside her. Chen Xiaodong nearly dropped his jaw at this audacious maneuver. Is he really that bold? Is this even appropriate? Although Lin Xiaowan was puzzled by Wei Chuan's sudden approach, she responded amiably, of course. You're so handsome. I couldn't ask for anything more. At this, Chen Xiaodong was left in shock, feeling as though his jaw might dislocate. What is happening? Is this really how flirting works? And she's calling him brother? He couldn't shake the feeling that this was all a dream. Seeing Wei Chuan comfortably settle down next to Lin Xiaowan, he too took a seat beside him, albeit in a daze. The surrounding students were equally astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Can you believe it? The campus beauty is so approachable? One boy lamented, regretting his missed opportunity. This guy didn't even seem particularly impressive, just a bit taller and better looking, yet so bold. If only he had been a little braver, maybe he would be the one striking up a conversation with Lin Xiaowan right now. However, what transpired next left everyone questioning their own existence. Perhaps due to the noise or some other factor, Lin Xiaowan leaned in closer to Wei Chuan and whispered, Wei Chuan, Wei Chuan seems particularly cocky today. How do you plan to teach him a lesson? In that cacophonous basketball arena, no one else could hear Lin Xiaowan's words, but her intimate gesture was enough to incite envy among onlookers. Come on, you're the most beautiful girl in school. Can't you play it a bit cooler? Just a casual chat, and you're already whispering in his ear? Is it really that easy for you? Unaware of the thoughts swirling around him, Wei Chuan confidently replied, just wait and see my performance. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang again. It was Lu Shiqi. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Brother Wei Chuan, I've completed my re-enrollment. Where are you now? Lu Shiqi inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Chuan decided to be honest. I'm at the basketball court. Oh, then I'll come find you. Lu Shiqi replied, as he hung up and glanced at Lin Xiaowan, who was smiling at him. A flicker of apprehension crossed Wei Chuan's mind. Just then, a wave of excited screams erupted from the crowd of girls. Wei Chuan jumped slightly, bewildered. What on earth is going on? He turned to see numerous girls animatedly fixated on the court, cheering like they were on a caffeine high. One girl in the front row even jumped up, shouting, Yang Tao, you're so handsome. Go Yang Tao. Wei Chuan couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at the infatuated girl in the front row. He had previously wondered when girls had developed such a fervent passion for basketball. It turned out their interest in watching the game was merely a facade, with their true objective being to admire the handsome players. While he pondered this, a girl's shrill scream pierced the air nearby. "Go, brother! You're the best!" To his astonishment, the voice belonged to Yang Qian, who was seated beside Lin Chuan. Wei Chuan was taken aback. Yang Qian possessed such a carefree side. Since she was someone he knew, he felt no need to hold back any longer. He had harbored a slight dissatisfaction towards Yang Qian, and now he bluntly retorted, "Is it just watching a game? Could you possibly be any more infatuated?" Upon realizing Wei Chuan was the notorious ghost young master, Yang Qian's emotions became quite complex. After returning from Lin Chuan's house that evening, she contemplated many things. This man, while simultaneously pursuing her best friend, showered her with extravagant gifts behind her back. To flirt with both herself and Warner was a quintessential display of a scoundrel. What was worse, Warner had clearly developed feelings for him. If she were to discover the truth, their years of friendship could be irreparably damaged. Even more infuriating was how this guy pretended to look down on her in front of Warner, his act so convincing. It was truly vexing. If he was intent on pretending to disregard her, why then did he feel the need to flirt with her? Wasn't he that an insult? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Hearing him call her infatuated only fueled her indignation. She shot back defiantly, "I can be infatuated if I wish. It's none of your business." Wei Chuan was at a loss for words. While infatuation was understandable in others, how could she, the illustrious campus belle of Emoda, so willingly degrade herself? But upon reflection, she had a point. It indeed had nothing to do with him. Thus, he could only manage an awkward smile and fell silent. Witnessing her brother Wei Chuan's embarrassment, Lin Chuan nearly burst into laughter. She quickly interjected, "Yang Tao is her brother, her real brother." As she spoke, Lin Chuan pointed to a player on the court. "You see him? The one in the number 23 jersey." Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan immediately spotted a tall, handsome man whose features bore some resemblance to Yang Qian. Indeed, he was strikingly attractive, which explained the throngs of girls cheering for him. Alongside Yang Tao was Liu Chen, adorned in the number 7 jersey. He had just completed a spectacular dunk, standing tall and roaring to the heavens, embodying a swagger that many boys might consider pretentious. Yet to the multitude of girls, it was breathtakingly dashing. In an instant, numerous infatuated girls erupted in cheers. The girl who had previously led the applause for Yang Tao now leapt to her feet, as if fueled by adrenaline, exclaiming, "Liu Chen, you're so handsome. I love you. I want to have your babies." Wei Chuan was dumbfounded. Wasn't she supposed to be Yang Tao's little fan? How could she so quickly switch her affections to Liu Chen? Did she dare to be any more fickle? Observing Wei Chuan's disdainful expression directed at the girl in the front row, Yang Qian teased, "Wei Chuan, why does your expression seem like you're jealous of Liu Chen? What is there about him to be jealous of? Are you out of your mind?" Wei Chuan retorted, irritated. "You saw his skills. Even my brother might not be his match. Just wait and see how you lose." Yang Qian scoffed. Hearing her words, Wei Chuan felt something was off with her today, as if she was deliberately targeting him. Even Lin Chuan noticed her friend had a significant bias against Wei Chuan. Just as she contemplated saying something to alleviate the awkward tension, a soft voice emerged from behind. "Brother Wei Chuan, I believe you 1-T lose. Go for it." The speaker was Lu Shiqi. In truth, Lu Shiqi had arrived at the basketball court a few minutes earlier. However, upon seeing Wei Chuan seated alongside 2 stunning beauties, she felt a wave of inferiority wash over her. Observing Wei Chuan laughing with one of the girls only deepened her discomfort. Thus, she opted to sit quietly behind him instead of greeting him. In terms of looks, Lu Shiqi was certainly not inferior to Lin Chuan or Yang Qian. Her beauty was also striking. However, her modest attire made her appear less dazzling. Furthermore, having dropped out after only a semester at MOD University, she lacked the prominence of the other two. When Lin Chuan noticed that a stunning beauty, who rivaled her in looks, was speaking up for Wei Chuan, she instantly recalled her mother, Deng Yu's, words. Indeed, with a man as exceptional as Wei Chuan, it was only natural to be surrounded by beautiful women. Her expression turned slightly awkward. After offering Lu Shiqi a subtle smile, she turned back to Wei Chuan, saying, "Brother Wei Chuan, how about you introduce us?" Wei Chuan felt a surge of apprehension, yet maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "Warner, this is my newly hired secretary, Lu Shiqi." He then turned to Lu Shiqi, adding, "Shiqi, this is your senior, Warner. You two are classmates now. You should interact more often." "Hello, Senior Warner." Although Lu Shiqi felt a twinge of discomfort, she politely greeted Lin Chuan. She could see that Wei Chuan and Lin Chuan shared a special bond. But so what? Wei Chuan hadn't done anything to her. And even if Lin Chuan was his girlfriend, it was not her place to intervene. After all, she was merely his secretary, and he remained oblivious to her feelings. "Hello, Junior Shiqi." Lin Chuan responded graciously, returning the smile. With her keen intellect, She noticed the unusual glint in Lu Shiqi's eyes when she looked at Wei Chuan. However, since Wei Chuan had not declared Lu Shiqi to be his girlfriend, it mattered little. Fair competition. She was confident in herself. Chapter 41. Yin Bin's Provocation. Wei Chuan felt relieved, observing that the two girls appeared to have no inclination to clash. Yet, he soon realized he might have been overthinking it. Essentially, his relationship with both women was merely platonic friendship. Was he truly concerned they might become jealous? Wasn't he that a bit self-indulgent? Amused by this thought, he chuckled to himself. Though he pondered this, the others present harbored different thoughts. The three beauties surrounding Wei Chuan, Lin Xiaowan, and Yang Qian were undoubtedly the school's recognized flowers. Even Lu Shiqi, with her youthful charm, possessed an exceptional beauty. These three women, without a doubt, represented the pinnacle of attractiveness at MO de University. With Wei Chuan encircled by such exquisite beauties, he had undoubtedly become the focal point of attention outside the basketball court. Meanwhile, the game on the court had reached halftime. Consequently, a significant portion of the spectators' gaze shifted towards Wei Chuan. Who is that guy? Surrounded by three stunning beauties. Where's the justice in that? A male student wearing a baseball cap lamented. What's this? Just a moment ago, I saw Lin, the campus belle, whispering to him, said a bespectacled boy. His expression one of anguish. Lin was whispering to him. Surely you're mistaken. Are you sure your thick glasses aren't deceiving you? The cap-wearing student replied skeptically. Nonsense. Can't you see I'm wearing glasses? Moreover, the man in question is none other than Wei Chuan, the protagonist of the Wang Lia incident, remarked the bespectacled fellow. Wei Chuan, the love-struck Wei Chuan, the one expelled from school? The cap-wearing individual exclaimed incredulously. That's not quite accurate. It is said that Wei Chuan was framed by Wang Lia. Now that she has been apprehended by the police, the school will undoubtedly reinstate Wei Chuan's status. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Have you noticed how the three prominent beauties seem to be subtly centered around Wei Chuan? The bespectacled one continued. Is this chap truly so captivating to women? What gives him the right? Is he even half as handsome as I am? The cap-wearer retorted angrily, seemingly possessed by an inexplicable confidence in his own appearance. Such discussions proliferated within the gymnasium, particularly among the boys seated near Wei Chuan, who could faintly overhear snippets of conversation. When they heard Lin Xiaowan and Lu Shiqi affectionately refer to Wei Chuan as brother, it felt as if their hearts were bleeding. Each wore a look of utter despondency. Why him? What has he done to deserve this? Even if he were to flirt with one campus beauty, I could endure it. But to charm two at once seems rather excessive, my friend. Due to the Wang Lia incident, many present recognized Wei Chuan. Yet, they remained oblivious to the essence of his character. The sole occasion on which Wei Chuan showcased his prowess was a few days prior during an encounter with Li Yuqing at school. Though it drew hundreds of onlookers, it was hardly significant in the grand scheme of the university's tens of thousands of students. At that moment, the one most astonished was Chun Xiaodong, seated beside Wei Chuan. He had quickly discerned that Wei Chuan was acquainted with the three illustrious beauties. This revelation left him in a state of shock. He noticed that two of the beauties were exceedingly affectionate towards Wei Chuan, and there seemed to be an undercurrent of rivalry and jealousy between them. This was utterly astonishing. When had his roommate acquired such prowess? Could it be that after parting ways with Wang Lia, he experienced an epiphany? Had he grasped the unparalleled art of wooing women? In an instant, Chen Xiaodong gazed at Wei Chuan as if he were a deity. Unbeknownst to Wei Chuan, who remained blissfully unaware of being the center of attention, he continued to engage in casual banter with Lin Xiaowan and Lu Shiqi, attempting to steer the conversation. However, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a spherical object hurtling towards him at great speed, seemingly aimed directly at his head. With remarkable reflexes, Wei Chuan instinctively reached out and caught the basketball with a firm grip. As he held the ball and felt the force with which it had come, his expression darkened immediately. For an ordinary person, such a rapid reaction would have been impossible, given the ball's momentum. A typical individual struck in the head might have been knocked unconscious on the spot. Wei Chuan scanned the gymnasium, his gaze landing on a young man in a number 9 jersey who was glaring at him with malevolent intent. This man, in his early 20s, possessed striking looks and an imposing presence, none other than Yin Bin, who had been seen with Wang Lia at the hotel that day. Behind him stood Li Yuqing, wearing a sinister grin, exuding the aura of a schemer. Since the Wang Lia incident, Yin Bin harbored resentment towards Wei Chuan, not out of any profound affection for Wang Lia, but rather because her predicament had adversely affected his own reputation. Now, many at school knew that Yin Bin, a notorious scion of privilege, was merely a discarded plaything. How could he possibly tolerate that? Yin Bin had observed that the basketball match organized by Li Yuqing had attracted both of the university's leading beauties. He had hoped to make a grand impression before them, only to find that Wei Chuan had unexpectedly appeared and was now encircled by the 3 stunning women. Seeing this, his jealousy ignited, and with Li Yuqing's encouragement, he had resorted to the underhanded tactic of hurling a basketball at Wei Chuan. He had assumed that Wei Chuan, caught off guard, would surely be struck and humiliated. He could then feign it as an accident, paying a small medical bill, and at least regain some semblance of pride. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that Wei Chuan effortlessly caught the ball. In an instant, their eyes locked, and the atmosphere in the gymnasium plummeted to a freezing point, as if the very air had solidified. "Apologies, my aim was off," Yin Bin said with an insincere smile. Though surprised by Wei Chuan's remarkable reflexes, he shrugged it off, thinking that there would be more opportunities to humiliate him since they were both in the same school. Wei Chuan, wearing a cold smirk, replied, "No problem. Here is your ball back." With that final word, he hurled the basketball back at Yin Bin with tremendous force, its velocity surpassing that of Yin Bin's initial throw. As a member of the school basketball team, Yin Bin could discern the trajectory and speed of the ball, realizing he likely wouldn't be able to catch it. Instinctively, he raised both hands, not so much to catch it as to block it. Yet, he had grossly underestimated the ball's power. The moment the basketball made contact with his palms, Yin Bin felt an overwhelming force, far beyond that of a mere basketball, akin to being struck by a small vehicle. "Ah!" he cried out as he was sent sprawling to the ground, the impact causing him to slide more than 3 meters. This spectacle was witnessed by every person in the gymnasium, leaving them all speechless. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted to one of utter silence. Chapter 42. Is he picking up soap for you? As Yin Bin lay on the ground, felled by Wei Chuan's throw, the gymnasium erupted into a cacophony after a brief pause. Some timid girls even shrieked in alarm. Although Yin Bin's reputation in school paled in comparison to Li Yuqing's, his prestigious background and striking appearance established him as a quintessential rich and handsome figure, a rising star within the school. Yet, this brazen scion, accustomed to flaunting his power, had been unceremoniously knocked down by a single basketball. Who would dare believe it without witnessing it firsthand? From being invincible just moments ago to lying prostrate on the ground, was this disparity not too stark? Could Yin Bin possibly be any more pathetic? Meanwhile, the onlookers began to reassess Wei Chuan. A man who could attract the attention of the campus beauties must possess more depth than initially perceived. Suddenly, murmurs filled the air. "Did you see that? That is my bro, Wei Chuan," Zhou Tianyun proudly declared to the girl beside him, reveling in the newfound attention on his friend. Though he had no idea how his brother had suddenly become the focal point of the crowd, encircled by the esteemed beauties, it did not diminish his pride in showcasing his association with Wei Chuan. At that moment, Yin Bin was being helped back to his feet by several teammates. The impact of Wei Chuan's throw had been quite severe, but fortunately, he had instinctively shielded his head with his hands. At this moment, excruciating pain surged through his right hand. Had it not been for its continued mobility, he might have suspected it was broken. Yin Bin's face contorted in a grimace. Whether from pain or rage, it was hard to tell. "What do you mean?" He glared at Wei Chuan, enunciating each word with palpable intensity. "I merely intended to return the ball to you. Who knew you would be so pathetic? Should I be blamed for that?" Wei Chuan replied nonchalantly. "You." Yin Bin, brimming with indignation, instinctively raised a finger to point at Wei Chuan, ready to hurl a few harsh words. However, the moment he lifted his hand, a sharp pain made him gasp. "What do you mean by you? If you're looking for trouble, just say so. I, Wei Chuan, will be your opponent to the end." Wei Chuan retorted with a cold smirk. Seeing Wei Chuan's audacity, Yin Bin was on the verge of exploding, but was restrained by Li Yuqing. Based on Li Yuqing's understanding of Wei Chuan, if a fight were to break out here today, he feared that he and Yin Bin together might not stand a chance. Previously, he had deliberately incited Yin Bin to provoke Wei Chuan, hoping to create some discomfort for him. Little did he expect Yin Bin to be so inept, allowing Wei Chuan to turn the tables so effortlessly. At this moment, he pulled Yin Bin aside and turned to Wei Chuan, stating, "Wei Chuan, don't be so arrogant. Bullying Yin Bin is hardly a feat worthy of your prowess. If you have the capability, direct it at me." Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan displayed no immediate reaction, but Yin Bin was not pleased. "What do you mean? Are you implying that I'm inferior to you?" Wei Chuan also found the statement peculiar, while it seemed reasonable. Something about it felt off. "What is your relationship with him? Did he pick up your soap?" Wei Chuan inquired, his expression oddly bemused. Li Yuqing quickly recognized the inappropriateness of his previous comment and hastily changed the subject. "Enough of this nonsense. You haven't forgotten our wager from yesterday, right? If you seek punishment, I shall gladly oblige." Listening to their exchange, the onlookers in the gym were left in confusion. At that moment, Wei Chuan stood up and made his way to the court. When only Wei Chuan and Li Yuqing remained on the court, the audience finally understood that the two were about to engage in a game of one-on-one. Before the game commenced, Li Yuqing, brimming with confidence, declared, "Wei Chuan, Do not forget our wager. Should you lose, you must either distance yourself from Lin Chuan or shout thrice that you are an idiot. Of course, I will face the same fate if I lose, but I have no intention of losing. He spoke loudly enough for the entire gym to hear. Upon hearing this, the crowd realized that the two were embroiled in a rivalry fueled by jealousy. If Wei Chuan agrees to face Li Yuchen, he is bound to suffer a humiliating defeat, remarked a boy acquainted with Li Yuchen's basketball skills. Indeed, Li Yuchen was among the top players on the school basketball team, while Wei Chuan had never played basketball before. The two who knew Wei Chuan best, Chen Xiaodong and Zhou Tianyun, were well aware that throughout 3 years of university, he had never touched a basketball. They secretly felt a wave of anxiety for him. In truth, Wei Chuan was not particularly adept at basketball. As a child, he had been frail and often found himself on the losing end of games with friends, ultimately leading him to abandon the sport altogether. Yet now, he felt no apprehension. Irritated by Li Yuchen's words, he replied, "Enough of the chatter, let us get on with it." Li Yuchen merely smirked coldly, choosing not to respond further. The first ball was in Li Yuchen's possession as he attacked. He tossed the ball to Wei Chuan, who appeared bewildered. Was this guy so arrogant as to let him have a free shot? Deciding to seize the opportunity, Wei Chuan swiftly turned, without dribbling, and launched the basketball toward the hoop. His movements were clumsy and awkward, revealing his utter lack of skill. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the ball went in, a flawless swish. This unexpected success filled Wei Chuan with pride, but to his bewilderment, the audience erupted not in applause, but in jeers. "You can't even play, and you come here to embarrass yourself." Someone shouted mockingly, "Do you really dare to challenge my brother, Yuchen? What a disgrace. Just admit defeat." A girl, clearly smitten, called out. As a seasoned social anxiety sufferer, Chen Xiaodong felt his face flush with embarrassment at Wei Chuan's performance. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianyun observed with suspicion as a girl remarked, "You said your brother was impressive? How could he not even know the rules of the game?" Basketball might not be his forte." Zhou Tianyun replied with a wry smile. He was aware of Wei Chuan's inexperience, but had never anticipated that his friend would be so oblivious to the basic rules. Equally clueless about the game's rules was Lu Shiqi, who wore a perplexed expression. Having gleaned some understanding from Li Yuchen's previous remarks, she realized that Wei Chuan's motivation for this contest was likely tied to Lin Chuan. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment, she still hoped for Wei Chuan's victory. Despite her ignorance of basketball or Wei Chuan's abilities, his confident demeanor inspired her trust. And indeed, Wei Chuan did not let her down, scoring on his first attempt. Yet, why were these people mocking him? Was there something wrong with that shot? Beside her, Yang Qian, despite her disdain for Li Yuchen, took pleasure in Wei Chuan's embarrassment. Is this Wei Chuan fellow a fool? He dares to challenge Li Yuchen with such skills? Upon hearing this, Lu Shiqi felt compelled to defend him, retorting, "That shot was clearly good. Didn't you see it go in?" Witnessing Lu Shiqi's naive question, Yang Qian found herself both exasperated and amused. The first shot was Li Yuchen's turn. He threw the ball to Wei Chuan to test him. "I see Wei Chuan as a complete simpleton who doesn't even grasp that." "Qian, can you not say such things? Does Wei Chuan have a grudge against you?" Lin Chuan interjected, visibly displeased. She was upset to see Wei Chuan ridiculed, especially as Yang Qian seemed to revel in it. "Warner, I am merely stating facts. You have only known him for a few days, and you are already so protective. Is this not prioritizing romance over friendship?" Yang Qian teased. Lin Chuan felt a bit embarrassed by Yang Qian's remark and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, on the court, observing the audience's reaction, Wei Chuan quickly realized he had likely committed a fundamental error. He began to ponder where he had gone wrong. Li Yuchen, oblivious to his thoughts, displayed unabashed disdain for Wei Chuan. Initially, seeing Wei Chuan's confidence led him to believe the latter might possess some skill, otherwise, he would not have so readily agreed to the contest. While Li Yuchen was confident in his own abilities, he assumed it would take some effort to best Wei Chuan. However, the reality was that Wei Chuan was a complete novice, particularly with a shooting stance that was quite painful to behold. Any successful shot was likely due to sheer luck. Delighting in Wei Chuan's humiliation, Li Yuchen smirked. "Aren't you fond of putting on airs? Now you know what it feels like to be overconfident and fail. I advise you to concede now. Otherwise, your embarrassment will only worsen." "Me concede? I've already scored. Do you think I'll back down? You must be dreaming." Wei Chuan retorted, unamused. He articulated his words with the intent of extracting from Li Yuchen the root of his predicament. Indeed, Li Yuchen was quite cooperative. "That last ball was my offensive play. I passed it to you, signaling for you to verify the ball. Do you comprehend?" He sneered. Wei Chuan, suddenly enlightened, suggested, "Let us do it again." Casual in his demeanor, he showed no intention of conceding. A cold smirk crept onto Li Yuchen's face, thinking to himself, "The more you resist, the more I shall showcase my prowess." As they resumed play, Wei Chuan returned the ball to his opponent according to the rules. Li Yuchen, adeptly dribbling, harbored ambitions of dazzling the audience with a spectacular breakthrough and a ferocious slam dunk. Yet, Wei Chuan stood resolutely before him, making no defensive moves. Li Yuchen chuckled inwardly, increasingly convinced that his opponent had never played basketball before. He deemed the feints unnecessary and prepared to simply dribble around for a dunk. However, in a fleeting moment of his offensive maneuver, Wei Chuan casually stretched out his hand, and miraculously, the ball landed in his grasp. The speed of the steal was so rapid that not a single spectator could comprehend the action. Even Li Yuchen was left bewildered. What the hell? Is this for real? What kind of speed is that? I've been single for over 20 years and could never achieve that. The audience in the gym was left in disbelief. Impressive. His roommate, Zhou Tianyun, exclaimed, jumping up in excitement after a brief moment of astonishment. He turned to the girl beside him and declared, "Did you see that? This is my brother's prowess." Li Yuchen's expression darkened. How could he be so casually stripped of the ball? It defied all logic. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had indeed lost that play. "I was careless just now. I refuse to believe you can steal it again." Wei Chuan, with a half-smile, retorted, "Feel free to try." When it was Wei Chuan's turn to attack, he decided against a direct shot this time. He wished to attempt a dunk. Li Yuchen initiated the play, and upon receiving the ball, Wei Chuan began to dribble. However, his dribbling was somewhat awkward, reminiscent of a child bouncing a ball. The motions were exceedingly clumsy, as if the basketball might slip from his grasp at any moment. Li Yuchen, witnessing this tentative dribbling, nearly burst into laughter. Yet, recognizing the seriousness of the game, he prepared to defend with full vigor, refusing to grant his opponent any leeway. Faced with this determination, Wei Chuan had no choice but to force his way through. He executed a graceful feint, intent on slipping past his opponent. However, an embarrassing mishap occurred. Due to his unfamiliarity with dribbling, he inadvertently sent the basketball flying away from him. The crowd was left in stunned silence, followed by a chorus of boos. "Is this some sort of joke? This skill is worse than that of a kindergarten child. How dare you step onto the court? Who gave you the audacity?" Liang Jingru. Li Yuchen scoffed, "You can do it. Even if you lose, at least you'll be famous in this school." Wei Chuan felt a bit embarrassed, but gritted his teeth, ultimately deciding to acquire basketball skills. System, I wish to learn basketball skills. Ding. The host currently has 5 remaining enhancement points, which can be used to learn and enhance basketball skills up to level 5. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, Wei Chuan replied. Ding. Basketball proficiency has been learned and enhanced to level 5. Wei Chuan silently assessed his newfound abilities. Level 5 basketball proficiency equated to approximately 5 years of professional training. While this might not seem extraordinary, Wei Chuan possessed nearly 7 times the physicality of an average person. With skilled basketball techniques now at his disposal, his abilities surged to an astonishing level, although he might still lag behind professional players. The combination of his exceptional physique and extraordinary reflexes led him to believe that even NBA stars would be no match for him. While professional basketball players also possess remarkable physical attributes, they could never attain the reflexes and coordination that exceeded those of an average person by 6 or 7 times. In Wei Chuan's view, utilizing all enhancement points to bolster his own capabilities was the true path to success. Using them to learn skills felt somewhat wasteful. Yet having committed to this course, he felt compelled to put on an impressive display worthy of his 5 enhancement points. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sinister smile crept across his face. Li Yuchen, unnerved by this smile, hurried him to serve the ball. Once again, it was Li Yuchen's turn to attack. After being inexplicably stripped of the ball in their previous exchange, he became exceedingly cautious. Yet this caution proved futile. Without any physical contact, and devoid of any foul play, Wei Chuan's steal was executed with such speed that it appeared as if the ball had run into his hands. Stunned, Li Yuchen stood agape. The entire audience shared his astonishment. If the first steal could be attributed to luck, could the second still be dismissed as mere chance? Yet, Wei Chuan seemed utterly inept at basketball. This speed was beyond what even professional players could achieve. There was something uncanny about Wei Chuan. Chapter 44, Dazzling Dunks. To the spectators, Wei Chuan's deft stealing ability seemed insurmountable. Li Yuchen, with all his skills, found himself without an opportunity to exhibit his talents. With this single maneuver, Wei Chuan had already secured an unassailable position. However, one must wonder if he considered the spectators' experience. This was devoid of any entertainment value. The crowd voiced their frustrations. Yet, their opinions would soon shift dramatically. Wei Chuan was about to embark on a performance that would leave them in awe. The ball came to him. Wei Chuan feigned loneliness as a master. It was now his time to shine. Like a transformed individual, he abandoned the previous awkwardness and executed a series of flamboyant dribbling maneuvers. Li Yuchen found himself thoroughly bewildered. The audience was captivated, their eyes spinning with excitement. Goodness! Wei Chuan is actually a skilled player? Was he merely toying with us before? The crowd thought, their spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Li Yuchen's heart sank. No wonder the previous 2 steals had been so precise and decisive. It had all been an act. This guy was also a master. He had been outsmarted once more. With this realization, Li Yuchen felt a surge of anger and retracted his disdain, preparing to defend with all his might. Yet, his defense was utterly ineffectual against Wei Chuan. With Wei Chuan's superior physicality, Li Yuchen stood no chance of stopping him. Wei Chuan protected the ball with his body, executing a feint to easily evade his opponent. Then, he leapt into the air, soaring high for a breathtaking 360-degree slam dunk. In that instant, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Every spectator gaped in disbelief. What had just transpired? A 360-degree dunk? This is a bit excessive, isn't it? Wei Chuan stood at just over 1.8 meters tall, and it appeared he hadn't even reached the free throw line during his jump. A 360-degree dunk from beyond the free throw line. The sheer leaping ability displayed is something that even a handful of NBA professionals might find difficult to achieve. Is this truly a human being? At this moment, the entire arena is enveloped in an almost eerie silence, the kind where a pin drop could be distinctly heard. Mere moments later, a piercing, exuberant scream shatters the stillness. Incredible! A bespectacled young man leaps up in excitement. This boisterous shout acts like a spark, igniting the fervor of all the spectators within the venue. Amazing! In the face of such a breathtaking dunk, no one holds back their enthusiasm. Stunning! Even the seasoned introvert, Chen Xiaodong, cannot resist rising to cheer for Wei Chuan. In this instant, the crowd erupts in jubilation. With that singular, awe-inspiring slam dunk, Wei Chuan earns an avalanche of applause, including from many who had previously mocked him. Such undeniable prowess dispels all doubts. Did you see that? This is the strength of my brother. Zhou Tianyun excitedly reiterates this statement. Earlier, he had boasted about Wei Chuan, only to be met with ridicule due to Wei Chuan's prior lackluster performances, which even drew the scorn of the girl he was trying to impress, the lovely chieftain. Now, as Wei Chuan undergoes a magnificent transformation, Zhou Tianyun feels a sense of vindication. No way, he is actually this remarkable? Yang Qian gasps in disbelief. She never anticipated that Wei Chuan was not only a virtuoso at the piano, but also possessed such extraordinary skills on the basketball court. This multifaceted individual, both scholarly and athletic, and with considerable wealth, naturally attracts admirers like Lu Shiqi, a quintessential fangirl. Not to mention, even her close friend Lin Xiaowan seems to lose her composure in the presence of this man. Contemplating this, she cannot help but compare Wei Chuan to her own brother, Yang Tao, who is also considered a handsome figure at their school. Yet, in comparison to Wei Chuan, he appears to fall slightly short. Previously, when Yang Qian had mocked Wei Chuan, Lu Shiqi had already shown her dissatisfaction. Now, hearing her speak this way, she cannot help but mutter under her breath. Weren't you just saying that Wei Chuan was incapable? Is your face hurting? Although the arena is filled with noise, their proximity allows Yang Qian to hear her clearly. Nevertheless, she pretends not to notice. Just then, Lin Xiaowan delivers another cutting remark. Qian, is your face hurting? She teases, gently pinching Yang Qian's cheek. Lin Xiaowan possesses an inexplicable confidence in Wei Chuan, who consistently surprises her. Watching this spirited man, her eyes sparkle with admiration. Meanwhile, on the court, Wei Chuan's showcase has only just commenced. His previous 360-degree dunk has left Li Yuchen in a daze. Now, Li Yuchen has been reduced to a mere prop for testing the ball. Regardless of how hard he tries to defend, Wei Chuan effortlessly completes dunk after dunk over him. Windmill dunks, tomahawk slams, gliding dunks, and between-the-legs dunks. In a fleeting moment, Wei Chuan has performed an array of challenging dunks. With his extraordinary physical capabilities, he even invents some more intricate dunking methods. It's simply astonishing. Li Yuchen's expression grows increasingly grim. He had hoped to showcase his skills against Wei Chuan, but instead, he finds himself being outshone. The audience, meanwhile, is already ablaze with excitement. Numerous girls are so thrilled that they can hardly contain themselves, enthusiastically cheering for Wei Chuan. Many of them were once fans of Li Yuchen. They now realize that there is such an incredibly handsome guy at their school whom they hadn't noticed before. Women inherently lack resistance to strong individuals, and Wei Chuan is not only strong but also exceptionally handsome. Wei Chuan, my handsome husband, I love you. A woman's piercing scream suddenly resonates from the stands. The voice possesses a remarkable clarity, and having just completed a dunk, Wei Chuan cannot help but turn to locate the source. What he sees leaves him wincing. Isn't that the infatuated girl who sat right in front of him earlier? Initially, Wei Chuan assumed she was merely a fan of Yang Tao, but now she is calling him her husband. How casual can one be? Seeing Wei Chuan's gaze upon her, the girl becomes even more exhilarated and blows him a kiss. Wei Chuan's mouth twitches, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Meanwhile, after enduring 10 consecutive dunks from Wei Chuan, Liu Chen feels utterly humiliated. At this moment, his forehead is glistening with cold sweat, and he appears utterly dazed. He can scarcely believe that this is reality. How could he possibly be losing? Is this guy some kind of professional player? Even if he were, he shouldn't be this formidable. Such incredible leaping ability, such blinding speed. Is he even human? This is utterly insane. Unbelievable. This defies logic. Observing Liu Chen's despondent demeanor, Wei Chuan finds the situation rather tedious. Too weak. His opponent is simply too weak. Competing against such an adversary seems to diminish his own worth, preventing him from showcasing his true capabilities. So what is the verdict? Are you convinced? Wei Chuan inquires. Liu Chen bows his head in silence, his expression one of utter defeat, as though he had just swallowed a fly. Chapter 45. One man takes on an entire team. Liu Chen is burdened by his image as a school idol. As a prominent figure within the school, the thought of admitting defeat is more painful than death itself. I refuse to concede. Let us continue. Liu Chen grits his teeth, determined. Wei Chuan is not taken aback. He has just acquired basketball skills and is eager to showcase them. But unfortunately, his opponent is too weak to allow him to truly demonstrate his talent. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Chuan states, "You alone cannot contend with me. Here's what we'll do. I permit you to call for assistance. Anyone present can join in. The more, the merrier. I shall face them all alone." His tone is calm, devoid of any hint of jest. However, to those listening, his words take on a different interpretation. This is simply beyond arrogance. Particularly among those who had just played on the court, their expressions reveal their displeasure. While they secretly admire Wei Chuan's skills, it's undeniable that each of them feels outshined. But does that justify his dismissive attitude towards everyone? How can someone be so audacious, truly believing himself invincible? Even LeBron would hesitate to utter such words. You, an amateur player, have become this inflated simply because you executed a few dunks? You must have forgotten your own name. Very well, you said it. Liu Chen scoffs. He was nearly in despair, fearing that after today, he would become the laughingstock of the entire school. He even contemplated dropping out, as this incident would irreparably tarnish his reputation. The image he had painstakingly built as a heartthrob has crumbled. Yet, he never anticipated that this arrogant fellow would dig such a deep hole for himself. Before Liu Chen could respond, the others who had previously played, except for Yin Bin, had already gathered in a line beside him. Among them was Yang Qin's brother, Yang Tao. Although Yang Tao held no personal grievances against Wei Chuan, he admired Wei Chuan's basketball skills tremendously. It was precisely because of this admiration that he yearned for a chance to compete against him. As for Yin Bin, his reluctance to engage was not due to a lack of desire. In fact, he harbored the strongest animosity towards Wei Chuan among all present. Unfortunately, he had just been struck by a basketball thrown by Wei Chuan, and his right hand was still in excruciating pain, rendering him nearly powerless, perhaps even with a fracture. Despite his intense hatred for Wei Chuan, he could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's words and witnessing the arrival of 8 imposing figures at the sidelines, the audience in the gym was left utterly dumbfounded. Was Wei Chuan really proposing a 1v9 matchup? What immense confidence he must possess. One might wonder if he had lost his mind, as such arrogance seemed almost unfathomable. Fortunately, Wei Chuan's previous display had been sufficiently astonishing, leading the spectators to hold their breath in anticipation of the unfolding events. Many even took out their phones, eager to document this unprecedented contest. On the court, one of the 8 newcomers inquired about the rules of engagement. The tone of his voice laced with hostility. "How shall we play?" To which Wei Chuan casually replied, "Let South play the full court. No matter how many of you there are, I can handle it alone." His seemingly indifferent words were perceived as a blatant provocation by those on the opposing side. "Fine. You asked for it. But remember, don't claim we're bullying you afterward. We have 9 players. Let us field just 5. What do you think?" The suggestion was met with unanimous agreement, save for Liu Chen, who felt a twinge of delight. He had a deeper appreciation for Wei Chuan's prowess than the others. Although he wished for all 9 to participate, he felt it was inappropriate to retract his words now. He believed that 5 players would suffice to dominate the other side. Wei Chuan maintained his nonchalant demeanor. He was aware of the animosity directed at him, but his sole intention was to showcase his basketball skills. It was not arrogance. Rather, it was a simple acknowledgement that those present were, by comparison, lacking. Thus commenced this unparalleled basketball match, one side with 5 players, the other with merely 1. At the center court, the tip-off took place, and without any surprises, Wei Chuan, with his extraordinary vertical leap, secured the basketball. Then, a jaw-dropping maneuver unfolded. In the split second he touched the ball, he opted to shoot from midair. The spectators watched in awe as the ball soared gracefully in a perfect arc towards the hoop. For a moment, the players were taken aback. Could he be insane? The odds of making a shot from such a distance were minuscule. However, as the basketball continued its trajectory, their expressions shifted. It genuinely appeared that it might score. They began to fervently wish for it to miss. At that moment, only Wei Chuan remained unfazed. After releasing the ball, he didn't even bother to glance at it again. With his unparalleled body coordination, he could control every muscle in his physique with precision. The power and angle of that shot were executed to perfection, leaving little room for error. Indeed, the basketball made no contact with anything other than the net, an immaculate swish. Instantly, the audience erupted in a frenzy of excitement. At that moment, not a single spectator withheld their enthusiasm. Incredible. Unbelievable. He shot from midair during the tip-off. How can one be so powerful? I've watched basketball my entire life, and never have I seen a shot like that. Numerous attendees had been capturing the entirety of this extraordinary match on their phones, and this spectacular three-pointer was flawlessly recorded as well. Some had already shared it across various video platforms. The 5 players on the court, including the referee, stood in stunned silence. Wei Chuan's expression darkened considerably, regardless of how the rest of the match would unfold. Wei Chuan had already captivated the audience and his opponents with that singular, breathtaking shot. In fact, the remainder of the game became a showcase for Wei Chuan alone. Despite Wei Chuan's team enjoying a numerical advantage, their passing attempts were nearly all unsuccessful. Although they had 5 players, Wei Chuan needed only to focus on the player with the ball, and under his defense, no one could successfully pass it. They either faced steals or blocks. In less than a quarter, the score had escalated to 21-0, with Wei Chuan single-handedly denying the opposing team a single point, asserting his overwhelming dominance on the court. Achieving this feat was not solely due to his skill. His physical attributes surpassed those of an ordinary person by 7-fold. His speed, reflexes, and jumping ability were nearly superhuman. While it is not uncommon for individuals with exceptional physical prowess to possess several times the strength of an average person, achieving such an extraordinary level across all aspects, as Wei Chuan had, was virtually impossible. Following yet another spectacular dunk, the once spirited players now wore expressions of utter despair. At this moment, their spirits were utterly crushed. Chapter 46. His journey is the stars and the sea. In the stands, every spectator was mesmerized. Many took out their phones to capture this personal showcase in its entirety. Numerous girls seemed entranced, their gazes fixed on Wei Chuan, whose performance was simply mesmerizing. Even Yang Qian, who had previously been his harshest critic, found herself gradually captivated. This guy was surprisingly charming. She felt a flush of excitement coursing through her. It seemed he could always deliver unexpected delights. Yet, he was also a master of emotional manipulation. Remembering Wei Chuan's disdainful attitude towards her, Yang Qian felt a wave of frustration wash over her. In contrast, Lin Xiaowan and Lu Shiqi harbored different sentiments. Both already held favorable views of Wei Chuan, and witnessing his charisma in this moment left them utterly spellbound. After another explosive dunk, a series of system notifications echoed in Wei Chuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the F-level difficulty task, Wei Chuan's challenge. Reward, 10 enhancement points. Reward, 1 lucky draw. Ding! Detected that the exquisite beauty Lin Xiaowan's affection for the host has surpassed 80 points. Reward, 20 enhancement points. Reward, 1 lucky draw. Ding! Detected that the exquisite beauty Lu Shiqi's affection for the host has surpassed 80 points. Reward, 20 enhancement points. Reward, 1 lucky draw. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Wei Chuan felt an immense thrill but was also puzzled. What exactly were these affection rewards? Yet, he had no time to inquire further. Since the task was complete, he felt there was no need to continue. Casting a glance at the disheveled opposing team, he asked, "So, do you wish to continue?" "I shall concede. I acknowledge your superior skills." Yang Tao promptly declared his surrender. With a few quick strides, he approached Wei Chuan, playfully pinching his arm while gazing at him with admiration. "Big boss, your muscles don't seem overly developed, yet your strength is astonishing. And that incredible vertical leap. Not to mention your impeccable three-point shooting, especially those dunks I've never even seen before. How on earth did you train for this?" Wei Chuan, visibly annoyed, swatted away the other's unwelcome hand. Upon recalling that this fellow was Yang Qian's elder brother, a playful smirk crept onto his face. "Want to learn? Just call me Big Boss and I'll teach you," Wei Chuan replied with a serious demeanor. Yang Tao, who had a fervent passion for basketball, felt a genuine admiration for Wei Chuan's extraordinary skills. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's words, he burst into enthusiasm. "Big Boss, please allow me to bow to you," he declared loudly, bending at the waist while clasping his fists in respect. Wei Chuan felt a surge of delight. Clearly, Yang Qian had shown him little respect today. Now you're comfortable. Huh. Your brother's become my little brother. How will you continue to flaunt? He reveled in secret pride, maintaining a serious facade as he added, very well. I'm quite exhausted today. I promise to teach you some unique skills another time. This statement was entirely superficial. With his impressive physique boasting a score of 75, he had played an entire half without breaking a sweat. Exhausted indeed. Yet Yang Tao responded with uncontainable excitement. All right, thank you, big boss. In the audience, Yang Qian observed her brother's antics with a mixture of disbelief and embarrassment. Brother, you're the school's heartthrob. Can't you be a tad more reserved? Have you even considered the feelings of your little admirers? She lamented internally, feeling too ashamed to continue watching, opting instead to cover her face with her hands. Noticing her distress, Lin Xiaowan teased, Qian, why the long face? Wei Chuan is so exceptional. Your brother being his little brother isn't a loss at all. Yang Qian found herself at a loss for words, noticing that her friend's gaze towards Wei Chuan had intensified with infatuation, which only heightened her anxiety. She considered sharing Wei Chuan's less than commendable behavior with Lin Xiaowan, but ultimately lacked the courage. She was also hesitant because, deep down, she couldn't deny that she harbored a flicker of affection for Wei Chuan. She was baffled by this feeling, torn and guilt-ridden. Thus, upon encountering Wei Chuan again today, she deliberately adopted such a demeanor. On the court, save for Li Yuchen, everyone else had conceded defeat. Wei Chuan's basketball prowess had left them utterly convinced. At that moment, Li Yuchen's expression was grim. Truth be told, even he secretly admired Wei Chuan's skills. Dominating a whole team single-handedly was nothing short of despair-inducing. It was impossible not to be impressed. Reflecting on his recent encounters, he recalled 3 consecutive defeats to Wei Chuan. Before Wei Chuan, Li Yuchen seemed devoid of even the right to serve as a mere backdrop. Most striking was the realization that this young man appeared to possess an unimaginable familial background. Li Yuchen was no fool. After these experiences, he had come to a certain understanding. He finally recognized that opposing someone like Wei Chuan was hardly a wise decision. His thoughts then drifted to Lin Xiaowan. No wonder she only had eyes for Wei Chuan while regarding him with disdain. With this realization, he sighed, a sense of resolve forming within him. However, Li Yuchen was taken aback when Wei Chuan did not mention the wager. This unexpected turn filled him with a flicker of gratitude. It seemed that Wei Chuan didn't even regard him as a rival. The wager he had concocted was likely dismissed as child's play, utterly juvenile in Wei Chuan's eyes. With this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Yet, amidst the crowd, one individual cast a stormy glare at Wei Chuan. Yan Bin. Due to the incident with Wang Lia, he already harbored animosity towards Wei Chuan. Today, Wei Chuan had further humiliated him while simultaneously basking in the limelight. At this moment, Yan Bin's hatred for Wei Chuan had swelled to an overwhelming degree. Inflamed by jealousy. Of course, Wei Chuan was blissfully unaware of this, and even if he knew, he would dismiss it with indifference. Why would the strong concern themselves with the impotent fury of the weak? Today, Wei Chuan single-handedly eclipsed the prominent figures of Moda University, garnering immense acclaim. Some enthusiastic girls even dubbed him the basketball prince. Meanwhile, recordings of the match uploaded to various short video platforms went viral, swiftly reaching the top of trending lists. This was hardly surprising. The extraordinary dunks Wei Chuan performed were rarely seen, even in the NBA, especially his original, highly intricate maneuvers, which even professional players struggled to replicate, truly otherworldly. Therefore, unbeknownst to Wei Chuan, he inexplicably became the hottest internet sensation. A seasoned basketball commentator even hailed him as an unprecedented basketball prodigy. On Moda University's campus forum, Wei Chuan's individual basketball showcase was fervently circulated. In just a single afternoon, basketball prince Wei Chuan became a household name within the school. Yet, Wei Chuan remained oblivious to all of this. Even if he were aware, he would merely smile serenely. Such accolades were never his pursuit. His journey was toward the stars and the vast ocean. Chapter 47. Arriving in a private jet surrounded by a throng of admirers, Wei Chuan departed the basketball arena like a celestial body amidst a constellation. At that moment, he was engaged in a mental dialogue with the system. System, what was that about the favorability reward just now? Ding. When the favorability of eligible opposite genders reaches the critical thresholds of 80 and 90, the host will receive enhancement points as well as a chance for a lucky draw. If the favorability reaches 100 points, the host will receive a substantial amount of enhancement points and a grand ultimate prize. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan felt invigorated. However, he couldn't be bothered to inquire about the specifics of the mysterious prize. If the system were to divulge it, it would no longer be a mystery. He posed another crucial question. What constitutes an eligible opposite gender? Exceptional beauties with a composite score exceeding 95. The system's response was blunt and straightforward. How do I view the scores? Wei Chuan pressed on. As soon as he asked, a brief character profile appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Xiaowan. Age, 20. Attractiveness, 96. Figure, 96. Purity, 100. Composite score, 97. Favorability, 83. Admiration. Notably, all values, excluding age, were capped at 100. Glancing at this succinct character information, Wei Chuan was slightly taken aback. An 83 in favorability was already labeled as admiration? He couldn't resist stealing a glance at Lin Xiaowan's exquisite features, and inexplicably felt a surge of desire to cherish her. Wei Chuan then requested the system to display Lu Shiqi's profile. Name, Lu Shiqi. Age, 19. Attractiveness, 94. Figure, 95. Purity, 100. Comprehensive score, 96. Affection level, 81. Wei Chuan was somewhat taken aback by Lu Shiqi's affection score of 81. To be adored by two stunning beauties filled him with an overwhelming sense of happiness. He had no intention of forcing himself to make a choice. He did not wish to disappoint any girl who liked him, especially those whom he also cherished. If on some day, they were to lose interest in him for this reason, it would be their prerogative. Throughout the afternoon, Wei Chuan lingered at school, as Lin Xiaowan and Lu Shiqi had departed for their respective commitments. Remarkably, he found himself playing a few rounds of games with his two roommates. His reflexes had now sharpened to approximately 7 times that of an ordinary person, making him an indomitable force in gaming. His extraordinary maneuvers surpassed even those of professional players, leaving his opponents in tears, lamenting their defeat. As Wei Chuan's teammates, Chen Xiaodong and Zhou Tianyun, had become mere spectators, reduced to exclamations of admiration. Their unparalleled prowess was a sight to behold. The two were bewildered, unable to comprehend how, within just a few days, their once familiar roommate had transformed into a figure worthy of admiration akin to a legend. Yet, Wei Chuan maintained the same demeanor towards his roommates as before. In the evening, he received a call from Lu Xingchen. Master, will you be attending the charity gala at the Divine Wealth Hotel tonight? She inquired. I have no other plans, so I suppose I shall come take a look. Wei Chuan replied. It's rush hour, and the traffic is quite congested. Would you like me to arrange a helicopter to pick you up? Lu Xingchen suggested. That would be fine. I'm currently at school, Wei Chuan responded casually. Understood. Master, please hold on. Lu Xingchen replied. Moments later, a helicopter descended onto the campus of the Magic City, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The helicopter, entirely black with a sci-fi aesthetic in its design, landed gracefully. 3 men and 1 woman disembarked, 2 of whom were the pilots, while the other man and woman were Gu Qianxue and Lu Xingchen. As the 4 stood poised at the cabin door, the gathered crowd began to speculate. It seems they are waiting for someone. A bespectacled youth exclaimed in astonishment. Could there really be such an influential figure at our school? Surely, the principal couldn't orchestrate such a spectacle. His companion echoed, equally bewildered. Just the other day, someone in the campus forum was asking if there was a helipad. I thought they were joking, but here we are, a helicopter at school, the bespectacled youth remarked. Amidst the murmurs, Wei Chuan approached the 4, accompanied by Chen Xiaodong and Zhou Tianyun, both of whom wore astonished expressions. Initially, when Wei Chuan mentioned taking them out and a helicopter arriving, they had dismissed it as nonsense. Now, all they felt was sheer disbelief. Many students in the vicinity recognized Wei Chuan. Isn't he the newly crowned campus heartthrob? The basketball prince Wei Chuan? He is incredibly handsome, commented a fair-skinned female student. Indeed, this afternoon I witnessed him single-handedly dominate the entire school basketball team. It was simply explosive. Another girl gushed, starry-eyed. Is this helicopter here specifically to wait for him? Does the male god travel by private jet? This is too extravagant. If only he could be my boyfriend. The fair-skinned girl mused. While these two remained relatively reserved, bolder girls called out Wei Chuan's name in declarations of affection. Oh my. Our basketball prince is also a super tycoon. He even has a private jet to pick him up. This is the epitome of a high-class rich man. Wei Chuan. You're so handsome. Male god, I love you. Please let me be your girlfriend. The surrounding boys looked on at the frenzy with a mix of resignation and envy. Damn. Being both handsome and wealthy truly allows one to do as they please. Amidst the passionate confessions from the girls, Wei Chuan and his 2 roommates boarded the helicopter. Even now, Chen Xiaodong and Zhou Tianyun felt as if they were in a dream. They leaned against the window, gazing down at the sprawling city of Magic City from a godlike perspective, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Turning to look at Wei Chuan, they felt that their once familiar roommate had transformed into an enigmatic figure. In just a few minutes, the helicopter landed on the helipad atop the Divine Wealth Hotel. Upon learning that Wei Chuan was attending a charity auction, Zhou Tianyun remarked, Wei Chuan, we won't be joining you for the auction. Yes, such a formal occasion wouldn't be appropriate for 2 outsiders like us. Chen Xiaodong concurred. Their hesitation was not due to a lack of camaraderie, but rather a recognition of the extraordinary circumstances surrounding their roommate. Events held in a 7-star hotel undoubtedly demanded a high standard, and they felt it inappropriate to intrude. Seeing their reluctance, Wei Chuan did not insist. Instead, he turned to Lu Xingqian and said, "Xingqian, could you show my 2 brothers around?" Then, addressing Chen Xiaodong and Zhou Tianyun, he added, "If you tire of exploring, you needn't return to the dorm tonight. I've booked a room here." As he spoke, he handed them the keycard for the presidential suite. After the 3 departed, Wei Chuan, accompanied by his first assistant Gu Qianxue, made his way toward the venue. Chapter 48. The embryonic form of a future business empire. The charity gala was on the verge of commencing, and the hotel lobby buzzed with excitement. Aside from the staff, the attendees comprised the elite of Magic City's business world and socialites. Wei Chuan and Gu Qianxue's arrival went largely unnoticed. At this moment, Wei Chuan, destined to become a global financial titan, remained relatively anonymous within the Magic City business realm. However, tonight, this unassuming individual was poised to unveil his formidable prowess, one that would astonish even the most prominent business magnates of Magic City with his vast financial resources. In comparison to Wei Chuan's immense wealth, every person present was but a mere subordinate. Yet, he himself remained blissfully unaware of the impending notoriety awaiting him. His purpose for attending the charity gala was merely to engage in expenditure for launching capital, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. However, among the crowd was one individual who held some knowledge of Wei Chuan, Lin Sihai, Lin Xiaowan's father. This refined middle-aged gentleman was engrossed in conversation with another distinguished middle-aged man wearing glasses when he spotted Wei Chuan entering the lobby. "President Wei," he called out, eagerly leading the bespectacled gentleman toward Wei Chuan. Upon recognizing Lin Sihai, Wei Chuan quickly donned a humble smile. "Hello, Uncle Lin," he greeted politely. Seeing Wei Chuan's respectful demeanor, Lin Sihai felt pleased, yet he maintained a facade of modesty. He introduced the bespectacled man, saying, "Old Li, allow me to introduce you to President Wei of the Blue Star Group. You're familiar with my unmanned hotel project, correct?" It was President Wei's investment that brought it back from the brink. Upon uttering those words, not only did the bespectacled middle-aged man wear a look of bewilderment, but even Wei Chuan himself appeared utterly perplexed. What on earth is the Blue Star Group? Why have I never heard of it? When did I become the esteemed Wei of the Blue Star Group? Although a fleeting moment of confusion flickered in the man's eyes, he swiftly masked it. Observing Lin Sihai's demeanor towards this young man, he naturally refrained from being overly presumptuous and quickly responded with a smile. "Ah, so you are the esteemed Wei of the Blue Star Group. It is an honor to meet you. I am Li Xiaojiang from Jincheng Real Estate." As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards Wei Chuan. Hearing the man's words, Wei Chuan couldn't help but mentally scoff. "I wasn't even aware of this identity of mine. What honor is there to speak of?" Strangely enough, the name Li Xiaojiang rang a bell. With his remarkable memory, Wei Chuan instantly recalled that Li Yuqian had mentioned that his father was named Li Xiaojiang. The man's appearance did indeed bear some resemblance to Li Yuqian. "So you are Li Zong, a pleasure to meet you." As the saying goes, one should never strike a hand extended in goodwill. Wei Chuan amicably shook hands with him, not allowing his past grievances with Li Yuqian to cloud his judgment. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted in the hall, drawing everyone's attention towards the entrance. It was Su Ruoxue, the daughter of the Su family. Upon her entrance, she undeniably overshadowed all others with her breathtaking beauty, surpassing mere words. Some gasped in admiration, while many young scions unabashedly revealed their infatuation in their gazes. Noticing their reaction, Wei Chuan followed their line of sight and beheld a stunning beauty clad in a light blue evening gown approaching the hall, flanked by several female bodyguards. The instant Wei Chuan's gaze fell upon her, the system automatically presented her information. Name, Su Ruoxue. Age, 21. Beauty score, 95. Figure score, 97. Purity score, 100. Overall score, 97. Likability, 20. To his astonishment, she was a beauty with an astounding score of 97. Frankly speaking, any girl with a score above 90 could be classified as a goddess. With such a beauty, one could hardly discern any flaws. If several 90-point girls were to stand together, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to determine which was more beautiful. Each would shine in her own right. The first impression this girl left on Wei Chuan was one of haughtiness. This was hardly surprising. Given her pedigree as one of the 3 top families in the Magic City, it would be difficult not to be somewhat arrogant. Yet, Wei Chuan sensed that beneath her pride lay a hint of something else. Shortly after Su Ruoxue's arrival, representatives from the other 2 prominent families in the Magic City also made their appearances. One was Jiang Bowen, the young master of the Jiang family, while the other was Qin Shaofeng, the second son of the Qin family. Both were distinguished among the elite second-generation wealthy individuals. Particularly noteworthy was Jiang Bowen, rumored to be a graduate of the prestigious Magic City Jiaotong University, who later pursued further studies at A.U.'s institution. He had taken over a significant portion of his family's business at a remarkably young age, embodying a trifecta of good looks, intelligence, and capability. He remained single, making him the ultimate dream of countless noble women in the Magic City. Wei Chuan, however, felt no interest in such matters. As representatives from the three prominent families arrived, all the guests attending the charity gala that evening were finally assembled. At that moment, a staff member took to the microphone, announcing, "Esteemed guests, thank you for attending tonight's charity gala. We will now proceed to the first segment of the evening, the charity auction. Please make your way to the auction hall." "Thank you." The crowd, engaged in light banter, made their way toward the auction hall. Wei Chuan turned to Gu Qianxue beside him and inquired, "Qianxue, is the Blue Star Group your creation?" Gu Qianxue quietly followed Wei Chuan, her thoughts drifting to the upcoming auction, a glimmer of anticipation gracing her face. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's question, she replied, "Yes, master." With a playful smile, she added, "Did you not say you wanted me to buy half the earth? Thus, I took the liberty of naming the company Blue Star. So, that was the meaning behind Blue Star." Wei Chuan chuckled softly. "Yes, master. The Blue Star Group has just been registered. Currently, we have established 4 subsidiaries: Blue Star Capital, Blue Star Technology, Blue Star Real Estate, and Blue Star Entertainment, representing the group's 4 distinct future directions. We plan to expand into various industries and will establish even more subsidiaries in the future," Gu Qianxue said excitedly. Wei Chuan nodded in satisfaction. He had no intention of delving into the specifics of the group's operations, but after some contemplation, he remarked, "We should prioritize the development of Blue Star technology. Given our almost limitless wealth, we can afford to invest without concern for costs in research and development. Of course, other directions should progress concurrently, but technology must take precedence." Gu Qianxue nodded earnestly. "Understood, master. Blue Star technology is currently under my purview, and I will not disappoint your expectations." Curiously, Wei Chuan asked, "How are the responsibilities divided among the 3 of you?" "Master, I am responsible for Blue Star Capital and Blue Star Technology, while Lu Xingchen oversees Blue Star Real Estate and Blue Star Entertainment," Gu Qianxue explained. Wei Chuan nodded and then inquired, "What about Chen Tianqi? What is he doing?" "Master, number 2 departed for abroad yesterday. He will establish a company overseas that will appear to be a competitor to the Blue Star Group, while in reality, both companies will be serving your interests," Gu Qianxue replied with a smile. Chapter 49, The Impending Special Event. Wei Chuan felt a sense of gratification upon hearing this. The 3 assistants assigned to him by the system had accomplished so much in just a few days. "Thank you for your hard work. Do make sure to rest adequately. And you 3 should not neglect yourselves in every aspect of life," Wei Chuan said. Gu Qianxue felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this, then playfully added, "Master, you think too much. I am quite adept at spending money and will certainly not shortchange myself." Only when facing Wei Chuan did Gu Qianxue reveal her softer, more feminine side. In the not-so-distant future, this mature and intelligent beauty would become a legendary figure in the business world of the Magic City. While the 3 assistants may not be the most outstanding in capability, with Wei Chuan's substantial financial backing, they would be able to push through any challenges. "In the future, you 3 should refrain from calling me master. It feels too distant. Besides, it sounds odd to outsiders, making me seem like a slave owner," Wei Chuan chuckled. Gu Qianxue tilted her head thoughtfully and after a moment said, "Then I shall call you boss from now on." "Suit yourself," Wei Chuan replied casually. This title, at least, would not sound so peculiar. Due to the presence of others, this exchange between Wei Chuan and Gu Qianxue was conducted in hushed tones, appearing to those around them as if they were sharing intimate whispers, which inevitably led to misunderstandings. Lin Sihai, walking beside Wei Chuan, observed their interaction with a hint of discomfort. Previously, Lu Xingchen had engaged with the Lin family, while Lin Sihai was unfamiliar with Gu Qianxue and unaware of her relationship with Wei Chuan. He had learned from his wife, Deng Yu, that their precious daughter had developed feelings for this mysterious young man before him. Furthermore, he believed that Wei Chuan was indeed pursuing his daughter. After all, even if Wei Chuan had an impressive background, presenting lavish gifts worth millions of dollars could hardly be devoid of ulterior motives. In truth, he had no objections to their budding relationship. Although he regarded Lin Xiaowan as his treasured jewel, he was nonetheless a businessman. Considering the strength exhibited by Wei Chuan, Lin Sihai believed that his family background, while perhaps not on par with the 3 prominent families of the Magic City, was certainly not far behind. A union with a mysterious family like Wei Chuan's would undeniably bring immense benefits to the Lin family. Since his daughter also harbored feelings for Wei Chuan, what reason did he have to oppose such a match? Previously, When Li Yuqin from the Li family pursued his daughter, Lin Sihai had maintained a tacit approval. After all, the Li family was comparable in strength to the Lin family, and a union between the two would be a formidable alliance. However, at present, Wei Chuan was undoubtedly the preferable choice, not only due to his more formidable background but also, and perhaps more importantly, because of his daughter's own sentiments. Yet now, this young man had the audacity to be so intimate with another woman in his presence, treating him as if he were invisible. This was rather excessive, was it not? Was he still pursuing his daughter? Did he not care about his own dignity? The woman, though beautiful, seemed to pale in comparison to his daughter. What sort of judgment was this? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Sihai's expression was one of turmoil. As a man himself, he understood that a top-tier heir like Wei Chuan would surely have no shortage of women around him. Nonetheless, being treated as heir was somewhat hurtful. Wei Chuan, oblivious to Lin Sihai's inner turmoil, harbored no intention of disrespect. This was simply a misunderstanding. While engaging in conversation with Gu Qianxue, he followed the staff to his designated seat. Despite his lack of notoriety in the Magic City business realm, the registered capital of the launching group was an astonishing figure. Consequently, he was assigned to seat number 6 in the second row, with Gu Qianxue seated beside him in seat number 7. Meanwhile, Lin Sihai and Li Xiaojing were positioned at the end of the second row. It appeared that the Lin and Li families were not to be underestimated either. Coincidentally, seated directly in front of Wei Chuan, in the first row, was Su Ruoxue, the daughter of the Su family. To her left sat Qian Xiaofeng in seat number 5, who seemed to harbor some interest in Su Ruoxue. Upon sitting down, he promptly attempted to strike up a conversation with the stunning beauty. For someone of his stature in the Magic City, he was likely considered a paragon in the eyes of most women. However, Su Ruoxue, being the proud individual she was, remained entirely uninterested, even in the face of Qian Xiaofeng's impressive demeanor. The attendees were all notable figures within the Magic City. When Qian Xiaofeng received only polite responses from Su Ruoxue, he had no choice but to retreat in disappointment. On the other side of Qian Xiaofeng sat Jiang Bowen, the scion of the Jiang family, who, upon witnessing Qian Xiaofeng's unsuccessful flirtation, wore an inscrutable smile. At that moment, two exquisitely dressed women ascended the auction stage. Both were familiar faces frequently seen on television. The woman in the black evening gown was Zhao Yingying, a renowned host of a talk show from Hong Kong, while the one in the light pink gown was the popular actress Xiao Chuchu. Their appearance instantly sparked a flurry of chatter among the guests in the back rows. Surely I am not mistaken. The organizers have even invited Zhao Yingying tonight. They must have invested quite a sum. Absolutely, Zhao Yingying's talk show, tonight's appointment, boasts higher ratings than the Happy Boys on Xinyu TV. It is truly one of my favorite programs. And Xiao Chuchu, she is a top star. What was the name of her latest film? It seems to be particularly famous. Ah, it was Mom. Hit Me Again, so heartwarming. The discussions among the rear attendees continued, while the distinguished guests in the front rows remained unfazed. For these individuals, who were all prominent figures in the Magic City, a couple of minor celebrities hardly warranted their attention. Just then, a notification sounded in Wei Chuan's mind. Ding! A special event has been detected for the host. A temporary mission has been added. Mission: express goodwill to Zhao Yingying and Xiao Chuchu. Mission difficulty: F rank. Mission rewards: due to the special circumstances, the lucky draw reward for this mission is cancelled, and reinforcement points are doubled. Startled by the mission prompt, Wei Chuan realized this was the first time the system had issued such an unusual notification. He could not afford to be careless. Thus, as the two women took the stage to deliver their opening speeches, Wei Chuan stood up and exclaimed loudly, "Hello, beautiful ladies. I often see you both on television, and seeing you in person is indeed a delight." The audience fell silent. What a blunt and simplistic compliment. The two women on stage were equally taken aback. Zhao Yingying, being a seasoned television host, quickly regained her composure. Glancing at the guest list in her hand, she immediately donned a warm smile. "Thank you, President Wei, for attending this charity auction." Chapter 50, The Supreme Treasure, Heart of the Jiaoyi. Noticing that the mission had not yet been completed, Wei Chuan continued, "Miss Zhao Yingying, your program Every Night's Appointment is truly delightful. I enjoy it immensely. And Miss Xiao Chuchu, your performance in Mom, Hit Me Again is spectacular. I've already watched it once." He spoke with utmost seriousness, yet the crowd regarded him with bemusement. Surely he could not be a genuine fan, mixing up the titles of her show and movie. Although both women were somewhat awkward in their banter, it seemed inappropriate for him to tease them so openly. How had her television program turned into something to accompany meals? Furthermore, what did he mean by watched it once? Shouldn't it be 10 times? Thank you. Thank you so much, President Wei. Xiao Chuchu responded with an awkward smile. Zhao Yingying echoed her gratitude once more. Although they both sensed the teasing undertone, They were acutely aware that the individual seated before them was likely worth hundreds of billions. Despite their own modest fame, they dared not offend someone of such stature. However, this was a misunderstanding of Wei Chuan. He was not intentionally teasing them, but was genuinely unfamiliar with the two. As soon as they finished speaking, Wei Chuan received a notification that the mission had been completed. This time, he earned a reward of 20 reinforcement points. He had a vague feeling that the system had issued this peculiar mission intentionally to grant him reinforcement points. As for the reason, he could not ascertain. After taking his seat, the auction proceedings resumed. Following a brief opening statement from the two women, relevant leaders delivered their speeches. Half an hour later, the charity auction officially commenced. A middle-aged man in a gray Zhongshan suit, his hair slick and shiny, took the stage as the auctioneer. Ladies and gentlemen, the first item up for bid in this charity auction is sure to astonish you. It is a jade ornament named Heart of the Jowie. As he spoke, a staff member carefully placed the item on the display table. Simultaneously, the large screen behind the auctioneer began showcasing the piece from various angles. The auctioneer continued, I trust many of you present have heard of this unparalleled treasure. Allow me to provide a brief introduction once more. The Heart of the Imperial Consort is a magnificent jadeite piece weighing a staggering 9,499 carats, crafted from a single, uncut violet glass variety jadeite. Its grand egg shape is polished to perfection and designed in the form of a peony using 938 grams of 18K white gold. The petals are adorned with 175 diamonds, 632 peridots, and 646 sapphires, creating an appearance of extreme opulence. The entire egg surface is lustrous and plump, with both the texture and color deemed nothing short of perfect, undoubtedly a marvel in the realm of jadeite. As early as 2011, the Heart of the Imperial Consort was appraised at 600 million. Years have passed, and its value has become incalculable. This one-of-a-kind violet glass jadeite piece, the king of jadeite, the Heart of the Imperial Consort, begins at an opening bid of 600 million, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 10 million. The auctioneer concluded his impassioned introduction, yet the hall remained shrouded in silence, with no one daring to place the first bid. In fact, when he uttered the name Heart of the Imperial Consort, many attendees gasped in disbelief. No one anticipated that tonight's auction would feature such high-caliber items, with the very first lot being an extraordinary treasure. 5 billion. After a brief pause, someone finally made a bid. To everyone's surprise, it was none other than Li Yuqing's father, Li Shaojiang. The financial prowess of the Li family was indeed formidable. However, after his bid, others swiftly followed suit. 700 million, 780 million, 800 million, 900 million. As the enthusiasm surged among the crowd, Wei Chuan remained somewhat indifferent. Wasn't he this merely an aesthetically pleasing stone? Why such fervor? Though he pondered this, he felt compelled to place a bid. After all, to him, whether it was 1 billion or 100 billion, it was merely a trivial sum. Moreover, the Heart of the Imperial Consort was indeed visually stunning. Acquiring it at a bargain would be far from a loss. As the saying goes, money is but a fleeting cloud. What truly matters is the enhancement points. Yet, he hesitated to bid excessively high. Making an opening bid of 100 billion would not only portray him as foolishly affluent, but could also prompt the organizers to suspect him of deliberately disrupting the auction. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the system's notification chimed in his head. Ding! A beautiful stone has been detected. Initiating system task. Task: acquire this stone. Task difficulty: F level. Due to special circumstances, the lucky draw reward for this task has been cancelled, and enhancement point rewards will be doubled. Hearing the system prompt, Wei Chuan's expression turned peculiar. He had already intended to bid on the Heart of the Imperial Consort, and now the system had issued him a task. It was evident that it was deliberately bestowing enhancement points upon him. At that moment, another bid rang out. 1 billion. The bid came from a middle-aged beauty seated in the front row. As soon as the figure of 1 billion was announced, the auction hall fell into a brief silence. The auctioneer's enthusiastic voice echoed. Ms. Zhang from seat 13 in the front row has bid 1 billion. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than another bid emerged. 3 billion. This time, it was Qian Xiaofeng from seat 5 in the front row, a confident smile adorning his face as he surveyed the room. The earlier bidder, the middle-aged beauty, appeared visibly displeased upon hearing this price. 35 billion. Gritting her teeth, she raised her bid once more. 5 billion. Qian Xiaofeng, undeterred, immediately escalated the price to a staggering 5 billion. This amount exceeded the middle-aged beauty's threshold of acceptance. Despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to concede. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Wei Chuan felt it was time for him to make his move. 2 billion. This marked Wei Chuan's first bid of the night, and he raised the price by 500 million. Shockwaves rippled through the room as everyone stared in disbelief. The auction hall was once again engulfed in silence. The next moment, an uproar ensued. This unfamiliar young man had audaciously increased the bid by 500 million. What boldness, what financial clout. Why had they never encountered this person before? Who was this individual? At a price of 2 billion, the heart of the imperial consort had undoubtedly ascended to the rank of the king of jadeite. If any jadeite piece could surpass its value, it would likely be the jadeite cabbage housed in a particular museum. Upon hearing this price, Qian Shaofeng turned to glance at Wei Chuan, his eyes filled with meaning, but was promptly ignored. Witnessing Wei Chuan's dismissive demeanor, a hint of coldness flickered in Qian Shaofeng's gaze. 2 billion. He pivoted and raised his paddle again. Before anyone could react, Wei Chuan immediately countered, 8 billion. As the figure was announced, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone felt their heartbeats quicken, adrenaline surging. Even those not participating in the bidding considered themselves fortunate to witness such an auction. Qian Shaofeng's expression darkened, and after a moment's hesitation, he raised his paddle once more. 3 billion. After announcing this price, he immediately turned to Wei Chuan and said, Mr. Wei, could you perhaps show some leniency to the Qian family? My grandfather has a deep affection for jadeite, so I kindly ask you to consider parting with it. Though his words seemed courteous, they were laced with an unmistakable air of dominance, accompanied by a chilling undertone. Apologies, but I too have a profound appreciation for such rare treasures. So let us rely on our respective strengths. Wei Chuan retorted without flinching. What a joke. What significance does the Qian family hold? Must I show them deference? Even if the king of heaven himself appeared today, I am determined to possess this stone. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Wei Chuan raised his paddle again. 4 billion. This time he raised the bid by a full billion. Gasps echoed throughout the hall as the crowd absorbed the gravity of this young man's audacity. Not only did he disregard Qian Shaofeng's veiled threats, but he also brazenly increased the bid by 1 billion. It was a display of extravagance bordering on insanity. In the face of Qian Shaofeng, he showed absolutely no regard. Was this youthful bravado, or was he backed by something substantial? Which prominent family did this Wei belong to? I have never encountered him before, and there are no families with the surname Wei in the major clans of the Magic City. I too have never seen this person. But have you noticed? He seems to regard Qian Shaofeng with utter disdain. It is worth noting that Qian represents the entire Qian family today. Yet this individual shows him no respect whatsoever. Clearly, he must possess a remarkable backing to behave so boldly. To increase the bid by 1 billion. What kind of audacity is that? When the host took the stage earlier, I initially thought he was out of place. How mistaken I was. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Qian Shaofeng's expression darkened as he cast a hostile glance at Wei Chuan. Ultimately, he refrained from raising his paddle again. Although the Qian family was substantial, the portion of assets he personally controlled was quite limited. It was not that he could not afford to bid higher. The fervent momentum with which the other party raised their bid by billions with each paddle clearly indicated an unwavering determination to secure the prize. Even if he were to exert himself to the utmost to acquire this treasure, the inevitable cost would be exorbitant, rendering the endeavor futile. Moreover, he risked incurring familial repercussions. This was merely the first item up for bid. There were even more significant pieces to follow, tasks assigned by his family that demanded his utmost seriousness. Although Qian Shaofeng had already reached a resolution in his heart, he harbored resentment towards the man behind him, who showed him no regard. Meanwhile, the auctioneer, upon hearing Wei Chuan's bid of 4 billion, felt a surge of excitement. This price had long since shattered the record for similar items. The violet jade heart had fetched an astounding 40 billion. For a long time to come, it would undoubtedly be the subject of much discussion. And as the auctioneer of this event, his reputation was destined to soar in the near future. Observing the lack of further bids, he exuberantly proclaimed, Mr. Wei in seat 6 of the second row has bid 4 billion. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher sum? The heart of the violet jade is truly one of a kind and undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Miss this opportunity tonight, and it shall never return. Is there no one willing to bid higher? However, despite his impassioned appeals, no one raised their paddle again, though many in attendance were envious of this treasure. The price of 4 billion was indeed daunting. 4 billion once. 4 billion twice. At that moment, the entire room held its breath, eyes riveted on the hammer in the auctioneer's hand. 4 billion thrice. Sold. Mr. Wei in seat 6 of the second row has acquired the unparalleled treasure, the heart of the violet jade. Congratulations, Mr. Wei. The auctioneer's decisive strike reignited the atmosphere. All eyes turned towards this enigmatic young man, filled with awe and admiration. Mr. Wei is so young. When did such a handsome figure appear in Magic City? His charm rivals that of Qin Bowen. They mused. He dismissed Qian Shaofeng with a mere flick of his hand, nonchalantly bidding billions without so much as a blink. He must be someone of great significance. Once the auction concludes, I shall ask for his WeChat. Do not compete with me," murmured the socialites in the back row, their eyes sparkling at the sight of Wei Chuan. In stark contrast, Wei Chuan himself wore an expression of indifference. Listening to the surrounding chatter, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Was this the upper echelon of Magic City? Hardly impressive. These individuals often carried themselves as though superior. Yet their astonished demeanor was no different from that of unsophisticated bumpkins. Ultimately, they were just ordinary people with 2 arms and 2 legs. Why mock one another? At the moment the auctioneer declared the sale, Wei Chuan received a notification for completing a task, earning him another 20 enhancement points. His remaining enhancement points now totaled 90. Amidst his joy, he felt a strong curiosity about the special event mentioned by the system. Could there be danger involved? Such a prestigious auction should have impeccable security measures in place, making any untoward incident unlikely. As he pondered this, the auctioneer began to introduce the second item for bidding. Ladies and gentlemen, the second item in this charity auction is a renowned work by the Ming Dynasty painter Tang Bohu, titled The Secret of the Mandarin Ducks. Of course, The Secret of the Mandarin Ducks comprises 24 paintings. However, we are auctioning only one of them here. Even so, its value is beyond my need to elaborate. The genuine work, the romantic scene from Tang Bohu's The Secret of the Mandarin Ducks, starts at 10 million, with minimum bidding increments of 500,000. Upon seeing this painting, Wei Chuan exclaimed, "What a piece!" To be honest, he could not appreciate this artwork. Perhaps it was due to the differing aesthetics of ancient and modern times, or perhaps his own lack of artistic sensibility. This time, the system did not issue another task. And Wei Chuan had no intention of bidding. After all, with a starting price of just 10 million, it felt trivial compared to the heart of the violet jade. Purchasing it might even lead others to perceive him as a lecher, which would be rather unjust. While Wei Chuan lacked an understanding of art, it did not mean the others present were ignorant. Ultimately, the painting was sold to a middle-aged gentleman with a refined demeanor in the third row for 18 million. Following that, several more items were auctioned, including celebrity calligraphy and rare watches, with prices remaining modest, some starting at merely a few $100,000. Wei Chuan found them utterly unworthy of his attention. Just as he began to feel a tinge of boredom, the auctioneer enthusiastically announced, "Now we present another highlight of the auction. Item number 17, the Heart of the Ocean." The auctioneer began passionately introducing the 17th item, the Heart of the Ocean. Surely everyone has heard of this necklace. Its prototype is derived from the film Titanic, although the one in the movie is merely a tanzanite necklace valued at around 100,000. Today, we are auctioning the Heart of the Ocean, crafted from a genuine top-tier blue diamond, made with the utmost craftsmanship from around the globe. It rightfully holds the title of the most renowned among the 10 most luxurious necklaces worldwide. This unique blue diamond necklace symbolizes love, starting at a price of 100 million, with bidding increments of no less than 5 million. At the utterance of the name Heart of the Ocean, the eyes of all the socialites and beauties in attendance instantly sparkled, and their breathing quickened. Am I dreaming? It's the legendary Heart of the Ocean? How fantastical! They exclaimed. If any man gifts me this necklace, I shall marry him on the spot. If any man gifts me this necklace, I shall grant him any wish. If any man gifts me this necklace, I shall do 10,000 squats every day. The women chattered excitedly. The last statement left not only the socialites feeling weak in the knees, but even the surrounding men experiencing a twinge of discomfort. 110 million. The first to bid was a man in his 30s. Soon after, numerous paddles were raised. The price of this necklace was not as staggering as that of the Heart of the Violet Jade, yet its fame surpassed it. Consequently, many participants were eager to join in the bidding. 120 million, 130 million, 150 million, 170 million. The price of the Heart of the Ocean escalated to 170 million before the venue fell momentarily silent. 200 million. The paddle raised was none other than Jiang Bowen in seat 4 of the front row. As soon as he bid, the auction room fell into silence once more. The numerous business magnates present were not incapable of bidding higher. They merely respected Jiang Bowen's status. The Jiang family was undeniably the foremost family in the business world of Magic City. If anyone could disregard others' families in this room, it would only be one person, Wei Chuan. 400 million. Wei Chuan raised his paddle, doubling the bid. This time, the system did not issue another task. But Wei Chuan still decided to acquire the necklace. The reason is simple. It is merely because he noticed. Sitting beside him, Gu Qinshue's eyes flickered with a glimmer upon seeing the necklace, though she attempted to conceal her reaction. Yet, Wei Chuan, with his keen perception, caught this subtle expression. For his 3 assistants, who exhibited unwavering loyalty, Wei Chuan would spare no expense. After all, these items held little value to him, akin to mere cabbage in cost, utterly insignificant. As for whether he contemplated purchasing this necklace to gift to Lin Xiaowan and Lu Shiqi, of course he did. However, there was but one necklace, which was insufficient to share. Moreover, he genuinely regarded this necklace as nothing extraordinary. To put it plainly, it was merely a stone. At this moment, the auction hall was enveloped in silence. After a prolonged pause, Wei Chuan raised his paddle, astonishingly doubling the price of the necklace. Truly, such extravagance was beyond comprehension. The reason for the stillness was that everyone awaited Jiang Bowen's reaction. This scion of the Jiang family was not to be compared with Qianfeng. He was a figure of substantial influence within the Jiang clan. What sort of sparks would fly between him and President Wei in the forthcoming bidding war? However, the anticipated fierce competition did not materialize. After Wei Chuan boldly declared 400 million, Jiang Bowen refrained from raising his paddle or making any indication. This left some eager spectators slightly disappointed. President Wei bids 400 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The unique ocean heart, 400 million once. 400 million twice. 400 million thrice. Sold. President Wei acquired the unparalleled top-tier blue diamond necklace, the ocean heart, for a staggering 400 million. Congratulations to President Wei. The auctioneer, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, who might be the fortunate lady to receive such a lavish gift from President Wei? This was not a question, but rather an attempt to enliven the atmosphere. Yet, upon uttering these words, he ignited the curiosity of everyone present, particularly the women. Oh my! President Wei is both handsome and wealthy. He is simply my ideal man. If he were to gift me that necklace, what would it matter if I surrendered my purity to him? Are you dreaming with your eyes wide open? Do you think you are made of gold? Even if you were, your mere 100 pounds wouldn't be worth 400 million. Huh? Why do you all assume President Wei must be gifting the necklace? Might he not simply wish to keep it for himself? As the women engaged in spirited discussions, their gazes remained fixed on Wei Chuan. This necklace is for you, he said to Gu Qianxue. Ah, boss, did I hear that correctly? Gu Qianxue replied in disbelief. It is just a stone. If you like it, why not purchase it? Wei Chuan said nonchalantly. Boss, you are being so kind to me. Is there some ulterior motive at play? Gu Qianxue teased playfully. You have quite the imagination. Wei Chuan retorted with a smirk. Their eyes met, and they both erupted in laughter. Wei Chuan understood that Gu Qianxue was jesting, and she was aware he recognized her humor. Interacting with someone one trusts implicitly is remarkably relaxed and unpretentious. They both comprehended each other's thoughts, but those around them remained oblivious. The exchange between the two sounded like thunder to the ears of the onlookers. I must have misheard. President Wei indeed purchased the ocean heart as a gift, and it is for the woman sitting right beside him. This woman addressed him as boss, which likely indicated she was his secretary. Could it be that there was no pure friendship between a boss and secretary? From their dialogue, it appeared President Wei had not yet won her over. Indeed, what is unattainable is often the most desirable. It seems this woman is quite the adept in matters of the heart. However, once President Wei gifts the 400 million necklace, surely she shall succumb. Some of the men in attendance began to rationally analyze the situation, while a myriad of socialites felt a whirlwind of emotions. Is this the woman? What gives her the right? Does her wealth surpass mine? President Wei is so handsome. In what way does she deserve him? She appears to be a few years older than him. How scandalous. Wei Chuan's keen hearing captured the hushed whispers of the socialites, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. Goodness. These women truly dare to say anything. Chapter 53, The Mysterious Woman. If there were one socialite present who felt no tinge of jealousy towards Gu Qianxue, it was only Su Ruoxue. This striking beauty, with an extraordinary physique, was an embodiment of pride. Such a person could not possibly harbor jealousy towards another woman. While the ocean heart stirred the hearts of many, she regarded it with indifference. Pure as water, a lotus untouched by embellishment. A woman of her caliber requires no mundane adornments. At that moment, the 18th item was placed on the display stand, a luminous pearl. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is an exceptionally fine luminous pearl, weighing 1334 grams. The auctioneer began his customary introduction. At this juncture, Wei Chuan's mind was interrupted by the system's alert. Ding. Detection of an impending attack on the host. Please initiate strengthening operations immediately. It is advised that the host allocate all strengthening points to enhance mental fortitude. Though Wei Chuan had suspected as much, he was nonetheless taken aback by the system's notification. I am to be attacked? Here? While incredulity washed over him, he resolutely declared, enhance 90 points of mental fortitude. Ding. Enhancement complete. The host's mental attributes exceed 100 points, breaking the limits of humanity. Continued enhancement will further transcend personal boundaries. Host, Wei Chuan. Physique, 75. Mental, continuously surpassing personal limits. Current progress, 156. Remaining strengthening points, 0. Remaining lucky draw chances, 3. Skills: mastery of driving LV50, mastery of instruments LV50, mastery of singing LV20, mastery of basketball LV5. After the enhancement, Wei Chuan exhaled in relief. The system's arrangements were clear. There should be no significant danger. System: I understand that continuous enhancement implies I can still grow stronger by consuming strengthening points, correct? But what does current progress signify? Ding. No further information can be provided at this time. The host's physical and mental attributes can still continue to grow stronger. Very well. As long as I can continue to grow, Wei Chuan replied nonchalantly. After all, possessing such abundant resources without adequate strength to safeguard them could lead to dire consequences. While he contemplated this, he suddenly felt a fleeting moment of disorientation, though it quickly subsided. The entire episode lasted less than a tenth of a second. Just then, the system chimed in again. Ding. Detection of a recent mental attack on the host. System task initiated. Task: prevent the assailant's theft. Task difficulty: E rank. Task reward: 50 strengthening points, 1 lucky draw. Simultaneously, the auction hall fell into a sudden hush. A profound silence enveloped the room, so intense that the sound of a pin dropping could be perceived. Wei Chuan's heart tightened as he glanced at Gu Qianxue beside him, only to find her gaze vacant. Lost in a stupor, it dawned on him immediately that this was a mental assault. His formidable mental prowess granted him immunity, but the others present were not so fortunate. At that moment, a young woman from the back row rose and strode purposefully toward the auction stage. With his keen senses, Wei Chuan detected her movement the instant she stood. Dressed in black attire, her appearance was unremarkable, yet her physique was nothing short of exquisite. Casually, she approached the auction display, and before the auctioneer, she produced a pearl from her bosom that bore an uncanny resemblance to the luminous pearl being auctioned. At this juncture, Wei Chuan grasped her intentions. She was clearly attempting to execute a switch. But was it truly wise to act here? Even if she had hypnotized everyone with her mental assault. There were surveillance cameras in operation. Then it struck him, with such formidable abilities, managing the surveillance should pose no challenge. Resolute, he no longer hesitated. If she had indeed neutralized the cameras, he had no reservations left. In that instant, he unleashed his full speed, propelling himself over the head of the stunning Su Ruoxue. In just 2 strides, he closed the distance to the woman, traversing a span of 10 meters in less than a second. By then, the woman had only just secured the genuine luminous pearl in her grasp. In response to his sudden approach, she reacted with remarkable decisiveness, launching a swift punch aimed at Wei Chuan's chest. The force of her strike, imbued with a fierce gust of wind, would have overwhelmed an ordinary person. However, Wei Chuan was no ordinary individual. With a reaction time 7 times that of a typical human, he perceived her punch as formidable, yet still insufficiently swift. While she might possess exceptional mental strength, her physical prowess was evidently inferior to his. Just as her fist was about to connect, Wei Chuan grasped her petite fist with his right hand. In that instant, her eyes sharpened with a piercing intensity as she unleashed another wave of mental assault. Yet, having previously reacted within 0.01 seconds even when caught off guard, his mind was now prepared. The hurriedness of her attack could scarcely faze him. He dismissed her attempt entirely. Recognizing this, she understood her predicament. After their brief encounter, she realized she was no match for him. There was no room for further action. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her other hand and hurled the luminous pearl into the distance. Now, Wei Chuan faced a dilemma: either detain the woman, resulting in the destruction of the pearl, or abandon her in pursuit of the airborne treasure, likely allowing her to escape in the process. In this moment of choice, Wei Chuan experienced no uncertainty. His mental strength was formidable. In an instant, he made his decision. With a powerful push from his legs, he surged towards the descending pearl. The system's task only required him to thwart her actions, not to capture her. Since she bore him no grievance, he had no interest in her. Conversely, the pearl, which she had gone to such lengths to acquire, surely held great significance. Ultimately, he caught the luminous pearl in his hand when it was merely 10 centimeters from the ground, a near miraculous feat. Meanwhile, the woman in black dashed into the auction house's backstage. Were he to fully pursue her now, he might have managed to apprehend her. Yet, he had no intention of doing so. He never engaged in futile endeavors. Glancing at the pearl in his hand, though curiosity stirred within him, he returned it to its original place, pocketing the counterfeit instead. Having completed these actions, he resumed his seat. Chapter 54. Is this Qianfeng insane? With the woman in black gone, Wei Chuan returned to his seat. From the moment the crowd had succumbed to the mental assault and entered a semi-hypnotic state until now, scarcely a minute had elapsed. To the collective perception, this time felt even shorter. As they regained their self-awareness, they seemingly acted as if nothing had transpired, merely feeling a slight moment of distraction. Witnessing this, Wei Chuan found it incredible. There was one detail he had overlooked. Su Ruoxue, seated in front of him. Unlike the others, she had managed to restore her clarity within merely 10 seconds of the mental attack. This point escaped both Wei Chuan's and the mysterious woman's notice. Presently, Su Ruoxue's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. Upon regaining her senses, she had just witnessed the confrontation between Wei Chuan and the woman in black. Their exchange had been but a fleeting moment, yet the speed displayed by both was nothing short of extraordinary, particularly at the climax. When Wei Chuan soared to seize the pearl, his explosive velocity was terrifying. Witnessing this spectacle left her questioning her own reality. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was robust. Had it been another, the awe-inspiring scene would have elicited an exclamation. Yet, she remained silent, even as Wei Chuan returned to his seat, oblivious to the fact that her eyes had already regained their clarity. Could it be that what her grandfather spoke of was true? There truly exist individuals of such caliber in the world? Is he a legendary martial artist? The speed displayed by this man just now surpassed even that of a 100-meter sprinter. Could it be the fabled light-footedness, the Lingbo Weibo? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her heart raced in anticipation, as if a new world had just been unveiled before her. Yet, one thing irked her. This man named Wei had crossed over her head while returning to his seat, which was rather vexing. Meanwhile, the auctioneer continued his presentation as if nothing had occurred. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure many of you have heard of a renowned empress from our nation's last feudal dynasty who possessed a luminous pearl, treasured during her lifetime and buried with her in death. Indeed, that very luminous pearl is before you now. This pearl weighs 4 taels and 2 Qian 7 fun, valued at 10 million taels of silver in its time. The starting price for this historically significant luminous pearl is 1 billion. Each bid must exceed 10 million. Upon hearing the auctioneer's introduction, the crowd collectively gasped. Soon, bids began to emerge. 1.05 billion. 1.15 billion. Wei Chuan refrained from participating in the bidding. At this moment, he was engaged in dialogue with the system. System, is this the remarkable application of mental strength you spoke of? That woman was able to simultaneously control so many people without their awareness. Could her mental power surpass mine? Ding. Her mental strength is indeed significantly greater than that of ordinary individuals, yet it still falls short compared to yours. Is that so? Does that mean I can achieve something similar? Ding. Temporarily unattainable. In truth, she employed some exceptional methods, and since the moment she entered this hotel, she had been meticulously concocting this wave of mental assault, a process that took a full hour and a half. This is precisely why it was detected by the system. Wei Chuan suddenly realized, no wonder the mental attack launched by his opponent during their confrontation had no effect on him. Previously, he had thought it was due to his own vigilance. Now, it seems that the reality is not entirely so. One was instantaneous, while the other had been charged for a whole hour and a half. Could their effects possibly be the same? What special means did she employ? Wei Chuan inquired. Ding. The method is harmful to the body. It is not advisable for the host to attempt. With the current strength of the host's mental power, deep control over ordinary individuals within a radius of 50 meters can already be achieved. For instance, controlling their words and actions, provided the number does not exceed 3. Holy moly, does that mean I can act with impunity? Wei Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Can you elaborate on how to execute this? Ding. The host need only focus their mind on the individual to be controlled, and then issue commands within their thoughts. Oh, I see. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Chuan asked again, what exactly is that orb, such that it warrants such elaborate efforts from the opponent? Ding. No value detected. Then why should I prevent the opponent? Wei Chuan queried. System. This orb possesses a certain historical significance. It once flowed overseas, and now that it has returned to Huaxia, it must not be allowed to be stolen by foreigners. Wei Chuan was momentarily taken aback, and then sighed. Truly, the system possesses a high level of awareness. By the way, was that woman in black a foreigner? She doesn't appear to be one. This time, the system did not respond to him. Contemplating his mental control abilities, an immature thought suddenly sprang to Wei Chuan's mind. He directed his gaze toward Qian Xiaofeng in the front row. This fellow had just subtly threatened him. It is necessary to administer a small punishment. One of the 3 prominent families of Magic City, huh? Hee. Surely. They must have considerable wealth. Since they are so affluent, contributing a bit more to charity wouldn't be excessive, would it? Wei Chuan mused, simultaneously concentrating his mental energy on the individual. At that moment, he felt as though he had established a subtle connection with him. Meanwhile, bids continued to be raised in the auction hall. 2 billion. 2.05 billion. It must be said that this luminous pearl indeed holds special significance. If it could be acquired for collection, it would certainly be a lifetime boast. There were indeed no shortage of wealthy individuals present, to the extent that the price soared to 2 billion, with continuous bids following. But just then, Qian Xiaofeng, the second son of the Qian family, suddenly stood up to raise his bid. This drew astonished glances from the crowd. Is he standing to ensure the auctioneer sees him? This man fully represents the Qian family today. Such solemnity. Could he be planning something significant? What price will he announce? 3 billion? 4 billion? Yet they were all mistaken. The subsequent move he made would overturn everyone's expectations. Qian Xiaofeng proclaimed loudly, "My Qian family bids 100 billion. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the entire hall. Did I hear incorrectly? Has this fellow gone mad? 100 billion? No matter how affluent your Qian family is, how many can claim 1,000 billion? Is this operation wise? Will he return home unscathed?" The auctioneer also wore a face of disbelief. After a brief daze, he uncertainly asked, "Qian Xiao, did you just quote a bid of how much?" Qian Xiaofeng smiled arrogantly, surveying the entire auction hall with an air of disdain. "My Qian family bids 100 billion. This luminous pearl is a must for us. No one shall compete with me." Such words were delivered with overwhelming authority, exuding a kingly aura. Chapter 55, A Modicum of Understanding. Qian Xiaofeng reaffirmed the bid of 100 billion. Truly, his bravado is unmatched. At this moment, he undoubtedly became the focus of the entire hall. Yet the gazes directed at him were somewhat peculiar. It was as if they were looking at someone with diminished faculties. Is this the legendary case of a fool with too much money? How fearful must he be of competition for this pearl? Even a bid of 50 billion might not attract anyone. Wouldn't it be more worthwhile to spend the remaining 950 billion on pork ribs? Are the members of the Qian family all fools? Even if they are immensely prosperous, can they endure such extravagance? I truly cannot comprehend why the Qian family would send a fool as their representative. Are there truly no other candidates? Qian Xiaofeng doesn't seem to exhibit any signs of mental instability, does he? I find this operation incomprehensible. The murmurs of the crowd were inaudible to Qian Xiaofeng. He remained oblivious to their caring gazes. After reiterating the bid of 100 billion, he resumed his seat, making no further moves. All of this was, of course, orchestrated by Wei Chuan. At this moment, Wei Chuan felt an immense satisfaction. This mental control proved to be terrifyingly potent. As he began to ponder other potential applications of this superpower, the enchanting Su Ruoxua, seated in front of him, suddenly turned her head. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. The depth of her gaze held profound meaning, leaving Wei Chuan utterly bewildered. What does this imply? Has this woman never encountered a handsome man? Or does she know something? Could it be that my mental control can be sensed by her? Is she also a master? Was she hypnotized by that previous wave of mental energy? In that instant, Wei Chuan's mind raced with numerous thoughts, filled with uncertainty. Yet, he exhibited no signs on his countenance. Instead, he offered her a polite smile. Meanwhile, in the auction hall, upon witnessing Qian Xiaofeng's reiterated bid, the auctioneer no longer questioned it. After all, as an auctioneer, one cannot possibly resent a bidder offering a high price. Moreover, he represented the Qian family, who are indeed qualified to bid for the final headlining item. The deposit they submitted was also of astronomical proportions. In seat 5 of the first row, Qian Xiao's bid of 100 billion. Does anyone dare to bid higher? The auctioneer announced. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in derision. Is there truly anyone who might bid higher? Is there a second fool present? Observing the crowd's reaction, the auctioneer felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had no choice. This is the fundamental process of an auction. 100 billion once, 100 billion twice, 100 billion thrice. Sold. Qian Xiaofeng acquired this historically rich luminous pearl for the sum of 100 billion. Congratulations. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, he felt an exuberance within. The commission he would receive from this lot would be a staggering amount, sufficient to ensure his comfort for the remainder of his life. After tonight, he would undoubtedly become a legend among auctioneers. Simultaneously, Wei Chuan released his mental control over Qian Xiaofeng. Observing the surrounding crowd's looks of concern akin to those directed at the intellectually challenged, Qian Xiaofeng appeared utterly perplexed. One must say, the side effects of deep control are somewhat more pronounced than those of semi-hypnosis. Yet, it is only slightly so. Regarding the events that transpired earlier, Qian Xiaofeng remained completely unaware. He felt as if he had momentarily drifted away from the present. Yet, he couldn't shake off the peculiar sensation that the gazes of those around him were somewhat odd. What on earth was going on? He couldn't help but ponder. He began to scrutinize his attire, finding nothing amiss. A glance at his zipper reassured him. It was perfectly fine, just as he was enveloped in confusion. The enigmatic Zhang Bowen beside him remarked with profound significance, "Mr. Qian, your commanding presence today has truly broadened my horizons. I am in awe." As two of the prominent families in the bustling metropolis, the Jiang and Qian clans had both collaborative and competitive ties. Despite their frequent interactions, he and Qian Xiaofeng were far from being friends. Zhang Bowen had genuinely failed to comprehend the latter's recent actions, which seemed akin to a foolhardy misstep. He was acutely aware that such behavior could not possibly stem from family directives, but rather was an expression of Qian Xiaofeng's individual impulses. While he found this utterly astonishing, he also recognized that this could spell the end of Qian Xiaofeng's prospects within his family, perhaps even leading to his expulsion, a fate that would indeed be grim. Zhang Bowen's unexpected praise left Qian Xiaofeng somewhat bewildered. However, receiving commendation from the illustrious Jiang was likely not a negative omen, was it? Your flattery is undeserved, Jiang. You are the true paragon among us. He promptly reciprocated with a wave of commercial flattery. Zhang Bowen's expression turned peculiar as he returned a cryptic smile and ceased further commentary. The next item on the auction block was a guitar from the renowned Nirvana band, which had fetched an astounding 40 million in 2020. This time, it was acquired by Wei Chuan for 60 million, making it the most modestly priced acquisition of the evening. Initially, he had intended to purchase the guitar as a gift for Lin Xiaowan, given her shared passion for music with Yang Qian. However, he soon reconsidered, pondering whether gifting a guitar to a female might be inappropriate, considering the potential for hand injuries associated with playing. Should Lin Xiaowan develop calluses on her delicate hands, he would undoubtedly feel at a loss. As the auction progressed and approached its intermission, the atmosphere relaxed. The organizers had invited a few B-list celebrities to perform a series of musical numbers. For the titans of business present in the metropolis, these second-tier stars were hardly captivating. After 2 performances, sensing the lack of enthusiasm among the elite, the organizers decided to introduce an interactive segment. Zhao Yingying and Xiao Chuchu, radiating enthusiasm, approached the stage. Mr. Wei, you just acquired Nirvana's legendary guitar for 60 million. I assume you possess considerable vocal talent? Zhao Yingying inquired with eager anticipation. Wei Chuan, puzzled, replied nonchalantly. I know a little. As a well-known television host, Zhao was perceptive enough to recognize his modesty. Thus, she promptly suggested, you truly are too humble. Mr. Wei, not only are you accomplished at a young age, but you also possess diverse talents. Would you be willing to grace us with a song, allowing us to appreciate your extraordinary flair? Her proposal, though seemingly audacious, was anything but. Talents are meant to be showcased. And with so many business magnates and socialites in attendance, including the stunning Su Ruoxue, it was undeniably an opportune platform for self-expression. Chapter 56, Su Ruoxue's Request. The reason Zhao Yingying approached Wei Chuan directly was undoubtedly prearranged. After all, this young mogul had demonstrated unparalleled prowess that evening. His background was shrouded in mystery, hinting at substantial significance. As for why Qian Xiaofeng was not chosen, who would want to associate with a fool? If Wei Chuan had claimed he possessed no talents, that would have sufficed. Yet, given his confident demeanor, it was only fitting to leave the stage to him. He would not only welcome the opportunity, but would likely cultivate goodwill, establishing a favorable connection with the event organizers. The moment the host uttered her words, a wave of cheers erupted in the hall. The atmosphere instantly transformed, bursting into life compared to the earlier somberness of the performances. Mr. Wei, may I join you? I sing beautifully. Let us perform a duet. Mr. Wei, don't listen to her. She stayed next to me last night, and I heard her sing the entire night long. Her voice is practically hoarse. Choose me, Mr. Wei. I am trained in dance, and my body is exceptionally flexible. I can handle any challenging moves to accompany you. Of course, the majority of the cheers came from women, particularly the socialites in the back rows. The women in the front rows, mindful of their status, maintained a more reserved demeanor. Witnessing the frenzy among these glamorous ladies, Qian Xiaofeng was consumed with jealousy. How could this rival of his be so adored? Damn it! What makes him superior to me, Qian Xiaofeng? He fumed inwardly. Had he known that Wei Chuan had already outmaneuvered him to the point of leaving him utterly penniless, he might have been driven to a fit of rage. Another man present, Lin Sihai, grappled with his own tumultuous thoughts. Wei Chuan's display of capability reaffirmed his suspicions. He regarded Qian Xiaofeng with utter disdain. The family behind this young man was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even surpassing the Qian clan. If this individual were to become the Lin family's esteemed son-in-law, they would surely soar to new heights. Yet, observing how this young man captivated women only heightened his concerns for his daughter. How many competitors would she have to outshine? Wei Chuan remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling around him. At this moment, he was in high spirits, not out of a desire to show off, but because he found it impossible to decline such warm invitations. Moreover, he was eager to explore the differences between this multi-million-dollar guitar and an ordinary one. Having resolved to embrace this opportunity, he felt compelled to deliver a flawless performance. With a proficiency level of 20 in singing, equivalent to 2 decades of experience, his vocal skills could easily outshine most professional singers. However, Wei Chuan deemed it still insufficient and sought to further enhance his abilities. System, if I recall correctly. I currently have 4 lottery chances. Wei Chuan addressed the system. Ding. Yes, the host currently has 4 lucky draw opportunities. Would you like to proceed with a 4 consecutive draw? Let us do it. Wei Chuan replied. Just don't let me down, okay? You know what I need. Ding. The lottery is complete. You have received a consolation prize, 1 Lamborghini Veneno. A consolation prize, 1 Koenigsegg Jesko. Collection point, Peacock Palace Villa. Congratulations, host. You have won the lucky prize, Mastery in Combat LV50. Congratulations to the host for receiving the lucky prize, Singing Proficiency, level 50. Current, Singing Proficiency, level 70. Impressive. Wei Chuan was elated. To his surprise, 2 lucky prizes had appeared. It seemed the system was quite considerate. Observing the 2 hosts on stage gazing at him with keen interest, Wei Chuan smiled elegantly and prepared to rise to the stage. Just then, Suruashua, seated in front of him, unexpectedly turned around. A faint smile adorned her face, instantly overshadowing all the elegant ladies present. Mr. Wei, may I join you in a duet? Suruashua's words fell, and the room fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on the pair. It must be said that among the young attendees, these 2 were indeed the most outstanding individuals. Suruashua needed no introduction. Not only was she blessed with breathtaking beauty, but she was also the daughter of the prestigious Su family in the magical city. In terms of both looks and lineage, she eclipsed every other socialite present. Wei Chuan was equally remarkable. He possessed a striking appearance that evoked envy. Judging by his performance that evening, his family background was surely impressive as well. Among all the men present, only Zhang Bowen could be considered his equal. At that moment, thoughts among the crowd varied widely. The socialite sighed inwardly, realizing they lacked the courage to compete with Su Ruoxua. Qin Xiaofeng, of course, wore a woeful expression. Lin Sihai gasped in astonishment, feeling utterly drained. My daughter, your opponent is quite formidable. Lin Sihai lamented internally. In his youth, he too was counted among the top handsome men in the magical city. Yet he had never attracted women as this young man did. His frustration was palpable, and his brow furrowed deeply, resembling someone in distress. Having been old friends for years, Li Xiaojing noticed his demeanor and quickly inquired, Old Lin, are you feeling unwell? Lin Sihai, preoccupied, merely shook his head, yet his brow remained tightly knitted. Observing him, Li Xiaojing feigned realization. Old Lin, if you need to use the restroom, feel free. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Lin Sihai, damn it. Among those present, one individual, upon witnessing Su Ruoxua's gesture, felt his pupils constrict slightly. It was none other than Zhang Bowen. However, he merely displayed a fleeting reaction before adopting a nonchalant expression. Yet, his gaze deepened considerably. Not to mention the others, even Wei Chuan was taken aback by Su Ruoxua's action. Has my charm become so overwhelming? But then he recalled Su Ruoxua's earlier gaze, hinting that things might not be so straightforward. While he pondered, the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding. Detected that Su Ruoxua's comprehensive score exceeds 95, initiating system task. Task. Agree to Su Ruoxua's request. Task difficulty, F grade. Task reward, 10 enhancement points. 1 lucky draw. Hearing the system notification and seeing Su Ruoxua looking at him with eager anticipation, Wei Chuan wasted no time and responded with a smile that felt like spring's embrace. To share the stage with the beautiful Ruoxua is a privilege I could only dream of. Chapter 57. Only you captivate me. Upon Wei Chuan's enthusiastic agreement, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussion. The two appeared to be in a romantic exchange. Could it be that a beautiful tale was about to unfold in the magical city? One must note that the illustrious young lady of the Su family, known for her proud demeanor, had seemingly lost her composure in front of Mr. Wei. This was indeed astonishing. However, their speculation was likely misplaced. Su Ruoxua was an exceedingly proud woman. For her to fall head over heels for a man at first sight was nearly impossible. Even though Wei Chuan had achieved a legendary status in her eyes, it only sparked her curiosity. Yet this curiosity was intense, prompting her to approach him with such eagerness. Her intention was undoubtedly to glean a few skills from him. Do not underestimate anyone's yearning for extraordinary abilities. To be a chivalrous heroine, soaring through the skies, is far more exhilarating than merely being a refined lady. The two ascended the stage side by side. As they approached the steps, Wei Chuan gallantly took Su Ruoxua's delicate hand. At that moment, he picked up the guitar he had just acquired, casually testing its tone before skillfully beginning to tune it. Observing this, Zhao Yingying promptly approached with a small black device, saying, Mr. Wei, here is a tuning device. Generally, it takes a tuner to achieve the correct pitch. However, who was Wei Chuan? A master of musical instruments at level 50. He had no need for a tuning device. His ear for music was so refined that even without a tuner, he could achieve superior accuracy. Thank you, but it's unnecessary, Wei Chuan replied. By the time he finished tuning, many knowledgeable observers were left in awe. No wonder Mr. Wei spent a fortune on this guitar. It turns out he was quite the expert. Not merely an expert, but to tune so swiftly and accurately without a device. He must have played for decades. Nonsense. Wei Chuan was only in his 20s. Such proficiency could not merely be attributed to practice. It was a gift. Su Ruoxue was equally astonished by Wei Chuan's display. She had not anticipated that such a skilled individual would also excel at playing the guitar. What song shall we sing together, Miss Ruoxue? Wei Chuan inquired. Su Ruoxue seemed to have anticipated this moment. She fixed her gaze on Wei Chuan and said, "Only you captivate me." Upon hearing the title, the audience could not help but exclaim in surprise. Just the name of the song brimmed with romantic undertones. Well, Wei Chuan wasted no time and immediately began to strum the guitar. Truthfully, this song posed no challenge to him. With his current level 70 in singing proficiency, he found any song elementary. Moreover, after leveling up, the system had seemingly optimized his vocal cords. Even his speech had become melodious. Those who listened to him speak found it nearly enchanting. Every word and pronunciation exuded a captivating charm. For girls with slightly weaker resolve, simply listening to him might lead them to surrender completely. It was utterly irresistible. The duet of Only You Captivate Me commenced with the male vocals. And Wei Chuan began. An unfathomable gaze. My heart feels like a needle beneath the sea. Merely guessing my thoughts, I lose my appetite, a mix of annoyance and allure. As he sang the first line, nearly everyone in attendance held their breath simultaneously, including Su Ruoxue. What kind of voice was this? Why did the same melody, when sung by him, resonate like heavenly music? Was this truly a sound that could be produced by a human? The melody and lyrics were simple, yet this man imbued them with an enchanting quality. His voice seemed capable of piercing through to the depths of one's soul, stirring the very strings of their hearts. Not only was his singing mesmerizing, but Wei Chuan's emotional expression was equally profound. At this moment, he sang these lyrics to Su Ruoxue with deep affection, causing her to become unintentionally entranced. The exquisite beauty found herself inexplicably breathless. When it was Su Ruoxue's turn, she too poured all her emotions into the performance. Gazing at Wei Chuan, her eyes reflected a profound affection. Su Ruoxue, romance is not my forte. My reactions are rather sluggish. I lack caution. Choosing the wrong colors for flowers, yet paradoxically, I adore your lips. Her singing prowess, though not on par with Wei Chuan's, still reached a level comparable to that of professional singers. What was even more remarkable was her emotional expression, which transcended his by a considerable margin, as if the man standing before her was truly the one she cherished most deeply. At this moment, the audience was hushed, listening intently to their duet, even their breaths becoming cautious, as if fearing to disturb the heartfelt performance on stage. Wei Chuan, a smile, no matter how sweet or beautiful, lacks significance if it is not yours. Su Ruoxue, tears, no matter how bitter or salty, when comforted by you, become a sunny day. Together, I feel only for you. As Su Ruoxue reached the most poignant part of the song, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her heart was flooded with an indescribable sweetness. There was no denying that Wei Chuan's voice was more melodious than the most exquisite celestial harmonies. It was not just her, the entire audience was entranced. Unlike Su Ruoxue, the captivated crowd felt as if they had been force-fed an overwhelming amount of romantic sentiment. After all, this was inherently a love song. As the song concluded, the audience remained in a state of emotional turmoil, and after a moment, the hall erupted in applause. Oh my ears are pregnant. Chairman Wei, you must take responsibility. Chairman Wei's singing was simply enchanting. I have never heard such a beautiful voice in my life. Chairman Wei's vocal prowess is utterly irresistible, far surpassing those current heartthrobs. Indeed, even the esteemed divas and gentlemen present could only marvel at his unmatched talent. The clarity and purity of his voice seemed to belong to another realm entirely. Amidst the discussions, the gazes of the socialites directed at Wei Chuan were filled with infatuation. Even Su Ruoxue shared this look of admiration. Meanwhile, the men in attendance were left in shock, lamenting the reaction of these women. Why is there such a man in the world? The moment he appeared, he captivated all the ladies. Have you considered our feelings? How frustrating. Chapter 58. Who is this uninformed individual? Wei Chuan noticed Su Ruoxue's gaze lingered on him in an unusual manner and promptly accessed her profile. Name: Su Ruoxue. Age: 21. Attractiveness: 95. Figure: 97. Purity: 100. Overall rating: 97. Affection level: 70. Upon reviewing her profile, Wei Chuan was astounded. Wow, this beauty has an affection level of 70 for me. If 80 signifies admiration, then surely 70 indicates fondness, does it not? Am I truly the kind of man who is adored by all? In truth, he had underestimated the impact of his heartfelt performance. That ethereal voice, coupled with his soulful gaze and the lyrics that were sweet to the point of overwhelming, was more than enough to enchant a woman completely. Thankfully, it was Su Ruoxua. Had it been anyone else, her affection level would have undoubtedly soared to 90. Moreover, in Su Ruoxua's eyes, Wei Chuan was a figure of mystery, which only added to his allure. After the song, the socialites clamored for Wei Chuan to perform again. Having received the notification that his task was complete, Wei Chuan had no intention of wasting time. The auction resumed, and he subsequently acquired several high-value items. Then, the piece or assistance of the auction was unveiled, a parcel of land in the metropolis. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the final item of this auction, a prime piece of land in the city. This parcel, located in the financial port on the west bank of Suhui Binjiang, spans 700 acres, with a starting bid of 30 billion. This exceptional lot required little introduction from the auctioneer. The elite sitting in the front row were all there for this land, including the 3 prominent families of the metropolis. After a brief introduction, the auctioneer announced the bidding was open. 31 billion, 32 billion, 33 billion. The bidding from the tycoons began at increments of 1 billion, fully aware that the current bid was still far from the land's true worth. It is noteworthy that a comparable 500-acre plot in the same area had fetched a staggering 31 billion in 2020. Qin Shui, this land isn't open for just anyone, right? Does our Blue Star Group have the qualifications to bid? Wei Chuan inquired of the woman beside him. Yes, boss, our Blue Star Realty has already submitted the bidding deposit. Oh, that's good to know, Wei Chuan replied with a smile. This land would conservatively require several hundred billion in startup capital. As time passed, only 2 individuals remained in the bidding, Jiang Bowen and Qian Xiaofeng. Ultimately, when Jiang Bowen called out 45 billion, Qian Xiaofeng ceased to bid, adhering strictly to his family's instructions, except for the moment he was under Wei Chuan's influence. Does anyone bid higher than 45 billion from Jiang Xiao? 50 billion. Wei Chuan raised his paddle to bid. This undoubtedly elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The young Chairman Wei exhibited unparalleled dominance at tonight's auction. The audience gained a newfound understanding of his formidable background and strength, concluding that his family background was unfathomably deep, rendering him an entity not to be trifled with. Seeing Wei Chuan raise his bid by 5 billion, Jiang Bowen furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately refrained from further bidding. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, Wei Chuan heard the system notification chime in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accumulating over 100 billion in startup capital. Reward, 100 enhancement points. Surprised by the notification, Wei Chuan realized that while he had bid on the land, the formalities and payment had yet to be completed. It seemed the system was not as rigid as it appeared. Adding this 100 enhancement points to the 60 points acquired from a previous E-rank task and an F-rank task, he now possessed a total of 160 enhancement points. System, enhance my physique by 100 points and my spirit by 40 points. Ding. Enhancement complete. Host, Wei Chuan. Physique, continuously breaking personal limits, current progress, 175. Spirit, continuously transcending personal limits, current progress, 196. Remaining enhancement points, 20. Remaining lucky draw chances, 2. Skills, singing proficiency, LV 70. Instrument mastery, LV 50. Driving mastery, LV 50. Martial arts mastery, LV 50. Basketball mastery, LV 5. Silently attuning to the changes within his body, Wei Chuan realized that once his physical and mental attributes surpassed 100 points, the effects of further enhancement, though still present, were not as pronounced as before. It was hardly surprising. Had he continued to strengthen at the previous rate, he might have swiftly transformed into a being akin to One Punch Man. His current physical prowess was approximately 14 times that of an average person. At this moment, Zhao Yingying and Qiao Chuchu reascended the stage, exchanging a few trivial remarks before announcing the conclusion of tonight's charity auction. Following this, a cocktail party was scheduled, which Wei Chuan had no interest in attending. He escorted Gu Qianxue away from the venue. The total amount raised at the charity auction was a staggering figure. Yet Wei Chuan was acutely aware that only a minuscule fraction of the proceeds would be directed towards genuine charitable causes. This auction merely donned the facade of philanthropy. However, it sparked an epiphany within Wei Chuan. Contemplating, he turned to Gu Qianxue and said, Qianxue, since I possess such substantial wealth, shouldn't I contribute something to charitable endeavors? What are your thoughts, master? Gu Qianxue inquired with curiosity. How about establishing a charitable foundation under the name of the Blue Star Group to assist those in genuine need? Wei Chuan suggested. Certainly, boss, Gu Qianxue nodded in agreement. But one thing to note, refrain from indiscriminately dispersing funds. That would lead to chaos. Focus on infrastructure development in remote, impoverished regions, he advised. In contemporary Dian, rapid advancements were evident, earning the title of infrastructure maniac. Yet, certain remote areas still lagged significantly in development. Understood, boss. You truly are a benevolent person, Gu Qianxue remarked with admiration. Wei Chuan merely smiled awkwardly. Could he confess that his motivation was simply to allocate more startup capital? Picking up his phone, Wei Chuan called his roommate, Chen Xiaodong. Monkey, where are you all partying now? Wei Chuan inquired. The other end of the line was chaotic, filled with pulsating music and loud conversations. Though Chen Xiaodong seemed to say something, Wei Chuan could not discern it clearly. The call ended abruptly, leaving Wei Chuan puzzled. Just as he was about to dial Lu Xingchen, Chen Xiaodong called back. Wei Chuan, what did you say earlier? I couldn't hear you. Chen Xiaodong exclaimed. I asked where you are now, Wei Chuan reiterated. After a brief hesitation, Chen Xiaodong replied. We're at the luxury nightclub on the basement level of the hotel. But we're facing a bit of trouble. Wei Chuan's brow furrowed. Is Lu Xingchen not there? He inquired. Lu Gu is on a call. Seems he's trying to rally some support. Wait for me. Chen Xiaodong responded. Wei Chuan, disinterested in the details, decided to head over. He muttered to himself. Who could this oblivious person be? Chapter 59. Who laid a hand? Meanwhile, at the cocktail party, Lin Sihai, the owner of the luxury hotel and a half-host of the charity gala, was engaged in jovial conversation with several prominent business tycoons. Among them was a refined middle-aged man with the surname Yan, who had recently spent 18 million on the Spring Palace painting by Tang Bohu. Just then, Lin Sihai's phone rang. On the other end was a dry, raspy voice akin to a cracked bell. Lin Zong, are you available at the moment? It was Lu Xingchen. Aware of the unique relationship between his master and the Lin family's daughter, Lu Xingchen spoke with utmost respect. Lin Sihai had long recognized Lu Xingchen as Wei Chuan's trusted confidant, and therefore did not dare to be dismissive. He surveyed the crowd, noticing Wei Chuan was absent, and asked, Of course I am available. Is there something Wei Zong needs to discuss? Lu Xingchen replied, Not precisely. The matter is that a friend of Wei Zong's has been assaulted at your nightclub, and your nightclub manager is currently siding with the assailants, attempting to expel us. What do you propose? Upon hearing this, Lin Sihai's expression shifted dramatically. After tonight, his perception of Wei Chuan had evolved significantly. He now harbored a profound desire to see this enigmatic young man as his future son-in-law. However, the fact that a friend of his prospective son-in-law had been attacked in his establishment was utterly unacceptable. How could his staff dare to expel someone? This was an affront to the Lin family. The luxury hotel was the cornerstone of the Lin family's empire. And for someone to cause a ruckus, there was tantamount to slapping the Lin family in the face. I will address this immediately, Lin Sihai declared with utmost seriousness. By nearly 11 o'clock, the luxury nightclub in the hotel's basement was packed to capacity. In the section closest to the DJ booth, two groups were in a standoff. One group consisted of Lu Xingchen, Chen Xiaodong, and Zhou Tianyun, with Zhang Tianming, who had recently moved out of the dormitory, also present. Chen Xiaodong and Zhou Tianyun, having never visited such a venue before, found it intriguing and invited Zhang Tianming to join them. At that moment, Zhang Tianming sported a swollen left cheek, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Opposing them was Yin Bin, Wang Dali, Zhou Lu, and another attractive woman, who was closely nestled against Yin Bin. Their relationship was evident. If Wei Chuan were present, he would recognize her as the woman who had randomly entered his car while he was purchasing a phone, seeking his WeChat contact. Her name, if memory served, was Zhao Yunyun. Accompanying them were several well-dressed individuals, likely Yin Bin's entourage. Standing beside them was a middle-aged man in a suit, slicked back hair, who was none other than the nightclub's manager, flanked by a cadre of security personnel. I advise you to leave immediately. Young master, Yin is not someone you can provoke. I will refund your table charges shortly, the nightclub manager stated sternly. You, as the manager here, dare to evict customers while supporting the assailants? It seems your managerial position is coming to an end. I have already contacted Lin Zong. He will be here momentarily. Consider your actions wisely. Lu Xingchen retorted. Given the nightclub's deafening noise, both parties were forced to shout. Lu Xingchen's voice was naturally hoarse and dry, and the nightclub manager frowned, unable to comprehend a word. He only vaguely caught the warning to think carefully. Infuriated, he signaled the security to expel them. At that moment, Wei Chuan arrived on the scene. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find that a significant portion of those present were acquaintances. However, he paid no heed to Yin Bin, Wang Dali, or Zhou Lu, having no interest in understanding how they had come to associate with one another. Wei Chuan pushed through the crowd to Zhang Tianming's side. Who struck first? Wei Chuan demanded loudly. At this point, his three roommates had become aware of Wei Chuan's formidable identity and were no longer concerned about the potential repercussions of escalating the situation. Given the relationships among several individuals, they naturally would not distance themselves from Wei Chuan. They firmly believed that with Wei Chuan present tonight, they would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. It's him, Zhou Tianyun exclaimed, pointing at Yin Bin. Wei Chuan, without uttering a word, turned and strode directly toward Yin Bin. At this moment, both his physique and spirit had reached a terrifying level of strength. Each movement exuded an indescribable aura. Yin Bin, intimidated by the force emanating from Wei Chuan, instinctively began to retreat, rendered speechless. The others present were similarly awestruck by this inexplicable presence, each one too fearful to utter a sound. Suddenly, as Yin Bin continued to back away, he seemed to trip over something and fell directly to the ground. Before he could rise, Wei Chuan seized his collar and, akin to wringing a lifeless dog, lifted him off the ground. The commotion at the booth had attracted considerable attention. Onlookers were awestruck at the sight. This tall, slender individual possessed such immense strength. Yet, what astonished them even more was what followed. With one hand gripping Yin Bin, Wei Chuan delivered a resounding slap. "Ah!" Yin Bin cried out in agony, sent flying over 3 meters before crashing to the ground with a thud, falling silent. Nearby, 3 white teeth lay stark against the floor, prompting gasps of shock from the crowd. Who was this person, audacious enough to strike in front of a nightclub manager and a multitude of security personnel? This was the opulent nightclub of the Lin family, a prominent establishment in the metropolis. Although the Lin family was not on par with the 3 major clans, they were undeniably a renowned first-class family in the city. Did this individual not consider the consequences of causing such a scene here? After the initial shock subsided, the nightclub manager was the first to regain composure. Observing Yin Bin gradually regaining consciousness on the floor, he let out a wail, as if he were the one who had been struck. He could scarcely afford to neglect Wei Chuan as he rushed to assess Yin Bin's condition. He could not dismiss the gravity of the situation. This was the eldest son of the Yin family. To have been assaulted on his own turf, and to have lost several teeth in the process, this was intolerable. One must understand that the Yin family's standing in the business world of the metropolis was comparable to that of the Lin family. If something were to happen to the other party here, the nightclub manager could very well find himself out of a job. The onlookers, having regained their composure, began to murmur among themselves. If I'm not mistaken, that Yin Bin on the ground. He was actually struck hard enough to lose his teeth? Who is this person who dared to lay such a heavy hand on the young master of the Yin family? I sense that this individual is not ordinary. Let us wait and see, for there may be an even more thrilling spectacle to unfold. Chapter 60. A mixed tag team match. At this point, the deafening music of the nightclub had ceased. Everyone was drawn to the unfolding drama. Yin Bin, now supported by the nightclub manager, had taken a seat on the nearby booth sofa. His face had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, and he grimaced in pain, looking utterly disheveled. Wei Chuan, you dare strike me? Just wait. If you manage to leave here on your own 2 feet, I will not believe it. Yin Bin spat venomously, his words slurred due to his injured teeth. After speaking, he pulled out his phone to make a call, seemingly summoning reinforcements. Meanwhile, the nightclub manager had ceased his attempts to eject patrons. This newcomer had audaciously struck Yin Bin, and on the Lin family's territory, no less. This was a direct affront to both the Lin and Yin families. Departing now would not be so simple. Naturally, he could not instruct the security to act against Wei Chuan. Out of respect for the Yin family, he could reserve this booth for Yin Bin. But to physically assault a guest would be a grave misstep, potentially jeopardizing the nightclub's reputation. Wei Chuan had no intention of leaving immediately. Rather, he casually invited his companions to sit down. Yin Bin successfully connected the call. Dad, I've been attacked at the nightclub. Hurry, send someone over. I've lost teeth. Sob sob. The crowd initially thought he was merely calling for backup, only to realize he was directly contacting his father. To their astonishment, he began to cry mid-conversation. Meanwhile, at the banquet, a refined middle-aged man, Yin Shishan, was on the other end of the line. What? You've been assaulted? Lost teeth? How many? Were they your front teeth? I'm coming right away. Indeed, this man was Yin Bin's father. After hanging up, he left the banquet with a dark expression. Once Yin Bin ended the call, he wiped his tears and snot, grimacing at the pain. Wei Chuan, just wait. You'll pay for this. Yin Bin ground his teeth in anger, though his missing teeth made it a rather futile gesture. He gasped in pain before he could finish his sentence. Wang Dali, Zhou Lu, and Yin Bin's group of sycophants had initially been intimidated by Wei Chuan's presence. However, upon witnessing Yin Bin reporting to his father, they suddenly regained their confidence. They all knew that Yin Bin's father was a well-known tycoon in the metropolis. Wang Dali, still nursing grievances from being humiliated by Wei Chuan at the highway service area, could not let go of his resentment. He refused to believe that this impoverished youth had somehow transformed into a figure of affluence driving a luxury car worth millions. A cruel smile crept across Wang Dali's face as he proclaimed, Wei Chuan, you're finished for daring to strike the son of my brother-in-law. You're done for. Wei Chuan, however, dismissed such threats with disdain. If the Yin family dared to cause trouble tonight, he would not hesitate to ensure they paid a price they would never forget. Yet, Upon hearing Wang Dali claim that Yin Bin was his brother-in-law's son, he could not help but wear a puzzled expression. Is Yin Bin really the son of your brother-in-law? That makes him your nephew. But that age disparity doesn't add up. Your sister is only a few years older than me. How could she have such a grown son? Or is Yin Bin the child of your brother-in-law and his ex-wife? How could an ex-wife's son be friendly with his current brother? This is truly a bizarre tale. With this thought, Wei Chuan found himself bemused. Wang Dali, seeing the expression on Wei Chuan's face, mistakenly believed his words had struck a chord and was ready to unleash another tirade. However, Wei Chuan had no interest in listening to him ramble. He immediately activated his mental control. One moment, Wang Dali had been wearing a malicious expression directed at Wei Chuan. The next, he swung his hand and slapped Zhou Lu beside him. The entire room fell silent. You treacherous woman. For money, you dare betray my brother Tianming? You deserve this. What do you have that compares to him? Zhou Lu was left stunned by the slap. Upon hearing Wang Dali's words, her expression morphed into one of disbelief. Yet, before she could react, Wang Dali turned and stalked toward Yin Bin. Those who knew him were utterly bewildered by his recent behavior. What in the world was Wang Dali doing? It was completely incomprehensible. However, upon witnessing his subsequent actions, the onlookers were utterly astounded. Particularly, Yin Bin's entourage of sycophants were left agape, their jaws nearly grazing the floor. Wang Dali strode directly to Yin Bin's side, where Zhao Yunyun was currently expressing her concern while assessing Yin Bin's injuries. Without hesitation, Wang Dali shoved her aside and delivered a resounding slap to Yin Bin's already swollen visage. He cursed vehemently, "You wretched scoundrel. Daring to lay a hand on General Wei's brother. You must be utterly ignorant of the meaning of death, having already endured an excruciating slap from Wei Chuan." Yin Bin was in immense pain, and Wang Dali's follow-up strike made him howl in agony. Tears and snot streamed down his face, and his expression twisted in anguish as he grappled with the existential dread that enveloped him. Yin Bin could never have imagined that this individual, who had tirelessly sought to ingratiate himself with him, would dare to physically assault him. "Wang Dali, have you lost your mind? Do you not believe I will?" Before he could finish, Wang Dali struck him again, barking, "Who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to speak here? Not only you, but even if Yin Qishan, that wretched cur, were to arrive, I would not hesitate to strike him as well." At that moment, Yin Bin's mind was inundated with a torrent of expletives, yet he dared not utter another word. Noticing Wang Dali's intent to continue his assault, one of Yin Bin's friends rushed forward to intervene. However, the ensuing events left the onlookers utterly flabbergasted. After pushing Wang Dali aside, this friend shockingly retaliated by delivering a slap to Yin Bin himself. It was as if the two were competing to mete out punishment upon Yin Bin. Furthermore, even Zhao Yunyun, standing nearby, unexpectedly joined in the fray. Thus, under the watchful eyes of countless patrons at the nightclub, a spectacular scene unfolded, a chaotic melee involving two men and one woman. The anguished cries of Yin Bin resonated throughout the venue, akin to a wounded animal, evoking sorrow in those who bore witness. The nightclub manager, unable to endure the spectacle any longer, promptly summoned security to break it up. It took a formidable effort from 5 or 6 security personnel to pry the three apart, underscoring the ferocity of their confrontation. Wei Chuan, however, refrained from further intervention, recognizing that if this continued, Yin Bin might very well meet his demise. In this instance, Wei Chuan had made a minor adjustment to his mental control, ensuring that those under influence retained a vague recollection of their recent actions, a rather considerate touch. As the three recalled their recent frenzy, their faces turned a shade reminiscent of liver. What on earth had they just done? At that moment, the crowd stirred as Lin Sihai arrived with dozens of security personnel in tow. Chapter 61. Do you think my Lin family and General Wei are to be disregarded? Seeing his employer's arrival, the nightclub manager approached with utmost caution. Lin Sihai surveyed the chaos within the establishment, his fury boiling beneath the surface. Yet, he paid no mind to the nightclub manager, instead making a beeline for Wei Chuan. Casting a glance at Zhang Tianming beside him, Lin Sihai cautiously inquired, "General Wei, you are here as well? Is this your friend? How is he injured? Who was responsible for this?" His heart raced as he consciously avoided looking at Yin Bin, now reduced to a pitiable state, praying fervently that Wei Chuan would not harbor any resentment toward the Lin family over this incident. The onlookers, witnessing Lin Sihai's demeanor toward this young man, were struck with astonishment. This was Lin Sihai, the proprietor of the only 7-star hotel in the city, a luminary in Shanghai's business circles. To see him exhibit such deference towards a youth was astonishing. His tone even bore a hint of reverence. What did this imply? Who exactly was General Wei? Could it be that he possessed a status even more formidable than that of the 3 prominent families in Shanghai? As these thoughts settled in, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes toward Wei Chuan imbued with a newfound respect. The nightclub manager, witnessing his employer's actions, was equally shaken. He realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. This young man, surnamed Wei, undoubtedly harbored an extraordinary background. He had unwittingly offended a figure of such stature, and his position as manager was now in jeopardy, potentially leading to far graver consequences. In light of this revelation, he was drenched in sweat, standing timidly beside Lin Sihai, no longer daring to utter a word, his body involuntarily trembling. Wei Chuan, however, remained unfazed by the crowd's reactions. He maintained the respect due to an elder toward Lin Sihai. As he glanced at the now helpless Yin Bin sprawled on the sofa, he was about to speak when a voice from the periphery called out, "Who dares to lay a hand on my son, Yin Qishan? Do you think the Yin family is easy to bully? Clear the way." The voice belonged to Yin Qishan himself, who, upon learning that his son had been assaulted, was consumed with rage. The onlookers, some already familiar with this powerful figure in Shanghai's business realm, hastily parted to allow him passage, while those unfamiliar with him were equally intimidated by his fierce demeanor. He advanced without obstruction, scanning the scene, and upon noticing Lin Sihai, his brow furrowed as he questioned, "Mr. Lin, what on earth is going on? I heard my son, Yin Bin, was assaulted in your nightclub. Where is he? Who did this?" Due to Yin Bin's prone position on the sofa, Yin Qishan's view was obstructed, preventing him from noticing his son's disfigured state. Even if he had seen him, given Yin Bin's current pitiful appearance, he might not have recognized him. Before Lin Sihai could respond, Yin Bin's anguished voice pierced through, "Dad, I'm over here." In a surprising display of strength, Yin Bin sprang up from the sofa, despite his swollen visage and grim expression, which was indeed rather alarming. Witnessing his son's abominable condition ignited an inferno of fury within Yin Qishan. He rushed forward to examine his son's injuries, but as he took a couple of steps, Yin Bin emitted another wretched cry. "Ah, my teeth. Dad, you've stepped on my teeth." Yin Qishan paused, glancing down to find 3 of his son's white teeth, 2 molars and 1 incisor, lying on the ground. Seeing his son's teeth scattered about filled Yin Qishan with unbridled rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up the teeth and quickly approached his son, shoving them back into Yin Bin's mouth. After all, teeth that had been knocked out could still be replanted, provided they were kept moist and not left out for over 2 hours. Yin Bin winced at his father's rather unconventional method, eliciting perplexed expressions from the onlookers. Once this was done, Yin Qishan, his face dark as a storm cloud, demanded, "Tell me, who was responsible for this?" Upon hearing these words, Wei Chuan exhibited no reaction whatsoever. In fact, he didn't even cast a glance at Yin Qishan. Instead, he continued to engage in conversation with Zhang Tianming and the others, seemingly oblivious to the tension surrounding him. However, Wang Dali, Zhao Yunyun, and Yin Bin's dubious companions, who had previously assaulted Yin Bin, were far from composed. After all, they had just ganged up on the son of Yin Qishan. Even though Wang Dali was Yin Qishan's brother-in-law, what did that matter? A brother-in-law could never compare to a son. The trio began to question their own sanity, pondering how they could have committed such a frenzied act. Yet, it was too late now. They merely bowed their heads in silence, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Yin Bin, while harboring intense hatred for the trio who had just assaulted him, directed his deepest animosity towards Wei Chuan. It was he who bore the brunt of Yin Bin's ire. Though Yin Bin's words were muffled by his swollen mouth, his finger pointed directly at Wei Chuan. Yin Qishan followed the direction of his finger and felt his pupils constrict in shock. It was him, the enigmatic President Wei. This mysterious young man had just commanded the spotlight at the auction, and now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself here. In an instant, Yin Qishan's expression morphed through a myriad of emotions, leaving him utterly speechless. At that moment, the nightclub manager, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, stepped forward. "Mr. Yin, the situation is as follows. Young Master Yin arrived at the nightclub a bit late tonight, and there were no VIP booths available. He attempted to forcibly occupy the booth belonging to President Wei's friend and even resorted to violence. That is how the subsequent events unfolded," he stated solemnly. As the nightclub manager, he had witnessed his boss's demeanor towards the young man named Wei and was quick to choose sides. Yin Qishan's complexion darkened at this revelation. A glance at his son's expression confirmed that the manager's account was likely accurate. At this moment, Lin Sihai, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Mr. Yin, your son caused a ruckus in my nightclub and assaulted President Wei's friend. Your current attitude, demanding accountability, seems to disregard both my Lin family and President Wei." His expression was serious, and his tone decidedly unfriendly. Such words from a major businessman carried a weighty warning. Yin Qishan was not surprised by Lin Sihai's stance, considering the evident power and influence displayed by President Wei, whose family background likely rivaled the 3 prominent families of the Magic City. In contrast, the The Yin family paled in comparison to the Lin family. Although the Yin family had its own support, given the audacious demeanor of this young man, it was uncertain whether their backing would prove reliable. Realizing this, Yin Qishan made a decisive choice. You rebellious son, have you truly lost your mind? How dare you lay a hand on President Wei's friend? You even dared to misbehave in Mr. Lin's territory. This warrants punishment. As he berated his son, he raised his right hand and delivered another slap across Yin Bin's already swollen face with unrestrained force. The sound echoed sharply, and Yin Bin let out a pained cry as yet another tooth flew from his mouth. This time not 3, but 4. The blow left Yin Bin dazed. This evening, he had first been sent flying by Wei Chuan's slap, only to be subsequently pummeled by his own associates. He had expected his father to come to his aid. Yet here he was, witnessing his father siding with his adversaries. At that moment, his heart brimmed with unbridled rage, humiliation, and a profound sense of injustice. Having been pampered and indulged throughout his life, Yin Bin had never before encountered such disgrace. Overwhelmed by a torrent of negative emotions and physical pain, he felt darkness envelop him and lost consciousness. The onlookers, who had witnessed the entire scene, were left utterly astonished. Was it possible that this young President Wei had such formidable connections? Even Yin Bin's father, a CEO of a publicly traded company, was rendered powerless before him? Initially, Yin Qishan had arrived with a fierce demeanor, but now he seemed utterly deflated. The crowd, which had anticipated a spectacle, was now filled with disappointment. Those familiar with Wei Chuan, such as Wang Dali and Zhou Lu, were even more astounded. Could it be that President Wei possessed an astonishing background? How could this be? But the reality was irrefutable. President Wei, Mr. Lin, I, Yin, have failed in my duties as a father. I will come to apologize another day, Yin Qishan declared earnestly. Apologies are unnecessary, but I must advise that such incidents should not occur again. Otherwise, the Yin family will face consequences you cannot bear. Wei Chuan replied calmly. He had already gathered the general circumstances surrounding the evening's events from Lu Xingchen and the others. The root cause was, of course, the enmity between Zhang Tianming and Wang Dali, with Wang Dali lacking the audacity to cause trouble in such a venue. Yin Bin's involvement stemmed from his grievances with Wei Chuan. Although he did not know Zhang Tianming, he had seen Zhou Tianyun and Qin Xiaodong at the basketball court earlier that day and recognized them as acquaintances of Wei Chuan, which led to the ensuing conflict. While Wei Chuan spoke with a calm demeanor, the veiled threat was unmistakable. Yin Qishan's expression darkened, yet he dared not say more and chose to leave. The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, were left in shock. President Wei had openly threatened Yin Qishan, who had not dared to utter a word in response, leaving in a state of disgrace. Incredible. This President Wei was ruthless. I wouldn't dare to behave in such a manner. At just over 20 years old, he disregarded even the titans of the Magic City business world, while I had to scramble for a booth in a nightclub. The disparity was staggering. As the crowd continued to murmur, the pulsating music erupted once more, accompanied by the rhythmic voice of the MC. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the minor disruption that just occurred. Mr. Lin has announced that tonight's regular expenses will be waived. Let us celebrate. The deafening music, combined with the enthusiastic atmosphere created by the staff, brought the good news of the complimentary services, causing everyone to cast aside the earlier events into oblivion. On the dance floor, in the VIP booths, scattered seating, and at the bar, everyone swayed to the infectious rhythm of the music, lost in the moment. The entire nightclub erupted in a frenzy. Even Qin Xiaodong and Zhou Tianyun, who were experiencing such an environment for the first time, couldn't resist moving to the beat. One must admit, the atmosphere of a nightclub possesses a unique allure. Even the most despondent individuals would find their worries forgotten in such a setting. It was akin to a different form of hypnosis, or perhaps a state of mental numbness. Yet, for Wei Chuan, with his formidable mental fortitude, no amount of nightclub allure could hope to sway him. However, witnessing a few of his roommates reveling in such joy, particularly Zhang Tianming, who had recently endured a romantic upheaval, seemed to have temporarily alleviated all his burdens. He found himself feeling quite elated. At this moment, Lin Sihai had taken his leave, and amidst the gathering of youthful exuberance, his presence felt rather out of place. Wei Chuan boldly summoned the staff, requesting 100 sets of the prestigious Shenlong. Such exorbitantly priced offerings as the Shenlong could hardly fall within the realm of complimentary services. Naturally, Wei Chuan would not permit the other party to waive the charges. Consequently, the staff departed with expressions of astonishment and exhilaration. Before long, a line of employees emerged, each brandishing bottles of various hues of Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades, adorned with its own illumination, transformed the nightclub into a serpentine spectacle of radiant color. Simultaneously, the nightclub's MC's exuberant and rhythmic voice resonated through the air. A heartfelt thank you to Mr. Wei, holder of the Supreme card number 01, for his remarkable purchase of 100 sets, totaling a staggering 12 million yuan for the Supreme Shenlong package. We extend our gratitude for Mr. Wei's generous support and warmly welcome you to our musical soiree this evening. May you and your friends enjoy an unforgettable night. In that instant, the crowd erupted in fervor. Goodness, 100 sets of Shenlong. Can you believe it? Truly, Mr. Wei is a figure to be reckoned with in the Magic City. Such a display of wealth, amounting to tens of millions, could only be undertaken by someone with a net worth in the billions. As astonishment washed over the onlookers, the tables in the VIP section became densely packed with Ace of Spades. A total of 600 bottles overwhelmed the table space. The remainder was promptly handed over to the staff. Wei Chuan, however, was unconcerned about the possibility of not finishing the drinks, for such beverages were not intended for consumption. In the nightclub scene, using Ace of Spades to wash hands had become a customary display of opulence among the privileged youth. It was indeed one of the iconic moments within the nightlife experience. Wei Chuan, of course, would not engage in such frivolous antics. The sole reason for ordering such an extravagant quantity of alcohol was to enhance the ambience. At this juncture, the club's beautiful hostesses began flocking towards the Supreme card no. 01. It was no surprise, as the glimmering bottles of Ace of Spades on the table were simply too captivating. Among the throng of approaching hostesses was a striking 7-point beauty. Upon seeing her, Zhou Tianyun felt invigorated. It was none other than Jiang Xiaoyan, the very girl he had attempted to engage earlier that afternoon at the basketball court. Jiang Xiaoyan, what a pleasant surprise to see you here, Zhou Tianyun exclaimed warmly. Jiang Xiaoyan had been fixated on Wei Chuan, having recognized him as the basketball prince who had made quite the impression that afternoon at the gym. She could hardly fathom that this campus heartthrob, now the most handsome man at Moda University, was also a super rich heir. To casually drop tens of millions in a nightclub was beyond even Li Yuchen's capabilities. After all, he truly was the epitome of the campus elite, eclipsing even the likes of Li Yuchen, Yang Tao, and Yan Bin. Had she arrived a bit earlier, she might have witnessed Yan Bin being pummeled into a pulp, which would have undoubtedly left her utterly astounded. At present, hearing someone call her name took her by surprise. Turning her head, she discovered it was the boy who had previously sat beside her, who had mentioned that Wei Chuan was his friend. It appeared to be true. Yet, embarrassment washed over her as she momentarily forgot his name. Oh, hello there, classmate. What a coincidence to see you here. Jiang Xiaoyan offered a smile that was both awkward and polite. Upon witnessing the table brimming with Ace of Spades, Wei Chuan's image in her mind soared to new heights. In her eyes, Zhou Tianyun, being a friend of Wei Chuan, could not possibly be lacking in merit. Zhou Tianyun had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, and bolstered by the effects of the spirits, he boldly pulled Jiang Xiaoyan onto the sofa opposite Wei Chuan. She did not resist, though her gaze frequently darted towards Wei Chuan. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyan successfully integrated into the VIP section, the other onlooking hostesses cast aside their hesitations and approached with enthusiasm. Regrettably, all attempts at conversation were met with indifference from Wei Chuan. Those with slightly lesser beauty were even less inclined to engage with such a distinguished figure. Consequently, they shifted their focus to his companions. In a flash, the entire nightclub's allure seemed to converge around the Supreme card number 01. Even Chen Xiaodong, the guy who typically grew anxious in the presence of women, found himself accompanied by a striking beauty. It was fortunate he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol tonight. Otherwise, he would likely be trembling with nerves. Zhang Tianming, being quite handsome himself, found 3 beautiful women encircling him. Yet, none could compare to Lu Xingchen, who boasted 4 lovely ladies seated beside him, 2 on each side. He was undoubtedly enjoying his fair share of fortune. However, the gazes of these enchanting women often strayed towards Wei Chuan, the enigmatic gentleman whose lavish spending shattered records within the nightclub. They were irresistibly curious about him, especially with his striking visage igniting a fire within their hearts. Alas, Wei Chuan exuded an air of aloofness. Although the ladies harbored desires to connect with him, they found not a shred of opportunity. Wei Chuan had long grown accustomed to the allure of exquisite women and harbored no interest in those who frequented nightclubs. In truth, he was engrossed in a conversation with Lin Xiaowan via his mobile phone, entirely oblivious to the fervent gazes directed his way. After an intimate half-hour of banter, Lin Xiaowan said, Wei Chuan, I'm heading to bed now. Please don't indulge too much in alcohol. Rest assured, I can handle my liquor. Wei Chuan replied. This was no boast. Given his extraordinary physical constitution, it would indeed be a challenge for him to become inebriated. Lin Xiaowan responded with an eye-roll emoji. Then how do you explain that night when you ended up so intoxicated? Wei Chuan found himself at a loss for words. Would he dare reveal that he had transformed into the world's strongest man in the days that followed? Fortunately, Lin Xiaowan did not pursue the topic any further. By the way, Wei Chuan, We have a singing competition at the music academy the day after tomorrow. Will you come to cheer for me? Of course. I would be delighted. Wei Chuan readily agreed. The two exchanged goodnight wishes, but almost immediately, Lu Shiqi sent him another message, inviting him to play a game of PUBG. Given the raucous environment he found himself in, playing a game here, no matter how keen his hearing, would render him incapable of discerning the sounds emanating from his phone. As for spatial awareness, that was even less feasible. In a game like PUBG, lacking auditory cues would be a significant disadvantage. The last thing he could tolerate was failing to impress the ladies, only to find himself outplayed by some hidden adversary. He held himself to a standard. Every FA he presented before the ladies must culminate in perfection. This truly aligns with his flawless persona as a perfect idol. He replied, I apologize, Chi-Chi, but it seems I won't be able to indulge in some chicken tonight. Perhaps we should postpone our plans. Oh, very well, Lu Shiqi responded. A hint of disappointment evident in her tone. Wei Chuan, however, had no choice. He upheld stringent standards for himself. By the way, Chi-Chi, do you have classes tomorrow morning? Wei Chuan inquired. No, I don't, Wei Chuan ji. Are you looking for me regarding something? Lu Shiqi replied. At that moment, her face lit up with a flicker of surprise and anticipation. Indeed, there is a matter. I'll come to the school to pick you up tomorrow, Wei Chuan declared. Lu Shiqi's family background was not as affluent as Lin Xiaowan's. During her 2 to 3 months of leave from school, she had been residing in the dormitory to save money. Otherwise, her meager salary from her job at a mobile phone store would barely cover her rent. Upon learning this, Wei Chuan instructed Gu Qianxue at noon to scout out a decent apartment in the bustling metropolis. After all, even if it wasn't a top-tier luxury residence like the Peacock Palace, Gu Qianxue managed to secure a suitable place within a mere afternoon. The keys were now in Wei Chuan's possession, a property located in the luxurious Tangshan Yiping, spanning 600 square meters and priced just over 300 million. Unbeknownst to Lu Shiqi, who was simply thrilled that Wei Chuan was seeking her out, she felt a surge of joy. All right, Wei Chuan ji, she responded, her expression radiating delight as she held her phone in the girls' dormitory at Moda University. After concluding his conversation with Lu Shiqi, Wei Chuan noticed an unread message that had been sent an hour earlier, which he had previously overlooked. President Wei, are you available for dinner tomorrow night? It was from Su Ruoxue, who had just requested his WeChat at the charity auction earlier that evening. Wei Chuan harbored a lingering curiosity about this enchanting woman. Her enigmatic gaze at the auction had left him pondering. He sensed she might possess knowledge beyond the ordinary. Chapter 64, Recharging with a Kiss. A date with the beautiful Su. I certainly have time, Wei Chuan replied. He ultimately accepted Su Ruoxue's invitation, driven by his desire to unravel the mysteries surrounding her. Great. I know a private dining establishment with exquisite cuisine. I'll send you the address shortly. Let us meet at 8 tomorrow night. Su Ruoxue responded, promptly sending the details to Wei Chuan's phone. In truth, Su Ruoxue was not the only one intrigued by Wei Chuan. Following the charity auction that evening, the entire business community in Modu was abuzz with excitement. The prominent figures who attended the charity gala were filled with both curiosity and apprehension regarding Wei Chuan's identity. This young man, who had emerged seemingly out of nowhere, showcased undeniable prowess and confidence at the auction. His sudden presence in Modu was bound to encroach upon the territories of others. In the cutthroat world of commerce, absolute harmony is a rarity. The pie is finite. And as more individuals vie for a share, the portions inevitably dwindle. At this moment, numerous individuals had already begun investigating Wei Chuan's background. They felt compelled to discern his true origins to formulate the most appropriate strategies in response. However, these individuals were destined for disappointment. Wei Chuan's authentic identity was merely that of an ordinary university student hailing from a humble background. Yet, how could the magnates of Modu possibly believe such a notion? Could an ordinary person casually wield hundreds of billions? Would an average individual easily spend tens of billions on a mere stone? Such a premise was utterly implausible. Regardless of their investigative efforts, they would remain oblivious to Wei Chuan's true identity, as it was a construct of their imagination, non-existent in reality. Ultimately, their inquiries would yield no results, fostering a deeper sense of wariness toward Wei Chuan. The inability to uncover his identity would only imply one possibility. He must be a being of a higher echelon than themselves. Wei Chuan remained at the club with several roommates until nearly midnight, finding the atmosphere decidedly tedious. At that moment, the club's ambience reached its zenith. Lu Xingxin and his 3 companions, surrounded by a bevy of beauties, were thoroughly engrossed in their revelry, showing no inclination to depart. Wei Chuan realized his presence was superfluous. He casually asked Lu Xingxin for the keys to the Cullinan and decided to leave first. Having already purchased a villa, he had no intention of staying in a hotel. Moreover, given the spirited demeanor of the 4, it was likely that a delightful encounter awaited them that night. The presidential suite was undoubtedly better left to them. Despite the common notion that women frequenting nightclubs tend to exhibit certain unsavory traits, one must acknowledge that they are often willing participants. There are indeed good-hearted girls who enjoy nightlife. Some may drink, smoke, or even sport tattoos and coarse language, yet they remain unwavering in their self-perception as virtuous individuals. Even those with a bit of a wild side often manage to evade any significant repercussions. Of course, those who are truly toxic should be avoided. Arriving at his villa just past midnight, Wei Chuan felt invigorated and utterly devoid of fatigue. Remembering that Lu Shiqi had invited him to play games, he wondered if she had already gone to sleep. Thus, he decided to send her a message. "Chichi, are you asleep? I can join you for some gaming now." To his surprise, Lu Shiqi's reply came almost instantaneously. "Great. I can't wait." She seemed positively eager. The reason Lu Shiqi had yet to drift off was undoubtedly due to Wei Chuan's mention of their plans for the following day, igniting a subtle thrill within her that kept her tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The game they intended to play was not the conventional battle royale, but rather a title known as War Elite from Penguin Group. With Wei Chuan's exceptional reflexes, guiding his partner to victory would be a breeze. Contemplating his approach, he pondered whether to adopt a strategy of initial restraint before a spectacular comeback. From the perspective of showmanship, the latter would undoubtedly yield a more impressive effect. After all, a stunning twist always brings forth delightful surprises. Resolute in his decision, he entered the game, selecting the classic island map. His teammates, both female, were designated as teammates 3 and 4. They were engaged in a lively discussion about where to land, ultimately deciding on a fishing village. Both were determined to survive until the end, embodying the archetype of cautious players, stealthy and strategic. However, whether they possessed the requisite skill remained uncertain. In Wei Chuan's eyes, their choice of the fishing village likely stemmed from a fear of being eliminated upon landing. Nevertheless, he was indifferent. The location was merely a backdrop for their victory. To create that desired initial restraint followed by a dramatic surge, he feigned being a novice player after landing, engaging in a prolonged firefight with a bot for a full 30 seconds without inflicting any damage on each other. This naturally piqued the attention of his teammates. Teammate 3 swiftly eliminated the bot and exclaimed in astonishment, "Our number 1 seems to be a real player? How is that possible? It must be an act." Teammate 4, clearly skeptical, remained unconvinced. "Observe his little shuffles. It's evident he is an AI," remarked the third girl. "In that case, let's eliminate him." The fourth girl cruelly suggested, "I have a Molotov cocktail. Watching him burn would be rather exhilarating, wouldn't it? We could even witness his painful struggle." The third girl added. It must be said that these two girls were increasingly sinister. Wei Chuan felt a pang of discomfort. "Are you certain you haven't mistaken the script? This is entirely out of the ordinary. Typically, when streamers pretend to be AI, the ladies are curious and gather around, offering protection to their AI teammates. It's also filled with compassion." Later, when the streamer feigned being an AI, in the direst moments for the girls, he would request a top-up for a moi. Then, he would dramatically transform and wreak havoc. That is the conventional approach, is it not? With such brutality, you are bound to struggle in finding a boyfriend. Lu Shiqi, observing Wei Chuan's playful antics, chose not to expose him. At that moment, seeing Wei Chuan confronted by such two ruthless girls, she felt a mixture of amusement and a twinge of sympathy for her brother Wei Chuan. Just as she was about to speak up for him, Wei Chuan could no longer contain himself. He decided to bypass the novice AI phase and directly engage in a berserk mode. He promptly typed in the team channel, "Top up a moi to activate berserk mode." Upon hearing this, Lu Shiqi immediately topped up 3 mois. Thus, Wei Chuan's invincible journey commenced. His subsequent maneuvers left the 3 girls, including Lu Shiqi, utterly astounded. Wei Chuan, in berserk mode, was more formidable than if he were using cheats. He was a force of nature, annihilating all in his path. Wei Chuan was thoroughly engrossed in his exploits. However, unbeknownst to him, an unexpected guest had already arrived at his villa. This was a woman clad in sleek black attire. Her stature and physique identical to that of the mysterious woman from the auction. Yet her visage was entirely different, a breathtaking girl with golden hair and azure eyes, harmoniously embodying Eastern beauty standards. Chapter 65. Where is your masterful aura? Wei Chuan remained blissfully unaware, lost in the thrill of showcasing his prowess to the girls. Several minutes elapsed, and after executing a series of flamboyant maneuvers, Wei Chuan successfully led the 3 girls to their first victory of the evening. Meanwhile, he himself had accumulated over 20 reports. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming mental assault. The intensity of the attack surpassed that which he had encountered at the auction. Yet, it proved to be of no consequence. Following the previous mental onslaught at the auction, Wei Chuan had undergone a mental fortification. Though this new assault was potent, he swiftly regained his composure. Wei Chuan's reflexes were extraordinary. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to play along. He ceased all actions and feigned a dazed expression, mirroring the look of those hypnotized at the auction. His strategy was clear. Rather than expend effort to identify the assailant, he would lure her into revealing herself. This tactic paralleled the strategy of feigning AI to bait enemies in battle royale games. In the instant he was struck by this mental assault, he confirmed that the attacker was indeed the mysterious woman from the auction. Do not question why. It was merely an intuition. Just as voices are unique, so too are mental energies. Wei Chuan was not entirely blindsided by the possibility of this woman seeking him out again. After all, she perceived the genuine luminous pearl as belonging to him. As for Wei Chuan's subsequent action of returning the authentic luminous pearl to the auction platform, she remained oblivious. This was also why Wei Chuan was unperturbed by the notion of her returning to reclaim it. As for his reasoning behind this, it was quite deliberate. If he were to abscond with the genuine luminous pearl, it would equally be an act of theft. He certainly held no desire to engage in such behavior. If he wished for it, he could simply bid for it. However, upon learning from the system that the luminous pearl held no value, he lost interest in bidding. The mysterious woman was entirely unaware of these developments. In reality, as Wei Chuan had surmised, after her departure, the mysterious woman had somehow discovered Wei Chuan's residence. She stealthily infiltrated the Peacock Palace villa. Once inside, she focused solely on concocting this wave of mental assault. Previously, at the auction, her attack had been indiscriminate, targeting the entire audience, hence its reduced efficacy. This time, however, her target was singular, Wei Chuan. Caught off guard, she was confident in her ability to momentarily disorient him. Logically, her assessment seemed sound. Yet, regrettably, she was up against Wei Chuan, a being who operated on a different level. Little did she anticipate that he would elevate his mental prowess substantially in just a matter of moments. At that moment, the golden-haired, azure-eyed girl with distinctly Eastern features was concealed behind the curtains. Upon noting the stillness from Wei Chuan's side, a flicker of triumph crossed her delicate face. Uncertain of when he would regain consciousness, she dared not linger for too long. Cautiously, she peeked out from behind the curtain, and upon confirming that he had fallen into a semi-hypnotic state, she stealthily emerged. Her sneaky demeanor appeared somewhat comical. A person under mental hypnosis would not awaken from the slightest disturbance. Yet, she remained overly cautious. Likely due to the earlier misfortune she had suffered at Wei Chuan's hands, instinctively harboring some trepidation towards this man. As the mysterious girl in black approached Wei Chuan, information about her materialized in his mind. Name, Amy Catherine. Age, 19. Appearance, 96. Physique, 96. Purity, 100. Overall rating, 97. Favorability, 30. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed. Ding. Host has encountered an attack from Amy Catherine. System task initiated. Task, punish the attacker. Task difficulty, F rank. Task reward, 10 enhancement points, 1 lucky draw. Listening to the task prompt, Wei Chuan glanced at the mysterious girl with his peripheral vision. The first detail he noticed was her golden hair. Indeed, a foreign girl. It seemed she had undergone a significant transformation since the auction. At this moment, she had cautiously seated herself beside him, her delicate hands reaching towards the bulging pocket of his trousers, where the fake luminous pearl resided. Witnessing this action, honestly, Wei Chuan felt a twinge of pity for the young girl before him. The system demanded that he administer punishment. However, it appeared that she bore him no ill will. The 30 points of affinity were ample evidence of this. Moreover, if she harbored any malice, she would have likely sought to eliminate him first. Various signs indicated that her sole desire was to obtain that precious pearl. Nevertheless, Wei Chuan resolved to take action against her, regardless of her intentions. Trespassing into private property is invariably reprehensible. Thus, just as she reached for his pocket, Wei Chuan seized her wrist. Simultaneously, he remarked, "My dear, this behavior is rather inappropriate. Don't you think?" The girl named Amy was startled by his sudden assault, nearly jumping in fright. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand. Yet, Wei Chuan's grip was as unyielding as a vice, rendering her powerless to escape. With no alternative, she swung her other hand toward him, simultaneously launching another wave of mental assault. The outcome was predictable. Wei Chuan dismissed her instantaneous mental attack with ease. In terms of physical prowess, she had never been his match, and now, with his enhanced constitution of 100 points, she was even more outclassed. Her petite fist was swiftly captured in his grasp. Feeling the overwhelming strength that left her utterly defenseless, Amy Catherine's face brimmed with panic. The might of the man before her was astonishing, especially since he had concealed his power during the auction. "I shall release you now, but I strongly advise against any attempts to flee. You must comprehend that before me. Escape is an impossibility," Wei Chuan stated, and with that, he relinquished his hold on her hands. Amy Catherine appeared to understand the Chinese language. After Wei Chuan released her, her expression was complex, and she refrained from making any sudden movements. Yet, her gaze towards him was laden with profound fear. This demeanor left Wei Chuan slightly disheartened. At the auction, she had hypnotized the entire hall with a mere flicker of her power, leaving him truly astounded, even considering her a paragon of mastery. Yet, her current state was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary girl, devoid of any trace of the esteemed prowess she once displayed. Do not be afraid. I have a few questions for you. If you answer truthfully, not only will I refrain from harming you, but I shall also grant you the item you seek. Wei Chuan spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing his words, Amy Catherine's expression softened slightly. However, skepticism lingered. She could hardly believe that he would generously bestow the item upon her. In truth, Wei Chuan was not so benevolent. He merely intended to return the counterfeit luminous pearl he had in his pocket. What questions do you have? Amy Catherine replied meekly, her grasp of Chinese evident, albeit with a hint of foreign accent. First question, why have you gone to such lengths to acquire this luminous pearl? Wei Chuan inquired. It is part of my trial task. Amy Catherine responded after a moment's hesitation. What trial task? Wei Chuan pressed further. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. She murmured softly. Wei Chuan scrutinized her for a moment, but chose not to press further. Instead, he posed a question of greater concern to him. How many individuals do you know who possess abilities like yours? Where do you rank among them in terms of strength? This inquiry was pivotal. If there were many like her, or if she was merely the weakest among them, the world would indeed be perilous. Are you referring to the ability of mental hypnosis? There are very few with such special abilities. Among those I know, I am the only one, Amy Catherine replied. As for my strength, I am considered relatively powerful among my peers. This response left Wei Chuan somewhat astonished. If you possess such power while others do not, you should be invincible. Should you not? Why then are you merely considered relatively strong? Wei Chuan questioned. Now it was Amy Catherine's turn to be taken aback, as if she found his inquiry unexpected. Nevertheless, she answered honestly. In Chinese, we refer to individuals like us as warriors. A warrior's willpower far exceeds that of ordinary people. Mental attacks have limited effectiveness against warriors. Wei Chuan's understanding deepened, and he keenly grasped the crucial term. It seemed there existed entities beyond his comprehension in this world. Limited effectiveness of mental attacks against warriors? Wei Chuan murmured to himself. He then cast a mischievous glance at the strikingly beautiful girl beside him. After all, she claimed to be a warrior. Why not use her as a test subject to ascertain the effects of mental attacks on a warrior? Thus, he turned to Amy Catherine and proposed, You are the only individual I have encountered capable of projecting mental energy. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Amy Catherine blinked in surprise, but soon nodded in agreement. Sure. Wei Chuan was the only one with whom she shared a similar ability, and her curiosity was piqued. It seemed that his mental prowess was vastly superior to hers, and this realization ignited a competitive spirit within her. Upon her acquiescence, Wei Chuan unleashed his formidable mental force, targeting the enchanting girl before him. Amy Catherine, refusing to underestimate him, immediately channeled her own mental energy outward. In an instant, their mental forces collided, but contrary to expectations, no confrontation ensued. Instead, their energies seamlessly merged, akin to the principles of Taiji, each contained within the other. Stunned by the experience, Wei Chuan found himself momentarily speechless. This sensation was reminiscent of something Amy Catherine felt similarly. Yet, as the weaker party, her experience was more intense. Realizing her mental force could not withstand his, Wei Chuan grew increasingly determined. He intensified his output. Indeed, the results were immediate. Amy Catherine emitted peculiar sounds, her eyes tightly shut, her brows furrowing slightly. A flush crept across her exquisitely beautiful face. Observing this, Wei Chuan recognized that his attack was yielding effects. However, something felt amiss. Although her mental force clearly faltered under his assault, she showed no signs of retreat. Instead, she appeared invigorated, thriving amidst the conflict. Ultimately, her mental energy clung to his like an octopus ensnaring its prey. Noticing this, Wei Chuan ceased hesitating and amplified his assault once more. His vast mental energy surged forth like a tempest, crashing against his adversary without a trace of chivalry for her beauty. The outcome was as he anticipated. After enduring this ferocious barrage, Amy Catherine seemed to struggle against the intensity. Not only did she emit cries of pain, but her forehead also glistened with beads of sweat, and her body began to tremble. Though she fought with all her might, her opponent was simply too formidable. She was on the brink of collapse. It felt as though she had reached some sort of limit, and in the next moment, she might completely shatter. Observing this, Wei Chuan seized the moment and intensified his assault. Faced with Wei Chuan's relentless onslaught, Amy Catherine had another option available to her. to withdraw her outwardly projected mental energy entirely. This would swiftly resolve the dire predicament she found herself in. Yet, she refrained from doing so, and she knew not why. It was as if this confrontation had ensnared her, making it impossible to disengage. Amy Catherine had already reached her threshold. As Wei Chuan amplified his attacks once more, she could hardly withstand it any longer. With a prolonged wail of despair escaping her lips, she slumped onto the sofa. Simultaneously, Wei Chuan received a notification in his mind confirming the completion of his task. This left him momentarily stunned. He gazed at the girl on the sofa, still trembling slightly, and a pang of compassion flickered in his heart. What had just transpired? He had merely intended to test the efficacy of his mental assault on a martial artist. It was supposed to be a friendly spar. How had it escalated to this point? Had he been too harsh? With this thought, a profound sense of guilt welled up within Wei Chuan. "How are you feeling?" he asked, concern etched across his face as he looked at the still trembling Amy Catherine. However, she did not respond to his inquiry. Her eyes remained gently closed, suggesting she was gravely injured. Wei Chuan's unease deepened. Yet, he sensed that her current state was rather peculiar. It did not appear to be that of a wounded individual, but rather, "I apologize, it was my failure to control the intensity," Wei Chuan expressed remorsefully, reaching out to assist her. The moment he made contact, he felt her body was soft and devoid of strength. With no other choice, he could only prop her against the sofa. At this moment, Amy Catherine finally opened her starry eyes. Yet within those eyes lay a pool of spring-like warmth. Gazing upon the handsome visage of the man before her, she experienced an indescribable sensation. He was the only man she had encountered who possessed the same abilities as herself. Just moments ago, she could have evaded his attack. Yet she had not, instead becoming entranced and unable to extricate herself. What a sensation it had been, reflecting on her recent experience. And seeing the man's penetrating gaze fixed upon her, her cheeks involuntarily flushed crimson. Chapter 67, God Bless You. Seeing the expression on her face, Wei Chuan felt increasingly that something was amiss with her. Very much amiss. He promptly accessed Amy Catherine's profile, only to discover that her favorability rating had soared to 75 points. This left him utterly dumbfounded. Was this girl inclined towards masochism? After he had unleashed such a tempestuous mental assault upon her, she not only bore no animosity towards him, but rather her affection for him seemed to be escalating. If he were to unleash another wave, he might very well secure a reward for his favorability points. Yet this thought was fleeting. Observing her feeble state, he could not bring himself to strike again. "Are you all right? How do you feel?" Wei Chuan inquired, his expression apologetic. "I'm fine. I feel quite well," Amy Catherine replied in a voice barely above a whisper. She spoke the truth. Initially, having employed 2 high-intensity mental attacks in succession, her mind had begun to feel hazy. However, after engaging in this mental clash with him, her condition had not only stabilized but improved. She now felt invigorated, her previously foggy mind crystal clear. She even sensed that her mental energy had grown slightly stronger. Most memorable was the immense satisfaction she had derived from the experience, one that words failed to encapsulate. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that their recent interaction was rather peculiar. It felt like something that should remain unspoken and shrouded in modesty. She resolved that if she ever encountered another possessing the ability to project their mental energy, she must never again act in the same manner. Only this man before her was capable of such a feat. She was uncertain why she harbored this thought, but in truth, she was overthinking it. Whether there existed a third individual capable of projecting mental energy remained a mystery. Even if such a person did exist, only Wei Chuan could achieve such a profound mental resonance. Seeing her gradually returning to normal and seemingly untroubled, Wei Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Regarding the trial task you mentioned, if it remains uncompleted, will there be any repercussions?" Wei Chuan asked. "There will be no punishment. But failure to complete the trial task means I cannot join and must wait a year to undertake a new one," Amy Catherine explained. Although her favorability rating had reached 75 points, she hesitated to disclose certain crucial pieces of information, swallowing them back, as they seemed to pertain to a very taboo subject. Upon hearing that there would be no punishment, Wei Chuan felt reassured. He had already felt quite guilty for having put her in such a state. If he were to further use the counterfeit night pearl against her, it would be exceedingly unkind. However, since there were no repercussions, it mattered little. Simultaneously, he pondered why he had acted so ruthlessly. It seemed out of character for him. Yet at that moment, he had truly felt an irresistible compulsion. What Wei Chuan remained unaware of was that Amy Catherine felt the same way. Had he known, he likely would not have felt such guilt. He pulled the counterfeit night pearl from his pocket and said, "Since you desire it so much, take it." As he spoke, he observed her expression closely. This pearl was indistinguishable from a genuine night pearl, and he wondered where she had procured it. In truth, he could not discern any differences between the two. Not only he, but Amy Catherine was equally unable to tell them apart. Such items were not meant for appraisal. No one could distinguish between them. Upon realizing that he had truly given her the pearl, Amy Catherine could not contain her joy. "Thank you. You are truly a kind person. God will bless you." Amy Catherine expressed her gratitude with a beaming face. Wei Chuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Her words made him feel somewhat bashful. "No need for thanks. You may leave now. If you have time, feel free to come by for another spar. I believe such exchanges are beneficial for mental fortitude. Of course, next time I will be mindful of the intensity of my attacks to ensure you remain unharmed," Wei Chuan stated casually. Amy Catherine felt her cheeks flush at his words. Yet, to be fair, she genuinely did not perceive any issues with the intensity of his attacks. If possible, she wished the storm had been even more ferocious. Fortunately, Wei Chuan remained oblivious to her thoughts. Had he known, he might have coughed up blood on the spot. Is this little enchantress still unyielding? Come, let us duel for 300 more rounds. He might have thought, well, I must return to report my task. I do not know when I shall be able to meet again, Amy Catherine expressed, appearing somewhat shy, yet also a tad forlorn. No worries, we have ample time ahead. Wei Chuan replied with a charming smile. Although Amy Catherine is proficient in the Chinese language, it is evident that her understanding of idioms is somewhat limited. Upon hearing the conversation, she looked bewildered and asked, who is Fong Chong? Wei Chuan was at a loss for words. What on earth did she mean by who is Fong Chong? The peculiar thought process of this young lady was utterly fascinating. Noticing Wei Chuan's strange expression, Amy Catherine felt somewhat perplexed. Well, I shall take my leave now. Thank you once again, she uttered softly, a hint of reluctance evident in her tone. Allow me to escort you, Wei Chuan replied as he rose to his feet. Somehow, after their mental sparring session, his impression of her had significantly improved. The two of them strolled together towards the villa's exit. Suddenly, Wei Chuan recalled something and remarked, by the way, you should refrain from using that charged mental attack technique in the future. While it is quite formidable, it likely comes with side effects. This was information he had gleaned from the system, and he felt it was trustworthy. He feared that if she relied on that technique excessively, she might end up impaired. I understand. I won't resort to that method unless absolutely necessary, Amy Catherine replied softly, touched by the man's concern. Wei Chuan continued to escort her out of the villa before finally parting ways. Upon seeing Amy Catherine, the bodyguards patrolling the vicinity exhibited expressions of surprise. Their boss had clearly returned alone. When had this golden-haired, blue-eyed foreign beauty arrived? Observing their reactions, Wei Chuan refrained from elaborating further. Amy Catherine was an extraordinary presence. Even though these bodyguards were elite in their field, they were utterly powerless in the face of such an individual. A mere momentary mental assault from her could leave them momentarily dazed. Hence, Wei Chuan naturally would not reproach them. Instead, he offered them a reassuring glance. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Wei Chuan drove to the school to pick up Lu Shiqi for a property viewing. As his Bugatti Chiron was still at the school, he opted for a newly won Lamborghini Veneno today. When Wei Chuan arrived at the school gate, Lu Shiqi was already waiting for him. Her attire was consistently modest. Today, she wore denim jeans paired with a simple white t-shirt, remarkably ordinary. Nevertheless, with her exceptional beauty and flawless figure, she was a striking sight wherever she went. Since Wei Chuan had never driven this car before, as the Lamborghini Veneno approached her, she barely glanced at it and instead stepped aside. Wei Chuan opened the car's stunning scissor doors. "Chi-Chi, hop in." Upon recognizing Wei Chuan, Lu Shiqi's face lit up with a joyful smile. She quickly complied and took her seat in the passenger side. Previously, several boys had been covertly observing Lu Shiqi, grappling with the dilemma of whether to approach this campus beauty. Now, seeing her get into the luxury vehicle, they all sighed in disappointment. "Ah, my goddess. She has actually entered the car of a wealthy second generation. How could reality be so harsh? I thought she seemed totally unaware of the driver earlier." Yet after a brief exchange, she eagerly hopped in. Could she be any more materialistic? "Bro, do you even realize what car this is? It's a Lamborghini Veneno, worth several $100 million and virtually priceless. The person in the car is undoubtedly one of the wealthiest second-generation heirs in the city. Wow, is this really the Veneno? Quick, let us go catch a whiff of the exhaust." The boys who had previously displayed such despondency instantly perked up upon hearing that this dazzling sports car was the legendary Veneno. Inside the car, Wei Chuan drove with one hand while retrieving a small pendant from his bag. "Chi-Chi, this pendant is for you. Keep it close," Wei Chuan said. Although he was unsure of the specific purpose of this Crystal Ultraman pendant won from the System S lottery, he presumed it must be something valuable, given that he had only acquired 2 from numerous draws, one of which had already been gifted to Lin Qiuan. Now that he was aware of Lu Shiqi's feelings for him, he certainly could not show favoritism. Lu Shiqi regarded the peculiar pendant with curiosity, but seeing Wei Chuan's earnest expression, she accepted it without further inquiry. Brother Wei Chuan, where are we headed now? Lu Shiqi inquired with intrigue. You'll find out shortly, Wei Chuan replied, feigning mystery. Oh, all right. Despite her curiosity, Lu Shiqi nodded obediently. How is your sister doing now? Wei Chuan asked, noticing that Lu Shiqi seemed to be in high spirits, likely due to some happy news. Upon hearing his question, Lu Shiqi's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile. My sister underwent a successful bone marrow transplant yesterday. The doctor said if all goes well, she can be discharged in a month, Lu Shiqi exclaimed. However, as she spoke towards the end, tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice became choked with emotion. Wei Chuan understood that her tears were born from overwhelming joy, and he couldn't help but feel elated for her. No wonder she had sought him out to play games late into the night yesterday. She must have been unable to sleep from excitement. Thinking of that strong, understanding little girl brought a smile to Wei Chuan's face. Lu Shiqi gazed deeply at Wei Chuan's profile. This man had appeared during her most desperate moments, bringing her hope and providing her beloved sister with a chance to continue living. Yet she felt she had contributed nothing in return. Contemplating this, Lu Shiqi asked, Brother Wei Chuan, do you like me? Wei Chuan was slightly taken aback by her straightforward question, but he responded earnestly, Yes, I do. Hearing his affirmation, Lu Shiqi felt a rush of sweetness in her heart. There is no greater joy than knowing that the person one adores reciprocates those feelings. She discreetly wiped away the tears of happiness from the corners of her eyes and said earnestly, Brother Wei Chuan, I like you too. But I know you also have feelings for Sister Wana, right? This question caught Wei Chuan off guard even more. He indeed liked Lin Xiaowan. And while it might seem somewhat shameless to admit, affection is affection, he had no intention of deceiving Lu Shiqi. Thus, he nodded and replied, Yes, I like Wana too. Shiqi, to be honest, I cherish both of you. Before Wei Chuan could finish, Lu Shiqi gently placed her delicate hand over his lips. No need to say more. Brother Wei Chuan, it's all right. As long as you treat me well in the future, that's all that matters. I know Sister Wana likes you too. And you two have known each other longer. Lu Shiqi's voice trailed off. Wei Chuan had initially thought that her sudden candor was an invitation for him to make a choice. Yet, her words instead filled him with surprise and a touch of gratitude. Shiqi, you and Wana are both individuals I wish to protect, he declared. Yes, I understand. Lu Shiqi responded, touched. As they spoke, Wei Chuan brought the car to a stop by the roadside. He led Lu Shiqi into a luxurious clothing boutique. Coming from a humble background and lacking the typical competitive spirit of most girls, Lu Shiqi was not well versed in the realm of high-end fashion brands. Wei Chuan brought her here with the intention of purchasing her some attire. Although Lu Shiqi had intended to voice her thoughts, the compelling gaze of Wei Chuan left her no choice but to obediently follow him into the store. With her striking beauty and figure, Lu Shiqi looked exquisite in whatever she wore. Particularly, when she donned a delicate pink dress, Wei Chuan found it difficult to tear his eyes away from her. Her slender waist and long, graceful legs were mesmerizing. Not only he, but even the numerous saleswomen in the store gazed at her with envy. This boutique specialized in women's luxury apparel, attracting countless beautiful women daily. Yet, none could rival the ethereal charm of the girl before them. Observing her obedient demeanor towards Wei Chuan, they couldn't help but speculate about his identity. Though undeniably handsome, he was not singular in that regard. Such looks alone could hardly command the submission of such a remarkable beauty. Perhaps he hailed from a wealthy family. The unfolding events only served to validate their conjectures. Wei Chuan had Lu Shiqi try on over a dozen outfits, each one seemingly to his utmost satisfaction. Noticing that Lu Shiqi appeared somewhat fatigued from trying on clothes, Wei Chuan waved his hand dismissively and said, Shiqi, there's no need to try. You look splendid in everything. He then turned to the sales staff, indicating, I'll take this one, and this one. As Wei Chuan guided Lu Shiqi through the expansive store, her once cheerful expression began to sour. Each piece he selected was either excessively eccentric or alarmingly minimal in fabric. Gathering her courage, Lu Shiqi spoke up, Wei Chuan Gij, I don't really like these. They're too revealing. Her earnestness brought a smile to Wei Chuan's face. However, he refrained from teasing her further and told the attendant, Forget the clothes I selected earlier. I'll take everything else. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman was left utterly flabbergasted, and Lu Shiqi's face was equally filled with astonishment. Wei Chuan Gij, how can I possibly wear all these? Just a couple of outfits would suffice. She insisted earnestly. She understood that her brother had wealth, but she also recognized that it was not something to be squandered. She was determined not to take advantage of his affection for her. Unbeknownst to her, while Wei Chuan's wealth was indeed substantial, it was not entirely unfounded. Seeing the seriousness etched on Lu Shiqi's delicate face, Wei Chuan decided not to persist. His initial intent to buy out the entire store stemmed purely from a desire to avoid the hassle of making choices. However, he recognized that insisting against her wishes would only impose undue pressure on her. Ultimately, Wei Chuan instructed the sales staff to wrap up the items Lu Shiqi had tried on. Even so, when it came time to settle the bill, Lu Shiqi was rendered speechless by the exorbitant total that reached into the hundreds of thousands. She had never anticipated that the prices here could be so outrageous. The thought of Wei Chuan spending such a fortune on her left her both touched and a tad anxious. After exiting the boutique, Wei Chuan drove them directly to Tang Chini Pin. Once parked, he took Lu Shiqi's hand and led her toward the elevator. Wei Chuan Gij, why are we here? Lu Shiqi inquired with curiosity. You'll find out soon, he replied casually. Oh, she responded obediently, though her mind buzzed with questions. Yet, she possessed the admirable quality of never prying. As they entered the elevator, Wei Chuan pressed the button for the top floor. The residence was an expansive penthouse at the top of Building A in Tang Chini Pin. There were only 2 units on the entire top floor. The other had already been sold, and its owner had no intention of parting with it. Otherwise, Gu Qianxue would have undoubtedly insisted on acquiring it yesterday. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a statuesque beauty entered. She sported voluminous orange-red waves cascading down her back, and her attractive oval face was adorned with subtle makeup. Her large, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure, complemented by a delicate nose and cherry-like lips. She was indeed a rare gem of beauty, embodying both innocence and allure. Upon seeing her, Wei Chuan momentarily lost his composure, not because of her stunning appearance, but because he recognized her. It was Li Weiwei, his high school classmate, who had captured the admiration of all the boys at school. Simultaneously, the system automatically displayed her profile information. Name, Li Weiwei. Age, 22. Appearance, 93. Figure, 96. Purity, 100. Overall rating, 96. Affection rating, 40. Li Weiwei seemed to recognize Wei Chuan as well. However, he had not been as conspicuous as she during their school days, and given his drastic transformation, she hesitated to ascertain his identity. Is that you, Wei Chuan? She asked, smiling as she nodded. Li Weiwei, it's been a while. He replied. I can hardly believe it's you. You've changed so much, she exclaimed, stepping closer to scrutinize him with keen interest. Finally, resting her chin on her hand, she playfully assessed, not bad, you've definitely become more handsome, and you seem taller. Seeing her playful demeanor, Wei Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. His high school classmate retained her angelic exterior while still harboring a whimsical spirit within. You've changed quite a bit too, he remarked, noting with a sidelong glance at her rather impressive curves that she was indeed exceptional and far beyond his grasp. Li Weiwei, oblivious to the peculiar look in Wei Chuan's eyes, continued, Do you live here as well? As she spoke, she reached for the floor buttons, only to find that the top button was already illuminated. You live next door to me? She exclaimed in delight. Her excitement stemmed from the fact that there were only 2 apartments on the top floor, and she had also noticed the striking beauty beside Wei Chuan, leading her to instinctively assume they were a couple. At that moment, the elevator reached the top floor, and the 3 of them exited in succession. Li Weiwei waved her handbag and said, I'll just drop off my things and come over for a visit. Is that all right? Of course, you're welcome. Wei Chuan replied, having a favorable impression of her. Despite her playful side, she was refreshingly genuine. In front of the door, Wei Chuan handed the keys to Lu Shiqi. You are the owner of this apartment, so you should open the door. He chuckled. Me? Lu Shiqi's delicate face was filled with disbelief. Open the door. Let's see if you like it first. Wei Chuan urged. Oh. As the door opened, Wei Chuan took Lu Shiqi's hand and led her through the entrance. Before them lay an expansive living room of over 100 square meters, adorned in a modern decor style that was both simplistic and chic, exuding understated luxury. Wei Chuan guided Lu Shiqi on a tour of the entire house, ultimately leading her to the balcony. What greeted their eyes was the breathtaking view of the century-old Bund and the Huangpu River. From now on, this will be your home in the magical city. Do you like it? Wei Chuan smiled. Lu Shiqi felt as if she were in a dream, even with her typically slow reactions. She could grasp Wei Chuan's intentions at this moment. Brother Wei Chuan, why are you so kind to me? Lu Shiqi's voice trembled with emotion. Observing her tearful expression, Wei Chuan felt a twinge of helplessness. To him, this was merely a trivial matter, yet for Lu Shiqi, it was a burden too heavy to bear. He had no ulterior motives. He merely felt it was difficult for her to be alone in the magical city. Since he possessed the means, he wished to make her life a bit better. Not wanting to dampen the mood, Wei Chuan chuckled. Aren't you my secretary? Consider this a perk from the boss to an employee. You needn't take it too seriously. Lu Shiqi, however, remained silent. Her beautiful eyes deeply fixed upon the man before her, brimming with affection. She understood all too well that Wei Chuan's words were meant to alleviate any pressure she might feel. Initially, she had intended to refuse. But then she realized that since her heart was entirely his, everything she possessed would belong to him as well. What significance did refusal hold? After all, it was all his, wasn't it? Brother Wei Chuan, Thank you for your kindness. I will repay you for a lifetime, Lu Shiqi declared earnestly. With that, she rose on her toes and pressed her lips against Wei Chuan's. It was her first kiss, somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, not even knowing to use her tongue. Yet she was persistent, as if waiting for something. Chapter 70. Seeking Forgiveness? Who could resist such an exquisite girl taking the initiative to kiss? Feeling the warm sensation, Wei Chuan couldn't help but reflect, this girl is both naive and playful. He deemed it necessary to guide her properly. Thus, under Wei Chuan's attentive instruction for a full minute, Lu Shiqi gradually mastered the technique, even gaining the momentum to take the initiative. After a full 5 minutes, their lips parted. The young girl's face was flushed with a deep crimson hue. At that moment, a notification rang in Wei Chuan's mind. Ding! Detected Lu Shiqi's affection has surpassed 90 points, awarding 100 enhancement points and 1 lucky draw. The reward for reaching 90 points in affection was a staggering 100 enhancement points. Wei Chuan felt that this was quite a windfall. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, Lu Shiqi's lips found their way back to his. This girl seemed to be becoming a bit addicted. This time, her playful little tongue boldly initiated an attack. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wei Chuan knew it must be Li Weiwei. Startled, Lu Shiqi wriggled out of Wei Chuan's embrace. She felt a twinge of annoyance at the interruption. But remembering that it was Wei Chuan's old classmate, she pushed those thoughts aside. Brother Wei Chuan, I'll go open the door. Wei Chuan nodded and made his way to the living room. Upon opening the door, Li Weiwei noticed Lu Shiqi's flushed face and exclaimed, in broad daylight, "You two aren't doing anything, are you?" Wei Chuan was not surprised by her bluntness, but Lu Shiqi, being more modest, felt her cheeks burn even hotter at the remark. Seeing her shy demeanor only reinforced Li Weiwei's assumptions. She couldn't help but muse, with a sister as beautiful as you, if I were a man, I wouldn't be able to resist either. Why not continue? Lu Shiqi was taken aback and hurriedly replied, No, please come in. As she spoke, she led Li Weiwei to the sofa in the living room. Li Weiwei, observing a hint of sorrow and disappointment on Lu Shiqi's face, quickly understood. Turning to Wei Chuan, she asked, You haven't already, have you? It's only been a few minutes. Just look at the forlorn look in her eyes. Wei Chuan was at a loss for words. What did that mean? Was he being looked down upon? Did Lu Shiqi's expression not reveal enough to him? Sensing Wei Chuan's odd demeanor, Lu Shiqi hurried to clarify. You've misunderstood. We haven't done anything. Her statement was the unvarnished truth. Yet Li Weiwei was not inclined to believe it. However, she chose not to dwell on the topic further and instead turned her attention to Lu Shiqi. So, we will be neighbors from now on. What's your name? My name is Lu Shiqi, but you can call me Chi-Chi, she replied, relieved that Li Weiwei had shifted the conversation. Well, Chi-Chi, your name suits you. You're truly beautiful. Wei Chuan is quite fortunate, Li Weiwei remarked. Then she turned to Wei Chuan and said, Wei Chuan, it's been years. You've changed so much and found such a lovely girlfriend. Among all the boys from our class, I think you've done the best. Wei Chuan merely smiled subtly, knowing all too well that he walked a fine line between heaven and hell. Whether he was the best or not was uncertain, but he was undoubtedly the most handsome. Wei Chuan humbly replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiqi couldn't help but smile, recalling that night in the hotel when Wei Chuan had similarly surprised her with his words. However, she felt he was not merely boasting. Li Weiwei's reaction was rather exaggerated. Bursting into laughter, Wei Chuan, how about organizing a high school reunion one day? Let us see if you're truly as impressive as you claim. Others may not know, but our class monitor Lu Songyang certainly won't be any worse than you. Li Weiwei teased. The conversation among the three began to flow more freely. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Magical City's university, a middle-aged couple and a young man of around 18 or 19 were gathered, discussing something. The middle-aged woman was dressed flamboyantly, her short hair styled in a curly fashion. Our Leah must be blind to have chosen such a heartless man for a boyfriend. Our Xiaoya has been with him for 3 years. What's wrong with spending a little money on him? Yet, he even had the audacity to call the police and have our Xiaoya arrested. How can someone like him call himself a man? She spat bitterly. You can say that here, but don't let it slip when we see that boy later. Don't forget our purpose for coming here. The middle-aged man whispered. The two resembled Wang Lia to a degree. They were her father, Wang Qinggang, and mother, Zhang Shufan. The 18 or 19-year-old, dressed in a somewhat disheveled manner, was her younger brother, Wang Xiaoban. Hearing his father's words, Wang Xiaoban scoffed. Dad, why should we lower ourselves to plead with him? I say we find someone to teach him a lesson. He'll behave after that. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Qinggang slapped him on the forehead. What on earth are you thinking? We live in a society governed by law. You truly dare to act in such a manner? That scoundrel might just turn around and call the police again. If that happens, not only will your sister remain incarcerated, but you could find yourself in a cell as well. Wang Qinggang stated with a serious expression. Upon witnessing her son being reprimanded, Zhang Shufan immediately became displeased. She seized the man's ear and berated him vehemently. "You old scoundrel, can't you speak properly? Is Xiaobin merely a toy for you to strike? All you do is bully at home. If you have the guts, go confront that scoundrel instead." Wang Chenggang winced in pain as his ear was twisted, his anger dissipating instantly. However, Zhang Shufan, being a woman of considerable age, certainly could not be oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Their visit was primarily to seek the forgiveness of Wei Chuan, the victim. Ideally, they hoped to persuade Wei Chuan to declare that the 600,000 was a gift to Wang Lia. If deemed a gift, then naturally, there would be no grounds for fraud. Thus, the prosecution would withdraw its charges against Wang Lia, leading to her acquittal. This strategy had been suggested by a lawyer friend of theirs. While the plan was not without merit, its realization was doomed to fail. Wang Lia's actions had nearly obliterated Wei Chuan's life. Would Wei Chuan be the kind of person to show mercy? Yet, they were unaware of these nuances. Or perhaps Wang Lia had failed to elucidate the matter clearly. Observing her husband's sudden compliance, Zhang Shufan gradually regained her composure. "For the sake of Xiaoya, let us endure this for now. Once Xiaoya is released, we will settle the score with that scoundrel." Chapter 71. Are there clubs with young models? The three of them conversed as they strode through the school gates. They had learned from Wang Lia that Wei Chuan resided in dormitory 304 of Building 3. The management of the male dormitories at Mo was notoriously lax. Thus, they boldly entered the dormitory. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaodong and Zhou Tianyun, who were engrossed in their gaming within the dorm, were utterly bewildered by the sudden intrusion of three unexpected guests. What is going on? Is this really the time for a dorm inspection? And who is this little brat? Zhou Tianyun furrowed his brow, most averse to being disturbed during gameplay. "Is Wei Chuan here? We need to discuss a matter with him," Wang Qinggang said with a friendly demeanor. They had never met Wei Chuan and were unaware of the identities of the two individuals in the dorm. Instinctively, they assumed that the young man speaking to them was likely Wei Chuan, as the other appeared too lanky, resembling a monkey. Surely, their daughter would not choose such a partner. However, the response they received was disappointing. "Wei Chuan is not currently residing in this dorm. Who are you to seek him, and what is your purpose?" Zhou Tianyun inquired. We are his fellow townsfolk. We heard he is attending university here and came to pay him a visit," Wang Chenggang replied. He naturally refrained from divulging the entire truth, as that would certainly provoke Wei Chuan's suspicion. Intrigued by the mention of Wei Chuan's hometown, Zhou Tianyun became curious. "You are from his hometown? What does his family do? They must be quite wealthy if they can afford a private jet," he asked. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenggang and his family exchanged astonished glances. Wei Chuan is that wealthy? Then why did he report his daughter over a mere 600,000? In their indignation, both Wang Chenggang and Zhang Shufan could not help but entertain other thoughts. If Wei Chuan was indeed affluent and had been in a relationship with their daughter for 3 years, it was unlikely that he harbored no feelings for her. After all, a man of his stature could have any woman he desired. The fact that he had maintained a relationship with their daughter for 3 years spoke volumes. It was entirely normal for young couples to experience minor disagreements. Perhaps if their daughter were to apologize, they could reconcile. With this in mind, the couple found themselves harboring a measure of resentment towards Wang Lia. What a catch he was. Where could they ever find another suitor like him? Their daughter was being rather foolish. Noticing the silence, Zhou Tianyun inquired, "You don't really know Wei Chuan's true identity, do you?" Zhang Shufan stepped forward, her face beaming with a bright smile. "You should ask your classmate directly. You have Xiao Wei's number, right? Call him over." "You don't have his number?" Zhou Tianyun asked suspiciously. "We don't have the contact information of young people like him, only that of his parents. Unfortunately, their phone is out of service." Zhang Shufan fabricated a response. In truth, they did possess Wei Chuan's number, but felt it would be safer to seek him out directly on campus. Calling might not even guarantee a meeting. Zhou Tianyun found this somewhat odd, yet ultimately dismissed it as trivial. He took out his phone and dialed Wei Chuan's number. At Tangchun Yipin, Wei Chuan was engrossed in conversation with two exquisite beauties. Engaging with someone like Li Weiwei always invigorated the atmosphere, though it could sometimes lead to awkward moments. Her speech was spontaneous, seemingly unfiltered, embodying the phrase large-breasted, brainless perfectly, at least on the surface. Just then, his phone rang. Noticing it was Zhou Tianyun calling, Wei Chuan answered without a moment's hesitation. "What? People from my hometown are looking for me? What are their names?" Upon hearing Zhou Tianyun's description, Wei Chuan appeared puzzled. Zhou Tianyun then mentioned 2 names that Wei Chuan had never previously encountered. This was hardly surprising, given that he was unfamiliar with most of the older generation's names from his hometown. Although he found the situation somewhat peculiar, he decided to return to campus to investigate. "You two continue your conversation. I have to head back to school for a bit," he informed the ladies. Lu Shiqi seemed poised to say something, but upon seeing Li Weiwei present, she refrained. After some time spent chatting, Wei Chuan realized that Lu Shiqi and Li Weiwei got along quite well. Previously, he had been concerned that Lu Shiqi felt lonely in Mo, especially after taking a leave of absence without any close friends nearby. Now, with Li Weiwei as a neighbor, their rapport was undoubtedly a blessing, as he could not be by her side every moment. After bidding farewell to the two women, Wei Chuan drove towards the university. On the way, he received a call from Gu Qinxue. "Boss, I have something to report," Gu Qinxue stated. "What is it?" Wei Chuan asked. "It concerns the land we acquired last night. It is quite expansive, and the surrounding facilities are well equipped. I propose we establish the headquarters of the Blue Star Group there," Gu Qinxue explained. "Doesn't that require considerable time for construction?" Wei Chuan replied. "We need to plan for the long term." Gu Qinxue smiled. "Very well, we can build the building and purchase it simultaneously. A dual approach. Make sure you don't skimp on expenses," Wei Chuan casually remarked. He truly did not wish to delve into such matters, merely hoping his three assistants would expedite the expenditure of funds on his behalf. Clearly, purchasing a building would be far swifter than constructing one. "Certainly, boss. There's one more thing. Lu Xingchen has purchased a private club for you. You should visit it when you have the time," Gu Qinxue remarked. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan's expression inevitably grew peculiar. "Is it one of those clubs with young models?" he inquired. "What are you thinking, boss?" "It's a members-only establishment. A highly reputable private club in the Magic City. Only first-tier celebrities and business magnates are qualified to become members." Gu Qinxue chuckled. "All right, I'll drop by this evening," Wei Chuan replied. Subsequently, Gu Qinxue briefed him on other company matters, such as establishing a charitable foundation and acquiring a certain company. Wei Chuan patiently listened until they reached the vicinity of the university. After parking, he proceeded to walk into the school. Currently, Wei Chuan had become one of the most prominent figures at Magic City University. As he traversed the campus, he attracted the attention of numerous younger female students. Just as boys often enjoy discussing the campus beauties, girls in their dorms also relish talking about the handsome boys. Wei Chuan now bore two significant halos, that of a basketball prince and a super rich, handsome figure. These two distinctions were more than sufficient for him to stand out at Magic City University, captivating all. Chapter 72. He must have a preference for this type, right? When Wei Chuan returned to dorm 304 and encountered Wang Qinggong's family, he instantly recognized their identities. Though he had never met Wang Lia's parents in person, he had seen their photographs. "What brings you here?" Wei Chuan inquired in a neutral tone. Upon learning of Wei Chuan's affluent background, Zhang Shufan's thoughts began to stir. Observing Wei Chuan's refined appearance and meticulous attire only solidified her belief that his family was indeed remarkable. "Xiao Wei, I am Lia's mother." Before she could finish, Wei Chuan interjected, "I am aware of your identities. Please state your purpose. I am rather busy." Both roommates, upon realizing they were in the presence of Wang Lia's family, could not help but wear grim expressions. It was evident that their visit was unlikely to be beneficial. Calling Wei Chuan back had inadvertently put his friends in a difficult position. Wang Qinggang approached Wei Chuan with a friendly demeanor, saying, "Xiao Wei, we are here primarily to understand the situation between you and Xiaoya. Is there some misunderstanding between you two?" "There is no misunderstanding. You can inquire with Wang Lia about that," Wei Chuan replied. To be frank, had these individuals not come to see him, he would have almost forgotten about Wang Lia entirely. A man may stumble once without consequence, but to fall in the same place a second time would be sheer folly. Wei Chuan's attitude did not surprise them. It was common for young people to have minor disagreements. He understood that Xiaoya must have erred in some way, and they were willing to have her apologize to him. Zhang Shufan spoke in a cordial tone. Wei Chuan could not help but inwardly scoff at this remark. "You call this a minor disagreement? I believe you are somewhat misinformed. Wang Lia owes no apology. I will not accept one. She has received her just deserts. That is all. You may leave." Wei Chuan's expression gradually chilled. Noticing this change, Zhang Shufan felt a flicker of anger rising within her. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her fury and said, "Xiao Wei, you and Xiaoya have been together for 3 years. I know you must have feelings for her, right? Surely, you harbor some affection for her. Everyone makes mistakes at times. Can't you give her another chance, and in turn, give yourself one as well?" She spoke earnestly, almost nauseating Wei Chuan. Were it not for her being of similar age to his mother, he might have interrupted her before she finished. Not just him, but even Zhou Tianyun, who was aware of the truth, frowned deeply. He stepped closer to Wei Chuan and pointed at Zhang Shufan, saying, "Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Do you have any idea how outrageous Wang Lia's actions have been? She has betrayed Wei Chuan, and you still talk about feelings? How utterly revolting." As Zhou Tianyun spoke, Chen Xiaodong had already exited the dormitory, presumably to seek out the dorm supervisor. Zhou Tianyun's words were unreservedly blunt, and Wang Xiaobin, who had been enduring up to this point, could no longer contain himself. "Who are you calling revolting? Say that again if you dare." He stepped forward, pushing Zhou Tianyun back a step. Though he was not yet 20, he stood slightly taller than Zhou Tianyun and was quite strong. I called you revolting. What are you going to do about it? Zhou Tianyun retorted defiantly. I'll make a move, what of it? Wang Xiaobin declared, throwing a punch directly at Zhou Tianyun's face. This individual clearly appeared to be a delinquent, accustomed to brawling. His strike was swift and ruthless. Previously, Wang Qinggang had advised him to endure in front of Wei Chuan, but this was not Wei Chuan. Given his fiery temperament, he could no longer hold back. Wang Qinggang, witnessing the escalating situation, attempted to intervene but was already too late. Just as the punch was about to land on Zhou Tianyun's face, Wei Chuan intervened. With him present, Zhou Tianyun could not be harmed. Although Wang Xiaobin's punch was formidable, to Wei Chuan, it was of little consequence. He swiftly caught the incoming fist, effectively blocking it. However, Wang Xiaobin was no fool. Noticing one hand was captured, he immediately swung with the other. Seeing that his opponent showed no intention of letting go, Wei Chuan exerted a slight force. Just as Wang Xiaobin's punch reached its midpoint, an excruciating pain suddenly shot through his right hand. Ah! He screamed in agony, instinctively opening his mouth to bite. But Wei Chuan would not grant him that opportunity. With a swift slap, he sent Wang Xiaobin spinning a full 360 degrees. Fortunately, Wang Qinggang reacted quickly and caught him, preventing him from crashing to the ground. Zhang Shufan, who had been simmering with anger, transformed into a wrathful figure upon witnessing her son being struck. You dare hit my son, Wei Chuan? I'll make you pay, she exclaimed, charging at him with fury. Yet, before she could reach Wei Chuan, Zhou Tianyun intercepted her. Just then, Chen Xiaodong entered with the dorm's supervisor and security personnel. Who permitted you to enter the student dormitory without authorization? The dorm's supervisor demanded, her expression darkening. 3 outsiders had inexplicably invaded her domain, a clear dereliction of her duty. As Zhang Shufan continued to throw a tantrum, the sudden arrival of so many people made her somewhat curb her behavior. However, she still maintained a defiant stance, declaring, "We merely came to find someone, and yet your student assaulted us. If your school does not provide an explanation today, this matter is far from over." Witnessing her blatant distortion of the truth, Zhou Tianyun quickly explained, "Teachers, do not listen to her nonsense. These 3 came to stir trouble, and they were the ones who initiated the violence." The dorm supervisor felt a sense of relief at being addressed as teacher. Furthermore, the 3 had entered the student dormitory without permission, which was inherently wrong. In such a situation, the school would undoubtedly side with the students. Ultimately, the 3 outsiders were forcibly expelled from the school by the security personnel. This family has, from the very beginning, refrained from mentioning the repayment of the 600,000 owed to Wei Chuan, and they even harbor the delusion that he still has feelings for Wang Lia. Truly, what a peculiar situation. As the saying goes, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. Moreover, the trio's behavior has irreparably dashed Wang Lia's last glimmer of hope. Wei Chuan, on the other hand, would prefer they do not return the 600,000. After all, when the court renders its judgment, they will have no choice but to repay it. Furthermore, Wang Lia's poor attitude towards her confession could result in a longer sentence. It is not that Wei Chuan is cruel. Rather, some individuals simply do not merit forgiveness. As evening descended upon the bustling city of Shanghai, Su Ruoxue was in her dressing room, deliberating over which attire to select for her date with Wei Chuan. Her expression was one of profound indecision as she contemplated the ensemble for the evening. After much consideration, she transformed herself into an image of a sophisticated and intelligent beauty. She recalled the woman who sat beside Wei Chuan at last night's auction, who was similarly attired. Surely, he must have a preference for such a style, she mused. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she was struck by a sense of unease. Was she truly seeking his guidance on certain matters, or was she merely trying to please him? After a meticulous grooming session, Su Ruoxue finally gazed into the mirror, revealing a satisfied smile. With a hint of trepidation, she dialed Wei Chuan's number, pondering how best to address him. Should it be Mr. Wei? Young Master Wei? None seemed quite fitting. Considering his unparalleled prowess, perhaps Master Wei? Or Teacher Wei? That felt even more peculiar. As Wei Chuan's phone rang, he was in the midst of teaching Yang Tao how to play basketball. Unfortunately, during a stroll around the school earlier that afternoon, he had been spotted by this enthusiastic individual. To be frank, Wei Chuan had little to impart. He was merely a level 5 basketball aficionado. His previous overwhelming victory over an entire team was solely due to his superior physicality. Yet, Yang Tao admired him with an inexplicable fervor, repeatedly requesting demonstrations of various dunks, much to Wei Chuan's annoyance. Thus, when the phone rang, it felt like a timely reprieve. He promptly tossed the basketball to Yang Tao and turned to retrieve his phone from the sidelines. Yang Tao eagerly followed, and upon seeing the name displayed on the screen, his expression turned notably animated. Is that Su Ruoxue from the Su family? Yang Tao inquired, somewhat uncertain. Of course. Who else could it be that bears the name Su Ruoxue? Wei Chuan replied, somewhat exasperated. Yang Tao seemed unable to grasp the obvious. He took Wei Chuan's affirmation as confirmation of his speculation and became increasingly intrigued, straining to eavesdrop on their conversation. Wei Chuan, uninterested in his antics, answered the call with a casual, "Beauty Ruoxue, what can I do for you?" Su Ruoxue, who had been contemplating how to address him, found herself irked by his casual greeting. "Did we not agree to dine together this evening? You haven't forgotten, have you?" She replied, a hint of displeasure evident in her tone. She had spent over an hour preparing for this date. Of course not. I was just teasing you," Wei Chuan responded, a touch of awkwardness in his voice. "Then I will send you the location," Su Ruoxue stated, just as Wei Chuan was about to acquiesce. He recalled the upscale club recently acquired by Lu Xingqian, which seemed rather prestigious. After all, dining is dining. Why not visit a place within his own domain? "I know of a rather nice club. Shall we meet there?" he suggested. Su Ruoxue, who had initially proposed the dinner as an excuse, was indifferent to the location. "All right. Please send me the address," she replied. After hanging up, Wei Chuan forwarded the location sent to him by Gu Qinxue to Su Ruoxue. "Su Ruoxue invited you to dinner? I must be hearing things, boss," Yang Tao exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. At this moment, Wei Chuan radiated an aura of unapproachable excellence. His family, the Yangs, could be considered part of the upper echelon in Shanghai. Yang Tao had certainly heard of Su Ruoxue, the renowned ice-cold beauty. Almost every wealthy heir in Shanghai regarded her as the ultimate prize, yet none had succeeded in winning her affection. Now, the notion that Su Ruoxue had taken the initiative to invite Wei Chuan to dinner? What did this signify? If those who had tirelessly pursued her were to discover such a development, they would surely be consumed by jealousy. What was it about Wei Chuan that bestowed upon him such irresistible charm? Not only was Lin Xiaowan, the most sought-after beauty at the university, infatuated with him, but even his own sister regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Now, even an ice princess like Su Ruoxue was seeking his company. Was this not a tad uncanny? Was it merely because of his handsome appearance? That could not be the sole reason, Yang Tao pondered, as he, too, possessed a commendable visage. He had never enjoyed such privileges. Although he had his fair share of admirers at school, their quality was incomparable to that of Wei Chuan's. Reflecting on this, Yang Tao could not help but sigh inwardly. Truly, his boss's charisma was on a level he could not aspire to. Unbeknownst to Wei Chuan, he had left the campus and was now driving his luxury vehicle towards the club. It was peak rush hour, and the roads were congested. He took a full half hour to reach his destination. During the journey, he failed to notice a silver-gray business vehicle trailing him at a discreet distance. It was not until Wei Chuan parked in the club's lot that the vehicle ceased its pursuit. In the parking lot, Wei Chuan was greeted by an array of luxury cars, with supercars such as the Ferrari 488 merely commonplace here. Su Ruoxue arrived almost simultaneously, driving a black Bentley Mulsanne. Given the Su family's significant standing in Shanghai, her choice of vehicle was surprisingly understated. Accompanying her were a driver and several female bodyguards. When Wei Chuan beheld Su Ruoxue's outfit, he could not help but smirk. Clad in a sleek black professional attire, she resembled a personal assistant to a CEO. However, one must admit that such an ensemble exuded an irresistible allure for men, not to mention the captivating sight of her long, slender legs clad in black stockings. A vision that could enchant for a lifetime. Coupled with her angelic visage, even Wei Chuan found himself stealing a few extra glances, noticing the subtle shifts in his expression. Su Ruoxue felt a flicker of pride. Yet, she quickly chastised herself for such sentiments. Why should she feel pleased? She had previously despised such lecherous gazes from men. Su Ruoxue's feelings were entirely understandable, as her fondness for Wei Chuan had reached an impressive level of 70 points. Since the moment she shared the stage with Wei Chuan to perform the song Only Feel For You, it seems that she has indeed developed a peculiar sentiment towards him. After the auction that evening, she returned home and lay in bed, her mind swirling with visions of the man's tender gaze. His melodious voice possessed an enchanting allure that seemed to melt her heart. Although she was aware that all of this was merely an illusion, that Wei Chuan was not singing for her, and that his affectionate gaze was solely for the sake of performance, she could not help but indulge in her fantasies. After all, she was just in her early 20s, which young girl does not yearn for love? Even a celestial being might ponder the mundane, let alone her, Su Ruoxue. At the core, she was just an ordinary girl. The notion of her being an aloof ice queen was unfounded. It was merely a consequence of not having encountered a man capable of stirring her heart. Perhaps even she herself was unaware of this truth. Wei Chuan, of course, was oblivious to her innermost thoughts. His purpose for attending the gathering this evening was singular, to discern what this woman truly knew. Chapter 74. Is this still Su Ruoxue? On his way, Wei Chuan had called Lu Xingqian to avoid the awkward situation of being turned away by the staff for not being a member. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit stood at the entrance of the club, nervously adjusting his hair. He had just received a call from Lu Xingqian, informing him that the true mastermind behind the club would be arriving tonight, which made him feel inexplicably anxious. Upon Wei Chuan's arrival, with Su Ruoxue at the entrance, the man's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile, not directed at Wei Chuan, but rather at Su Ruoxue. "Miss Su, what a rare guest. Please come in." Initially, Wei Chuan thought the middle-aged man was not a mere staff member, but rather someone in a managerial position, expecting him to be there to greet the esteemed boss. To his surprise, the man completely disregarded him, leaving him in an awkward position. However, it was of little consequence. His reason for notifying Lu Xingqian was to prevent any embarrassment from being denied entry. Since Su Ruoxue had this kind of standing, it was all the same. This was Wei Chuan's first visit to such a private club, and he was uncertain about what to expect inside. Nevertheless, it was clear that there would be a dining area. "This way, please." A beautiful waitress approached to lead them. Following her guidance, Wei Chuan and Su Ruoxue arrived at the door of a room. "Here we are. I hope you both enjoy yourselves," the waitress said before leaving them to their own devices. Wei Chuan felt somewhat bewildered. Was this the standard procedure in private clubs? Did they not inquire about the guests' intentions? Just usher them in and walk away? Not only he, but Su Ruoxue also found it peculiar. However, thinking that this might be Wei Chuan's arrangement, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Wei Chuan decided to push the door open. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a bar bustling with dozens of men and women, seemingly engrossed in some game. Wei Chuan's gaze quickly fell upon three familiar faces: Qian Xiaofeng, Li Yuchen, and, surprisingly, the host from the auction, the rising star, Xiao Chuchu. Although he did not recognize the others, he presumed they were likely part of the second-generation elite circle in Magic City. In such membership-based private clubs, it was common for members to be acquainted with one another. It was no wonder the waitress had brought them here. The arrival of Wei Chuan and Su Ruoxue immediately drew the attention of the attendees, their expressions reflecting a myriad of emotions. Li Yuchen was the first to spot Wei Chuan. Naturally, he recognized Su Ruoxue as well, but he could never have anticipated that these two would arrive together. This esteemed young lady from the Su family was renowned for her frosty demeanor and had never attended such gatherings before. Yet here she was, alongside Wei Chuan. What did this signify? What kind of charm did Wei Chuan possess that could captivate Lin Xiaowan? And now, it seemed, even Su Ruoxue was under his spell. Was this fair? Although Li Yuchen felt a sense of injustice, he harbored no further ill thoughts. He had clashed with Wei Chuan multiple times, only to be thoroughly defeated each time. Given the mysterious background of this individual, he had no desire to provoke him further. Qian Xiaofeng, equally envious of Wei Chuan, was in a particularly foul mood that evening. The reason was simple. He had been beaten up, and quite severely at that. To make matters worse, he had been powerless to resist, lacking even the courage to fight back. It had come to the point where he almost lost control of his bowels. The culprit, of course, was none other than his own father. The reason behind this was his spectacular display at the auction of the previous night. Spending 100 billion on a worthless night pearl had catapulted his notoriety throughout the second-generation elite circle in Magic City. When it came to squandering wealth, Qian Xiaofeng could confidently claim the title of the worst. Yet, what baffled him was that he had no recollection of committing such an absurd act. How could he possibly have done something so foolish? Nevertheless, the reality remained undeniable, and he had no choice but to accept it. Qian Xiaofeng felt utterly wronged. More so than Doi. Of course, the Qian family did not end up paying for that 100 billion night pearl, citing Qian Xiaofeng's intermittent mental instability at the time as the reason for his lack of criminal responsibility. Even so, the family still incurred substantial losses in auction deposits, and Qian Xiaofeng had become the laughingstock among the second-generation elite in Magic City. Over the course of that day, he endured pressures far beyond what one of his age should have to bear. It was only natural for his mood to be dismal. Initially, he had planned to host a party that evening, inviting a few beautiful women for drinks and conversation to alleviate his woes. Yet he never expected that the very person who had been opposing him at the auction would also show up here. Wasn't that adding insult to injury? The most infuriating part was that this guy had brought Su Ruoxue with him, his own goddess. How could she possibly be associating with this man? In that moment, the already troubled Qian Xiaofeng felt his heart shatter into a million pieces. The only person present who harbored goodwill towards Wei Chuan was likely Xiao Chuchu. Wei Chuan's singing performance at the auction had even caused this rising star to feel her heart flutter. "Mr. Wei, Miss Su, what a coincidence!" Xiao Chuchu exclaimed with a look of delight. Wei Chuan returned her smile, about to speak when a tall beauty next to Xiao Chuchu interjected, "Ruoxue, who is this handsome gentleman by your side? He can't possibly be your boyfriend, can he?" This question was rather gossipy. Yet everyone in attendance could not help but perk up their ears. Most of them were unfamiliar with Wei Chuan, but they all recognized Su Ruoxue, and several of the women appeared to be quite familiar with her. No, Wei Chuan is my friend," Su Ruoxue replied, her cheeks flushed. As she spoke, she cast another glance at the man beside her, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Strangely enough, instead of feeling displeased by the question posed to her, she experienced a flicker of delight within. She found herself relishing the way others perceived her as a couple with Wei Chuan. The onlookers, witnessing this demure demeanor from Su Ruoxue, were nearly left slack-jawed in disbelief. Could this truly be Su Ruoxue? How could she exhibit such vulnerability towards a man? Most of the astonished voices belonged to the men present, for in their eyes, Su Ruoxue was a goddess. They could scarcely accept that their divine idol would display such sentiments towards a man. Is that so? Since we're here, let us all join in the fun. We are currently engaged in a game of 007. The tall beauty, upon noticing Su Ruoxue's demeanor, understood immediately and refrained from further teasing. Su Ruoxue directed an inquiring glance at Wei Chuan. In Chapter 75, The Unwelcome Guest, Su Ruoxue looked to Wei Chuan for guidance. Initially, she had thought this gathering was orchestrated by him, but it appeared otherwise. To be candid, her invitation to Wei Chuan was not solely to seek his counsel on certain matters, but also to carve out an opportunity for private interaction. Being a person who cherished tranquility, she was disinclined to linger in such a setting. Wei Chuan, unfamiliar with these individuals, naturally had no desire to remain. Moreover, after being dragged into a basketball game by Yang Tao earlier, he was indeed quite hungry. "My apologies, everyone. Please continue without us. We seem to have wandered into the wrong scene." Wei Chuan chuckled. This sentiment was precisely what Su Ruoxue wished to hear. After offering an apologetic smile to a few familiar faces, she departed with Wei Chuan. Meanwhile, outside the surveillance room of the club, a towering figure clad in a black trench coat and mask emerged. This area was a blind spot for the cameras. The door to the surveillance room was ajar, revealing a male staff member in his 30s comfortably engrossed in scrolling through TikTok, a steaming cup of goji berry tea beside him. Occasionally, he took a sip. As he watched a video featuring a high-quality male seeking a mate, a smirk of disdain crept across his face. "Who granted you the right to procreate? Dream on," he scoffed, though he continued to watch the video with evident interest. Next, he stumbled upon a clip of a charming young woman participating in an archery competition. Her beauty easily scoring above 8 out of 10. That pure, delicate face and sweet smile. He could hardly contain himself, just as he prepared to double-tap and comment. The imposing man in the black trench coat silently approached from behind. The burly figure brandished a white handkerchief which he abruptly pressed against the staff member's face. The man struggled desperately, terror filling his eyes, but the strength of the assailant was overwhelming. No amount of resistance proved effective. "Oh my God, am I going to be violated by this brute?" This fleeting thought crossed the man's mind just before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Unaware of the man's internal turmoil, the assailant callously discarded him aside and took a seat in the surveillance room. From that moment onward, he had complete control over all the cameras in the establishment. "Attention. Target acquired," the burly man whispered, his ear adorned with a device akin to a Bluetooth headset. "The target has entered room 01 in the dining area on the second floor. Prepare to act." He then seized the intercom from the unconscious staff member. "Security personnel. It appears there's a scuffle on the left lawn of the club. Please investigate." Soon, a response crackled through the intercom. "The security team has been redirected. You should enter through the right safety passage." At the same time, Wei Chuan and Su Ruoxue were indulging in exquisite delicacies such as shrimp wrapped in jade, oil-fried beans, braised shark fin, and more. To be fair, the culinary offerings here were truly remarkable, rivaling even those of the most luxurious hotels, if not surpassing them. Having dismissed the waiter, the private room now contained only Wei Chuan and Su Ruoxue. In this first instance of being alone with him, Su Ruoxue felt an unexpected flutter of nerves. As she nibbled on her food, she pondered whether it was time to initiate a conversation. Eventually, she recalled the primary reason for their meeting. Observing the man who was savoring his meal, she softly inquired, "Wei Chuan, are there many individuals as formidable as you in this world?" Wei Chuan, engrossed in his meal, couldn't help but twitch at her words. "Which aspect do you refer to?" Upon noticing his peculiar expression, Su Ruoxue realized her words could be misconstrued. Her cheeks flushed as she clarified, "I saw you taking action against that woman at the auction." To this, Wei Chuan met her gaze with a calm demeanor, as he had anticipated her inquiry, given the enigmatic look she had cast at the auction. Since she had already seen through him, there was no need for him to feign ignorance. "Let me put it this way. Since I embarked on my journey, I have yet to face defeat," Wei Chuan proclaimed boldly. "Are you truly that strong?" Su Ruoxue asked, astonished. Wei Chuan returned her gaze, as if to say, "What did you expect?" My grandfather once told me that there are reclusive masters in this world with incredible abilities. How do you compare to them? I must be the hidden master your grandfather spoke of. He jested. You? A hidden master? You hardly appear to fit the bill. Aren't you just a university student? Ceoromance playfully retorted. Great masters often reside among the common folk. You wouldn't understand. Wei Chuan replied with an air of mystery. Oh, then you must be the legendary martial artist. Do you possess any secret martial arts manuals? Ceoromance inquired. Secret manuals? Would the art of manipulating clouds and rain count? I am also quite adept at the art of controlling women. Wei Chuan replied with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Ceoromance felt a rush of excitement. But the man's devilish smile made her uneasy. Not wishing to continue teasing her, Wei Chuan candidly stated, I was merely joking. I am not a martial artist. Nor do I possess any secret manuals. Then how are you so formidable? If you're not a martial artist, could you be a cultivator? Ceoromance inquired. Her expression one of innocent curiosity. I suppose it's a kind of innate ability, a special talent that others cannot replicate. Wei Chuan fabricated. He sensed that Ceoromance's intentions for this evening were becoming clearer and decided to put an end to her aspirations. After all, his abilities stemmed entirely from a system that he could not impart. However, he also recalled her ability to resist the mental hypnosis of Amy Catherine, which hinted at a possible latent strength in her psyche. Noticing her look of disappointment, he sighed and added, Actually, you may possess certain abilities that ordinary people lack. Just like at the auction, where everyone else was under hypnosis, yet you were unaffected. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered across Ceoromance's face. Try focusing all your mental energy on a single point. Wei Chuan advised. This is his method for projecting his mental energy. Oh, Ceoromance, perplexed, complied without understanding. Regrettably, Wei Chuan failed to sense her emanating mental energy. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. 3 burly men, masked and imposing, streamed in. Almost immediately, the door was shut once more. Among the trio, 2 brandished white handkerchiefs, previously doused with a chemical agent capable of inducing unconsciousness. The third held a length of hemp rope. The aggressive demeanor of these 3 men signaled nothing but malice. Chapter 76. Anxious as fire. Ceoromance, taken aback by the men's intimidating stance, felt a sudden surge of alarm. Yet, recalling that the formidable Wei Chuan was present, she quickly regained her composure. Observing the nonchalant expressions of the trio, though astonished, did not hesitate for a moment. Without uttering a single word, they lunged at Wei Chuan and Ceoromance. For such brawny men, overpowering 2 or 3 ordinary individuals posed no challenge. However, against Wei Chuan, their fate was sealed for tragedy. From the moment Wei Chuan unleashed his prowess to the time the 3 muscular men lay groaning on the floor, the entire process transpired in a mere second. Ceoromance was left utterly bewildered, unable to discern how he had acted. This only deepened her awe. At that moment, her gaze towards Wei Chuan shimmered with admiration. The profound sense of security he exuded was irresistible to any woman. Who are you? What is your purpose? Wei Chuan inquired, his expression darkening. The 3 men, having witnessed Wei Chuan's terrifying abilities, were filled with dread. They were simultaneously astonished and fearful. The leader, struggling to rise from the floor, stammered, Master, spare us. We were blind to not recognize your stature. We were merely hired to do a job. Wei Chuan, uninterested in his ramblings, swiftly employed mental hypnosis on the trio. Who are you? He asked the leader. At that moment, the 3 men stared blankly, their speech resembling that of a somnambulist. After revealing their names, the leader continued. We are all fugitives. In their semi-hypnotic state, the 3 men were surprisingly candid, inadvertently disclosing incriminating information. Wei Chuan, however, was not particularly surprised. Who instructed you? And what is your objective? We do not know the identity of our employer. They offered us 500,000 to kidnap you and take you to a specific location. This revelation caught Wei Chuan off guard. Truthfully, he had initially assumed the target was Ceoromance. Given her significant status and beauty, she seemed the perfect candidate for a kidnapping. Where's this location? The employer did not specify, only instructing us to head to the outskirts of Magic City after the job is done, where they would provide the precise address. Wei Chuan frowned slightly, realizing that their employer was evidently a very cautious individual. It seems you intended to abduct my friend as well, did you not? He questioned. She was added as a target at the last moment. Just as Wei Chuan was interrogating the trio, in the monitoring room of the establishment, a stout man displayed a tumultuous expression. His 3 accomplices had entered the private room, but had since gone silent. With no surveillance in the room, he was unaware of the current situation. Moreover, the intercom had emitted a loud crack soon after their entry, followed by silence, likely having been damaged upon impact with the ground. This left him feeling exceedingly uneasy, a premonition of danger looming over him. Being a decisive individual, he promptly resolved to flee, feeling no guilt about abandoning his teammates. Before departing, he cast a final glance at the monitoring screen, attempting to evade detection by the staff. However, this glance nearly caused him to faint in shock. The screen revealed that all security personnel in the establishment were converging towards the monitoring room. The expression on the stout man's face turned dark with foreboding. He realized escape was no longer an option. His discovery by the staff was undoubtedly due to Wei Chuan. In truth, as soon as the three muscular men entered the private room, Wei Chuan had discerned through their earpieces that they had an accomplice. Hence, he promptly disabled their communication devices. Through mental hypnosis of the trio, he easily discerned the location of the stout man. He then called Lu Xingchen, who in turn contacted the establishment's management. Thus, the scene of capturing the stout man unfolded. The manager of the establishment, accompanied by security personnel, brought the stout man before Wei Chuan. At that moment, this slick-haired middle-aged man realized that the young individual accompanying the young lady from the Su family was indeed his employer. He felt utterly foolish for not recognizing him. To make matters worse, this was the first time his employer had visited the establishment, and he had nearly been abducted. This filled him with immense pressure, as if his future had suddenly dimmed. Enough. You may leave. I have some questions for them, Wei Chuan instructed the manager of the establishment. But boss, are you certain you can handle these 4 men alone? The manager's face reflected concern. However, his words sounded somewhat peculiar. After Wei Chuan shot him a glare that conveyed urgency, the manager exited the private room, albeit with a worried expression. Once again, Wei Chuan directed his hypnotic influence towards the stout man, who seemed to be the leader among the 4. Yet, despite his inquiries, Wei Chuan gleaned no useful information. The employer had only communicated with them through a single line, and the number was merely a virtual one. He found himself compelled to rethink how to unearth the mastermind behind this scheme. Just then, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding. Detected that Guardian Stone no. One has been activated once, remaining activations, 23. This was a brief, yet peculiar notification. However, Wei Chuan's mind was exceptionally sharp at that moment. He quickly recalled that the Guardian Stone was likely that Crystal Ultraman pendant, and number 1 must refer to the one belonging to Lin Xiaowan. Realizing this, Wei Chuan felt a sense of foreboding. Without delay, he briefed Su Ruoxue and the nightclub manager before dashing out of the establishment. He pulled out his phone to dial Lin Xiaowan's number. To his dismay, the call did not go through. This only fueled his anxiety. System, guide me, he implored inwardly. Immediately, a coordinate appeared in his mind, pinpointing a location near Magic City University. It was just past 8 in the evening, and the roads were still congested. He opted not to drive, but instead sprinted towards the destination. At this moment, Wei Chuan disregarded all notions of subtlety, unleashing his speed to its utmost limit. Under the night sky, amidst the city's neon lights, he resembled a bolt of lightning, moving too swiftly for the eye to perceive. His speed surpassed that of the vehicles on the road by more than double. As he whizzed past pedestrians, they felt as though a whirlwind had swept through, nearly causing them to stumble. Yet, Wei Chuan felt this speed was still insufficient. Although the Guardian Stone granted him advantages, Lin Xiaowan was unlikely to be in any danger. Yet he couldn't suppress his overwhelming concern. System, enhance my physique by 100 points. Ding. Enhancement complete. Host, Wei Chuan. Physique, continuously surpassing personal limits. Current progress, 275. Mentality, continuously surpassing personal limits. Current progress, 196. Remaining enhancement points, 30. Remaining lucky draw attempts, 4. Skills, Singing Mastery, LV 70. Instrument Mastery, LV 50. Driving Mastery, LV 50. Martial Arts Mastery, LV 50. Basketball Mastery, LV 5. Chapter 77, Believe in the Light? After once again enhancing his physique by 100 points, Wei Chuan's speed surged once more. It had already surpassed 3 times that of the vehicles on the road. At such a velocity, for an ordinary person, the oncoming gusts of wind could very well carve a gash across their face. The shoes beneath Wei Chuan's feet could no longer withstand the force. Several thousand yuan worth of shoes were torn apart under the explosive strength of his feet. He discarded his shoes with abandon, sprinting barefoot with reckless abandon. At that moment, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. It detected that Lin Xiaowan's affection for the host had surpassed 90 points. Reward, 100 enhancement points. Reward, 1 lucky draw. This announcement from the system left Wei Chuan utterly astonished. However, there was no time for contemplation. Without hesitation, he further enhanced his physique by 100 points. Immediately, his already terrifying speed escalated even further. At this pace, he could reach the designated coordinates in no more than 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaowan, in preparation for the Music Academy's singing competition, had been rehearsing with her close friend Yang Qian until 8 p.m. before departing from the school. The Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited her at the school gate. Yang Qian joined her in the vehicle, but upon entering, Lin Xiaowan immediately sensed something was amiss. The car was indeed her family's, yet the driver was no longer the familiar Aunt Wu, but rather a man she did not recognize. This struck her as exceedingly strange. Aunt Wu had been assigned as her exclusive driver by her father, Lin Sihai, and had worked for the Lin family for over a decade. Lin Xiaowan had developed a strong bond with her, and Aunt Wu was always diligent, never taking leave without prior notice. Such a situation had never occurred before. Could it be that Aunt Wu had an urgent matter? Lin Xiaowan pondered to herself, turning to the driver in the front seat. "Hello, did my father send you? Where's Aunt Wu?" The driver offered no response. His face was obscured by a mask, making it impossible to discern his expression. However, in the fleeting moment of their gaze meeting through the rearview mirror, Lin Xiaowan keenly detected a glimmer of greed in his eyes as he looked at her. Yang Qian noticed this too. A sudden realization dawned upon both of them. By this point, the vehicle had already started moving, and the doors had been locked. The two girls exchanged worried glances, and each pulled out their phones to call for help. Yet, despair washed over them as they discovered that their phones had no signal. How could there be no signal at Magic City University? The only explanation was that the assailants had installed a signal jamming device within the vehicle. Noticing the change in the girls' expressions, the driver raised the partition between the front and rear seats of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin Xiaowan and Yang Qian exchanged glances, each detecting a profound sense of unease in the other's eyes. At this moment, they had completely lost control over the vehicle. The journey felt interminable, yet it was over in a flash. The vehicle came to a halt beside an abandoned building after approximately 10 minutes. Several disreputable youths were already waiting there. If Wei Chuan were present, he would certainly recognize that one of these delinquents was Wang Lia's brother, Wang Xiaobin. Seeing that there were so many of them, it seemed clear they had planned this in advance. Lin Xiaowan and Yang Qian felt a deep sense of despair. In that instant, Lin Xiaowan thought of many things. She thought of her parents, who might still be at home waiting for her to return for dinner. She thought of Wei Chuan, the thin, slightly despondent silhouette from that night. The thought of him inexplicably ignited a spark of courage within her. As the group of delinquents approached the car door, both girls had already grasped small knives in their hands. However, their preparation proved unnecessary. Just as the car door swung open, a miracle occurred. Everyone felt a sudden wave of disorientation. Then, it was as if they beheld a radiant light. Within that light, there seemed to be a figure. The figure was indistinct, and they couldn't discern who it was, but it certainly wasn't Ultraman. The others were oblivious, but Lin Xiaowan recognized the silhouette etched in her mind. That slightly despondent, thin figure. The source of the light was the peculiar pendant that Wei Chuan had gifted her. Recalling the moment when the man solemnly placed that pendant in her hands, Lin Xiaowan's eyes brimmed with tears of emotion. When Wei Chuan arrived, several delinquents were already sprawled on the ground, unconscious. "Are you all right?" Wei Chuan approached Lin Xiaowan, the wind tousling the girl's long, dark hair. Lin Xiaowan merely shook her head slightly, her gaze towards Wei Chuan filled with profound affection. At that moment, this barefoot man, his hair disheveled by the wind and appearing somewhat disheveled, was her entire world. Ignoring Yang Qian's presence, Lin Xiaowan dove into Wei Chuan's embrace, her small head resting against his sturdy chest, feeling the tumultuous rhythm of his heartbeat. She felt as though her entire heart had fused with the man in her arms. Wei Chuan, momentarily overwhelmed by emotion, instinctively tightened his hold on the girl. Throughout this wild sprint, his anxiety had escalated, making him acutely aware of how significant this girl was to him. By their side, Yang Qian wore an expression of complex emotions. Observing the deeply affectionate embrace between the two, she felt an inexplicable bitterness in her heart. This man seemed to cast not even a fleeting glance in her direction. His heart appeared to belong solely to Wanner. It seemed she had truly misread the situation before. With that thought, a self-deprecating smile crossed her lips, accompanied by a sudden pang of heartache. A tear, unbidden, slipped down her cheek. Neither Wei Chuan nor Lin Xiaowan noticed any of this. With little time for lingering affections, Wei Chuan gently kissed Lin Xiaowan's forehead before striding towards the unconscious delinquents sprawled on the ground. They all still breathed, seemingly only unconscious. The first person he laid eyes upon was, naturally, Wang Xiaobin. Wei Chuan's face bore no expression as he approached him, opting for the most brutal method to awaken him. Then came a flurry of punches and kicks. Wang Xiaobin felt waves of excruciating pain coursing through his body. It seemed as if several of his ribs had been fractured. Upon realizing that his assailant was Wei Chuan, a flicker of malevolence crossed his face. Yet, Wei Chuan paid no heed to his expression and continued his assault relentlessly. The ferocity in Wang Xiaobin's visage vanished instantaneously, replaced by a cacophony of lamentations. "Ah, please stop. This has nothing to do with me. It was Yin Bin. He was the one who instructed us to do this. Hearing this, Wei Chuan's pupils constricted slightly. Nevertheless, the onslaught did not relent. Wang Xiaobin was genuinely terrified now, fearing that his opponent would beat him to death. Please, stop. Go find Yin Bin. P.S. in the building. Chapter 78. Who could it be? This time, his pleas seemed to have an effect. Wei Chuan ceased his assault on Wang Xiaobin and made his way directly towards the unfinished building. At the same time, his immense spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the majority of the structure. In an instant, he identified his target. To his surprise, Yin Bin was also in a state of unconsciousness. This struck Wei Chuan as peculiar. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. The Guardian Stone could only be activated thrice. If one activation failed to neutralize all threats, it would indeed be rather ineffective. With an impassive demeanor, Wei Chuan entered the dilapidated building. Though his face betrayed no emotion, his heart seethed with fury. Anyone who dared to harm Lin Xiaowan would pay a grievous price. Yin Bin's actions today had crossed Wei Chuan's threshold of tolerance. Even a dragon has its scales. Touch them, and it will surely rage. Soon, a piercing scream echoed from the unfinished building. From that moment on, Yin Bin would no longer be recognized as a man. After completing his task, Wei Chuan returned to Lin Xiaowan's side. Just then, a commotion arose from the trunk of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. It must be Aunt Wu. Lin Xiaowan exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Wei Chuan opened the trunk, revealing a middle-aged woman, none other than Lin Xiaowan's driver, Aunt Wu. However, at that moment, Aunt Wu was bound and gagged, her appearance quite pitiable. Upon seeing her, Lin Xiaowan almost burst into tears. Wei Chuan hurriedly untied her and carefully removed the tape from her mouth. Aunt Wu, are you all right? Are you hurt? Lin Xiaowan inquired with concern. I'm fine, Mississippi. I was ambushed from behind while taking a break after getting out of the car. Are you unharmed? Aunt Wu responded, her face mirroring Lin Xiaowan's worry. Her eyes subtly glancing at Wei Chuan with an odd expression. It was impossible not to notice. Wei Chuan's appearance was decidedly unconventional. Barefoot with hair standing on end. Lin Xiaowan regarded Aunt Wu almost as family. Noticing her puzzled gaze, she blushed with a hint of pride, saying, Aunt Wu, this is Wei Chuan. Observing Lin Xiaowan's evident fondness for the middle-aged woman, Wei Chuan promptly greeted her with courtesy. Aunt Wu, being experienced, quickly deciphered everything from Lin Xiaowan's eyes and returned Wei Chuan's greeting with a smile. Yet, the peculiar glint in her eyes lingered. The older generation often harbored a particular aversion to such unconventional appearances. Wei Chuan, too, sensed the subtle bias in her gaze, a semblance of discrimination. While feeling somewhat helpless, he adjusted his hair slightly. Lin Xiaowan, noticing his gesture, felt amused and took out a comb from her bag, diligently arranging Wei Chuan's hair. Just then, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the air. The one calling the police was none other than Wei Chuan himself. Given the severity of the situation, not reporting it was simply out of the question. 5 police cars arrived, and 10 officers disembarked, led by a young female officer. Her beauty was striking. Easily scoring above 8 out of 10, and clad in her uniform, she exuded an aura of confidence that even Wei Chuan found captivating. Upon seeing the disheveled youths strewn across the ground, the police were visibly taken aback. It wasn't until they confirmed that these individuals were merely unconscious and showing signs of regaining consciousness that their expressions relaxed slightly. The female officer and her 2 deputies approached Wei Chuan and the others to ascertain the situation, while the remaining officers began rousing the groggy youths. Ultimately, aside from Yin Bin and Wang Xiaobin, who were dispatched to the hospital, the other delinquent youths and the 4 from Wei Chuan's side were all taken back to the police station. At the station, Wei Chuan sat at a desk, facing Officer Gao Mingyue, who scrutinized him intently. You are now implicated in intentional injury, do you understand? Gao Mingyue said sternly. No, I was merely acting in self-defense. Wei Chuan replied coolly. Even if it was self-defense, your response was excessive. You are aware of the nature of these individuals, and they were armed. Excessive defense does not apply here. Gao Mingyue continued to scrutinize Wei Chuan, falling silent for a moment. After a while, she spoke again. Are you a martial artist? No. Wei Chuan replied. Let us have a spar sometime. Gao Mingyue clearly did not believe him. At that moment, a police officer entered the room, holding a tablet. Officer Gao, take a look at this. The officer wore a shocked expression, glancing at Wei Chuan involuntarily. Gao Mingyue took the tablet, which displayed a video of a man sprinting for his life. The speed was nothing short of superhuman, akin to that of a high-speed train. Such velocity was beyond the capability of urban road cameras to capture clearly. However, anyone could discern that the blurred figure in the footage bore a resemblance to the Wei Chuan before them. The moment Gao Mingyue viewed the video, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Though she endeavored to mask it, Wei Chuan's keen observation caught it. through her subtle change in expression. He surmised the content she had witnessed. However, he was not particularly concerned. Now that he was aware of the existence of beings surpassing ordinary human capabilities, he felt little anxiety about being subjected to experimentation. After watching the video, Gao Mingyue dismissed her subordinate without a word. But her gaze towards Wei Chuan now held an inexplicable spark. In the ensuing conversation, Wei Chuan learned from Gao Mingyue that the 4 burly men who had confronted him earlier at his club were now detained at the police station. Moreover, all indications suggested that they were not acting under Yan Bin's orders. Yan Bin's motive for attempting to kidnap Lin Xiaowan stemmed primarily from his animosity towards Wei Chuan. Yet, astonishingly, in the bustling metropolis, there was another individual seeking to harm him. Wei Chuan couldn't help but ponder who this person could be. Initially, he thought of Liu Chen, but quickly dismissed that notion. This individual clearly operated with far more caution than Yan Bin, to the extent that the police were struggling to uncover their identity. This seemed inconsistent with Liu Chen's character. Then Wei Chuan thought of Qin Xiaofeng. Yet, that seemed incorrect as well. Although there had been a minor altercation between them at the auction, the fact that he had secretly taken advantage of him was unbeknownst to the latter. Logically, this individual should not harbor such deep resentment towards him. So who could it be? Wei Chuan found himself at a loss. At the same time, a surge of determination welled up within him. Chapter 79, The System's Technological Marvels. After leaving the police station and returning to his villa, it was already past 11 at night. Lin Xiaowan had been picked up by Lin Sihai and his wife. She had come to realize that her brother Wei Chuan was seemingly no ordinary person. He possessed abilities that transcended the mundane. That jade pendant served as ample evidence. However, she refrained from disclosing these revelations to her parents. Upon learning that the mastermind behind the recent incident was none other than Yin Shishan's son, Yan Bin, Lin Sihai was incensed. He vowed to make the Yin family pay a heavy price. Yet, upon discovering that Wei Chuan had rescued his daughter, he was instantly overjoyed. In the days that followed, Lin Sihai had dispatched individuals to investigate Wei Chuan, but the results were predictably fruitless. Nevertheless, rather than feeling disheartened, he grew even more appreciative of this prospective son-in-law. This young man was undoubtedly exceptional. His familial background likely exceeded all expectations. After the events of the day, Wei Chuan experienced a sudden epiphany. It seemed he had been too low profile, allowing these petty individuals to dare lay hands on those close to him. It became evident that mere strength was insufficient. He must also ensure that others were aware of his formidable prowess. He yearned for those with ulterior motives to tremble at the mere mention of his name, devoid of any courage to oppose him. As for those who had already acted against him, they must face dire consequences. The Yin family could be eliminated from the business circles of the Magic City. And as for Yan Bin, although Wei Chuan had rendered him incapacitated, that was merely the beginning. As for the other mysterious entity, he could remain active for a couple more days. Wei Chuan would eventually uncover the truth. After a tender exchange with Lin Xiaowan over the phone, Wei Chuan lay in bed, attempting to fall asleep. However, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to doze off. In truth, given his current physical condition, he could easily endure several days without sleep. Slumber was merely a habit. Moreover, after enhancing his physique by 200 points, he sensed his body undergoing some peculiar transformation. What exactly this transformation entailed eluded him, yet he felt that with his current physical robustness, even if someone were to strike at his head with a knife, it would be the blade that would suffer rather than himself. As for firearms, while he would not claim to withstand bullets, evasion posed no challenge whatsoever. Contemplating his remaining opportunities for a lottery draw, Wei Chuan addressed the system. System, I wish to draw. Ding. The host currently has 5 chances for a lucky draw remaining. Would you like to proceed with 5 consecutive draws? Yes. Ding. You have received a consolation prize of 10 billion soft sister coins. Ding. You have received a consolation prize of 10 billion soft sister coins. After 4 consecutive draws yielding nothing of value, Wei Chuan could not help but mutter expletives when the system delivered the final notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a lucky prize, a detailed explanation of all solid-state battery technology. Listening to the system's announcement and observing the sudden appearance of a USB drive in his hand, Wei Chuan's face was a canvas of astonishment. What the heck? Is the system bestowing upon me a technological marvel? He was well aware of solid-state batteries. Countless companies worldwide were vying to research this technology. It could be said that once solid-state batteries break through all bottlenecks and achieve large-scale commercial production, it would undoubtedly be a sensational global headline. A rare look of seriousness adorned Wei Chuan's face as he inserted the USB drive into his computer. Given the gravity of the situation, he first unplugged the internet cable from the computer before proceeding with the USB. The contents of the USB were naturally focused on solid-state battery technology. Due to the highly specialized nature of the material, He could not comprehend the majority of it, but he grasped some critical parameters. For instance, the energy density of this battery could exceed 1200 watt-hours per kilogram, almost 4 times that of conventional lithium batteries. Moreover, the cycle life of this battery was also 3 times that of ordinary lithium batteries, with a charging speed exceeding 5 times that of typical batteries. Most importantly, this battery could be produced using the current industrial capabilities in the world. This meant that if any battery factory were to obtain this USB drive, they could swiftly master the technology and commence mass production. Furthermore, the cost of this battery was only slightly higher than that of standard lithium-ion batteries. Wei Chuan had a profound sense that the solid-state battery technology in his possession was at least a decade ahead of existing technologies worldwide. Once manufactured, this battery could alter the world. Just imagine electric vehicles powered by such batteries, boasting a range of 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers, with charging times of merely 5 minutes. What relevance would fuel vehicles hold then? This was merely the civilian value. The military applications were even more incalculable. It could be confidently asserted that even if Blue Star Corporation lacked his robust financial backing, this technology alone would suffice to make it one of the greatest companies in the world. At this moment, Wei Chuan's spirit surged with excitement upon witnessing this battery technology. After a lengthy exhale, he removed the USB drive from the computer. On Monday morning, Wei Chuan drove to the headquarters of Blue Star Corporation. As the true master of the group, this was his first appearance at this location. He appeared to be an owner neglecting his duties. In truth, had it not been for his change in mindset, he might never have graced this place. Now, Wei Chuan was endowed with strength, yet others remained oblivious to it, allowing even the most trivial individuals to act recklessly against him and those around him. He needed to change this status quo. He aimed to demonstrate his might to all. To this end, he set himself a preliminary goal: to dominate the entire business sphere of the Magic City within a month. Of course, given his substantial financial resources, this was indeed a trivial pursuit. At this moment, Wei Chuan strode confidently toward the conference room, with Gu Qinxue and Lu Xingchen closely trailing behind him. Following them were a host of senior executives from the group and top talents from various industries. All of these individuals had been recruited at great expense by his 2 assistants, each one an elite among elites. The Blue Star Corporation was not lacking in funds. Where there's money, talent follows. A collective of such individuals walking together undoubtedly left the ordinary employees of the group in a state of awe. Who was that person, commanding such respect from both President Gu and President Lu? Could he be an important leader from the city? That seemed unlikely. He appeared too young to hold such a significant position. In my opinion, he is most likely an important client of the group. You're all mistaken. You won't believe what I just heard President Gu and President Lu call him. What did they call him? Chapter 80. Caught in a trap, curiosity etched upon their faces, the crowd turned their gaze towards the speaker, who wore an enigmatic expression. After a pause, the individual remarked, I just overheard that both President Gu and President Lu referred to that young man as boss. At these words, a collective gasp echoed throughout the room. Surely, you are all aware that our Blue Star Group is a sole proprietorship, funded entirely by a single individual. And I suspect that this individual is none other than the one we just saw. Our Blue Star Group is renowned throughout the bustling metropolis for its substantial financial backing, having recently engaged in various acquisitions amounting to several hundred billion. This seems merely the beginning. Just imagine the wealth this person possesses. Who knows? Perhaps they are a representative of a hidden financial consortium. Let us all strive diligently, for the future of our group is undoubtedly limitless. After a brief stir, the employees returned to their respective tasks, immersing themselves in their work. In the spacious conference room, Wei Chuan reclined comfortably in a plush leather chair. Flanking him on either side were Gu Qinxue, Lu Xingchen, and several high-ranking executives of the group, seated in order of their hierarchy. Aside from 2 assistants, it was the first time many of them had encountered the influential figure behind the scenes of the group. Despite their elite status and extensive experience, traces of surprise were evident on their faces upon meeting Wei Chuan. They had never expected the mastermind behind the group's substantial financial resources to be so remarkably young. President Gu, please share the recent developments of the group, Wei Chuan instructed. Gu Qinxue rose and bowed respectfully to Wei Chuan. Boss, during this period, the group has successfully acquired several prestigious companies, including Huami Group, Shengda Real Estate, Linda Times, Shark Live, Entertainment Brothers, and Tianhai Pharmaceuticals, among others. These companies span various sectors, and the group has begun to take shape. Excellent. Continue to maintain this momentum. Wei Chuan nodded in approval. However, he was not entirely satisfied with the pace of development. Although he was unaware of the exact amount of initial capital Gu Qinxue and her team had utilized, it surely did not exceed 1 trillion. After all, surpassing this threshold would yield rewards from the system. Yet, He also recognized that the group would inevitably face numerous challenges. Wealth alone could not guarantee success. Various constraints would arise. To overcome these obstacles, mere finances would not suffice. The battery technology he possessed would undoubtedly serve as a significant bargaining chip. Subsequently, the executives presented brief reports on their respective projects. Once the meeting concluded, everyone except Gu Qianxue, Lu Xingchen, and a knowledgeable young woman in her 20s departed. This young woman, named Tian Hanhang, was the head of Linda Times, a well-known lithium battery manufacturer in the country. I have a detailed technical document regarding all solid-state batteries. Please take a good look and strive for rapid mass production, Wei Chuan instructed the astute young woman. Tian Hanhang was left in disbelief. She wondered if she had misheard. Although current solid-state battery technology had reached a point of mass production, the costs were prohibitively high. President Wei, are you certain you aren't joking? She ventured, feeling somewhat impolite for saying so. Without further ado, Wei Chuan inserted a USB drive into the laptop before him and handed it to her. As the head of Linda Times and a lithium battery expert, Tian Hanhang scrutinized the technical document on the screen. Initially skeptical, her expression quickly transformed to one of utmost seriousness. Eventually, her face radiated shock and elation. This was no ordinary solid-state battery technology. It was evidently the pinnacle of solid-state battery development. It was worth noting that conventional solid-state batteries had yet to achieve commercial viability. What did this signify? All washed over her, as if a stampede of horses surged within her heart, causing her breathing to quicken. President Wei, I will attend to this immediately, Tian Hanhang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Please ensure confidentiality. I trust you understand what this technology entails, Wei Chuan said sternly. Rest assured, President Wei, there will be no risk of a leak. Tian Hanhang assured him earnestly. Wei Chuan nodded slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen comprehended the implication and promptly left with Tian Hanhang. She understood that this matter would proceed under Lu Xingchen's vigilant oversight, and she harbored no objections, given the significance of the battery technology. Once the two had departed, only Wei Chuan and Gu Qianxue remained in the conference room. Are you familiar with Yin Qishan? Wei Chuan inquired of Gu Qianxue. Yin Qishan? The owner of Qishan Real Estate? That's his name. He was sitting behind us at the charity auction last time. Gu Qianxue replied. Yes, that's him, Wei Chuan confirmed. What would you like me to do regarding him? Gu Qianxue asked, sensing an unusual tone in Wei Chuan's voice and growing curious. Find a way to ensure the Yin family goes bankrupt. Additionally, Yin Qishan has a son named Yin Bin, whose moral compass is questionable. Dig into his past transgressions. Wei Chuan commanded. Understood, boss. As Wei Chuan exited the Blue Star Group headquarters, the clock neared noon. At that moment, he received a call from Lu Shiqi. Brother Wei, are you free for lunch? I have no classes today, and I've prepared some dishes at home. Would you like to come over and eat with me? Wei Chuan saw no reason to decline and readily agreed. Sure, I happen to be hungry. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, he parked his Bugatti Chiron in the underground garage of Tangshan Yiping. Just as he was about to enter the elevator, Lu Shiqi called him again. Brother Wei, are you not here yet? Her urgency struck him as odd. It had only been 10 minutes. Was there really such a pressing need for lunch? I'm almost there. Wei Chuan replied. Oh, could you bring a pack of salt and some soy sauce when you come up? We've run out at home. Lu Shiqi asked, somewhat sheepishly. Sure, Wei Chuan responded, all the while internally critiquing her. Have you really consumed all the salt and soy sauce in just a few days since moving in? You must not have bought any beforehand. He now understood that when Lu Shiqi first called him, she likely hadn't even begun cooking. It was all a ruse. She had lured him over with her schemes, and he suspected her intentions were not entirely innocent. Despite his inner musings, a smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 81. The goddess-level beauty, Qin Kuer. As for the matter of purchasing salt, Wei Chuan decided against driving again. He opted to take the elevator down to the first floor and then walked out of the community, basking in the radiant sunlight. Wei Chuan strolled leisurely within the confines of the community, his mood brightening in tandem with the splendid day. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed behind him. Heavens! It seems someone is about to jump off the building. It was the voice of an elderly lady. Startled by her shrill cry, Wei Chuan couldn't help but be taken aback. What on earth? Could anyone dare to leap from the heights of Tangshan Yiping? Surely not. After all, one must possess considerable wealth to reside there. What more could they possibly desire? Following the direction of the lady's gaze, he was astounded to see a figure perched precariously on the balcony railing of the 10th floor. It was a young girl clad in white. The glass railing, one could only imagine, was exceedingly narrow. Her position instilled a sense of trepidation, evoking a visceral fear in any observer. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Wei Chuan's mind. Ding! A goddess-level beauty is in distress. Initiating system task. Task: Rescue Qin Kuer. Task difficulty: E rank. Task reward: 50 reinforcement points. One lucky draw. Upon hearing this task, Wei Chuan immediately deduced that the goddess-level beauty, Qin Kuer, was likely the very girl contemplating her life on the glass railing. His vision was extraordinary. Even from a distance, he could discern her stunning beauty and figure. Without a doubt, she was a paragon of grace and allure. Wei Chuan's reaction time was astonishing. As soon as the system's voice faded, he sprinted toward the base of the building with fervor. With his current physical prowess, catching someone plummeting from the 10th floor would pose no challenge whatsoever. Moreover, the individual in question was an exquisite beauty. However, at that very moment, the girl appeared to lose her balance and tumbled from the railing, not downwards, but back onto the balcony behind her. Wei Chuan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but wear a perplexed expression. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. The atmosphere had been so tense, and now it had devolved into something rather comical. Moments later, the girl rose from the balcony floor. By this time, Wei Chuan had reached the building's base. Yet she refrained from scaling the glass railing again. Instead, she stood quietly on the balcony, gazing pensively at the swirling Huangpu River below. Thus, Wei Chuan found himself in an awkward predicament. He could only tilt his head back and quietly observe the unfolding situation. Time ticked by, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Wei Chuan's expression gradually soured. He was caught in a dilemma. Should he turn and leave, or remain here? If he left, what if she decided to jump? That would spell disaster. Not only would his task fail, but a life would be at stake. Conversely, remaining there felt impractical. Who knew how long she would linger on the balcony? Jump, for heaven's sake. Just jump. I can certainly catch you. If I fail, I'll just broadcast my own demise live. Wei Chuan silently shouted in his mind. Had he not been concerned about the repercussions, he might have shouted aloud. Noticing the elderly lady beside him had seemingly called the police, Wei Chuan ultimately resolved to wait for the authorities to arrive before leaving. Thus, a few more minutes passed. Suddenly, the girl turned without warning and entered the room, coinciding with the blaring of sirens. The elderly lady's expression darkened abruptly. Was this a false alarm? Wei Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Though he had not completed the task, at least he could depart. Just then, his phone rang again. Naturally, it was Lu Shiqi. Wasting no time, Wei Chuan answered the call while making his way out of the community. Upon returning to the top floor of Tang Chun Yi Pin after purchasing his items, he discovered that his suspicions were indeed correct. There were no prepared dishes. Lu Shiqi was still bustling about in the kitchen. The young girl had shed her previous simple attire, donning a black mini dress. The dress was short, showcasing her long legs, with a beautifully scalloped white lace trim adorning the hem. The neckline also featured delicate white lace embellishments. The cut of the dress was impeccable, perfectly accentuating her charmingly graceful figure, the ideal balance of fullness and a slender waist. Truly, she was a vision of youthful beauty. What pleased Wei Chuan most was the charming white apron cinched at her waist. It was undoubtedly the pied de resistance. Did it not evoke the essence of a maid's uniform? Perceiving the man's gaze lingering on her with questionable intent, Lu Shiqi's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, Wei Chuan Gij, why don't you head to the living room for a bit? I'll have the dishes ready soon. I don't have anything to do by myself. Let us cook together. Wei Chuan replied casually. Oh, all right. Lu Shiqi beamed sweetly. Thus, the two busied themselves together in the kitchen. The young girl occasionally stole glances at the man beside her, her face adorned with a perpetual smile of happiness. In the past, she often felt that her Wei Chuan Gij was not only exceptional, but also immensely wealthy, as if they belonged to entirely different worlds. Yet at this moment, cooking alongside him felt akin to a young couple enjoying a simple, blissful life together. An hour later, seated across from one another at a small dining table, Wei Chuan and Lu Shiqi enjoyed a spread of 7 or 8 meticulously prepared dishes. A bottle of red wine, already decanted, stood on the table, specifically prepared by Lu Shiqi. She retrieved 2 elegant wine glasses, pouring half a glass for both herself and Wei Chuan. Chi, weren't you hesitant about drinking wine? Wei Chuan inquired, recalling that night at the hotel when a mere sip had left her coughing. I want to try a little today, the girl replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Wei Chuan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. Wine was less potent than spirits. A small amount should be harmless. After toasting, Lu Shiqi took a small sip. And this time she did not cough as before. It seemed that her previous distress had stemmed from nerves that night at the hotel. Wei Chuan Gij, enjoy the food. Lu Shiqi set her wine glass down and eagerly began serving him dishes, not into his bowl, but directly to his lips. Such treatment was delightful. Wei Chuan naturally relished the experience. As they savored their meal and sipped their wine, they engaged in light conversation. However, it appeared that Lu Shiqi had no intention of discussing anything beyond Wei Chuan today. Initially, he had wished to inquire about her relationship with their neighbor, Li Weiwei. But given her demeanor, he opted to refrain from pressing the matter. In the course of their conversation, The girl had already consumed nearly half a glass of wine. It is evident that she has seldom indulged in alcoholic beverages before. After just half a glass, the young lady's charming visage has already turned a shade of crimson. Her pair of lively, beautiful eyes now appears somewhat hazy and ethereal. Yet, this demeanor of hers exudes an added allure compared to her usual self, rendering Wei Chuan utterly captivated. Lu Shiqi's gaze directed at Wei Chuan also took on a bolder quality than usual. She once again poured half a glass of red wine for both herself and Wei Chuan. After taking a small sip, the girl fixated her gaze on the man before her. Her eyes seemed to possess an enchanting, soul-stirring magic. This left Wei Chuan internally exclaiming in astonishment at her beauty. Chapter 82, The Contest with Lu Shiqi. At this moment, Lu Shiqi suddenly feigned intoxication. Wei Chuan Gidge, I feel dizzy. Could you assist me to the bedroom for a brief rest? Could Wei Chuan possibly refuse at such a moment? Clearly, he could not. Very well. I did tell you not to drink, he replied, leisurely sipping his wine before rising. However, just as he reached Lu Shiqi's side, she stood up on her own, wrapping her arms around his neck. Tilting her head slightly, she gazed deeply into the man's eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters. If you're dizzy, allow me to hold you, Wei Chuan stated. All right, Lu Shiqi replied, her voice sweet and delicate. He lifted her effortlessly, making his way toward the bedroom. With the beauty in his arms, his mind wandered. Lu Shiqi, her eyes glazed, was enveloped in the embrace of her beloved, her thoughts a blank canvas. Inside the bedroom, the curtains were drawn. The purple ambient light transformed the atmosphere into something decidedly intimate. Wei Chuan gently laid Lu Shiqi upon the large bed. Just as he intended to rise, the girl's hands clung tightly to his neck. Gazing into the enchanting depths of her eyes and inhaling her intoxicating scent, Wei Chuan felt an overwhelming surge of primal energy that was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. At that moment, Lu Shiqi tilted her swan-like neck, her luscious lips descending for a kiss. This kiss, compared to the last, was less tentative and far more fervent. Not only that, but this time, the girl seemed resolute. She boldly took Wei Chuan's hand, guiding it towards her fullness. Her initiative left him momentarily astonished. With that, he found no reason to refuse. Feeling the exquisite sensation beneath his hand, he cast aside any remaining restraint. A novice like Lu Shiqi was hardly prepared for his fervor. As one of Wei Chuan's hands shifted its focus, within a minute, the girl could scarcely endure. Just then, the infernal doorbell rang. Without a doubt, it was Li Weiwei. Chi, are you going to answer the door this time? Wei Chuan teased. Lu Shiqi, already too shy to meet his gaze, murmured. Wei Chuan Gidge, I don't want to go. Well then, let us not, he stated, unconditionally respecting her decision. Lu Shiqi nodded obediently, sneaking a glance at Wei Chuan. That bashful little look in her eyes brimmed with anticipation. A few minutes later, Lu Shiqi's exquisite beauty was presented to Wei Chuan without reservation. The sight was utterly breathtaking, leaving even a man of his composure breathless. His eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire. At this moment, the room was on the verge of becoming a battleground. However, it was destined to be a battle of unequal strength. 5 more minutes passed. After ample preparation and anticipation, the ultimate confrontation was about to commence. Chi, do you not regret this? Chi never regrets. I know that Wei Chuan Gidge has others in his heart. But I also know that I hold a place in his heart, and that is enough. Everything I am belongs to you, Gidge, Lu Shiqi declared. Her battle proclamation barely completed before Wei Chuan was already in motion. Though the girl was mentally prepared, she was still nearly overwhelmed by Wei Chuan's advance. He, possessing a semblance of conscience, took into account that it was her first encounter in such a battle. He kindly afforded her ample opportunity to catch her breath. Lu Shiqi seized this chance to begin learning about this peculiar combat style. Subsequently, the intensity of the battle escalated. Both parties engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. Yet ultimately, Lu Shiqi was no match for Wei Chuan. In less than 10 minutes, she succumbed. However, the girl possessed an indomitable spirit. She quickly regrouped, re-entering the fray. Despite the disparity in their strengths, her unwavering courage shone through. Seeing her so determined, Wei Chuan naturally decided to see it through to the end. Time seemed to lose all meaning. At this moment, the battle between them had ceased. With the girl nestled upon the firm expanse of the man's chest, soundly asleep. Her exquisitely charming face radiated satisfaction and happiness, still tinged with a lingering flush. As he gazed at the vibrant blossom, gently caressing her smooth back, Wei Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. Just moments prior, her fervent entanglement had elevated his affection level to an impressive 90 points, which continued to rise. Yet, upon reaching 99 points, no matter how diligently he toiled, he could not break through the barrier of 100. This left him with a tinge of frustration. Nevertheless, a 99-point affection level was exceedingly high, indicating that Lu Shiqi's love for Wei Chuan had penetrated deep into her very being. After a considerable time, the girl awakened languidly. Her autumn-like eyes gazed affectionately at the man before her. In that silence, more spoke than words could convey. After a while, Lu Shiqi's small hands began to mischievously caress the man's solid chest. Finally, like a little kitten yearning for a treat, she pressed her lips against Wei Chuan's. He, already yearning for more, saw no reason to hold back. Another hour slipped away. Lu Shiqi, overwhelmed by the encounters, once more succumbed to a deep sleep, her face adorned with bliss and contentment. Wei Chuan surmised that she would not awaken any time soon. After gently covering her with a light blanket, he dressed and exited the bedroom. Evening had arrived, and it was time for him to prepare dinner. The prolonged battle of the afternoon had drained considerable energy. While Wei Chuan felt little fatigue, Lu Shiqi was entirely spent. He must whip up something nourishing to restore her vitality. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Wei Chuan pondered for a moment before making his way to the door. Chapter 83. Sister Wei Wei, have you never had a boyfriend? This girl, appearing quite clever. How could she be so oblivious? Wei Chuan couldn't help but internally scoff. Without a doubt, the one ringing the doorbell was most likely Li Weiwei. However, when he opened the door, he was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, it was Li Weiwei, but she was not alone. Another beautiful woman accompanied her. This woman seemed to be slightly younger than Li Weiwei. Her height could afford to be a couple of centimeters shorter. However, her beauty undoubtedly surpassed that of Li Weiwei. Furthermore, her figure was utterly impeccable. Unlike the voluptuous curves of Li Weiwei, her physique was a harmonious blend of perfection. Of course, these details were not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that Wei Chuan had actually encountered this woman. It was none other than the goddess-like beauty, Qin Kuer, who had perched herself upon the balcony railing that very afternoon. Wei Chuan, so you decided to come after all. I was wondering why you took so long to open the door. What have you both been up to this afternoon? Li Weiwei remarked, slightly surprised to see Wei Chuan. Indeed, that's correct. Wei Chuan casually replied, ushering the two women into the abode. Li Weiwei, tilting her head in contemplation, pondered why Wei Chuan's response seemed evasive. It wasn't until she settled onto the living room sofa that realization dawned upon her. Are you truly that remarkable? She scrutinized Wei Chuan with an assessing gaze. You seem somewhat incredulous. Wei Chuan flashed a mischievous glint in his eyes, which caused Li Weiwei's expression to grow somewhat awkward. It dawned on her that discussing such topics with a man might be inappropriate, especially with Qin Kuer present. Throughout their exchange, Qin Kuer remained an enigma, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Where's Chi? Has she stepped out? Li Weiwei shifted the conversation. She is resting. Do you need to see her? Wei Chuan replied. Yes, we had plans to go shopping together this evening, Li Weiwei stated, proceeding directly to the bedroom where Lu Shiqi resided. Wei Chuan was at a loss for words. Was she truly this casual? In the blink of an eye, Li Weiwei had entered Lu Shiqi's room. Upon witnessing the tattered undergarments strewn across the floor, she was taken aback. My goodness, you all are quite reckless, Li Weiwei exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Swiftly closing the door behind her. Her sudden outburst roused Lu Shiqi from her slumber. The girl rubbed her eyes in confusion, and upon seeing Li Weiwei, her face flushed with embarrassment. Instinctively, she attempted to rise, but as she shifted her legs, a sharp pain radiated from a certain part of her body. Realizing she was completely unclothed, the prospect of standing up and being exposed was mortifying. Thus, Lu Shiqi resolved to remain lying down, determined not to budge. Chi, what is the matter? You seem a bit off, Li Weiwei expressed with genuine concern as she perched on the edge of the bed. Ah, really? I don't think so. Lu Shiqi replied. Oh please, look at your little face. It's flushed. Are you running a fever? That Wei Chuan is quite the scoundrel. To have you in such a state, Li Weiwei remarked, placing her hand on Lu Shiqi's forehead, then checking her own, perplexed by the lack of fever. I'm fine, Lu Shiqi insisted. Seeing that Lu Shiqi's only visible issue was her flushed cheeks, Li Weiwei nodded slightly, though curiosity began to brew within her. When I came to find you at noon, you wouldn't open the door. You two didn't actually spend the entire afternoon together, did you? She bluntly inquired. How could Lu Shiqi possibly respond to such a question? The girl fell silent, her cheeks growing even rosier. Although she said nothing, in Li Weiwei's eyes, it spoke volumes. Is your man really that impressive? Are you enjoying yourself? Li Weiwei teased with a playful grin. Lu Shiqi was taken aback by such brazen remarks. Oh dear, Weiwei Jia, perhaps you should step out for a moment. I'll join you shortly. Li Weiwei dismissed her discomfort with a wave. Oh come now. We're both women. There's no need for shyness. I know you're unclothed. It's not like I haven't seen a naked woman before. Get up. With that, Li Weiwei boldly tossed aside the covers. And thus, Lu Shiqi found herself fully exposed. One must admit, her beauty was truly beyond reproach, teetering on the brink of universal appeal. Even Li Weiwei couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. However, when Li Weiwei's gaze fell upon a certain area, her shock deepened. Is Wei Chuan truly this ruthless? How did I not notice this before, being classmates? Then, she caught sight of a vibrant blossom. Her astonishment reached an unparalleled peak. Chi, today was your first time? How can Wei Chuan be so inconsiderate? Look at what he's done to you. Is he even human? My goodness, that must have hurt. Li Weiwei lamented, her expression one of sympathy for Lu Shiqi. Yet, Lu Shiqi gazed at her with a peculiar expression before finally speaking. Weiwei Jia, I take it you've never had a boyfriend? Meanwhile, in Wei Chuan's vicinity, Li Weiwei had remained in the bedroom for an extended duration. The living room now housed only Wei Chuan and Qin Kuo. The unfinished E-level task issued regarding Qin Kuo from the system gnawed at Wei Chuan like a thorn in his throat. 50 enhancement points were at stake. He began to contemplate whether he had misunderstood the system's intent. As an E-level task, it should possess a modicum of challenge. If Qin Kuo were to leap from the balcony, and he caught her, would that not be too simplistic? After all, catching someone falling from the 10th floor posed no difficulty for him. Thus, it seemed that the system's task of saving Qin Kuo had a deeper significance. Determined, Wei Chuan resolved to seize this rare opportunity to delve deeper into Qin Kuo's character. As for Qin Kuo, she appeared quite at ease in the company of this stranger, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Excuse me, beautiful lady, how should I address you? Wei Chuan inquired, feigning ignorance. The young woman snapped back to reality, offering him a polite smile. I'm Qin Kuo. What a lovely name. It suits you perfectly. Wei Chuan responded with a grin. However, Qin Kuo merely smiled faintly, and it was evident that her smile was somewhat perfunctory. Noticing this, Wei Chuan's smile faltered, realizing that his attempts at small talk might come off as forced flirting. Yet, he understood that it was only natural for someone of her allure to have suitors aplenty. In truth, Wei Chuan was unconcerned with her perception. His primary focus was on accomplishing the task at hand. Chapter 84. Is Qin Kuo shy? I sense you harbor some worries. Wei Chuan aimed to broach the subject directly. Not really. She replied. Earlier, I saw you sitting on the balcony railing. At this remark, Qin Kuo cast a surprised glance at the man beside her, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Have you encountered some trouble? Speak freely. I may be able to assist you. Wei Chuan continued. His words seemed to strike a chord with the young woman, stirring her hidden concerns. Qin Kuo's complexion gradually darkened. You cannot help me. The girl sighed, her tone imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. Observing her demeanor, Wei Chuan inexplicably entertained a disquieting thought. What could possibly render such a youthful and vibrant girl in such despair? Could it be that she suffers from a terminal illness? Yet, that hardly seemed plausible. Her fair complexion, tinged with a hint of rosy hue, hardly suggested she was afflicted with a grave ailment, apart from a slight weariness. Just tell me what it is. I may not be able to claim greatness in many areas, but in this magic city, I possess certain resources. Wei Chuan spoke with a touch of humility, wary that boasting might lead her to believe he was merely bragging. He had exerted considerable effort for those 50 enhancement points. Thank you, but you still cannot assist me, for it requires an exorbitant sum of money, Qin Kuo replied. She did not doubt that Wei Chuan could amass such wealth. After all, his residence was worth several hundred million, indicating his considerable fortune. However, she believed that no one would part with such a substantial amount for a complete stranger. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuan was elated. This is simple. I am not lacking in funds. Speak freely. How much do you need? Is 10 billion sufficient? 50 billion would be fine as well. If that's still inadequate, I can always add more. His mention of 10 billion stemmed from the assumption that someone living in a luxurious compound like Tangchun Yipin would not consider anything less than a hefty sum. Are you truly joking, Wei Chuan? Qin Kuo responded, a hint of displeasure in her voice. I am not jesting. Simply provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer the funds immediately. Wei Chuan replied, his impatience evident. He had no desire to dally when it came to financial matters. However, to the girl, it seemed as though he was merely puffing himself up with empty boasts. In a moment of defiance, Qin Kuo divulged her account number to Wei Chuan, adding, thank you, but you need not say so much. 8 million will suffice. She was curious how the man would react next. Wei Chuan, however, looked taken aback. Are you serious? Just 8 million has you so distressed? Surely your residence in Tangchun Yipin is worth more than that. After a brief pause, he suggested, all right, let me round it up to 100 million. He initiated the transfer as he spoke, eagerly anticipating the system's notification of task completion. Yet, it did not arrive. The task remained incomplete, leaving him perplexed. At that moment, Qin Kuo received a text notification from her bank. Gazing at the long line of zeros, she was stunned. She began to count meticulously, 8 zeros at the end. Indeed, it was exactly 100 million. You really transferred 100 million to me? Qin Kuer gazed at the man beside her, disbelief etched across her face. The shock within her had reached an overwhelming intensity. Wei Chuan merely nodded nonchalantly. Although disappointed that the task was still unfulfilled, he maintained his composure. You need not repay me, he stated. Then what do you want? Qin Kuer inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. This question ignited a flicker of imagination within Wei Chuan. Since Lu Shiqi had proven to be a challenge, he found himself somewhat unfulfilled. He scrutinized the girl before him, reluctantly acknowledging that this enchanting beauty possessed a certain allure that could tempt one astray. His gaze confirmed Qin Kuer's inner suspicions. Indeed, men were all the same, merely desiring her physical form. Yet, compared to those who resorted to despicable tactics to coerce her submission, Wei Chuan seemed relatively benign. After all, 100 million was an immense show of sincerity. She genuinely needed this money. Otherwise, she was left with two grim choices. Either acquiesce to the vile desires of those loathsome men, or simply end her life, thus escaping her plight. However, the man before her offered a third option. This alternative, in contrast to the previous two, appeared more palatable. Crucially, this man was undeniably handsome, making her feel a sense of comfort and ease in his presence. And his sincerity was palpable. Could you grant me a bit of time? At least allow us to become acquainted first. The girl's tone softened, and her gaze towards Wei Chuan subtly shifted, tinged with a hint of shyness. Hearing her request, Wei Chuan felt no inclination to clarify further. Are you certain that 100 million is enough? Would you like me to transfer more? His curiosity arose from the task's incompletion. Ah, it is sufficient, more than enough. Thank you. Qin Kuer hastily responded. Under the weight of his gaze, she felt a flutter of anxiety. His sincerity was overwhelming. For 100 million, he could have any woman he desired. Yet, he chose to invest this sum in her. Could it be that he was smitten at first sight? Perhaps she should surrender to him tonight. After all, he was undeniably handsome. And surely intimacy with him would be pleasurable. Qin Kuer's mind raced with these thoughts, only to be abruptly interrupted by a wave of realization. What on earth am I thinking? She chided herself. How could I entertain such bizarre notions? She instinctively touched her flushed cheeks, noticing the man still gazing at her. Her heart raced, and she could hardly bear to meet his eyes again. It was no wonder she felt this way. Wealth does not guarantee a woman's affection. Physical attractiveness may elicit interest, but it does not ensure commitment. Yet, a man who is both wealthy and handsome possesses an extraordinary charm that few can resist. A figure like Wei Chuan, exceedingly handsome, immensely wealthy, and remarkably generous, would render nearly all women utterly defenseless. What Qin Kuer was contemplating eluded Wei Chuan's awareness. However, observing the changes in her expression, he could surmise her thoughts to some extent. Frankly, he found this beauty quite appealing. In terms of looks, she was undoubtedly on par with Lu Shiqi, if not exceeding her. Comparatively, she was equally matched with Lin Xiaowan. Every stunning beauty possesses a unique aura, and Qin Kuer epitomized the quintessential classic Eastern beauty. Chapter 85, Wei Chuan. It seems I was overthinking things. This type of beauty certainly appealed to Wei Chuan. Yet, in this moment, he had no intention of delving into profound existential discussions with her. What trouble have you encountered? If it's convenient, would you share the details? Wei Chuan inquired, eager to understand why the task remained unfulfilled. Qin Kuer's perception of Wei Chuan subtly shifted. She was now willing to share her innermost thoughts with him. It is merely the sordid affairs of the entertainment industry, she declared, her voice laden with exhaustion. She then recounted to Wei Chuan the tribulations she had endured. Like many girls, Qin Kuer had harbored a dream of stardom since childhood. Just a few months ago, at the onset of her university journey, she had been discovered by a talent scout. Soon, she swiftly secured a contract with a management company. After all, a classical beauty like her is exceedingly rare in the entertainment industry. Moreover, the young lady possesses commendable acting talent. It is truly a remarkable find. Subsequently, she caught the eye of the renowned domestic director, Sima Yinping, who invited her to play a significant role in a major film production. If all goes well, Qin Kuer's path to stardom can be described as smooth sailing. As her dream of becoming a star was inexplicably within reach, Qin Kuer felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, coupled with immense joy. Yet, she was still too naive. How could fortune simply fall from the sky? Achieving fame undoubtedly comes at a price. As a newcomer with no background, her sole asset was her alluring physique, which captivated the gaze of all men. And this, indeed, was what Sima Yinping truly valued. Of course, Sima Yinping was not the only one with intentions towards Qin Kuer. The ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. Naturally, various parties exerted pressure, both overtly and covertly, compelling Qin Kuer to yield. A group of cunning and experienced individuals had countless methods to deal with an innocent young girl. Ultimately, Qin Kuer was faced with only two choices, either to compromise or to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. It wasn't merely a matter of refusing the unspoken rules. Rather, by rejecting them, she would be subjected to relentless harassment and manipulation. Wei Chuan listened attentively to Qin Kuer's account and finally understood why his system task could not be accomplished. At the core, it was her excessive naivety. Even if she paid the exorbitant penalty, this matter was unlikely to conclude. The depths of this industry were indeed unfathomable. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it. Wei Chuan said casually. Oh, how do you plan to address it? Qin Kuer inquired curiously. After articulating all her worries, she felt an immense sense of relief. Moreover, she held no doubts about Wei Chuan's capabilities. After all, how could someone who could effortlessly produce a billion be anything but formidable? Wei Chuan did not respond, but directly retrieved his phone. In his contacts, he found the number of Zhang Daqiang, the head of the Entertainment Brothers film company under the launching group. Hello, Mr. Wei, came Zhang Daqiang's robust voice from the other end of the line. Wei Chuan briefly recounted Qin Kuer's situation to him and concluded, you personally handle this matter. It must be resolved promptly. Entertainment Brothers is one of the leading film companies in the country, holding a significant position in the entire Chinese film industry. Dealing with such a minor issue should pose no difficulty whatsoever. Mr. Wei, I believe this film is funded by the Zhang family, which might complicate matters slightly. However, rest assured, I will take care of it. The Zhang family he mentioned was, of course, the foremost of the three prominent families in Modu. Nevertheless, Wei Chuan paid it no mind. After hanging up the phone, Qin Kuer looked at Wei Chuan with curiosity. Who did you call? Will it be effective? The president of Entertainment Brothers, Zhang Daqiang. Do you think it will work? Wei Chuan chuckled. Qin Kuer was taken aback. You can command him to act? Although she had not heard of Zhang Daqiang, she was certainly aware of the renowned Entertainment Brothers. Is it strange for a boss to instruct an employee? Wei Chuan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Kuer's mouth fell open in astonishment. Wei Chuan suddenly pondered a question. By the way, your family must be quite wealthy. Why are you so troubled over this matter? He asked curiously. How did you deduce that my family is wealthy? Unbeknownst to her, Qin Kuer's tone had grown more familiar with Wei Chuan. Isn't it apparent that you can afford to live in Tangshanipin? Oh, that is actually my friend Wei Wei's house. She said it was empty, so she invited me to stay. Qin Kuer's reply surprised Wei Chuan somewhat. What kind of family did his high school classmate belong to? It seems you and Li Weiwei share quite a close relationship. To lend you her house, Wei Chuan remarked. His expression peculiar. Upon recalling how Li Weiwei had entered Lu Shiqi's bedroom and had not come out for quite some time, he felt a twinge of unease. I haven't known Sister Li for long, but for some reason, she is exceptionally warm towards me, which makes me feel quite embarrassed, Qin Kuer explained. As she spoke, Wei Chuan's expression grew even more peculiar. Just then, the door to Lu Shiqi's bedroom finally swung open, revealing Li Weiwei. Upon seeing Wei Chuan and Qin Kuer engaged in lively conversation, her expression towards Wei Chuan turned unfriendly. What are you two up to? She scrutinized Wei Chuan. Nothing. We were just casually discussing life. Wei Chuan replied. While Li Weiwei examined him, he was also sizing her up. Her attire is immaculate. Perhaps I was overthinking things. Wei Chuan mused silently. However, when his gaze fell into Li Weiwei's eyes, it was nearly provocative. Remembering the whispers exchanged with Lu Shiqi earlier, he could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Ultimately, she shot a glare at Wei Chuan and headed straight towards the cloakroom. She intended to fetch clothes for Lu Shiqi. Once inside the cloakroom, Li Weiwei dialed a number on her phone. Yuchen, hurry over here. If you don't come soon, the girlfriend I picked out for you might get snatched away. Yes, she's not any worse than Lin Xiaowan, so hurry. After hanging up, Lu Shiqi emerged from the bedroom. Her gait slightly peculiar. Li Weiwei tenderly supported her as she sat down between Wei Chuan and Qin Kuer. Initially, Lu Shiqi did not require assistance, but for some reason, Li Weiwei insisted, making Lu Shiqi feel quite awkward. As soon as she settled down, Li Weiwei complained to Wei Chuan, I'm not saying this to you, but this is Chi-Chi's first time. Couldn't you be gentler? You've exhausted her all afternoon. That is quite excessive. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiqi felt even more embarrassed. Casting a glance at the man beside her, she recalled the madness of that afternoon, and her pretty face flushed with a rosy hue. Not just her, even Qin Kuer's expression turned awkward. Furthermore, Li Weiwei's remark was intentionally directed at Qin Kuer. Chapter 86. The Caring Little Honey, Lu Shiqi. Due to Li Weiwei's influence, Qin Kuer had already become acquainted with Lu Shiqi. Although she did not fully comprehend Wei Chuan's earlier unrelated comment upon entering, she vaguely sensed the connection between Wei Chuan and Lu Shiqi. Thus, she had felt somewhat averse to his attempts to get closer. However, after Wei Chuan directly transferred $1 billion to her, she found herself with no alternative. After all, this sum was sufficient to rescue her from her dire predicament. Though she felt a twinge of guilt towards Lu Shiqi, she had no choice. Moreover, a man like Wei Chuan surely had more than one woman by his side. After all, having one more was hardly a burden. With such thoughts, she felt a sense of relief. Li Weiwei's words rendered both girls rather uncomfortable. However, Wei Chuan, possessing a thick skin, did not perceive any awkwardness. He merely felt unjustly accused. Please, do you think I lack the understanding of cherishing delicate beauty? Yet when the girl takes the initiative, surely I cannot refuse her. Am I to claim that I spend the majority of my time lying idle? Wei Chuan silently scolded himself. Considering Lu Shiqi's sensitive nature, he refrained from engaging with Li Weiwei's remarks and instead shifted the topic, suggesting, "Why don't you two skip shopping tonight? I've arranged for food delivery. Let's dine together shortly." "All right." Lu Shiqi and Qin Kuo responded in unison. Subsequently, the already tense atmosphere became utterly frozen. In the living room, the expressions of the four individuals were quite remarkable. Lu Shiqi and Qin Kuo exchanged glances. The former's face was filled with astonishment, while the latter appeared somewhat embarrassed. Even Wei Chuan wore an unusually strange expression. Yet, the one most affected was undoubtedly Li Weiwei. She glanced at Qin Kuo, then at Wei Chuan, her mind racing with numerous unsettling conjectures. What could these two have been up to in the living room while she was in the bedroom? It was one thing for Lu Shiqi to display such deference towards Wei Chuan, but why was her junior also acting in a similar fashion? Had something indescribable transpired between them in such a short span? Was Wei Chuan truly that impressive? Had he exhausted Lu Shiqi for an entire afternoon, only to have the energy to ensnare Qin Kuo as well? Yet, Qin Kuo did not strike her as someone so easily swayed. But if that were not the case, how could one explain the peculiar change in the way Qin Kuo looked at Wei Chuan? In that instant, Li Weiwei harbored numerous suspicions. She originally intended to introduce her brother to Qin Kuo, but if that rascal Wei Chuan got to her first, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? With a sigh, she thought of her brother. He was, after all, the most handsome boy at Shanghai University. Yet, in the contest against his rival, he had been utterly humiliated. Eventually, he lacked even the courage to compete with the other party. Not only had the goddess he had pursued for years been whisked away by someone else, but even the title of the most handsome boy at Shanghai University had been snatched from him. One could say he was thoroughly frustrated. Li Weiwei was curious about the kind of man capable of reducing her brother to such a state. Observing her brother's diminished spirits these days, she felt compelled to find that man and seek vengeance for her brother. However, he stubbornly refused to disclose the identity of that individual, leaving her quite helpless. As for Lin Xiaowan, it seemed her brother had little chance with her. Thus, she thought of introducing Qin Kuo to him. While Lin Xiaowan was indeed the queen bee of Shanghai University, Qin Kuo was no less stunning as the belle of Shanghai University of Transportation. And she certainly possessed a beauty that rivaled Lin Xiaowan. Surely her brother would find her appealing. She was not overly concerned that Qin Kuo would look down upon her brother, for handsome men like him were a rarity in Shanghai. Yet, what was the situation now? If Wei Chuan were to claim Qin Kuo, what would become of her brother? Would all her efforts over the past few days be in vain? As she pondered, Lu Shiqi's question suddenly shattered the frozen air. "Kuo, did you know Wei Chuan before?" Her tone was filled with curiosity, seemingly devoid of anger. No. Qin Kuo instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety. Then what's with that little glimmer in your eyes? You wouldn't be developing feelings for Wei Chuan, would you? Perhaps influenced by Li Weiwei, Lu Shiqi's words were strikingly candid. Whether she liked him or not, she thought to herself, in any case, within such a brief moment, I have already been supported by your Wei Chuan. Although she harbored such thoughts, she was too shy to voice them, fearing it might hurt Lu Shiqi. Seeing her silence, Lu Shiqi continued, "You two were alone just now. Nothing happened, right?" Though she posed the question, she understood well that this was highly improbable. She was all too familiar with Wei Chuan's character. No, truly nothing happened. Chi, don't overthink it. Qin Kuo hurriedly replied. Lu Shiqi feigned disbelief. She leaned closer to Qin Kuo and whispered, "Kuo, it's all right. Wei Chuan is quite extraordinary. Why don't we join forces against him?" The reason for her words stemmed from her realization that Qin Kuo appeared genuinely interested in her Wei Chuan. Lu Shiqi's affection for him had soared to an impressive 99 points. She would prioritize his interests above all else. Recalling the wildness of the afternoon, she realized that despite her utmost efforts, her Wei Chuan seemed not yet satisfied. Ultimately, she had resorted to that method from their last hotel encounter to barely appease him. She understood that her Wei Chuan's heart was not solely hers. If that were the case, having one more would not hurt. Anything that brought joy to her brother was worth it. Upon hearing this, Qin Kuo's delicate face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson. She became flustered, unable to utter a single word. Li Weiwei, witnessing this, was left in a state of disbelief. Was Lu Shiqi truly this open-minded? How could she remain so unperturbed? What had she said to elicit such a reaction from Qin Kuo? While she could not hear their whispered exchange, Wei Chuan, however, caught every word. He could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Lu Shiqi was incredibly thoughtful. She had even invited Qin Ke to join in. Was she truly this daring? How had he never noticed this side of her before? Initially, Wei Chuan held no significant feelings for Qin Ke. Yet, upon hearing Lu Shiqi's suggestion, he found himself inexplicably stirred. Glancing at the blushing Qin Ke, a primal urge began to awaken within him. He even cast a glance at Li Weiwei, contemplating the alluring mountain range before him. Wait a moment, what on earth was happening to him today? Why was he suddenly filled with such base desires? His high school classmate had shown no particular interest in him. Was it too beastly to entertain such thoughts? As he was lost in his musings, the doorbell rang. Li Weiwei was the first to rush to answer. It wasn't her house, so the person ringing the bell could not possibly be Li Yuchen. Yet, at that moment, she seemed to have forgotten this fact. The visitor was the manager of Wei Chuan's private club, a man named Wang Maokai. The last time the owner had visited the club, he had failed to recognize him and had even allowed the owner to be attacked on his own turf. This incident had placed immense pressure on Wang Maokai. Just moments ago, the boss had called to place an order. He knew this was his opportunity to redeem himself. Even the most trivial matters, if executed to the satisfaction of one's superior, can significantly alter one's standing in their eyes. Thus, he promptly instructed the finest chef in the establishment to meticulously prepare a feast for the boss. At that moment, he held aloft a grand dish, elegantly covered with a circular metal dome. Behind him stood a perfectly aligned group of 20 individuals, each bearing a platter in hand, creating quite a spectacle. Li Weiwei, upon realizing that the visitors were not her brother, but rather this entourage, was taken aback. Manager Wang, what is this? The private club in question, known as the Lingyun Club, was the most exclusive venue in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. As an active participant in the social scene, Li Weiwei was indeed a frequent patron of the establishment, and thus she was familiar with Wang Maokai. Miss Weiwei is also here. I've come to deliver dinner for our boss, he stated. Your boss? Who might that be? Are you certain you haven't mistaken the location? No, isn't Mr. Wei here? You mean Wei Chuan? Yes, indeed, Mr. Wei must be inside, right? Well then, please come in, Li Weiwei replied, ushering the group of 20 into the room. She was quite astonished to learn that Wei Chuan was the owner of the Lingyun Club. The establishment's prestige and recognition by the elite of Magic City hinted at an astonishing power behind its inception. Previously, Li Weiwei had not held a significant impression of her high school classmate. However, upon their reunion after several years, she realized that Wei Chuan was not merely affluent, but likely possessed even greater resources. Wang Maokai, upon encountering Wei Chuan, immediately offered his respectful greetings. Upon noticing the two stunningly beautiful women in the room, his admiration for his boss intensified. Truly, his employer was fortunate. Surrounded by the likes of the illustrious Su family heiress, and today, he was graced by the company of other rare beauties. Certainly, he dared not gaze too long at these enchanting ladies. Boss, please enjoy your meal, Wang Maokai announced as he and the others began to elegantly place the delectable dishes on the dining table before departing. Let us dine. Wei Chuan beckoned the two women to the dining area to indulge in the sumptuous feast. Observing Lu Shiqi's somewhat peculiar gait, he felt a pang of sympathy. Shiqi, are you all right? I mentioned not to indulge too much on the first occasion. He affectionately pinched the tip of the young woman's nose. Lu Shiqi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she cast a playful glare at him. You naughty brother, be careful, or I might just team up with Ke to deal with you. Upon hearing this, Qin Ke instantly blushed deeply. Noticing that the girl did not seem particularly averse, Wei Chuan felt a flutter in his heart. However, he ultimately decided against indulging in such pleasures tonight. Although the temptation was undeniably enticing, Lu Shiqi's stamina was uncertain, and he was particularly mindful of Qin Ke. Wei Chuan understood that her misunderstanding stemmed from the substantial sum he had provided her. Since she was willing, he saw no reason to decline. Yet, to engage in such a group endeavor on her first encounter felt rather inequitable. As the conversation flowed, the three settled at the dining table, with Wei Chuan in the center and the two women flanking him. At that moment, Li Weiwei finally entered with her brother, Li Yuchen. Upon seeing Wei Chuan, Li Yuchen's expression became exceedingly complex, as he suddenly entertained a troubling thought. If his sister had indeed found him an exceptional match here, it was likely that he would be sidelined. He even began to worry for his sister, considering that even the aloof beauty Su Ruoxua seemed to have succumbed to Wei Chuan's charm. Could his own sister truly escape such a fate? To be frank, he harbored no genuine animosity towards Wei Chuan. Their previous encounter, a childish wager, had ended in his utter defeat, yet Wei Chuan had never brought up the bet again, perhaps viewing him as no rival at all. It was he who had underestimated the situation. He contemplated whether to turn and leave, but after much hesitation, he ultimately dismissed that notion. After all, his sister was present. Wei Chuan, surprised to see Li Yuchen, remarked, So this is your brother? Yes, my brother, Li Yuchen. Li Weiwei replied. Then turning to her brother, she added, this is my high school classmate Wei Chuan. You may call him brother. Li Yuchen was taken aback by this revelation. His sister had described Wei Chuan as a classmate, and now she expected him to address him as brother? The awkwardness was palpable. Wei Xiao, Li Yuchen said stiffly. Wei Chuan merely nodded. Recognizing Li Yuchen as Li Weiwei's younger brother, he chose not to take offense. Moreover, it seemed Li Yuchen had been rather perceptive lately. Is it so difficult to call him brother? Where did you learn such peculiar titles? Li Weiwei chided playfully. With that, she took a seat beside Lu Shiqi. Noticing her brother still standing awkwardly, she urged, take a seat. We are not strangers here, so why the formality? She discreetly gestured for Li Yuchen to sit beside Qin Ku. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Li Yuchen hesitated, caught in a dilemma, and could not help but feel a twinge of resentment towards his sister. Since we are here, let us dine together, Wei Chuan said casually. Seeing Wei Chuan's invitation, Li Yuchen finally relented and took a seat, though not beside Qin Ku, but rather next to Li Weiwei. Upon witnessing this, Li Weiwei displayed an expression of exasperation. She pointed to Qin Ku and introduced, Yuchen, this is my junior, Qin Ku. You two.